For the 27th time, we find ourselves back here in Las Vegas for this fantastic event, the SuperKarts USA SuperNationals. Again, the race starting back in 1997. And we are here once again to find out who will be victorious come Super Sunday. My name is Rob Howden, folks. Great to be here alongside my good friends Henry Beaudette and Mike Smith. Great to have you guys here. Listen, a full day on the racetrack yesterday. They've had a chance to get a feel for this track. We've got more practice here today, plus qualifying. So it is an important day, as we all know. Mike, you've raced here. I've raced here. Qualifying is crucial. Henry, let's start. Let's bring you in. Great to have you here.
Thank you very much. Yeah, I really appreciate the warm welcome. Again, my second time here at SuperNationals. There's a real air of expectancy in the air. The standard, the amount of champions, global champions from around the world. This is rapidly becoming, Rob, one of the. So we talk about the top of the tree in world karting. This is now becoming one of the events that is known around the world as one of the best in our sport.
Yeah, we go back, I think, to the kind of the mid-2000s when we finally started getting the factory drivers to come over. Marco Ardugo for Tony Kart came over. We had a number of drivers, Jonathan Tanan, and that kind of started things at that point where this is, again, an event, especially in the KZ category, where we get a lot of the champion drivers, the factory drivers come over to play. And indeed, listen, you talked about the atmosphere, Mike. We can talk about that all weekend long as well. Mike Smith, again, joining us here as well in the Kart Chaser booth. We say hello to all of you who are tuning in right now, but Mike, this is an event. I know your first time when you came and ran it. It's different. You've raced a lot of events. This one's different.
Yeah, it hits completely different, and it's so cool to be here with you guys and be able to be here for another Super Nats on this side of the fence, on this side of the camera, and yeah, as you say, this one hits different, and it's interesting. We'll say the same phrase over and over throughout these next few days, and that's a body of work, and also how things ramp up as we go. We talk about today being practice and also qualifying. Yesterday for the daytime group, last night for the PM group, we started seeing things ramp up with that final practice that sets you into whether the quick group or the less quick group, as we like to say, not giving a downer to anybody, or actually where you're going to roll off for qualifying, so that it just ticks up one little bit before we go qualifying today.
We talk about the fact every day is a step towards Super Sunday, right? Situation Saturday, of course, with the final heat race and last chance qualifiers. But again, this is one of these events where like you said, body of work. Don't make any mistakes. When you make a mistake, you're out in a session. You lose so much. Today's such a crucial day. Another practice session in the morning. Then we go into that longer practice session, which sets kind of the groups for qualifying. So even the next practice session we get to, that's super crucial to make sure you're in the fast qualifying session. So every section so crucial.
Exactly. And like you just mentioned about making a mistake or collecting something, as you see right there, the 943 having problems. It's solder having an issue. Yeah. If you do have a scenario where you miss something, you only have 4 sessions on Wednesday. You get one session in the morning today, and then the one that matters, and then qualifying, and then you're done. So you're set. Qualifying sets the grid for all those heat races all the way through. So if you don't get the job done early, you're in trouble.
Let's set the stage for you guys here today, this morning. Here's the categories that are on the racetrack. We're going to have the KA100 Juniors, a couple of groups there. Then we'll have KA100 Senior as well, Master, Shifter, and Micro Swift. The 4 categories that are going to run here in the morning. The remainder of the categories running in the afternoon. Of course, we'll get back to that a little bit later as well. That's going to be KA100 Master, Mini Swift, X30 Junior, the Pro X30s, and the Pro Shifters. The Pro categories are absolutely crazy. Right now, track's at about 50 degrees here, guys. It's blue sky. We're not going to see any clouds all week long, but it's going to be a bit cool. Yeah,
but the one thing that is a saving grace for everyone this morning is the wind chill factor. For those of you that have come to SuperNats before, we're outside the Las Vegas Motor Speedway. And, of course, right next to the Nellis Air Force Base. We're in a desert surrounded by mountains. The wind whips in off those mountains, and it can cause a problem, especially in the mornings. Very cold mornings, very hot afternoons, and then it gets dark early and the temperature cools down again. But one thing I wanted to discuss is the track. Let's have a look. I mean, you're looking at our Kart Chaser live pictures. This SuperNats track, it's obviously You won't have seen it before. Why? Well, they're all temporary. But this one not quite so unique because there was a vote. And this is the fan vote winner, this track layout.
Essentially taking some design cues from the track up in Quebec, Mont-Tremblant,
Yep.
where they had the Canadian National Championships many times. So they changed it a little bit. It's not exactly like the track.
Inspired,
but inspired's a good word. But again, let's just say this. Great thing about this racetrack, Tuesday night, that's when the track walk happens. Nobody can see it.
Yep.
We had a chance to talk to a lot of the drivers during the track walk, and they really like the track. It's got some technical areas. I talked to Paulie Massimino yesterday, and I told you guys about this.
Yep.
He says there's 4 legitimate passing opportunities and 4 more that are maybe a bit more sketchy. So there is opportunities to overtake around this track.
Yeah, with 16 turns, too, you got half the unit where you can actually get something done. And there's a lot of scenarios where with these temporary circuits, things change as the race goes on, or as the week goes on. You didn't think you were going to be able to pass there, but as things grip up and things get better, you start figuring things out. You start going, oh, man, I found a little something. I can pass someplace where it wasn't there before.
Yeah, I think that's a great part of this track. We've talked about the fact that, again, over the entire weekend, the track will continue to change. Rubber starts going down. It didn't go down in a big way yesterday. The Evincos don't lay a lot of rubber down, but the track, as it rubbers up, people get a feel for it. You're going to see things change. Like you said, some of the overtaking areas are going to be a little different.
And maybe what we can do here is we can try to follow along a little bit here. And right as the lap starts here, we're coming onto the straightaway 850 feet here down this long straight. Like we talked about, not that much wind, so the draft isn't as big right now as it was yesterday, where they were really starting to suck up through turn number 1, 2, and 3, those 3 bends, in one of the best passing zones right here, Rob, turn number 4.
Yeah, turn 4, another big run. It's a very open 1, 2, 3, 4. The opening complex of corners is very open through that corner there, as we said, through turn number 4, back through cut 5, and through 6 here, then into this 7, 8, 9, 10 combination. Big right-hand sweeper back into the first of 2 chicanes.
Yeah, that chicane scenario. And then right here into turn number 11, kind of a calamity corner in yesterday's practice. A lot of drivers kind of going off or getting a little bit of help coming off. And then this section right here, this is where we've seen a lot of gamesmanship already. Kind of putting a little bit of a nose in there, trying to make things squirk out a little bit to where you get back to the inside and get that pass done right there in turn 16 for the long straight.
That's going to be crucial, Henry, that last corner. We all looked at that when we got there because the straightaway's not that far down to the finish line. Start line and finish line are different. Start line further down towards 1. Finish line kind of coming out of turn number 16. So it's how's it going to happen? Are we going to have dive bomb moves? Is it going to be maybe an over-under to get a run to the line? I'm excited to see what happens when we get heat racing to find out kind of what that last move is going to look like.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, you're looking at now, I mean, you've described the circuit wonderfully well there, but I mean, our coverage, we're starting off here Thursday morning. You're listening, you're watching the Kart Chaser live broadcast. I know this is also available on EKN radio. We're going to be bringing you a lot more than just the on-track action. You can see we've got a large crew of people here. Just past it on the left-hand side of the screen there, that is Kart Chaser HQ, which is where we're all based. We've got the social media team here. We've got David Cole from eKarting News here. So we've got an entire broadcast headquarters, here to bring you up to speed with everything on and off track. We've got pre-race shows, post-race shows. We've got lots of interviews and features to bring you as well over the course of the next 4 days, which is going to be, it's going to tell the story. We've got over 540 drivers here. Will we be able to tell 540 stories? No, but we'll be able to tell you, because it's not just about the world champions. There are a number of global karting superstars here, not just from the United States, but from all around the world. But of course, it's not just about them. We've got some great underdog stories here. So for you guys and girls watching at home, wherever you're watching around the world, we've got the live chat feature. Please keep the comments coming in. We really want to, kind of get the families, the friends, people from around the karting world involved in the broadcast. So yeah, please on the live chat. Of course, this is free to air all 4 days. No subscription required. As we watch the end of, that's the first round of KA100 Senior. So remind us, what is this class? Who's in it? And what is the significance of this practice session? When do we do the split between the fast group and the slow group? Because some of the entries here, I mean, there's nearly 100 KA100 Seniors here, I believe. I think 94, Mike?
Yeah, that's just it. You talk about 540 drivers and like 94 in the KA Senior. The KA Senior, and you're going to hear KA Junior as well. It's a 100cc air-cooled the package with the blue Vinco tire, the harder of the two tires, and that's what you're going to see most of the time in the morning here, right, is that blue tire going all the way through. And this is a category where I'm not going to call it the B level because there's some serious talent in here, but the pro classes is going to be that X30, that water cooled, and then also, of course, the KZ shifters and stuff like that, and they run that harder, softer, that softer red Vinco tire later on.
Well, and again, when you go into the single speed categories, right, there's the KA and there's the X30. That's kind of the higher level. It's kind of the pro class, the pro X30 category. A lot of drivers, a number of them, juniors, will come out of the junior classes. They'll go to KA100 Senior first before potentially making the run into X30 Pro. So it is a great category. It's more of a I want to say club regional level deal as well. We get a lot of regional drivers here as opposed to X30 being kind of that top level national pro class.
But you look at the flags. Look at those flags. That's a flag from every competing nation here. You've got the stars and stripes at the foreground there, but you're looking back there. You've got the Thai flag. You've got Panama, all from South America, from Ukraine, Lithuania, Romania, the United Kingdom, Germany. This has become one of karting's must race events. It's become a true global event.
Yeah, well,
the paddock is huge.
And you think about some of the drivers that we've had here over the years.
Like
a Michael Schumacher who's been here before, right? You look at guys like Sergio Perez who's come, Connor Daly, Dan Weldon, Joseph Newgarden, Will Power, Alexander Rossi. But then you think about guys that were here in their early days who are now going to be back here next week for the Formula One race. Winners like George Russell, Lance Stroll, Max Verstappen, all these drivers that were part of this. Logan Sargent was part of the action here as well. And
he won't be back next week, though.
He will not be back next week. Logan was actually testing for, I believe, Meyer Shank. In IndyCar. He got a chance to run for Meyer Shank in IndyCar. We may see him in IndyCar this year. You never know. So, bottom line is this is a star-studded field, always is.
Yeah, and they talk about also the ladder, right? And the ladder absolutely starts with a karting program, and that's what's so cool to see is that if so many stars of the future do end up writing their name in the record books at SuperNats, and we're going to have another set of them on Sunday.
We've got. We were looking there at the second group of KA100 Senior. So there's a great overview of the circuit. So you've got just beneath the camera point there. That's where the spectator grandstands are, where the VIP area is. So you're looking at the left-hand side of your screen there. That's turn number 1. That 850-foot long straightaway. You've got the big screen here, the Jumbotron, to keep the spectators informed. Just to the right of us there, you can see the banking that leads up to, that's the outside banking of Las Vegas Motor Speedway. But yeah, from that overview there, the kart chaser crews, we've got cameras everywhere. You're not going to be able to pick your nose in this paddock without kart chaser covering it at some point. But Rob, we talk about how many, how this event has progressed. Here's a David Cole question. How many former winners are here? Should we give him 17 and a half minutes to come up with the final answer? How many former winners are here?
Based on the research he did for all the previews we did, it's not going to be very hard for him to tell us how many previous winners. But here's the one.
Wow.
One of the cool things is, so you look at the Pro X30 category.
Oh, yes.
There's never been a two-time winner. 20 different winners in that class. It's crazy, and we'll get that a lot, of course, in the micro and mini because drivers, they'll move up to the next category. But we've never had a two-time winner in essentially what was tag senior or X30 Pro.
Right, and in one of the headlining categories, right?
It's crazy.
Exactly.
Well, listen, and this is one of those races that is so hard to win. We talk a little. We mentioned the IndyCar drivers, right? People will tell you at the Indianapolis 500 that the Indianapolis Motor Speedway chooses its winner every year. Yeah. I feel that's almost the same thing here with the SuperNationals. Guys like Ryan Norberg work so hard to try to get that first win, but when you got it, it's like winning the 500. It just takes so much pressure off you that you're able to get that first victory. But again, then to try to come back and replicate that, it's so hard to get victory here.
Well, and you can have everything go your way till one lap or one thing. I think you bring up the Indy 500. I think about Dale Earnhardt, the 500, the Daytona 500. There's scenarios out here where the unlikeliest person can win. And on the flip side, the person who's put in so much time and tried so long to make it happen, you can do everything right, and the track will come out to bite you, or luck will come around and not go your way. So many things can happen.
Case in point last year, who picked Donovan Bonilla last year? But likewise, in KA Master, Ben Cooper, dominant throughout the weekend, gets the final, doesn't quite happen.
Well, and again, let's just look at this stat too. There's only four-time winners. Like only 4 times has somebody able to get 4 wins. You got Billy Musgrave, Kip Foster, and Danny Formel now. It's the kind of thing you don't and Connor DeFelipe is the final of the 4. It's just so hard to win 1, but then to be able to win 4 is ridiculous.
And there's a scenario where there's some people who double down and they go 2 classes, right? We've seen it in last year, one of the most recent times. Turner Brown, he was on track just a few moments ago in Junior. He does it in both KA Junior and X30 Junior, and that's only happened 3 times. And while there hasn't been as many opportunities to do that across the board, a lot of these pro guys aren't going to run both a X30 and a shifter. But now the interesting thing is we're starting to see some of these pro guys also running in master shifter. Guys like Billy Musgrave, 4-time winner, as you say, might be able to pick it up to 6.
Does he go to 6? Exactly that,
Now, obviously, for those of you who are familiar with, the SKUSA Pro Series, and other championships in the United States, there's going to be lots of familiar names. There are also going to be plenty of unfamiliar names. Looking at one of them there on our screens briefly, that's the number 920 Kart of Matthew Higgins. The Welshman for the Energy Course team. I know that Dean Keeble's now taken over the running of the team. The owner of Energy Course is here watching things there. And there is the problem. Every time a kart goes off, the track crew here at Las Vegas Motor Speedway are incredible. I have to say, the track crew that are constantly adjusting and modifying the barriers. Every time a kart goes in, they've got to completely redesign the circuit based on, to the specifications. So we're going to see an awful lot of very hard-working marshals. But there's a feature, yellow flag being waved. What every kart race, every race, you guys, speed is one thing. Mechanical setup is another. You need a combination. Here, though, Lady Luck plays an even greater role, I feel, just because of the nature. There's no room for error.
And that's most definitely true. That there are times when you are on fire and you're rolling, and all it takes is one driver to spin coming out of the corner. You have nowhere to go. Again, there's the one part of these races, Mike. There's no escape route, right?
Nope.
There's no runoff. There's no escape route. If a guy's spinning in front of you, you're just doing the best you can to try to find a way through. It happens a lot of the starts where guys get locked up a little bit and get caught up in somebody else's mistake.
Well, and actually on this particular layout we have here for SuperNats 27 is the track is really delineated all the way around. We're seeing the drivers use up the entire bit of real estate. You see on screen right there, on the apex, back out to the wall, on the exit, and then back over. They're using up as much of the track as they can. We've seen in some layouts in years prior where there's some left to the table a little bit. They've got a little bit extra. They really are using up, especially after we get from turn 4. The rest of the circuit, pretty much all the way to the wall in almost every scenario. So to your point, if something goes wrong, you got nowhere to go.
We're following around Oliver Calvo a little bit there. There's Calvo there, the Speed Concepts Racing Machine driver who's had pretty good success here at the SuperNationals. Number of top 5s for Oliver. Could be in the fight for the race win here in the KA100 Senior category. I will say this, when David Cole and I were doing the predictions and the previews for eKartingNews.com, it was so ridiculously hard to pick a top 5 because we literally had a list of 15 guys you think could possibly on the podium. It's just so tough.
Mentioning Oliver Calvo, he's for me, we're not going to mention his name much today, maybe not tomorrow. Saturday, he's always one of those drivers that he flies under the radar until it's go time. That's from my limited viewing of Oliver Calvo. He's someone that, again, body of work. They don't hand out any trophies this morning for being fastest, although Fast Frankie Mossman will be happy with that. But just draw your attention to the name there in 3rd place on the timing and scoring ticker there. Great to have Joe Turney back with us. I think there's unfinished business here at SuperNats for Joe Turney? He hasn't got a win at SuperNats, does he?
Well, the first day I got here, he was the first guy that came to me and said, "I got a bone to pick with you, Rob."
Yes.
And I said, well "Okay, what's happening?" I'm assuming his predictions. I picked you to win one class. He goes, "Yeah, but you didn't pick me to win both." I was like, "Well, listen, like if I pick, I spread it around a little bit. Right? I picked him to win the KA. I actually picked him to win in KA100. Here, this is a driver as we got down the very top of the charts in terms of world class.
He's taking a leaf out of Danny Formal's book from last year.
Yeah. Danny was very unhappy that I didn't put him in the top 5 at all. But what a huge victory for him last year too. Right? And again, that was a little bit of book. I know that you'll see some of that in social media. People are obviously Kart Chasers been throwing it out there. The emotion of Danny winning, even for the 4th time he wins. You could see what this race means to people when you're able to win like that. The pure raw emotion, having won that race. You had the absolute excitement at the end. That's what this race is all about. And we're going to see that in Super Sunday.
I'll be curious to see if that's a little bit of foreshadowing, because I remember in 2021 we were out here and it was Derek Wang who wasn't even in the conversation for the predictions, and he ends up with a W.
Yeah, that's true.
Poor Mal ends up with a W, and now here we are talking about Turney, a guy who absolutely is fast enough, good enough to win both classes. Does he end up becoming a double-time winner?
He could, exactly that. Again, running both those categories, he could come away with a couple of victories here. As we know, big money up for grabs in Pro Shifter. We'll see them later on this afternoon as well, with 10 grand to win in the Pro Shifter category. A stacked field there of world champions. But again, this is another group here. Actually, this is our
Master
Shifter drivers, yeah.
And so, a couple of names here. So, talk about stacked field with champions.
Yep.
Davide Fore.
Yeah, that's right.
Last year's winner. Bas Lammers.
Mm-hmm.
How great is it to see Bas Lammers back here in SuperNats? We've got a great in-depth interview with Bas that we're going to show you at some point during the course of the week.
One of my favorites.
Yeah, and a lot of people don't realise he's deaf.
Indeed. Yeah.
He's deaf, so he talks a lot about how he's an inspiration for members of the deaf community to come racing, but how he copes with that in terms of how he drives without.
Awesome.
When you lose the sensory, especially a shifter driver, engine pitch, engine tone and things like that. You lose your hearing. You've got to drive literally by the seat of your pants. We've got lots of storylines. You mentioned Billy Musgrave. We'll show the factory kart team. So the All-American badass, Billy Musgrave. That team has come out looking so strong. They've redesigned their race truck, their awning. They look ready to compete. Yeah, the All-American team looking really smart.
I had a chance to sit down for a long conversation with their team principal, Drew Bischoff, yesterday. Talked a lot about what they're looking to do in the future. And I'll tell you, Factory Kart is they're going to be making waves over this next year. They're doubling down, super serious.
Leveling up.
Of taking this thing to the next level, right? Billy's, of course, it's his baby. He wanted to build his own go-kart, and he did. And he's got the right people around him right now. Factory Kart's going to be a player in 2025 and beyond.
But it's everything, Mike. It's the race truck. It's this sinister matte black. The awning, the tent. It's not brightly coloured with logos or graphics. It's just pure mean black. Little tips of red on it. It creates a mindset for the drivers in the team. When you walk in the awning, you look like you mean business. You're going to act like you mean business. You're going to drive like you mean business. It will filter all the way up.
It's every team, right? Everybody's got that culture. Every team's got their own culture. There's a Speed Concepts culture, a Rawlins and Franklin Motorsports, Branger, Jarvis Crack Racing, whatever. PSL karting, they have their own culture. Factory Kart definitely laying down their own culture right now.
Exactly. I'm really excited. And from the American karting industry as well, that's really important. All-American made, hey, everyone loves an All-American hero.
Well, and Billy Musgrave has seen the top step 4 times. And you talk about sinister black and these different things too. But then you walk in there and you see the pro show. You see the big old hair and the big old smile out of Billy Musgrave. It doesn't matter what he's driving, whether it be 206 or a shifter. He's always smiling, having a good time. And he's got a shot at 2 more. We'll see what happens here. We're going to do Master Shifter practice in just a second.
We're also going to see the 2 guys that were the big dogs in the SKUSA Pro Tour. Skitchy Barnes, Joe Rook are going to be rolling out here as well. Big names, as you said. If you scroll down through, and we mentioned Musgrave already. You talked about Davide Fore. You talked about Bas Lammers, Alan Shuto. You've got Robbie Budushow as well. There's a number of big dogs ready to roll here.
Yeah, but the cat right there on the front of the screen there in that 667 too. He's going to be looking to get to the front as well. I mean,
Jordan Musser.
Yeah.
And he hasn't won here yet.
I was just going to say, I mean, he's been so bloody close so many times, and there's always a little curveball. And I remember hearing a few people like, man, some of these quote pro guys coming over here running Masters. I think you got a guy like Master there rolling off P1 here for the practice. It doesn't matter who he's rolling with; he's going to be at the front no matter what.
I think you got to look at Jordan Musser as being one of the best Masters drivers in the history of American karting.
100%.
This is a guy that's won so many races. He was a 5-time Rotax champion, and then I think four or 5-time SKUSA champion as well in Master Shifter competition. He just hasn't won this one yet. Same thing as I said when Ryan Norberg got that first one. I was actually real emotional when he got that win because I want to see those stars, those legends of our sport, tick the box of the SuperNationals.
Yeah.
That's the same thing here right now with a guy like Musser. Same thing with a guy like Marian Kremers, who's been second 4 times.
Yeah.
Like, he needs that. You want to get that win. That you got to tick the box. It's like an IndyCar guy winning the 500.
And just another one that did tick that box and then kind of pseudo-retired for a while, Rob Logan. Gets it done in 18 after trying for so many years, gets it done and is like, you know what, I'm done for a while. Well, he's back in the seat this weekend. I'll be curious to see how he ends up at the end.
Agreed. Yeah, Rob's fantastic driver running out of the Ron White Racing stable on a CRG. And there he is right there.
On the screen,
And who's he rolling with right there? Musser.
Jordan Musser.
Yeah.
And listen, Musser capped the day yesterday well. He was a little further back, was a second off, but I think he went P2 yesterday in the final session. And again, that's that session at the end of the day. You want to get something there. You want to go to bed feeling good about what you got. You know you've got a warm-up session, another practice here this morning. We've got the extended session after that as well, the 12-minute session leading into qualifying. Again, like you said, it's body of work. It's a progression throughout the entire day. It's Wednesday, Thursday, all leading to Super Sunday.
Well, going back to Rob Logan, I talked to him briefly yesterday, and they were having a heck of a time just trying to get the thing to do what he wanted to do behind the wheel. Had a little bit of an issue in his first session, found a little bit of the barriers, had to make some adjustments, had to make some things happen. And like you said, at the very end is when it matters. So if you can chip away, if you're already starting towards the sharp end of this practice session, that means you found something, and come to qualifying is when you need to put it down and start the whole week right.
Not surprising, P1 and P2, Musser and Logan, but only one lap in. But we're keying on the guys that are quick out of the gate right now.
Now, here's something. I mean, we talked about how the circuit races in terms of overtaking opportunities, and sort of Frankie Boston, 4 decent overtaking opportunities, 4 sketchy overtaking opportunities. That's in direct drive. It's incredible how one circuit layout can lend itself to either direct drive karts or the shifter karts.
Yeah.
Is this circuit more of a passing opportunity for a shifter kart or the direct drive? What's been the feedback that you guys have had so far from the drivers?
I've actually heard it's a balance. It doesn't take too much away from single speed. The shifter guys love it. I know that when I talked after the track walk, I talked to Billy Musgrave, and he was literally wringing his hands. He was so excited as to what he saw. I think he was super pumped. The shifter guys say there's lots of opportunity here as well. Obviously, the faster you go, maybe a little more braking for this guy in the shifter classes. They, as we know, a little different in the way they approach corners. So shallow entry a lot of the times, diving the corner off. So a little bit different in the way they approach it. But all the feedback I've got, Mike, I don't know who you've spoken with, they're pretty happy about it.
No, and exactly. And we want to focus on the corner that's coming up on you right here. This turn number 4. You can have that little bit of a diamond program. You kind of come at it a little bit, and then because it opens up the exit, you can see these crossovers, these moves where you can counterattack, and I think that's what makes it a little bit interesting for the shifters. Having that little more of a diamond aspect, you can end up seeing the counterattack. The other thing we're going to be seeing a lot, I've seen it in practice already, is you start rolling off the throttle early. This doesn't matter what class you're in. Instead of braking as hard as you would normally for a fast lap, you roll off early. Now you're getting your speed. There's enough time between one corner and the next to get it down to the inside and steal that spot away.
As you're watching these guys circulate around, pay close attention to the placement of the curbing. There is curbing laid down, some concrete curbing.
The blue and white.
And it's a little taller, I think, than it's been in years past, but also it's not everywhere. You'll see coming through a couple of these corners where there's curbing there, but then there's not. In the chicane, there's no curb in the chicane.
But also, if you have a little look, you've got the black and white, barriers there. It's the blue and white curbing. There's a lip at the start. It's not a gradual thing. It's not like something that grows out of the ground. There is a lip, and I just wonder that if you catch it at the wrong angle, how is that going to affect your nose cone? Is there going to be a front bumper? But you can see not through there, but in this the final corner here, there it is. That blue and white cover, you can see it's like a sausage, and there is a lip that if you hit it at the wrong angle, that could spell disaster.
Well, actually, this corner right here, they just went by at turn number 1. That's one of the ones where I seem to just do a little bit of a clip on that left front tire and kind of get it. But actually, that lip you're talking about does go through 90% of that curb, but the front and aft of the curb is actually a ramp.
Yeah.
So if you do hit the front portion, it's going to go up pretty good. It's almost if you hit the side. At that point, I think you're going to be okay in the front bumper game you're talking about. But that left front wheel or that right front wheel might not be a big fan.
Thomas Misch, the quickest driver right now. Boss Lammers up into second. Robert Budashow into third spot. How about Travis Irving? Very impressive here. A former winner many years ago in the Tag Senior category, but he's been looking really impressive. He was a top 5 yesterday, was Travis. So on the GFC, looking like he could be a player running in both of the Masters classes this weekend,
I was just
right?
going to say, well, Hot Rock's trying to play it up in 2 different classes. He was over at my home track, K1 Circuit, getting some testing in before coming out this weekend, and I was really actually surprised the number of people really leaving it to the end before they came out this way, trying to find that little bit extra all the way through. And again, that just says how important this race is to everybody to try to come out here out of the gate hot.
And there's a good first look at one of the factory karts. So that's we talked about the Billy Musgraves team, how the whole team looked like they leveled up. Race suits. That looks like an intimidating presence on the circuit. You talk about, NASCAR drivers, when they turned round and they saw the black number 3 of Dale Earnhardt behind them, it got in their heads. In karting terms, I think, over time, you're going to see that black and red factory kart behind you. It's going to create, drivers, drivers will think twice about trying to pull over and block and defend, maybe.
Luca Bertone in the 622.
I was going to say, it's good to see Luca getting out there and cutting some laps. And there it is. I mean, right there towards the end, they're not really getting after too hard. Like a little bit, you see a little bit of a tweak here, moving things around with the radiator there. This is practice 4, and if you're not already at the sharp end, you're trying to go find something, because qualifying is right around the corner, and these are your last moments to try to find that little bit extra.
One thing we will discuss throughout the week, and we'll throw it out here. You see the man there throwing the checkered flag and the yellow. One of the cool stories about SuperKarts USA, not only is Aaron Likens, has been the flagman for the Pro Tour, for the SuperNationals for many years. Obviously, the starter for the Indianapolis 500,
indeed.
the NTT IndyCar Series. Aaron's a fantastic story. Great to have him here, as always. That thought was not lost on me when I raced in 2022, that I was able to come under and get the double checkered flags from the same guy that gives it to the Indianapolis 500 winners every year. That was kind of a cool feeling. And again, we'll talk a lot about Aaron, his new book that's coming out, Playing in Traffic, a fantastic book. It's getting rave reviews. You might want to have a look at that. It's a fantastic story, as Aaron again talks about his battle with Asperger's and his with autism, and it's just an absolutely fantastic book. Great read.
We talked about, not so much in this next category, so the micro Swifts, which is going to be obviously the youngest members of our paddock, but certainly in the KZs, the Pro Shifters and the Master Shifters, the amount of little technical improvements that each manufacturer made, bodywork changes, technical innovations that people bring now, or they debut here in Vegas, they develop it during the course of the year for this event, which goes to show, number one, how important this event is. Oh, and that's the first traffic jam we've had. But also, certainly, the amount of the kart chaser crew will be able to, show some of the bodywork innovations. I noticed that Gary Carlton, the GFC team, saw something about some inside wheel coolers.
I saw that as well.
Incredible, but people are doing it for this event because SuperNats has become an event that is important for everybody in the industry to win. Not just the drivers, but for karting as a whole. But very quickly, there's a driver in this class. I spoke yesterday. Now, anyone who is a School of Racing fan, number 260 in Micromax, I think it is Koa Saito. He is wearing a replica race suit, which is, not unusual, but he's wearing a 1989 Alessandro Nannini Benetton Formula One replica race suit. Now, of all the replicas to throw into the mix there, that is
Agreed.
So have a look, but lots of great little stories like that we'll catch up with over the next 4 days. But the best race suit of SuperNat so far for my opinion.
And Mike, you've been to a lot of these races. This is one of those events where people kind of go that extra limit.
Oh.
Whether it's the helmet paint job or the suits or whatever it may be, the custom suits for Vegas, obviously the poker chips. So much stuff comes into it in terms of design. And we'll see every year we see someone come out with a brand new Vegas-themed helmet.
Yeah, well, you talk about the new themed helmets or suits. We're doing something a little bit special. Henry, to your point earlier about the manufacturers and different things too, with the general racing season kind of coming to a close here, and SuperNats kind of being that crown jewel at the end for the most part, you do see those 2025, in this case, the New Year's homologations coming out. This particular year, we do see those different bodywork and chassis adjustments, and that's
the number plates. That's a cool design because they look like Batman.
Yeah, and that's on the OTK there in the front end. They got that whole deal. And I think that's the other thing, too. It's your first chance to check out the new material and see what else is out there. Or maybe you've been running something for a while, and the new piece becomes available here in Vegas.
Yep.
People are talking about it. What's the arrow? Is it worth a couple of tenths of a second? Some guys think it is. Some guys think it doesn't. But as you said, a number. Burrell's got some new body work as well. CRG has it on. So a number of the manufacturers, the new body work here for the new homologation as well. But again, as we said, working our way through essentially our first run through for the day. This is, again, practice number 5, the 7-minute sessions. I mentioned that from here now we go into the final practice. Extended 12-minute session, crucial session, because that's what's going to split you in the bigger categories. That's what's going to put you in different groups for qualifying as well. You want to be in that faster group for qualifying. You don't want to get held up, so you have to be strong, especially guys right kind of in the middle of the pack. In that 12-minute session, you need to do whatever you can to try to work your way forward.
And you got to have the clean air in qualifying. At least clean air, or at least keep your momentum up. And that's why these sessions in practice, even if you're not splitting up into the quick group or not, you at least are going to be around, quote, like people. If you have a scenario where you mess up the last practice and it sets you further back, all you're doing is fighting through traffic the entire time, and now it sets you on the back foot the entire time of qualifying.
So I go back to my one experience in 2022 where I was working my way, trending to being top 20 time out of the 40-something guys that we had. A driver spun in front of me. I got collected, bent the axle, and only got 2 laps in. I ended up starting. I was in the very back. I was the last guy coming out in qualifying. I gave as much room as I possibly could for qualifying. My opening lap, there were guys in the wall here, there were guys in the wall there. I never got one fast lap in because I just was, I wasn't where I should have been. That's the key to that session.
And I had almost the exact kind of scenario. I was running X30 Masters, and I blew it on the last practice and didn't go down and double check the weight after we made a couple adjustments. I was light in scales by a smidge. I might have been quick in the slow group, but that only put me mid-pack, and now I'm hanging out in the mid-pack and the schmozzle that can be on a regular basis.
Indeed.
I mean, I hope that we aren't talking about this, but of course, there's a chance that we'll. If you look at that 850-foot main straightaway, when you're coming to the start, all it will take, and we're going to be starting a lot of drivers in every heat race. All it takes is for, 2 drivers, they come out of the tram lines, in the front third of the grid to hit rear wheel to rear wheel, and then you've got 2 karts going sideways, you're in a corridor. There's nowhere to go. Okay, the small karts, the micros, it's different. There might be a little bit more room to maneuver, but if you make a mistake in qualifying, you're at the back, out of position, and then 10 rows in front of you, 2 drivers make contact and the track is blocked. And, boom, 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 you're going in and your bad weekend has got even worse.
So let's take the opportunity then to kind of talk about turn number 1. We're going to see some wheel-to-wheel, not today. It'll be tomorrow.
Well, you'd be surprised.
We're going racing tomorrow, so we're going to get some starts tomorrow in the heat races. Turn 1's is a much different design than it has been in years past. Yes, it's a 90-degree left-hand corner. We've had many of those at the Rio. It's a hard 90 corner, where in years past at the Rio it was more of a big sweeping corner. The amount of speed that they rolled through that corner into a hairpin. Now it's a lot tighter. You see drivers, I think, on the brakes a lot harder. We're really slowing down to get through that corner because then it's that big run, the sweeping run all the way around. So it's just a different approach. I think 2 years ago at the Rio, when we were going in the clockwise direction, it was right into a hairpin again. We had a bunch of wrecks in that corner. I don't know that this particular layout is going to cause so many wrecks in the opening lap, the opening corner that we've seen in the past.
I think the combination of where they've got the start line. I mean, the next time we get a chance to look on the long straightaway here, we'll take a look at just where exactly that is. As you say, the finish line becomes well beforehand, as this is actually the final corner you see on screen. Going to come around And right here is where you're going to start seeing the finish line's going to happen right there. And the checker's out, but then the tram lines continue. And that's actually right there. That's the tram lines where you actually get into those two like long lines, and those are the boxes, if you will, for the shifters. They go all the way down. The actual start line is about 3/4 of the way down. So we should see some slower starts.
Yeah.
The question's going to be if everybody remembers how there's 2 pedals on a go-kart at the start and not just one.
I've got to say, when I first saw the track on Monday evening, I liked turn 1. I thought, you know something? You've got that early apex, but then it opens out. So drivers are thinking, okay, I don't have to make the dive bomb going into the corner. I can set that turn 1 is going to be a setup corner rather than a actual make the move corner. There's a bit of a hijinks in the pit lane. Everything is good natured at the moment, but yeah, going back to that, yeah, obviously turn 1 in any race, that is a point of interest. But the way that they've designed it this year, there are there's the number 295. There's the pint-sized driver. That's Kason Sanders, who we have a look at his car. I mean, the pedal extensions go back to literally beyond the fuel tank, because the other side, the near side of the fuel tank.
Well, again, we've got 7-year-olds.
Yes.
And we got drivers. I think 68 is our most senior driver, Tom Gerstner, here this weekend as well.
Ageless wonder.
Indeed. And then you got Michael Gouache, who is, 64 going on. I see you say 64 going on 30.
Yeah.
Because that guy is just an absolute badass. Michael Gouache as well in the Master Shifter category. So indeed, young drivers, old drivers, doesn't matter. You know, of course, the Masters classes are that 30 years of age and up. A number of great drivers in the category as well. And indeed, Mike, you and I are Masters guys. We always root for our guys in the Masters category. Great to see such huge fields in both Masters classes.
No, exactly. We talked in the switch from X30 to the KA as far as the single-speed Masters category back in 2022. There was 2 of them, and then from then on, it's been the KA Masters gig. Obviously, you helped spur the 22 switch and get a lot of people on board, and now that's become the deal. Drivers like Kip Foster, who's won so many in the X30 category, now making it happen right there. This is not what you want to have. So this is the juniors right now. We're going to switch over to our final practice session. This is the last one. This is what all the marbles are for, and this is not how you want to start things out. Now you're going to see a lot of these drivers are going to come out here with new skins. They're going to put new Evenco tires on here. They want to make sure they are in the best opportunity for qualifying, because this will set the tone going forward.
And this is all chain reaction. One driver got bumped, went around. Everybody else kind of checking up and locking up coming into that corner. A number of drivers went off the racetrack there. But as Mike said, crucial session. This is that extended 12-minute session. Your results from this session is what puts you in either the fast or the slow group for qualifying. And indeed, as Mike said, a lot of drivers putting fresh rubber on for this one here. Of course, the minute we go qualifying, then you're getting your 2 sets of tires that you'll have for the remainder of the weekend. But the bottom line is now you're able to put some fresh tires on and go to work.
What's interesting about that, though, too, is what you said earlier. It's the longest session. So you almost are doing 2 things at once. You're going to come out of the gate hot. I need to know what my car can do in qualifying. And then you want to go, all right, now what's it going to do when I start going heat racing?
4-lap qualifying sim at the start, but then you want to have that essentially heat race simulation. What's my car feel like? I want to make sure it keeps getting better, so it's coming in midway through.
Yeah, you hit fast lap time on lap 2 or 3, and then the thing doesn't go any quicker after that. Wow, we got to do some changes.
That's it.
So effectively, this 12-minute session now, we're watching the first group, the first half of the KA100 Juniors. For KA100 Junior, for KA100 Senior, this is after, there'll be a split after this, is that correct?
Indeed.
So this session, if you're, when everyone has done their practice sessions, they'll take the top half, the top 40-odd drivers, the top half of KA100 Juniors, they'll go in the fast session. So this is, again, the most important practice of the week so far. And there are some karts in this group which has got the new style, Mike alluded to it earlier, the new style number plates on there, which from a marketing standpoint I think is very catchy because it looks dynamic, it looks like superhero-ish. The mechanics are actually saying it's really good there to get the stickers on the karts. That is not what you want to have happen. The 813 Mason Kuhn and the 825 of Shane Reddy sitting sitting interlocked is not where you want to be.
Not at all. We talked about maximizing every lap. That's one of the things, Mike, we really haven't got to that either. The mindset of a weekend like this is to be able to maximize every session, all the session, getting every lap you possibly can. If you're in the wall, if you've made a mistake and you lose in laps, you're just going to be behind the 8 ball. You need to leverage everything. Like I said, for a lot of drivers like myself, my fastest lap of the entire weekend was the 14th lap of the main event. I kept getting faster throughout the weekend. The track gets faster. You just can't find yourself missing a session because everybody's going to be a little bit further ahead than you are.
Yeah, I mean, you go into this into the weekend and you're already going to have a base level of experience on one of these kinds of courses. I mean, maybe you're a Danny Formal or a Ryan Norberg or a Billy Musgrave. You're doing this so bloody long that you come in here hot out of the gate. Other people, maybe it's their first, their second, or it's a transfer of class, whatever it might be, and they are going to take a little bit more time to come up to speed. Maybe they've switched manufacturers. They got to learn the go-kart a little bit more. So there's all different kinds of things that are coming into play. And if you get a curveball right out of the gate and you aren't able to follow your plan, you automatically got to go to plan B. If that happens more than once, we're not all coming with plan C, D, and E going to this thing.
That's a really good point. That's a really good point. But again, we talked about how one little mistake can drastically change your weekend. Mike, you said that you had that issue where you end up being a little bit light. You didn't qualify where you wanted to be. All of a sudden, you're not around the guys that you expect to be around, the guys you're in the middle of the pack, battling with guys that are in a different mindset. They're getting super scrappy. Maybe they're already starting to feel like, if I don't get some passes, I'm going to make mistakes. It's one of the things that Ben Cooper sat me down, Mike Rawlson sat me down and talked about was, Rob, it's okay to lose a couple of spots. If you lose a couple of spots and you finish 15th, it's better than getting a wreck and finishing 30th. Sometimes you got to be smart through the heat races.
And of course, you've got drivers, the US karting scene across SKUSA, across USPKS, across stars is improving. It's very healthy. However, not all of these 90 drivers will have raced in the same grid all year. This is a real all-star event. So you've got drivers, especially coming in from overseas. You're not quite sure, do I know this driver? Can I trust this driver? Can I race with this driver? Or is this driver somebody that I've got to get past as quick as possible because they, from a different racing culture or from, and that's something that you have that day and a half of practice to sort of figure out.
Right.
And, that's what the drivers would have been doing yesterday and to a lesser extent this morning, trying to figure out the competition. Okay, we're about the same speed. We're going to be racing together most of the week. How do you race? Can we get ahead and work together?
And it happens in the scale line too, right? And on the pre-grid, like you're looking around and what's the tendencies? What are they doing? Are they a little more aggressive? Yep. Are they pushing well? You'll see it in front of you. You see that helmet seems to always be a little aggressive. All right, well, if I see that, I might give a little more love in the early part of the week.
Are they good in the opening couple of laps? That's one thing when you're around. This guy maybe takes a couple laps to get up to speed. I can't get stuck behind him. Exactly. Or are they rockets out of the gate to know that they're going to get aggressive on the opening laps?
Yeah, you did just have a good session with them. I would always go up to them in the scale line and be like, hey, how's it going? Look pretty good out there or whatever. You're frenemies until it's time to go.
That's it. That's 100% true, but you're right.
Racing psychology.
Well, I've said this a lot. Everybody's got their own story. Everybody comes in with their own story. The confidence, the success they've had, the level of experience they've had. Are they leveling up? Is it a mini driver in his first SuperNationals in the KA class? Or are they at their first ever SuperNationals? You have to understand that because everybody has a little bit different mindset, a different approach to the weekend.
Yeah, and of course, this is getting towards the end of the calendar year. You will see drivers stepping up just for this event because it's a one-off. Because it is, no one, apart from anoraks like us, no one remembers who comes second. It's a one-off. So use this as an opportunity to prepare yourself for next year. What have you got to lose apart from maybe a front bumper and some barriers? That was the 867 Thomas Anthony going through the barriers there.
Well, not only is this maybe the first race for someone moving up, it could be the last race for somebody getting ready to move up. So
and you want to sign off.
Yeah, exactly that.
It's checkers or wreckers.
Right.
I don't care. I'm moving up. I'm up a level. Or I'm going to cars next year, whatever it may be. And again, understanding what's going on in the helmet, the head of the guy in front of you or around you, that's a really valuable tool in a race.
100%.
Because you say about stories, yes, everyone's got their own story, but more significantly in this event, everyone's got their own agenda.
Yeah.
And if I can use you to help further my agenda at a certain point by sticking with you, by following you through, by giving you the signal saying, okay, I will use you. You will be my friend until you are not.
But one of the things we're going to be watching for right now is actually in this final practice, 3 minutes to play or so here in practice 5 for the first of the 2 junior groups. You got Matthew Cagle out front fastest right now as Paramo just goes P2. This is the time to try to set that lap. And what will be interesting is how when they do the merge, when you have multiple groups, they'll say, this is how everybody was here, this is how everybody was in the other one, merge that together. Just how good will this 52.928 from Cagle be, and can he get himself into the fast group?
Indeed. One thing we'll talk about later as well, we haven't really kind of leaned into it. We did, of course, give you kind of a rundown of the racetrack itself. But you want to have someone to play with because the draft is going to play a big role here. That straightaway, 850 feet, and then all the way through over to turn 4.
I was going to say the
whole
same
thing is unbelievably quick. All the way from 16 to 1, 1 back to 4. You want to have someone that's going to play with you, push you, and so you can actually work together with them.
And yesterday with the headwind, we saw a good amount of shove going down there. About 3/4 of the way down, maybe even 7/8. Just a little bit before the braking zone, boom, big shot. Get through turn 1, boom, another shot in turn 3. And that's going to add a little bit to the lap time.
And guys, a drastically different day than yesterday. You mentioned it earlier, Henry. There was a pretty brisk wind yesterday. If you were out in the sun, you were warm. If you weren't, you were in the shade, it was pretty cool. The wind was whistling. We don't have that here today. Will we have it when we go heat racing on Friday, Saturday, and the main events on Sunday?
And when we get to qualifying, yes, to your point about saying working with someone, you're absolutely in qualifying. You need to be in a slipstream coming out of turn number 16, all the way down to turn number 1, and then back up towards turn 4. But nobody wants to be at the head of the slipstream. Nobody wants to be the driver that is breaking the airflow for everybody else. That's going to be another thing. How to decide, or how, because someone's got to go, someone's got to lead that train, and sort of, give everyone behind them a bit of an advantage. Agendas.
The thing about the track too, which is a very nice balance, unlike say last year's where there was a big draft difference. This one here, 850 is a big deal. Yes, the shorter straight is a big deal, but if you got a different gear and maybe you're getting out of the bottom better than they are, and you really don't want it, I would almost give up a little bit of draft to get through clean air through the twisty bits. It just depends on the trade-off.
You're right. One thing, we're going to touch on as well, Mike, and you can speak to this. One of the things about this event compared to any major event we have during the year is it's fairly cool, especially the morning categories and later on. It's 54 degrees here right now. It doesn't feel like, I feel a little bit warmer. I think it's 54 because the sun is out, but it's going to be cold in the morning sessions. Let's talk about how crucial it is in that single warm-up lap to get heat built into your tires. I know I struggle with it. Some drivers do. Some drivers are good at it. But getting heat into the tires in that warm-up lap of qualifying, the opening lap coming out of qualifying, crucial to be able to get the tires up to temperature.
And also how you do it, because you want those tires to be in the best shape. Now, that being said, this surface doesn't seem, last year didn't seem to be a problem. In 2021 didn't seem to be a problem with tire wear. Again, you're on these pieces of equipment through all the way through Saturday for sure, and tire wear doesn't seem to be too bad. But typically speaking, you just want to get that load into it. You don't need to go buck wild with the wheel. You just need to get load, build heat.
Drive into the corner, get the thing turned, and
get
let
the entire tire warm, not just that surface piece. Get the thing to work, and to your point, Rob, it's crucial to set that fast lap time.
And listen, the more heat you have in the tire, the more grip you're going to have in the opening couple laps. We talked about the opening laps being super important. How aggressive will you be on the opening lap of a heat race if you're the guy that's been able to get those tires where you need to be optimal temperature?
But one thing you mentioned, Matthew Cagle, that lap time, he's been top for some time. So he set that lap quite early on in practice. So, Matt Cagle, top of the charts at the moment. Where will that 52.807 stand when we get into the quote-unquote quicker group, who are next out? Jose Paramo, second fastest. We were watching the two RPG karts running side, Peyton Fayan and I'm trying to think who the other driver was, Jose Alejandro Halfan, I think it was, running together. obviously teammates trying to figure out, they were swapping over. Okay, we're going to be in the same group, so we're going to have to work together. Let's try Peyton going in front and Jose behind, and then swap it over. What works better? Who's the better pusher and who's the better pushy?
And this is probably the last time that you can do that and not be giving any help to your friend. Your frenemy there, because I'll try it now, but I'm not going to do it as much in qualifying because I want to be the person to be out qualifying you. We might work again in the heat races, but when we're getting ready for qualifying, this is my last chance to really see what I can do.
So once again, folks, the morning runs here are KA100 Junior, KA100 Senior, Master Shifter, and then the Micro Swift category. That's the running order for the morning. In the afternoon, we'll kick things off with the KA100 Master class, followed up with Mini Swift, X30 Junior, and then, of course, the Pro X30 and Pro Shifter class. That's the dance card for the afternoon.
One driver that we missed in that first session, just very quickly, as you saw briefly, we've got a whole host of pit reporters, Caleb Vieska, Alex Searle, David Land, are all down there as well. That's what's tomorrow's schedule. But Elias Vignola in that last session, number 819, Mexican driver, he has got a certain Terry Fullerton running in.
Never heard of him. Again, one of the absolute legends of the sport, as we know. I believe did Ayrton Senna not say
Ayrton
that?
Senna said, when Ayrton Senna was asked who his greatest ever rival was, he went Terry Fullerton. He was running Elias Vignola.
I love it.
First view from our remote cameras down on the pit lane. We'll be bringing you up to date with all the drivers before and after the race. As I said, David Land, Caleb Vieska, Alex Searle, among our pit reporters.
There's Max Weiland there. We saw Chase Gassiet-Lee as well. Max for the Magic Kart team.
Yep, a learning year because I did the first round of the SKUSA Pro Tour and I did some of the winter stuff there. But obviously, interesting to see how drivers have developed since I was last on site watching them. Max Weiland, remember at SKUSA, he was almost learning how to win, but then learning how to not leave the door open at two corners from home at Homestead. But again, drivers progress. What have they learned? Your body of work, not just this week, the whole season. There's a SKUSA Pro Tour champion, there's a USPKS champion, there's a Stars champion. There's 3 drivers. There's 80 of them here.
That's
You're
it.
building up to the end of the season, the big one.
There's your stats for the KA100 Junior category, drivers aged 12 to 15 years of age. There are numbers, obviously, in the 800s. It's one of the things that SKUSA did a number of years ago was kind of classify particular numbers leading into to the category, so you kind of know what's going on when you're out on the track. Engines have fired, as we said. Drivers getting ready to roll out here again. We'll have a bit of a traffic jam coming out.
Well, there's somebody that doesn't want to be first out of the gate. Now we're going to have a discussion. Bit of a traffic jam. Look at some of the SuperKarts team have got an entire graphics kit with the whole Las Vegas title. There was Nathan Dupuy with the bright race suit. The TKG, the silver Trinity Kart Group.
They look good, don't they? Yeah.
That is, colder than polar bear poo, that is.
What?
It's funky cold fresh.
All right.
Yep, there's Jamie Dyer walking across the screen, one of the English mechanics that is over here running Lillian Scarborough in this class, I believe.
Number of drivers hanging out at the back there, as we know. We get that happen occasionally. Drivers in the back, drivers up front. Again, get ready to roll out here with the second group for the KA100 Junior category. Matthew Cagle, as we said, was quickest in that first group. We'll see where he slots in once these drivers roll out here as well. But away we go, finally getting the call to get out onto the racetrack. Very impatient. A number of these drivers want to get out there quickly.
Yep.
Be up front or find the person around them that they want to run with. That's one of the key things. We talked about the fact that you want to find that guy mid-pack you can run with. The drivers up front, for the most part, have been battling out all year long. You think about it, Diego Ardiles and a Turner Brown, who really been battling each other all year long. They're going to try to get out here with each other. They're going to gauge each other. They're going to size each other up throughout the entire practice day.
And so Turner Brown, he was there are some drivers here that have raced internationally, but there are very few drivers that have been picked for Team USA. When I say Team USA, obviously the FIA Motorsport Games, for example, the CIK Academy, the Rotax Grand Finals, events where you don't represent a team or a chassis manufacturer, you actually represent your country. Turner Brown, he was Team USA's official representative in the CIK Academy. Now, for someone like Turner, that level of experience where you are, what's the highest achievement that you can gain as a sports person? Get picked to represent your nation in your chosen sport. That has a real effect on your mindset.
Okay.
So watch Turner Brown, 2 wins last year, but I mean, he comes in this year having had that year of experience. You know what? The CIK or the USA, they could have chosen any driver to represent the USA in the CIK Academy because there's only one driver per country. Hey, they chose me. That gives you a boost, and already we've got people watching from Germany. Jan Echtermann tuning in from Germany. Somebody who watches a lot of karting all around the world. We've got people coming in from the Netherlands. Bermuda, we'll talk about Bermuda a little bit later on. I think we have Skipsy Barnes back on screen. But this is the far session. Remember, Matt Cagle, 52.807 is the marker. So he'll be hoping that maybe only half a dozen of these drivers.
Exactly.
But of course, there's 40 of them out there.
There's a lot of big guns in this group here. There's no doubt about that. It's tough. It was tough for us to pick who we thought were going to be in the top 5. There's just so many great young drivers here in this KA100 category. We'll see which drivers step up. Diego Ardiles had a fantastic season, winning a couple of championships. He and Turner Brown battling out. You know that Enzo Vidmontien is going to be in the middle of the fight as well. One driver we don't get to see a lot of is Alessandro Truchot, who's coming over here.
Racing in Europe quite a bit,
He's been running in Europe, but he's been coming here to the SuperNats. Good to have him here as well, running in this KA100 Junior class. So a number of big guns we're going to see battling their way up front.
The Mean Green Machine of Ty Fisher, another driver took his first major national win this year. Let's see, represented Team Canada in a road event there. I've got to say, the TB Kart team, the Race Lab TB Kart team, they look really smart. In the paddock, and hopefully we'll get a chance to get our cameras to show you the paddock. It's about 8 miles long.
It's long.
but 5 miles of that is the RPG awning. I have never I don't know about you, Rob. I mean, have you ever seen a tent that long with that many go-karts in it, but also so laid out well?
Yeah.
I mean,
that's who I raced for when I raced in 22. I raced with Rawls Performance Group. What a fantastic operation they are. Indeed. And everything is absolutely first class, 100%. That's how Mike Rawlson does things. Simple as that.
He even is kind enough to supply commentators with shorts when on the occasion that a commentator might rip their shorts.
Oh, all right, there you go.
Yeah.
They were there for you. There's Turner Brown right there. In the 802, running for Rawlson Performance Group.
Yeah, he's going to look to grab himself another couple of SuperNats victories with different colors this time around.
It would be wild if he was able to come out with a couple of wins and literally join the four-time club over 2 years.
Oh, incredible.
Right? Drivers take years and years and years to get those races, and he won 2. And you mentioned only 3 drivers have won both junior categories. Connor De Felipe back many years ago in the 80cc junior and the JICA category, the Junior Intercontinental A, and then, of course, Jeremy Fletcher as well. So
right, and Jeremy Fletcher did it here at Vegas in 2021. Yep. So already Vegas Motor Speedway specifically. So 2021, we left, we came back, did it again with Turner Brown. Are we going to see 3 in a row here at the Vegas Motor Speedway?
Now, we saw there briefly, Tyrone Kemper Jr. getting the meatball flag, the mechanical flag. That is a disaster for him. So he did all the hard work yesterday to get himself in the fast group, and within the first couple of minutes of this, there's a technical problem. I did notice on the back of his kart he had a 4 missing, number 834. Now, I don't know why he was flagged. Obviously, maybe a chain guard, maybe something I don't know, couldn't see.
Yeah,
it would be a real shame if he got flagged off because he didn't have the correct numbers on his rear bumper. It's a rule, and it's one of those things that is just,
the question is, did he get enough laps in there to get a decent lap? And they've been out there now for a few minutes, and it could be enough to where the lap time is there. Again, live timing not working for us at the moment. But if he's able to put down something decent, then maybe he can at least hold on for, as you say, the fast group to get ready for qualifying. If this was qualifying, that'd be a heartbreaker.
Yeah.
Still a chance yet.
So as we follow the action here on track. This is the second half of KA100 Junior final practice, the fast group. We will get you up to speed with lap times as soon as we can. But yeah, let's have a look around the circuit. So that's coming out of turn number 2, this long run through turn 3 into the real heavy braking zone at turn 4. Now we flip out through turn 5 into the technical section now. There's 6, watch the curb, coming out to 7, now through the 9-10 chicane, out to turn 11, fast kink. Lots of drivers be coming to grief there, and then into the sort of a long sweeping, keeps tightening and tightening and tightening like a reverse keyhole corner, into turn 14, and then out. Set yourself up for a move into this corner here. That's turn number 16. Make sure you're in a good position for the run down the 850-foot long straightaway. It's a really good combination, isn't it, Mike, of fast bits and technical bits. It's going to give the mechanics something to think about setup-wise.
No, 100%. The more technical the joint, the more the tuners and the drivers are going to enjoy that, because it puts more on them. That being said, if you're a motor builder, you got this 850-foot straightaway, and then obviously the short run from the shorter of the 2 runs from turn 1 to turn 4 to worry about. So it's a really good balance. I think we're going to see the total package is required to win here at SuperNationals 2020, or for SuperNationals 27 rather, here in 2024. And that's, I mean, every driver I talk to, you know, especially the experienced ones, the more technical the better, right?
Yep.
What I do think, though, is usually the more technical you get, the harder it is to pass. But we have a pretty good blend here in this one.
I was going to say, we were looking at David Ibarra there, the CRG. Well, we haven't got times to bring you. Mike, obviously, your involvement with the K1 circuit out in California, you know firsthand how the challenges that are faced trying to get a permanent venue up in getting it right in terms of how it races, in terms of all the other little bits and bobs. You can design a circuit, you can design curbs, you can design barriers. You think you know how they're going to act until you get go-karters on circuit. You're not 100% sure. The effort that SKUSA, SuperKarts USA, must put in to get this track designed, planned, thought of, and then built, you know, is phenomenal.
No, exactly that. I mean, we at K1 circuit, it's all on paper and it looks pretty good. And once you put go-karts on track, you start making little adjustments to your walls and your safety barriers and stuff like that. But you come out of the gate and they build the track and they're on the course on Wednesday, and the track is kind of defined at that point. I mean, we've seen little adjustments and changes over the years of small bits, but that's what just a hat tip to the SKUSA officials and everybody for being able to design a course, and then not only that, have paper actually go to reality and build something that not only is a safe track, but also races well.
And just looking at there, so that is Max Weiland on the Magic Kart in number 814. Is that 818, 814? My eyesight, but it's definitely 818. Max Weiland. What we saw there, he was the head of the group coming down into turn number 4. The driver behind got alongside him, squeezed him wide, and the next thing you know, 2, 4, 6, 7 karts go past him. He's lost his momentum. That's something you want to avoid.
Well, not only that, he lost momentum, but also got a little bit of love from that back bumper action. And so there's a little bit of a blood in the water kind of scenario, like sharks. If you see someone starting to go the wrong direction, everybody else is going to jump on it, and that's what we saw right there. Is it seems like whether it's true or not, you're not going forward, so everyone's going to try to make it happen.
But now he's got himself to be out, turn a negative into a positive, Maxwell. He's the back of the group now. He's got no one directly in front of him. He can use the the rear bumper of that kart as a pick. Now he can target in and try and drag his way back up to the front. But he's still going backwards there. So this is it's not great at the moment for Max Weiland, I have to say, but we're following the Magic Kart. That's the all-black kart just behind Weiland. That's the number 830. That's Nico Sarafati.
Yeah, GFC rider, yeah.
Yeah, GFC. A lot of GFC. Gary Carlton's team looking very, very smart. The black and white. There we go. There is
It's a little unnerving when you see him go straight off right there.
Yeah,
taking it into the pits early.
Saw Fatty goes into the pit lane. Still waiting to get timing and scoring back up. But meanwhile, we will be able to just bring you the on-track action. You know, when we get into the race coverage, I mean, Kart Chaser has got an unprecedented amount of live action coverage for you over the next 4 days. We're not going to be able to, obviously, there's the number 807. What are the J3 competition, the Comp Karts? That is Mick Blankenspoor. Now, Mick Blankenspoor, from the Netherlands. I know that he's got family watching the live stream, and Mick was going very well yesterday. Just having a little look, who was Helena Blankenspoor watching back in the Netherlands. I was in the Netherlands early this year for another event. Beautiful country. I was at the Berghem circuit near Eindhoven, and it's one of the Netherlands' most established kart venues. Mick Blankenspoor there. He is in the fast group, so he's done well so far. Long way to go, however, running for the Justin Stefani and the J3 competition team on the Comp Kart chassis. Now, Mick will have the advantage of drivers like Cooper O'Clair and Oliver Hodgson coaching them. There's the checkered flag. And I have to say that you can see the flagman there. He's got the SKUSA Strong shirt on. Once again, SuperKart USA all year have been supporting several members of the SKUSA team suffering with cancer at the moment. We do wish them all well. We hope that you're watching. You're in our thoughts, as always. But good to see that our flagman there still sporting the pink SKUSA Strong. I've got mine on as well underneath there, yeah. Pretty in pink, that's me, as always. Now, KA100 Senior. This is the first half of the field, so this is the quote-unquote slow group. This was the end of yesterday's last practice session. They split the top half and the bottom half separately, so these are the drivers that were outside the top 40 in final practice yesterday. But of course, they still have a chance. They still have a chance to get into the fast group for qualifying session. We do apologise if there's been a slight issue with the timing and scoring. I have got. So that is David Cole from eKarting News, of course. If all else fails, call Mr. Cole, and life gets better. So Turner Brown, fastest in final practice for KA100 Junior with a time of 52.152 seconds. Sebastian Garzon and Nico Sarfati are second and third. We're looking at some of there's the Rocket Racing Company. That's a very, very smart crash helmet there for the number 963. That's Luke Welcome. Well, you are welcome, Luke. That is a superb crash helmet design. Bringing you up to speed very quickly. Turner Brown, Sebastian Garzon, Nico Sarfati, Alexis Bayerjon and Ty Fisher, the top 5 in KA100 Junior. Looking further back at the Mick Blankenspoor 14th. Now, where was our Session 1 leader?
Looks like about 30th. You got Jackson Wolney with a 52.817 in 30th for the fast group. I think that's going to put the new 30th person as Matthew Cagle.
And things like that. Naomi Chade Garcia down in 34th. Sarah Bradley down in 35th. Edward Kennedy down in 37th.
Crucially, still in the fast group if you're in that, right in that area, right? So
yep.
The high 52 is going to be good enough for that fast group for qualifying, and that could end up being a big, big difference there for Cagle and company, anybody in that area.
Yeah, look further up there in that last one. Who else? Enzo Bidmontien, 11th fastest. Diego Ardiaz, only 9th in that practice session, but that's final practice. And again, that is on the MyLaps app. They are SKUSA working very hard to rectify the issue. Now, KA100 Senior, and already going the wrong way is the number 9, that's Sawyer Roussel. Now, you saw briefly just coming off the back of the cart there, it looked like a white ball. That is one of the links between the barriers that he's obviously picked up and is now deposited. So you'll be, you'll be watching the crew, the track safety crew, making sure that they are deposited. Now here's a big surprise: Finnegan Bailiff in the slower group after practice yesterday. So watch for that. He's got the number 2 on the front, signifying that he was second in this year's SKUSA Pro Series in this class. He's got the 902 around the rest of his car, with the 900s. They're the numbers that signify KA100 Senior. But yeah, the silver shadow of Finnegan Bailiff, you know, work to do. Well, getting Rob back into the broadcast booth at HQ here. There's about 57 people up here now. We've got pit reporters, social media team. David Cole has come to our aid, Rob.
I love it. David, always there. I will say this, you bring up the national number plate, and that's something that SuperKarts USA did all the way back in 1999 when they had their first SuperKarts USA Pro Moto Tour back in the day. Indeed, that was one thing that Jim Murley, who was the CEO at that time, the late Jim Murley, was visionary for the sport of karting for SuperKarts USA. That's what he wanted. He wanted to have that national plate. As the driver's off the racetrack down to turn number 1.
Oh, he's done a good job there. Number 983, that would be, just quickly check, 2-page entry list there. Carlos Reyes for the HOTS driver development team. Speaking of HOTS Racing, HOTS Racing, HOTS Racing, Nick Tulecki. We send our best wishes to Nick's father, who had a bit of a mischief earlier this week, recovering off-site. So a big get well soon to big man Tulecki.
I love it. Great stuff.
You were talking about the number plates, and then earlier you were talking about you look behind you and you see that number, and you're like, oh, I'm gonna watch it. You're like the black number 3, Taylor Earnhardt. Well, if I look back and I see number plate number un, it's number 1. Like, well,
El Campeón.
Who am I going to work with out there? How about a national champion? Not a good, not a bad way to start.
That's exactly it. Good notation of who maybe to work with if somebody has a number 1, 2, or 3 on that front panel. So again, working our way through this extended period of practice, the final practice session of the weekend, or the week for all of these drivers here. From here, of course, then we roll into the qualifying session, 12 minutes long, these extended sessions. Jaden Pope on top right now, Brett Rivetta in second.
And we saw in the last time the split, Matthew Cagle, his fastest time good enough to make top 30 after the merge, at least unofficially, mind you. So we'll see once again what we can see here out of our senior drivers.
Mentioned Finnegan Bale, looks like he's back in around the 15th or 16th spot now. Pope, Rivetta, Levi, Miller, Isert, top 5.
Fast lap time for the groups. If I'm looking at this correctly, last time, yesterday or this morning rather.
You keep looking there. Steven Isert's actually got to the top of the charts with a 52.317 ahead of Carson Sauter.
Turner Brown did a 52.8 yesterday in last practice. 52.9 out of Sebastian Garzone, so we're already eclipsing that mark. Not a big surprise there.
Oh,
track continues to get better.
That's a hard hit there.
873.
Like one of the Inter-MS drivers potentially off there.
973 rather. Luca Quattromano.
Yeah, Quattromano off, and that was a pretty hard hit.
We talk about plan B. Well, you were just trying to get ready for qualifying and maybe get in the fast group. Now, well, you're not going to make the fast group. Now it's about getting things straight, and you're not going to have a chance to figure out it straight until you hit the track for qualifying.
And that's it. Like, if you have an issue in that session, you're literally immediately getting back to the paddock, getting things working. As we have a double, you see Aaron Likens there. Double yellow. So you slow down to crawl speed. There's Quattromano right there in the Inter MS machine. The Tony Kart, the push start Kart off. Actually, I thought it was a lot more damage. It actually was just the side pod, the left side pod. Car didn't look bent. They'll be able to go back to green here pretty soon. 12-minute session, as we said. Alibi now to the top of the charts. Raheem, Stephen Eisert second, Jaden Pope third, Brett Rivetta fourth, and Franco Crivelli. Rounding out your top five, Stephen Miller sixth, Luke Welcome seventh, Carson Sauter, Caden O'Connor, and Luca Quattromano. So there, Luca sitting here 10th. Will that hold? Probably not, though. I don't know that with so much more time to come.
Yeah, the tires are going to start cooling down a little bit here. We're talking about qualifying testing the first part of the session. Then you would normally have, a little bit longer run. This might affect the heat race tune that you were looking to try to build up here.
Sure
because
enough.
Now you might have gotten the quality number, but it's not exactly going to be accurate later in the session. We'll see what happens with these guys. You see them weaving back and forth, try to keep some of that heat in the tires they already developed.
Yeah, we talked about the fact that this extended 12-minute session, a really good look, number one, at how you're going to be coming out of the gate. You expect to be 4 laps in qualifying. And then, of course, the extended run throughout the 12 minutes gives you a good feel what the kart's going to be like at the end of a heat race as well. That's one thing you remember when we do eventually go wheel-to-wheel racing. I haven't talked to anybody yet to find out what, in terms we're doing for heat race length. It's not something that we're able to figure out when they first got here. They need to figure out lap times. We'll figure out exactly how many laps they're going to do in those heat races. I'll find that out in a couple seconds.
It looks like we are back underway here. Green flag rolling. 5 minutes left in this practice session. Again, the long session. This will be interesting, just again, with this happening with the less quick of the two groups going. I was talking earlier about what the juniors had done as far as the track going faster. We are quicker than the fastest time set by Joe Turney at 52.1, I believe, is what I just looked up from yesterday's final practice.
Track rubbering in, temperatures going up.
Exactly that. Yeah, I mean, again, yesterday too, the track was getting cleaned off all the way through the morning, and now things are there. You got your stuff dialed in. So we started to work through our timing and scoring woes. We now got on the Speed Hive app.
Now, we got from Maria Fittipaldi, watching from Brazil, cheering on Mateo.
Probably Mateo Pappas.
Mateo Pappas.
That's what I would say.
Mateo Pappas, as in the son of Max Pappas.
Who could be a factor in our
is
Masters category.
Because, yes, Max Pappas.
Of note here, you're going to see some names towards the sharp end that are usually a little bit quicker, or maybe in the automatic fast group. One of them there, P2 in the lap time, Stephen Eisert, light at scales when it came to busting up the groups, and so that's why they're where they're at. The 52.083 from Alibi.
Ludovic Saborin, a lot further down than I would expect him to be, but we were talking about the 902 of Finnegan Bailiff. Not featuring in the top 10 at the moment. We're looking down to see there is 16th, just in front of Truly Adams. So that tells me that there was maybe a larger problem than you see, because, you slow in one session and then you put back in this group. But he's not exactly setting the world on fire here either, is he? Oh, and there's a driver. The driver.
9.7 something over there.
I think that's it. The 9.67.
9.67 rather.
And he's grabbing his wrist.
Yeah, that is. That's Autumn Fisher.
Ty's sister.
Ty's sister. So she's okay now. Walks off, still holding on to her wrist, and of course when you hit those barriers it can just wrench the wheel, and
so I'm going to get the full official. They haven't really locked down yet race length because they're waiting to see the track
Yes.
as it comes in. What will the lap times look like? Being told we're likely going to do 2 warm-up laps for the heat races as well, so we're going to get a chance to build some more heat into the tires. So we're thinking, I'm going to say likely 10 laps for the heat, maybe 8 laps for the cadet categories, likely 20, normally 20 and 25 for the finals.
If it's good, then just let them go into a few. I think that's the beauty of it. Yeah.
A little no-stop strategy. See how that works out.
Yeah. And of course, even with this longer session, now business is starting to pick up. Not desperation, we're not at that stage yet, but obviously people are trying harder. You're seeing a few more incidents, a few more yellow flags. Yeah, how much of your weekend is going to be lost to running behind yellow flags because of others' mistakes?
I was looking at just quickly at the times too. 1.4 seconds separating the top 40.
Yes.
1.4. You're a second and a half off. You're 40th in this class.
And that's before we get the other half going
Yeah,
as well.
so you're really 80th.
Yeah, it's so the 52.0 time to beat right now, and with the, as you say, all the yellow flags, the heat not coming back up, not getting a chance to go any faster, where we could have seen a 51 most likely here. We'll probably have to wait until the next session to gets that. I
was looking on the live chat. Ethan Skyman-Jencic, good to see him. He's not racing here, but good to see him watching as Brett Rivetta goes fastest.
Made me a liar. How about Brett Rivetta? First one of the 51s there.
Yeah. Dropped some big speed on that lap for Rivetta.
Look, they must have done a lot of work to get heat back in the tires there. These have been rolling around behind some kind of yellow at some point on the circuit. So Rivetta, the first one in the 51s overall here for the senior category.
Bailiff jumping up to P9 as well, kind of get into that groove.
Yep.
Again, you see where these guys kind of are on the racetrack a little bit. It depends on what group you're in. If you're not in the front of a group, you're not able to maybe get that big pull. You may be around some guys that are a little bit slower. Yep. You're not going to get really the true speed out of that race car.
And we're going to see right here as they all are going to come around the line for the last time. If you had something, now is the time to throw it down here, and we're going to see some movers. Miller moves up a little bit. Crivelli moves up. Iser bumped back to 5th.
Yeah, Stephen Miller in this. I mean,
yeah,
shows you the strength in depth more than anything else. Somebody questioning, well, why does Supernats take place in a car park? Why does Supernats take place like a sort of the karting's version of a street circuit? Well, number one, there's probably no kart circuit anywhere in the world that could fit the size of this paddock in. But also, I think it's probably starting with something like Long Beach. The tradition of street racing in American racing. From stock cars to Indy cars to now NASCAR even as well. This is karting's version of a street race.
So here's the interesting, if you go to the history of SuperKarts USA, it actually started at a racetrack that was just outside the city, the south of the city, in Prim.
Yeah.
The track was the Las Vegas Karting Center. It was X-Plex. There was all the different names for the track. The first number of races were there out at that track, and that was, again, those were the very first days, 97 to 2001. Obviously exciting times for shifter kart racing. It was strictly shifter kart racing back then in the early days. But the thought was always, we were staying at the Palace Station Hotel. They were the host hotel and the sponsor of the race. And every year, Don Janowski and Jim Early would drive by the Rio Hotel and see that parking lot. We're like, that we need to have the race at that parking lot. And that's kind of how it happened. It was, we were out there, but the idea was we need to have this in the city. It's got to be in the city.
Yeah.
And that was the move then to the parking lot at the Rio.
But it adds a challenge. If you want to be a champion, you've got to win everywhere. You've got to be able to win on the fastest flowing, most up and down scenic circuits around the world. You've got to win on the tight, the technical circuits, and you've got to win in between the barriers.
Well, I think one of the biggest things about that is even playing field. There is it may be in the United States, it may be in Vegas, but there is no home field advantage here because you can come from anywhere around the world, come here, and everyone starts on the same foot.
And it's not like there were times when the track was kind of the same year after year at the Rio, but when they start changing it up and you come to a different venue like this, a different parking lot, that's exactly that. Level playing field, clean sheet of paper. Everybody comes in starting at the same place, right?
It's a leveler.
Yeah.
It's an absolute leveler, and that's right. But also, it's it's different. As a driver, if you want to be a champion, you don't want to be a champion just of one circuit. You have to master everything. You have to master all different varieties of track, of tarmac, and personally, I think that what they do here. This is the second year I've been here. The circuit last year we were around the front of the Speedway. Now we're around the side. We're just outside turns 1 and 2 of the Las Vegas Motor Speedway. It couldn't be different. In terms of last year's track to this year's track, could not be different.
Yeah. And you think about the
places, not be more different.
The places we've been to. Like again, we talked about the fact that we started out at the Las Vegas Karting Center. We went to the Rio for a couple of years.
Yep.
Then we went to Sam Boyd Stadium, which was the home at that point of the UNLV Running Rebels. We were there for a couple of years. Back to the Rio, and then of course the Las Vegas Convention Center. Did a couple of years there, right on the Strip, essentially across from Circus, and right across from Westgate. Then again back to the Rio, then out here. It's been a number of different venues. But you said it. This is an interesting thing to be able to win on a track like this.
The only negative of having it out here at the instead of having it downtown is that you don't get the footfall.
True enough.
You're trying to promote this sport. You're trying to show off, why this is such a special event. And everyone who's going to be watching the live broadcast understands. They know what makes karting so special. But if you want to introduce new eyes to the sport, what better way than having it downtown? Hey, you've blown your money in the casinos. That's as you're consoling yourself. Why not come and watch some international sports? But there's a great looking facility. Yeah, down left rear. There's downtown Las Vegas. There isn't another view like it in the world of karting. The mountains behind us. So on the left-hand side of the screen, you can see the big blow-up half tyre there, and then you've got the two white tents. The first big white tent, that's where we're broadcasting from. You've got the huge jumbotron. You can see the half of it on the left-hand side of the screen. So that's where we're broadcasting from here. We got a great view of the start-finish straight, and that's constructed a week ago. That didn't exist.
Exactly that. And listen, I'll tell you, SuperKarts USA has been out here many times on reconnaissance meetings to get out here to figure out how this track was going to come together. But I will say this, not only do we have a fantastic race here, with beautiful backdrop, the blue skies, we're treated to an air show almost every day. We're right beside Nellis Air Force Base, and the amount of takeoffs we're seeing and landings from the fighter jets, it's just absolutely amazing.
I mean, not just them, there was you might add there was a couple of A-10 Warthogs out yesterday, the other day.
Right?
Oh, fantastic.
So a great shot of the racetrack for you there that you'll see you watching here on Kart Chaser at home. We thank you for taking out some time out of your day here on a Thursday. Awesome shot of that racetrack. Here's the drivers leaving the grid once again as we are, again, working our way towards qualifying. For me, it's always, this is kind of just the calm before the storm. Qualifying is when things get real, right? Where you got to get out there and actually get the job done. You can still make mistakes here. You're still dialing your chassis and you're making some changes. When qualifying comes, you have to put it all together in that short run. That's crucial. Qualifying is going to set the grids, of course, for the heat races, so you have to be very smart during qualifying. But here's that last opportunity, Mike, that we've talked about. Maybe a little quality sim out of the gate, and then that long run of 12 minutes going to give you a feel for how the kart's going to be when we go heat racing.
Yeah, a big hat tip to Brett Rivetta, 51.932, Stephen Miller, 52.060, and Raheem Al-Bahai. Now, actually, Raheem, 52.083, happened very early in the session, and I'm going to figure out how to say that last name here pretty quick. But those three,
Raheem Alibi. Raheem Alibi.
Alibi, yeah. Earlier. I wasn't sure if that was going to be it, but 52.0 right there. That is going to be towards the sharp end. We saw a Turney get a 52.1, and I think it was practice 4. So let's see what we see out of the fast group. Again, Turney leading this group right now out of turn 4.
And this is the cat and mouse game. Look at all this. Nobody wants to be leading. Nobody wants to be the head of the train, giving everyone else, the slipstream. So someone's got to do it.
I got the confirmation, guys. It is 10-lap heat races.
Excellent.
20 laps for the main events, except for pro categories, Pro X30 and Pro Shifter, will be 25.
Love it.
Oh,
he wants to talk about cat and mouse. We get a catch on the front straightaway.
Oh, and this,
I'm going to stacking up on the front straightaway. We can sneak over there as we watch Turney go around here. They're just all hanging out, waiting, trying to find everybody. You called it earlier, Henry. I didn't think it was going to be that big of a deal. Now, and again, this isn't qualifying, but it is going to kind of set the tone. You're practicing how to qualify right now.
is my biggest pet peeve right now in karting and racing.
I get
all
triggered
total.
by it. It triggers me.
So-
Someone's going to get hurt.
So I'll
doing
tell you,
that.
someone's going to get hurt. That's the thing I'm worried about. I'll tell you this. So in the USF Pro Championships, which I also commentate for as well, what we did this year to stop that was there is a maximum time as well.
Oh.
There's a maximum time. So if you're below the maximum time because you're crawling around,
I like
Yep.
that.
you lose your fast laps of the
I
race.
like that.
Fast
Yeah.
laps of the session.
In
Yeah.
the UK, we now do we do your 3-lap average. You set your grippers based off
Yep.
a 3-lap average.
Yep.
I would be a fan of that.
I
You
like
know,
that a
I
little
could
bit.
cut me a couple of laps pretty close to each other.
They
yeah.
did that as well at the Mark Harrison Memorial 200 at Newcastle. The deal we did an actual. we
and
did-
I think we should also say, obviously say about Mark Harris, want to pay tribute to we're certainly feeling the loss from Comet Kart Sales. We were there.
Yeah.
I was there just a few weeks beforehand. You showed me around, the shop there. When we talk about karting being a family, and everybody, we're an international family, of all different shapes and sizes. But our thoughts are obviously still with the team at Comet and Newcastle.
Indeed. But they did the same thing there. They did the average, the 3-lap average for qualifying, which I like. That makes sense. You got to put 3 good laps in.
Yep. But it also stops you wasting
That's
time
it.
crawling around.
And again, it hasn't happened yet, but I'm so worried that someone's going to get hurt. It's just bad.
Yeah, on that front straightaway, we had no less than 12 carts just hanging out on the left-hand side, waiting down the end, and they still weren't in full song until they got over to turn number 4. Now, that being said, we got full song right now. Nick Trulecki, 51.6, to talk about the track improving and just how good is that 51.9 out of Brett Rivetta going to be. Well, right now it's slipping down the charts, already outside the top 10.
Yeah.
51.631 Trulecki, then Hodgson, Moss, Massimino, Lemke, and drivers in the barriers.
Yep.
We hear it on our commentary mics even through
Right
all the
there on the
noise.
outside.
That is Mr. Hernandez in the number 987.
And listen, look at the guns in the top 10 right now, right? You
Yep.
got Terlecki, Hodgson, Mossman, Massimino, a former SuperNationals winner, Lemke, a SuperNationals winner, Bonilla, a SuperNationals winner, Colin Lloyd, Joe Turney, Peyton Phillips, and Jesus Vasquez Jr. Big dogs up front right now.
Jake Drew 11th, Calvo 12th. Chase Hand 16th at the moment. Alex Kardashian, Race Liberante, and then Matthew Higgins in the top 20. At some point, Matthew Higgins, the only Welsh driver here. So at some point I will start speaking Welsh.
We're going to go through the full geography lesson with Henry again, Mike.
Yes.
I think here we're going to go
Yes, I'm a Taff.
the Taffies.
I'm a
you're
Taff.
You're a Taff. That's right.
But the terror from Trefeglois, Matthew Higgins, his uncle Mark Higgins, there was a rally driver, has also done a bit of stunt driving in a certain silver Aston Martin.
Oh, all right.
Driving for a certain franchise of a 007.
We've actually had, speaking of stunt drivers, a driver that has been in the SuperNationals before has been part of that as well.
Yep.
Brett Smurs is a driver, is the guy. It's his dad, Greg, a lifelong stuntman, coordinator, a lot of great movies that Greg Smurs helped coordinate the stunts. And, of course, Brett Smurs was part of it as well. He actually played Tom Cruise.
Yeah.
Terlecki on top of the 51.631. Oliver Hodgson second. Frankie Mossman. Those 3 drivers separated by just over a tenth of a second. Joe Turney has worked his way up to 4th. And Donovan Bonilla, who won last year in the Pro X30 category, the Rolls Performance Group pilot, now up into P5. This is going to be a great race. When we get to Super Sunday, this is going to be one of those ones where it's going to be a big pack up front. And I can't wait to see how this track races, because I get the last complex of corners. I just feel like it's going to be one of those deals where the minute somebody goes on the defense, Mike, everybody's going to be back into the fight once again. It's going to be 4 drivers up front, then it's going to be 10.
No, we saw that already just in some of the practice sessions. Because of all the twisty bits you got, there's a lot of scenarios where as soon as you go side by side and you aren't cutting that fast lap, that perfect line through the corners, you are losing hand over fist time, and we see people get it right back. So unlike some other designs where maybe there's a couple of breakaways, certainly last year we saw that, I don't think we're going to see the breakaway this year, even with as long as there's a little bit of patience. Because if you are racing too hard too early, I don't know that you're going to be able to catch back up by linking up with somebody.
I wonder. Fast Frankie Mossman on top right now. He goes at 51.617, just 14 thousandths quicker than Terlecki.
And looking there, I mean, Alan Isambard started the year in Pro Shifter, you know, so there's, sometimes you talk about drivers, you talk about like a graduation, as though like shifter kart racing is above direct drive karting. And that's not the case, you know, they both have their merits, but Alan Isambard coming back from shifter into direct drive racing. There, but Federico Luque, 7th, Lemke, up into the top 9. Yeah, Colin Lloyd, Race Liberante, Jake Drew, further back.
I think Chase Hand's going to be a sleeper. I don't think any of us picked him to be in the top 5 at the end, but I have a feeling he's going to be a sleeper pick in this. Just to kind of seeing the way things happened for him yesterday, I think he'll be in the middle of the fight for sure. Mossman, though, very interesting story for Fast Frank. He still does a bunch of karting, but ran the entire USF Pro 2000 category this year. Had a test in an Indy Next car as well.
Oh, superb.
But he will be back at USF Pro 2000, I believe, in 2025. But here's a guy that anytime he can get behind the wheel, something he does it, right?
Yeah.
If he race a go-kart, he's coming.
Again, it's seat time. It's keeping you sharp. You know, speak to Bas Lammers, who we'll see in Master Shifter. You know, multiple world champion, but has been out of a kart. He's done 3 races this year.
Wow.
And again, doing 2 classes now. And of course, he keeps himself in incredible shape. But even he was saying, you know what, it takes like it takes a session just to knock the ring rust off.
I agree with that.
With Frankie making sure that no ring rust develops behind the wheel, your senses, you know, reacting quick. You're just keeping yourself sharp all the time.
Really good look at a pass there, and that was Oliver Hodgson. That nice little move to the inside. We're seeing how that pass is going to happen in the last corner, turn 16. Just tucked it to the inside, coming to the 15, came through, and you can see right there with them. It's
worth talking to. I mean, believe it or not, Oliver Hodgson is not the fastest go-kart racer in his own relationship. His better half is here. Now, Jodie Newman, she races Formula A, historic karting. And
okay, that's legit right there.
She does. But I mean, she keeps sort of. They're staying out here. They're going to go and test, you know. But she's already laid the marker down that Ollie's not going to be as quick as she is in a Formula A. You know, battle lines drawn.
I like it. Hodgson on top in that comp kart machine, and we'll give a shout out to J3 Competition, all the comp kart guys. This is their 10th year. 10 years with the Comp Kart brand. They're celebrating that anniversary here this weekend.
Believe in the fluoro.
The flow.
The session's starting to get down to the end here, and I'm looking at the lap times, and Brett Ravetta's 51.9, actually inside the top 15.
That's impressive.
That's very impressive, and especially considering they had a session kind of cut short as far as being able to go all out. So Ravetta and co, they're in the 51.9, 52.0 category, inside the top 20, looks like.
James Overbeck, 14th at the moment. Of course, James, possibly the most watched viral moment from karting this year. The 360 mid-air spin, landing it and carrying on at the Orlando Kart Center earlier this year. So Overbeck there, 14th at the minute. So there's the 940 on your screen. So the Lando Norris kart chassis colours.
Yeah, and that's just about 4/10 off.
Paulie Massimino.
Right now, if you look at for a full second, you've got to go all the way down to Danilo Ramalho in 40th spot. Top 40 separated by just a second.
That's great.
It's
you come in, Antoine Morley. Okay, number 926, 35th position. Now, this is an interesting story. The TB Kart team, they run rental karts. And they run a rental kart world championship type thing. Antoine Morley's prize for winning that is this. Last year, it was Dennis Holler who won that. And Holler is back this year racing. But Antoine Morley, Frenchman there in kart number, he's in the quick group, which is really impressive.
Indeed.
Okay, he's outside the top 30. I can't remember what his number was now, but
926.
926. Antoine David Morley. Keep an eye on him in the TB kart.
It's only 8/10 off.
Hey, and so he races rental karts. This is one of his first experiences in a proper race kart.
I love that story.
Very, very impressive indeed. But of course, it goes to show, if you're watching this and and you do rental kart racing, you know, it's the next step up. But if you're good at rental kart racing, you can transfer a lot of those skills here.
I don't believe it. I don't think you could do that. Rental car racing will never amount to anything.
That is the Henry. That is the Mike Smith story. Coming out of rental kart racing.
That's the first hot take of the weekend.
No, see, pure sarcasm. I came from rental kart racing, and that's just it. You can get the foundation and get the fundamentals in any type of karting, and that includes going indoor.
When Mike and I first met each other was at the U.S. Indoor Karting Championships, I believe, in Phoenix. It was when we got together. Mike, heck of an indoor driver, and of course became a great outdoor driver as well. So that ends the session. Checker flag flying, 51.525. Fast lap for Oliver Hodgson. He goes P1 here as well.
Look at drivers like Keegan Kaminsky down there.
But it's 6/10, 7/10 off.
I was just going to say, and did you not get did the other guys get some lap? I mean, how much of that is traffic? All you really needed to do here was make sure you were in the quick group. That's all that mattered. Now you can move on. Look at some notes, look at the data.
Listen, guys, this is the all-star right here. This is the lineup. Hodgson, Mossman, Terlecki, Paulie Massimino, and Joe Turney, your top 5. Jesus Vasquez Jr., 6th. Donovan Bonilla, Fernando Luque, Jake Drew, and Brandon Lemke, your top 10. Then Jace Hand, Josh Campbell, Colin Lloyd, James Overbeck, and Race Liberanti. There are thousands of wins in that 15 right there.
Yep, but Race Liberanti has the best mustache. He has the best Movember mustache of the top 15. It's truly frightening.
You got to go over to the Franklin Motorsports boys, too. Jamie Siraki, they're rocking
There's some handlebars going on there as well,
They've got the Mario Kart program going over there. That's the theme for the weekend. You got to see the karts. They're all dialed in for Mario Karts. So,
I love it.
Eli Warren got picked up this weekend. He wasn't going to race, but he got picked up by a team. Normally runs as a real privateer in the sport. But it's good to, again, showing that, hey, he runs the privateer. There it is.
Right there.
Oh.
Look at that.
Look at that. Right on cue. Thank you, Race.
Perfect. Perfect.
But yeah, talk about Eli Warren, runs as a privateer. So if you're an independent driver, teams, they do notice that. And hey, someone dropped out, they need a driver, bang, he puts in top 20.
Yeah, I got a chance to run. I think he's running with Ryan Perry Motorsports as well this weekend here. So Eli's a heck of a driver. We'll see him, obviously, a local driver at the Newcastle Motorsports Park. We're getting closer and closer, guys. Qualifying's coming. This is going to be exciting.
Now, of course, so that was those two groups there. This at Master Shifter, this is all one group. So there's no group split for this class and for Micro Swift, which comes next.
Master Shifter drivers getting ready to roll out here for their final run. We talked about the fact a 12-minute session is going to give them a chance to do essentially heat race simulation and see how that kart comes in later in the run. Laps 8, 9, and 10, of course, crucial there. So everybody's going to want to have the tire pressures correct for that run, whether or not you use it as a potential quali sim. Do you want to try to come out of the gate, be strong over the first 4 laps, or do you see how the kart runs to the end? 1 minute board going up, engines coming to life down there for the drivers who will roll out here. And we talked about it already when we had their first session coming in as a star-studded field here in the Master Shifter category. A number of drivers running both Master and Pro Shifter. Former world champions among those. Davide Fore, of course, one of the drivers we'll look for next year, scoring the win last year in Master Shifter. Can he back it up here again in 2024? There are a number of drivers that are ready to fight him out. One of them, of course, being Jordan Musser. We talked about him already as well. Jordan looking for that first SuperNationals victory. He was very strong yesterday afternoon. 12-minute session. Again, as Henry had mentioned, Micro Swift will be next up. Just 2 more practice sessions before we get set to go qualifying. 10:30 local time scheduled for the first of 2 qualifying groups for KA100 Junior. 10:45 for Group 2, or essentially Group 1. 11 o'clock for KA100 Senior Group 2. Group 1 will go at 11:15. Master Shifter at 11:30. Micro Swift at 11:45. From there, we'll go into the lunch break. We'll come back once again. Afternoon session set to go at 1 o'clock this afternoon local time. Those sessions will include KA100 Master, Mini Swift, X30 Junior, and the Pro, X30, and Pro Shifter categories. Karts have rolled out onto the racetrack here. Fantastic group of Master Shifters And, indeed, I think one of the great things, Mike, is that, again, you've been in the business now for many years. To see the resurgence of shifter kart racing we've had over the last couple of years, massive to see as one driver already having an issue here on the opening lap. The 677 has got into the barriers there. Not what you want to do on the opening lap.
That's the Daniel Paris, I believe.
Tough.
677.
Tough. Leading edge motorsports driver. But indeed, to see this resurgence of the shifter kart categories where we're seeing full fields of master shifters, we're seeing the field we've got in the pro shifter category. It's overall for the sport, it's fantastic. But for the people in SuperKarts USA, Skitchy Barnes had some trouble too. He's backed it in a little bit. So even Skitchy has been some trouble. A couple of podium finishes over the last couple of years for Skitchy, the Bermuda driver. But to see it happening here right now for SuperKarts USA, at its core was a shifter kart racing program. That's what it was in the early years.
Only.
Yeah, it was only shifter karts.
There was no other. Exactly. It was literally you're only banging gears if you're going to be at any SuperKarts race. And
well, those Pro Moto Tour days were 80 Junior, 80 Senior, S2 and S1, right? Semi-pro and pro shifter. That's all it was, 4 categories.
Exactly that. And so to see shifter come on the way it has again, and again, kind of that link up with the European model program, and seeing again the Europeans come over here and everybody bringing that talent level so high. It really is that. I mean, if you're going to win SuperNats, this is the Super Bowl of karting. This is the big deal. This is the one you want to get.
Mike, check out the live chat here right now. You want to have a quick look at this, see if I can get this to pop back up. But somebody, their boys started indoor karts.
Yeah,
and
that's
now race outdoor.
Bernie Rusnagel there from Kart in Oregon.
I love it.
I coached him and gave a little bit of coaching with the Munchkins too. He's got kids working on up there. His kid Senna just races at Portland Karting Association.
Was mentioning Kart on your bingo card for today? Old school, baby.
The last time I brought that one up. That's phenomenal. I love it. Yeah, it's so cool to see. And again, with Bernie starting getting his kids started in indoor, getting the kid going outdoor, running at Pat's Acres and stuff like that up there. It's so cool to see.
Again, one of my favorite racetracks in the world, man. Pat's Acres.
100%.
I love that place. All right. Had a chance to chat with this guy here last year, Alan Sciutto on top right now, or last night, the 632 of Alan Sciutto on the GFC. Patrick O'Neill, veteran Masters driver on the CRG. Davide Foray, and the number 697. Evan Batt, 4th. Boss Lommers, this is just early going. Just getting things rolling here right now.
I was just going to say, too, you'll see now these shifters, they've got the red tire on. They've got that softer tire. They kind of ease the heat into it a little bit slower. You saw a lot of drivers kind of taking it easy in the beginning, easing things in. We'll see the times continue to drop as we go.
Just looking at Davide Foray, who's just dropped to 3rd at the moment. World champion in 1998. And still doing it now. He was a Super ICH World Champion in 2004, 2006, won in KF1. Oh dear, that's a magic kart going the wrong
Frank
way.
Runco?
Runco.
Yeah, Frank Runco. That's coming out of the right-hander here, out of turn number 11, just kind of over-rotated and backed it in through the barriers. We'll see if he's able to refire. Actually, might even still be running. He's still sitting in the cart.
Yeah.
Needless to say, the SKUSA crew are getting over there to try to see if they can't get him.
And here we go. So
back
that's
together.
a full course caution. The 2 yellow flags waved. No, he's not going to. He is going to be let back on before they. He's signaling to the track worker there. No, don't close the barrier before I'm back out.
So another session plagued by a double yellow. There's actually another driver I see standing up over there. Looks like the entrance of turn 6.
Yeah.
One thing to say here right now that Frank's got to get reminded: if you get help to restart it, you got to pull off the track. They're going to give him the black flag. You got to restart yourself.
I'm actually surprised that they're even doing it.
Yeah,
I would
exactly.
just push him back and sorry, mate, you're done.
So,
but they got to get that. They got to get that barrier put back together. That's what the SKUSA crew's doing right now. Full course yellow. Time will still run, I believe.
Yes. Yep. It's still running. the ticker, even though the ticker on the top of this has stopped, the ticker is still ticking on our screen. Yeah, we're 5.5 minutes into this session now. So the ticker on the left-hand side of your screen is a little bit out of date because it's Jordan Musser who is quickest at the moment in the 667 car.
Look at those names, guys. Again, not up to date on the left. I'm going to roll down Musser, Budashow, Hajek, Lammers, Foray, Musgrave, Rook, Vitolo, Barnes. Barnes bounced back after that issue at the beginning, and then Kevin Canning there in 10th.
And a talk quickly, are we seeing the Bermudan flag a lot more in karting in general? We've got more drivers from Bermuda here than we've ever had before. Not only Skitchy Barnes, but Brian, the bulldozer, Brian Bouillos is there as well. You know Skitchy really well, Scott Barnes. Yep. The effort and the time and the money and that he puts in to not just his own racing, but the next generation of Bermuda car racing is fantastic, and it shouldn't be undersold, should it?
I've had the pleasure of being able to race a couple of times over Bermuda. Their street race that they've had. I was at the last one last year. Get a chance to run with CRG Bermuda and that great crew. They've got such a good community. Again, it's only 65,000 people that live in Bermuda. But the kart track and their kart club's fantastic. Skitchy put a lot of time into that club.
Yep.
He's actually backed away from it for a little, just to give himself a bit of a break. Other people step into the forefront. It's a fantastic club. The street race they had was tremendous. But again, we've seen Bermuda drivers come over for many years. Brandon Frank was a driver who used to come over and do a lot of winning a lot of races, to be honest with you. And again, Brian Bullhose here this weekend. So great to have everyone here. Jeff Souza as well coming in to help wrench on Skitchy stuff.
But the fact that Skitchy can step back a little bit is a testament to the hard work he's 100%. Done himself, because there are people now that can step into the breach and run it. It's not just a one-man show trying to bring the whole nation to the forefront. He's now got a bit more support and things like that.
So it was Skitchy Barnes. Now it's Scuzzy North. Jason Scuzzy North.
Okay.
Who's running the club now.
Okay.
Another driver who's done the SuperNats. He ran the KA100 Master with me in 2022.
Skitchy and Scuzzy.
Skitchy and Scuzzy. Exactly that.
Oh dear, that's the number 601.
Guess who that is?
Skitchy.
Oh dear.
That's Skitchy Barnes.
All right, nobody talk about
curse
Skitch.
of the commentator. It's real.
That's 2 in one session, so it looks like he actually, you see that thing didn't really want to turn too well. A, the marbles. B, he might have got that left front bent up a little bit. The one thing I was going to point out here is we are down to about 4 minutes left in this session, is that these guys aren't split. This is one run group, and so it's really about how you roll off when you do your qualifying session. So the fact that Skitch has got that issue there, hanging out 9th right now. John Crow, another name right there in 10th. I was looking back at the times from the session 4, and Musgrave had the top time, and the top 5 were separated by less than a 10th. So it's a little bit more spread out. There's shenanigans going on here as well.
You're spinning. You just spun in the scale line.
Yeah. Well, hey.
Trying new things over here. It is Master
Larry Pegram,
right?
Larry Pegram. So,
Larry's a veteran driver.
Yeah.
I don't know what happened there with Larry.
The
worm. Larry Pegram. Love it.
He forgot he was on 4 wheels and not 2, and got a bit confused.
He's been racing shifter karts for a lot of years.
Yeah.
We had a number of years ago. He ran the Pro Tour as well. There's Joe Rook there.
He passed by Jordan Musser.
Yep.
So again, ignore the live timing ticker on the left-hand side of your
Rob
screen.
Logan there going
That's
around.
out of date. It's Musser, Bujoso, Hayek, Lammers, Foray, another driver. That looks like one of the leading edge motors. It's a leading edge.
That's a Sony card, I think. It's the leading edge suit.
Yes.
I think these guys got bit a little harder on that full course yellow than our KA friends earlier. These guys definitely did not go quicker, and the reason why I say that is the spread in the times. Although Budashow and Musser 48.2. Bit of a spread after that.
But of course, and you're looking at a lot of these would have put new boots on for this session, and of course, the maximum grip you're going to get out of a brand new set of tyres. You've only got a short window to maximise those new tyres.
That's Budashow and Rook are both in right now. How much? Well, there's only less than 2 minutes remaining, but they've already parked it. So
Yep.
Budashow is P2, Rook is 8th. So they got top 10 time.
I think they came around, and after a couple of laps of not going any quicker, they said, forget it. We've learned what we're going to learn.
Yeah, there's no more good could come of me staying on track.
Well, and that's just it. Maybe getting to the safety of the scale line.
And what was the mindset again there? Was it a quali sim, right? Did they have the tires pumped up to a little bit of pressure to get that qualifying sim? When you've done your 4, 5, 6 laps, pull in.
Okay, yeah.
Especially when they get cooled off again. There's no,
true enough. Yep, true enough.
So and there you go. Now your ticker is now updated. Musser, Budashow, Kajek, Musgrave, Lammers, your top 5.
0.3 of a second separating that fast 5 right now. Davide Foray in 6th. Thomas Misch in 7th. Joe Rook 8th. Jonathan Patolo 9th. And Alan Schuko rounding out the top 10.
Luis Quinones, only 21st at the moment. 37th position, another driver, Ruben Milan, ex-professional soccer player in Serie A. Played against the likes of Ronaldo, against Zinedine Zidane, and places like that. Now racing go-karts.
Yeah, and going against the same caliber of SuperKart racing.
Yep. You know, hey.
Only does it at a high level.
Exactly. And hey, he may not have the amount of trophies, but he can say, I was there.
Boss,
I was there.
There's Boss Lammers right there, folks, in the 694, running for the Italian Motors team on the Ital Kart chassis.
Yep. And,
definitely one to watch this weekend.
Yep. You'll see Bass, again, talk about Bass, he's got a very distinct driving style. He will be looking over his shoulder a lot more than other drivers would in this class. Why? Because, again, go back there, because he's deaf, he has to use that extra peripheral vision to make up for the fact that he can't, although he says he can sense when there are drivers, behind him. Interesting story. Bass lost his father a few years ago. And Bass used to work for Sodi Kart. Went to, he was at the Sodi Kart factory, came out, and somebody had broken into his car, stolen 2 crash helmets. One of which was given to him by his late father.
Okay.
About 2 months ago, in a sports bar somewhere in France, a person with a connection to Sodi Kart happens to walk into the sports bar, which has tons of sporting memorabilia from all corners, looks across there, and there's a crash helmet, and it's got Bas Lammers' name on it. The crash helmet that 5 years ago was stolen out of Bas Lammers' car, given to him by his late father, was in the sports bar.
Wow.
And it's now back with Bas Lammers. He's not using it now because, again, allegations, but also memories. But yeah, the story of a stolen crash helmet that turned up in a French sports bar 5 years later.
So, folks, we are lining things up for the final practice session of the morning. It is the drivers in the Micro Swift category. This will be their final practice session. Again, a 12-minute extended session. After this, we go qualifying. We finally find out who's fast for real at this point here as qualifying getting ready to roll. There's your lineup for Thursday's action here today. Practice, of course, rolling through. Final practice will wrap things up, as we said. We've got the qualifying coming in. It is exciting to see how it's all going to play out here today. It's really going to give us a good feel once we're done qualifying.
Absolutely.
With which drivers we think are, the guys we're going to see in the top 15, guys that very likely will be battling for a race win come Super Sunday.
Yeah, a big hello to Sue Griffin, who is watching, I think it was at Warden Law, Karting Northeast in the north of England for an event there this weekend. Karting Northeast, they'll be cheering for Kai Hunter, who will be coming out in X30 Pro later this afternoon. Proud member of the People's Republic of Tyne and Weir. But again, shows that people are watching this from all over the world. We're only only in unofficial practice. Kart Chase, we do have a top 10, the most watched single days of karting in 2024. We're going to be trying to move to the top of that list as we head towards Super Sunday, or as we like to call it, Christmas morning.
That's it. David and I were talking earlier in the week. We're going back to when Michael Schumacher was here. Of course, we didn't have TV coverage at that point. All we were doing was streaming the live play-by-play on the EKN Radio Network, and I think we had 10,000 people listening in. The Schumacher was there. Not surprising. Great numbers, but yeah, to have Michael there that year. And I kind of went back and I saw another one of the deals with Michael Schumacher, and when he came, it was so exciting. Everybody was obviously pumped up that he was coming to run. But he signaled his arrival by walking out, had his nice white suit on, signaled his arrival by walking out right to the middle of the track, out of the grid, jumping up on top of a generator, and just standing there with his arms folded, right?
Excellent.
I am here.
Yep.
And no one's going to ask me to get down off this generator.
No. Health and safety? What health and safety?
No, you're good. You're good.
Diplomatic immunity, I think they got
and Chris Ortberger has the picture. I've saved it on my laptop somewhere. I'll show you guys a little later. But literally, there was a driver that was sitting there. Austin Self was sitting there beside him. And of course, Austin kind of looks up to see who it was. And the picture is him looking up going, oh, my God, Michael Schumacher.
Something to tell the grandkids.
Exactly that.
But, of course, you get a lot of drivers. Okay, we're missing, current ex-Formula 1 drivers from the grid. Antonio Pizzonia has raced the year before. Rubens Barrichello still racing karts. Kimi Raikkonen's son is now racing, and Kimi is just his mechanic. I love it.
I think it's so great.
Wrenches away, He doesn't hire anyone else in to mechanic his kid. Nope, he does it all himself, which is fantastic. What people watching from?
He knows what he's doing.
Yeah, exactly. Watching from Aruba. We're going to see Zev and Wim Gottschalk going out. They're from Curaçao, another one of the sort of ex-Dutch colony, now one of the Caribbean islands. And Kiffin Simpson. So we're talking about drivers from Bermuda, the sort of the Caribbean sort of region. Kiffin Simpson, the Cayman Islands.
He's Cayman Islands.
Cayman Islands.
Yeah.
So,
Alex Powell from Jamaica.
Naomi Garcia from Trinidad and Tobago
is
here as well. So the smaller island nations again. The karting communities there might be small, but they are growing, and you always need somebody as a sort of a spearhead to sort of be somebody to lead the charge, to put the country on the map. Now, then we're not doing a. The screen has frozen at the time being, but you're not missing any on-track action. The Micro Swifts are waiting to go out.
Yeah, they were supposed to roll at 10:15, so we're about 9 minutes off schedule at this point here. Not quite sure what we're waiting for. We'll have a quick look around the track. Unsure what the issue is right now, but indeed the drivers in the Micro Swift category getting on the grid and getting set to go. This will be the final run. In fact, they have now been left the grid, so they are rolling.
Yep.
And indeed, this will be the final practice session of the morning, folks. As we said, another 12-minute run, final practice. After this, we go qualifying with the grid clear, the KA100 Junior, the first of the two groups for KA100. Group 2 will work their way into the grid area. We'll go qualifying. We'll find out which driver. Oh, there's a little issue right there.
Yep, couple of spinners.
One of the Bennick drivers getting out into the marbles. Around he went into the barriers there. That's coming through the, I believe, turn 7.
One of the factory karts going with him, the number 276, which is Asher Bizonsky. So we'll keep, again, we'll challenge the kart chaser crew is to find a picture of the Alessandro Nannini tribute race suit. Why go for the obvious choice?
This is it.
Why go the obvious choice? As there's the number 2 kart, so that'll be Win Gottschalk, driving from Curaçao in the 202. Second in this year's SKUSA Pro Tour, so Everett from Aruba and his native Curaçao.
Definitely a driver who could be in the fight for the race win on Sunday.
And speaking of a driver in the fight for the race in Zane in the membrane, Zane Burgess. Alex Powell has annexed the nickname Jamaican Sensation, so a lot of Zane's merchandise now it's in Zane, which is in Zane in the membrane. What a season he's had,
no doubt. Impressive.
Very, very, and of course the driver that dominated large parts of the. And there's somebody in the barriers. Because the driver that dominated large parts of the Micromax or the Micro Swift Micromax scene last year, Lucas Palacio. Now at the grand old age of 11, part of the Williams Formula 1 Academy.
How big is that?
Incredible work for Lucas. Goes to show, you Mike and Rob, you two can attest to the. I think it's fair to say that American domestic karting 5, 6, 7 years ago had entered a little bit of a lull. And now you're coming back. Okay, we had great results for American drivers, in the World Championships, the CIK Academy, the Rotax Grand Finals. Of course, we haven't had the Army World Finals yet. But in WSK, American drivers are now coming back to the forefront of international karting, which shows that the level of domestic racing is improving.
Yeah, we have some tremendous young drivers coming up through the ranks of Henry. I think you're exactly right on that. We've seen a lot of these drivers show so much speed and we'll say patience, and the mental side, the racecraft side in both the micro and mini categories. Yeah. That's what I'm so impressed about, when they have that patience and that heads up racing.
Yeah, that's what you can really tell is if they start going 100% out of the gate, racing at lap 1 for Super Sunday. You're like, well, guys, 20 bloody laps, so let's go easy. So you see the young drivers start to kind of ease into things and play the long haul, the whole thing. That's when you know you got some talent. And right here, moves being made to try to get through. You can see 2 drivers able to get through. We're going to see a lot of that where the hole gets opened up and it will get filled by the next person in line right away.
That's Gottschalk and Burgess. That's the number 2 plate and the number 1 plate, respectively.
Right.
Working together.
2 drivers have been around each other a lot.
Yeah. And the driver that just passed there, Ajax Capitan Goduno, good move for him would be tuck in, learn.
Yes.
Get your notebook out. You've been passed, don't fight it. They're going to be quicker than you anyway. So let's follow, let's learn, let's see, why am I losing time in this corner? Okay, I can see that's where they're braking. That's where they're turning in and what have you.
And what's important about that move right there too is it was getting right about the end of that session. So as far as the quali test, so double checked with David Cole once again coming through with some notes. 4 minutes is the length of the qualifying session. So what's going to happen, you got a 15-minute block or what have you, to get split up into groups. So you will have 4 minutes to try to put your lap down. By the time you get out of the grid, make your way all the way back around, get some heat in those tires. 2, 3, maybe 4 laps. So we're getting to the point now as we just eclipsed 4 minutes. That pass is going to be the last opportunity they can see to actually be able to get that lap, because it will be checkers at 4. Checkers at 4 minutes.
Neil Simoni now on top, Aiden Go in second, Santiago Orioli in third, Zane Burgess fourth, and Win Gottschalk rounding out your top 5. Jaden Francisco there as well. Gottschalk now goes to P1, 56.539. So look, Win Gottschalk working his way back to P1.
And looking there for Ivor Spence, the Kiwi driver from New Zealand. They're in 11th place in kart number 219. Cam Becker, again, youngest member of Team USA. Rotax Grand Finals. They're in 13th position.
I think Ivor finished 6th last year, if I'm not mistaken. He didn't qualify. Qualified outside the top 15, but worked his way forward in the heat race and had a great race to 6th in the main event.
New top time right here. You can't see it on your ticker, but we can tell you via live time. Aiden Go to the top, 56.373. Again, we've gone into what would be your racing setup, so maybe the tire pressure is a little bit low for qualifying. So you start playing that math, start playing the data a little bit. So if you hit your lap time at sessions, you can see over 4 laps for Go, 5 laps for some of the rest of them. So back when I was saying how many laps we're going to get, maybe with these micros, it's only going to be 2 or 3. And so a little bit higher on the pressure might be the ticket.
A couple of drivers who are off track. Nolan Carney, the number 234. His kart is the Team U-Race driver. His kart is off the side. So is a young lad, Pedro Cueto. We'll catch up and talk a little bit about Pedro. A remarkable young man. Has had cancer. Has had most of the bone in his one leg removed, replaced. So he has to go through a lot of treatments just to be able to race. And when he's not in a kart, he's in a cast. But again, he races to raise awareness of kids with cancer. There's a lot of work with the FIA in terms of disability sport. Unfortunately, qualifying has not gone Pedro Cueto's way. But if you're looking, he's in kart number 252 for the Forward Direction Motorsport team. Try and catch up, with him as the race progresses. He's a club. Generally, he races club level events, but he's come here today to test this week to test his metal, not the metal in his legs, but to test his other metal against the best micro drivers in the world.
Session continues here with micros, and again, well inside the session. We've got about a little less than 5 minutes left. Alvaro Medeiros, fast lap 56.091, handedly almost a quarter of a second over Ivor Spence. And Aiden goes, Zane Burgess. Win Gottschalk now up to P2. Spence the third, and it continues to change from there.
And we've been watching Gottschalk and Burgess running side by running nose to tail for a long time. There's Santiago Orioli in Kart. No, that's the Kart 204.
Alvaro Medeiros.
Alvaro Medeiros.
That's P1.
Yep. So he's the fastest driver in this session. A lot of these the micro drivers, they found, a friend. There's somebody off the side of the circuit there, and of course visibility. A lot of these corners, especially for the smaller drivers, it's blind. You're seeing. We know when there's being because you can hear the rumble of the plastic barriers being moved. Sometimes the drivers don't know there's a problem until they come out of the corner, putting an extra emphasis on the flag marshals, the track staff, to get incidents clear. I'm noticing as well, drivers are as well. The minute there is a problem, they're waving their hands in the air very quickly, which is good to see. Good situational awareness from a lot of these drivers. As the rumble of barriers down at turn number 2. This session has bit hard for quite a few drivers. Gottschalk and Burgess are back 1 and 2. Medeiros down to third. Ivor Spence is fourth, then Zev Gottschalk. So here we go. When was the last time we had 2 drivers from Curacao in the top 5?
Right there with Medeiros is Dutch Westbrook as well, so he's up there into the 6th position. Full course yellow being thrown here again on the racetrack for that incident that we saw on track.
It's going to make the lives of the mechanics a little bit tougher, trying to get, they're going to be getting among the tables and trying to make sure things dialed in, because they're going to, and there's the red. The red is actually out.
So we've had an issue on the racetrack here, folks. Red flag is out. This is more serious than I think that we expected. The full course yellow was first pulled, but they have pulled the red flag out right now for an incident on the racetrack. Being told a couple of drivers potentially have gone over, so SKUSA officials electing to red flag this session, the final practice session for the drivers in the Micro Swift category. Wade Gottschalk with the fastest lap right now with a 56.566. I would assume that the fact they've got to 9.5 laps, they will probably just cancel the rest of the session, but we'll see what the decision is.
We just briefly saw, as we were looking at that one flag march, we saw young Pedro Cueto standing at the side of the track. I wonder if we'll get back to show Pedro and just let's have a look. Session has been red flagged. There's now look again. Some of these drivers, look at that. I think that must be Kason Sanders in Kart 295. He's absolutely tiny. You can see his kart in the foreground there, so he's just stopped and he's not part of the incident, but he's walking around. And again, this is an adult sport in every sense of the word, apart from the fact that the majority of participants are children. In this class, they all are. But then you look what they do on circuit, and then they get out of the car, and really,
Let's take the time to look at the top 10 here right now, folks. Again, this is, as I said, the final practice session here before we go qualifying. We'll have the drivers in KA100 Junior, the first of 2 groups getting set to come out for their short qualifying session. Wayne Gottschalk and Zane Burgess were running together, national number 2, national number 1 from this year's SuperKarts USA Pro Tour, separated by just 37 thousandths of a second of 56.566. For Wayne Gottschalk. Zane Burgess second, Alvaro Medeiros in third, Ivor Spence fourth, Zev Gottschalk fifth, Dutch Westbrook in sixth, Aiden goes seventh, Mauro Nario in eighth spot, Santiago Orioli in ninth, and Cameron Johnson rounding out the top 10.
Look at that, Lennox Lockhart, driver with connections to the Bahamas. So he's down in 29th position. And there's one for the commentators, number 207.
All right, folks, we're going to take a quick break in the action here on Kart Chaser. When we get back, we'll be rolling into qualifying. Don't go anywhere. It's time to see who's quick in all 4 of these morning classes.
Brandon, Why are there all these
right,
charges
stop.
for just over $200?
I'm tired of all this branding business, okay? Branding this, branding that. Why are there all these expenses on AKR over $200? We know, okay? Take a walk with me. At Shop AKR, they have everything you need to start racing at a very cheap and affordable price. They have MXC rims, they got chains, electrical stands, tilt seats, they got MXCs. And if you didn't know, on top of that, any purchase in the continental US over $200, that's free shipping. Hey, aren't you supposed to be in the AKR Anonymous meeting over there? Dude, I'm doing a commercial. Dude, we have no time. It's about to start. Stop. We all love Shop AKR. Me? More than others. What do I get at Shop AKR? MXC rims.
Wins the main with a stunner in Pro Shifter. Looking for a team with a diverse calendar? How about a team that offers both full support and teaches you and your kid how to do all the work yourself? For us at Drive Your Line Kart Sport, fostering growth on and off the track in a family environment is what we do. Well, that and bringing home some hardware. Contact us today online at dylkartsport.com.
The foundation of your racing endeavor is the kart. It carries your hopes, your legacy, at times your heart outside of your body. And if it's the right kart, it holds the line. Factory karts are the only karts hand-built in the U.S. A precision-welded frame made of 4130 chromoly tubing. Adjustable wheel bearing cassettes. Seat mounts that don't break. But what good is a foundation if it's not the fastest? Made with care by a 4-time SuperNats champion Billy Musgrave. Factory karts. American-made. Race-proven.
Back at it, ladies and gentlemen, here at the Las Vegas Motor Speedway for the 27th running of the SuperKarts USA SuperNationals. It is, of course, practice and qualifying night. My name's Rob Howden, joined by Henry Bodette and Mike Smith here in the booth. I'm sure Xander Clements will make a guest appearance here sometime throughout the weekend, but busy, of course, running the kart chaser effort. I'll say this from the sidelines: this is a major effort. The amount of work that this crew has put together to get this broadcast put together has been super impressive. And indeed, watching what we're going to see here throughout the week, getting the situation Saturday to Super Sunday, this is going to be just a tremendous way, essentially, to kind of wrap up the 2024 season.
A quick glance at here we go. So obviously there's on-track activity has ceased for the time being. Let's have a look around. There is the shot of the huge paddock, the factory. Now we're talking about, you know, the factory kart team leveling up. They've got the Christmas tree on top, looking all the way back. I mean, it's a huge setup. It is Christmas. Christmas comes on Sunday morning.
It's karting. It's karting's Christmas. Exactly that. 100%.
You know, there's all the teams are here. I've got to say that the teams, you can see the Katowskis there, the J&M Racing, again, veteran-owned, you know, the
Trinity Karting Group
Trinity
as well
Karting
there.
Group.
Yeah.
They're the food trucks, some of our favourite bits, well, my favourite bit anyway. I want a rice bowl. I've got to say that SuperKarts USA, there's food trucks here. There's plenty to keep. There's lots of people, you know, places to keep drivers and their families and their friends refreshed and fed and watered. They're just walking across the bottom of your screen there. That's in the CRG hoodie. That's Victor Gustafsson, one of the many international drivers here this week. The Swedish driver, we'll see him in Pro Shifter.
You saw down there on the track, by the way, just to give you an update, the karts in the Micro Swift category being brought off the racetrack. So they've checkered this session here, their final practice session for the red flag. We had an incident on the racetrack with a couple of drivers being involved. From here, now we move into qualifying.
Off-brand Jesus saying, yes, who made the factory kart commercial? Thought it was something like BMW. That's a sharp commercial.
It's well done, yeah.
The amount of industry members, teams, you could see them, they don't spend money on an advert unless they think it's going to be commercially viable for them. And you can see more and more teams, more brands having proper professionally made commercials because, hey, it's not just members of the karting community watching this, it's people, new eyes on the sport. There's a couple of the many flags, the Chinese flag, you've got Spain, Puerto Rico, you've got France, Mexico, Sweden, USA.
And you know what makes it a little bit easier to tell what flag that is? When the wind's blowing.
It is, and that is another potentially significant development, Mike.
And it's not like it's a super big time wind, I'll say that, but it is a little bit more than we had just a few moments ago. All through practice, the flags are basically laying down. We didn't have any breeze. Now, the direction they're heading is actually kind of east to west, which goes against the grain if we're talking about our long 850-foot straightaway. Remember I was talking about that practice, final practice, and linking up with people? Maybe not big of a deal. I like to have more clean air. Well, you got that headwind now down that 850-foot straightaway. Yeah. Tailwind down the other side, so if you can get the run, the best case scenario for you is you make the pass down the 850-foot straightaway, carry the speed in turn number 1, and then get a little tailwind down into 4, maybe get that clean and fast lap.
There's a view from one of our elevated camera positions. Apparently, I've never heard of it, but apparently down there on those streets, there's another motor race in a couple of weeks.
Never heard of it.
No. Yeah.
Yeah, indeed, the Formula One circus coming to town. It's if you've ever worked your way over there to try to grab dinner here on the Strip, the track's obviously coming together already. They've got a lot of fencing already up. So.
Yes, directions. There are several traffic direction changes, which hasn't necessarily ingratiated itself with all the locals here in Vegas. But yes. As we look at the mountain range behind us now, just behind the Army blow-up, half tire there, you've got the Nellis Air Force Base. They've been quiet today.
Yeah, we have not seen any today. They were all on it yesterday.
Oh, my word!
Goodness, they had lots of takeoffs throughout. Even into the evening, they were doing some dark takeoffs as well.
And I just want, at the risk of sounding ungrateful, the first half a day of watching, all these military jets flying, you could literally tickle a pilot underneath their chin, they were getting so low. But the noise is phenomenal. But at what point I was like, okay, I'm over it now.
Right, exactly.
Yeah.
Well, it's like, listen, it's time to get to work right now. That's the bottom line here. We're getting ready to go into the official sessions. Qualifying set to go for the first group here in the KA100 Junior category. Of course, 2 groups there to get things rolling here, and that first group will roll out to get essentially our provisional poll time set before we see the second group come out and get back at it. This will be our first opportunity to really, Mike, see who's going to be fast, who the guys are going to be kind of the pointy end of the grid. Mm-hmm. We're also into the official race tires now as well. They'll bolt on fresh rubber here and 2 sets of tires to go through the rest of the weekend.
Yeah, and just to get through that whole deal, kind of explain it to anybody who's new to karting, maybe new to watching this, and how this is going to work. Yes. So everything through practice, you have as many tires you want to put on and try to figure out. But once we go to qualifying, you get your official pair of sets, right? So you get your set of tires that you will start qualifying on, and then you have that other set that you can bolt on at whatever point. Now, for most people, that's going to be Super Sunday.
Exactly.
If you are the unfortunate soul that ends up in the LCQ with your friends, maybe you're going to bolt them on there to make sure you get through.
I've also seen people bolt them on potentially heat 3. If you think you're on the bubble, you could always use
another good point
to not go into the LCQ.
But to talk about qualifying again, you said work really starts to pick up right now. you get a chance to have a little bit more clean air. We've been seeing a very, very busy track, 40 some odd karts going out there. What's going to happen now is they're going to split these groups up. So you're going to end up having a split of about in half, and so you're going to have a little bit more space. 3/4 mile circuit, 40 go-karts is one thing, but you split them in half, now 20. You see those guys waiting in the back a little bit. If you're not in the very front, maybe wait and get that clean air could be important.
If you trip over somebody else in qualifying, that's a you problem.
Yeah,
that's not a traffic problem. That's not an organizational problem. That's a you problem, because SKUSA are doing everything they can to mitigate those issues. We want to say a big hello to the over 700 people, nearly 1,000 people watching this live now. Here we go. Being a sad statistician, and while we have got a little bit of time, so the top 10 viewing figures for karting this year. If we break the 40,000, we need to break 40,000 viewers on a single day to get into the top 10. The Buckmore Park 24-hour celebrity kart race, 61,000 views. That's because somebody from the Sidemen was racing.
Okay.
They are a collection of YouTubers from the UK, KSI and that. So, but they have one of them races karts, and he did a 24-hour endurance race. 61,000 people watched the last 8 hours of that. That's the highest top 10. So if we get over 40,000 viewers on a single day, we're in the top 10 in the world. We've got 60,000 beats the CIK World Championship.
Wow.
Easy money. Easy money. What we need you to do, ladies and gentlemen, is to like the channel, like the Kart J channel, share it on social media, prepare people for Sunday, because if you haven't, excitement levels are going to rise. If you want to see, pure racing, drama, excitement, the highs and the lows of and more overtakes in a single day of racing than you get in an entire season of Formula One, get people to tune in to the Kart Chaser coverage and listen in on the AKN Karting News.
The radio network.
The radio network.
ekartingnews.com/live or /radio if you want to listen. If you're not able to if you're not doing something where you can watch, let's say you're rolling down the road, driving somewhere, feel free to pop that up as well.
Yeah, if you're driving, listen to the radio. Don't watch and drive, kids. Listen and drive. And we will paint the pictures with our dulcet tones, Mike Smith.
And another good thing about the karting news too is you get a chance to check out all the different previews and different things going on there, all the different classes and the different picks.
That's Danny Formal's favorite part of the entire operation.
Exactly.
Yeah, I was going to pick Danny Formal this year, even though he's not racing, just so I didn't have to hear from him.
There's still a chance.
He did do Kart
good.
Chaser did film an interview with him, which is on the Kart Chaser channel, where he talks about, because he's not here racing, because he's racing his Lamborghini for Andretti, talking about the importance of karting. He has it written into his sports car contract that he is allowed to go karting because it keeps him sharp.
Priorities.
Priorities, exactly. So I'm sure Danny is watching, and big hi to the big guy.
We were hoping that we were going to be able to see him at the SuperNationals this year, but he hurt a rib when he got there, so that was it for that, and he was out of it. So we hope to see him back again soon for the SuperNationals, but best of luck to him in everything he's doing with the Super Trofeo World Finals.
Now there's 4 drivers tied for 4 SuperNats wins. At the end of this weekend, will we still have those 4 drivers at the top of the all-time SuperNats winners? Will somebody have overtaken them, or will we have more than 4 four-time winners?
Well, I think the key is two of them first and foremost are super fast right now. That's Billy Musgrave and Kip Foster. Like they both have an opportunity to win in their categories, and I think obviously Billy's a definite odds-on favorite in the Master Shifter class. If he could go to 5 wins, Kip was super fast though, and again, the cool thing about Kip is he's back on the Drew Price Engineering DPE Aero chassis, which he won his other 4 races on.
Ooh, I like it.
So back on the DPE again too. So he's loving it. So we'll see how that plays out for Kip Foster.
One name who's missing this year, you might want to Casey Cook, who raced last year. Want to say a big hi to Casey. All the work he does to promote awareness for cystic fibrosis.
The Boost Foundation.
So, Mike, something you know well?
Well, he's right. Yeah, he's in Mike's wheelhouse for sure.
I'm sure that Casey's watching. Anything you want to say, to wish Casey well.
Yeah, it sounded like he was actually going to go play in a race car this weekend too. He's going to go hang out and do some stuff. Maybe it's a thermal or whatever. When I was talking to him, so I was going to see if he was going to be out. And he's like, no, I'm not going to be doing it. And he's still making things happen for his double lung transplant. He's got right around the horizon. But you know what he was doing this last week? Out at K1 Circuit doing some coaching kids. Yeah. So Casey's a genuine dude, and getting a chance to see him progress through his career and see how things are rolling. And we're really, really excited to see the new and improved, fresh Casey Cook. He's going to go and kick all of our master class. one of our favorites in the paddock for sure. Podium finisher last year as well. Yes, so this guy knows
how he can wheel. No doubt about that. And again, we'll give a big shout out to Casey Cook, one of our favorites in the paddock. So a little bit of a hold here right now. We'll try to get an update on exactly what's going on for you here. I'll throw a text out to get an update for us here, but otherwise, you're just waiting to get ready to roll here.
You can see the AM class at the bottom of the ticker there, the Coastal Inc. Pride ShopAKR.com ticker, to give it its full title. This afternoon and this evening, you will see KA100 Masters. You'll see Mini Swift. You'll see X30 Junior, and then, of course, Pro X30 and Pro Shifter as well. The next time we see karts on circuit, however, it will be for qualifying. So, business is about to pick up.
Again, qualifying, there's guys that qualify well, there's guys that don't qualify well. I've never been a fantastic qualifier myself, but again, it's such a crucial part of the weekend to get things underway, man.
Yep.
You put yourself in the top 10 in some of these big groups, in my mind, that's a huge step forward to start a weekend, right?
Yeah, I'm with you right there, too. I've never been much of a qualifier. If I could be close in the conversation, then we can make things happen out on course, but man, it's tough. If you start to get to be back there, I mean, let's say you don't qualify well and you're 10th here. 10th can be pretty tough by itself, at least for those first few heat races, because once you get to Super Sunday, there's just a notch down in the intensity after lap 1 or 2 or 3, is because things will thin out, people will lock in. But up until that point, you got to get through the heat races, Situation Saturday, all that kinds of stuff before anybody has any kind of semblance of patience.
While we're waiting, so we've got the list of drivers that are going out in the quote-unquote slow group. Cash Felber, Colt, Schottelhauer, Edgar Rodriguez, Cole Anderson, Tristan Murphy, Mason Kuhn, Elias Vignola, Enzo Noel, Mateus Gonzalez, Gunnar Jenkins, Shane Reddy, Peyton Fain is amongst them, Remy Andriatos, Juan Zander Malatesta, Matthew Cagle is still in the slow group, Kyle Drysdale, I'm just trying to look, Jensen McKelkey, any names there that Roman Felber that are springing off the list that you think, oh, that's out of position?
Oh, and that's the thing too. I'm looking at all these, and this looks to be actually ordered by cart number.
Yeah,
right?
it's cart number. Yeah,
I don't think it's actually the group, but we'll see. I could be wrong too. We'll go back in there and double check, because I want to say this is a pretty full field here in the.
Yeah, well,
there's
40. Well, this is for KA100 Junior. There's 42 of them. So so this is the slower group on our screen, but they're listed in numerical order on our screen.
All right.
Because you haven't got 801, 802 on there. So Cash Felber in the 804 kart was the highest ranked driver in this group.
So I contacted someone from SuperKarts USA, told we are working on track repair right now. Not exactly sure what it is, but track repair getting underway. Hopefully getting completed soon, so we can get back onto the racetrack and get qualifying underway, because we're losing, I wouldn't say precious time, because we got the lights here to run under the lights. We can go deep into the evening if we have to, but do we want to?
Well, now it's actually one of the interesting things about the PM group. And the PM group is you're going to do a lot of your practice during the day, and then turns out qualifying's under the lights. So, and we already have that with a 4-ish o'clock scenario of qualifying starting. So if things do get bumped out, you get some of your final practices done and dusted in the daylight, you might have to make those adjustments, because under the lights, the temperature falls quickly and things do change for you in the setup game.
Yeah, if we roll in here in the next couple of minutes, we'd be half an hour behind schedule. Qualifying set to start at 10:30. It's currently 10:56 here local time, so looking at being somewhere around a half hour off the schedule. That would put us at 11 o'clock. 11 o'clock potentially for the first of 2 groups for KA100 Junior. We would be 11:30 for the KA100 Senior, first of 2 groups. But right around noon for Master Shifter, and then right around 12:15 for Micro Swift. So indeed, waiting to get rolling. I think this is like the calm before the storm.
Yeah.
It's kind of getting, everybody's going to be antsy. Can you man sitting on the grid right now, being ready to go, having to wait, just, man, getting in your head.
Yeah, while we're waiting, so some of the things that develop over the course of SuperNats. If you go to Instagram, there is an Instagram account called Diego Ramos Helmet. So Diego Ramos, we're going to see him in Pro X30 later on, a Brazilian driver, a fixture of the US karting scene. Diego, in his infinite wisdom, put his crash helmet down in the Westgate Hotel and then wandered off. Somebody, an unnamed member of the paddock, found said helmet, and the helmet, the crash helmet went on a journey of Las Vegas, shall we just say, taking photographs as it went, all while Diego was frantically looking for it, thinking he wasn't going to race because his helmet had been stolen. No. It has been returned to its rightful owner, but Diego Ramos is, pray for Diego. Pray for the helmet is the hashtag.
I'm having a look at it right now.
Yeah.
Looks
So
like it made its way to someone's bathroom.
Diego Ramos helmet. Diego's missing helmet.
Diego's missing helmet.
Diego's missing helmet. Again, even Diego, and I walked in and said, Diego, I'm so sorry for your loss. Even his usual sunny demeanour was somewhat sullied because I think I was about the 100th person to walk up to him. But that little aside is finished because, Rob Howden, engines are rolling.
Yes, hearing the sound of KA100 engines was music to my ears. We're back underway. Again, about a half hour off the schedule. Qualifying right now for the first group of drivers in KA100 Junior. And indeed, Mike, we can talk a little bit about it. This is a very short 4-minute session. You've got to get the job done. You've got to get heat built to the tires. This is a really big challenge, especially for drivers potentially coming to their first SuperNationals.
Yeah, and it's reverse least quick to quick, right? So we basically have the, if you will, you take the entire group, they split them in half, and then they split them in half again with the least quick going first. So basically right now you've got the bottom 25% going out there to try to set their lap times. We should continue to see things fall as we go. So provisional pole, we've seen it happen pretty deep in the deal, but to see it happen in the first run group, anything in the top 10, it'd be a heck of a run.
Yeah, I think you'd be kind of lucky, to be honest, to be able to get into the top 10 from this particular group here right now. But you never know who comes out and finds that little bit of extra pace. Because remember, everybody was able to go back to the paddock, make that final little adjustment, pump the tire pressures up to get them to where you can get to stay in that window.
And who knows why they're here in the first place. It's probably not sheer pace for all of them. There's probably going to be somebody in this group that's shouldn't have been there in the first place. There
will be hard luck stories, and there is another hard luck story developing right in front of our eyes here at Kart Chaser HQ. That is Elias Vignola, the Mexican driver running under the guidance of Terry Fullerton, and he has just been given the mechanical flag. And so that is before a lap gets underway, so he will be starting stone last for Elias Vignola. We don't know what the problem was, but obviously the officials have seen something and he's been flagged off.
Yeah, very unfortunate for Vignola to have that happen.
Well, he's seventh at the moment.
Yeah,
so
exactly.
he did get a lap in.
One lap in, you're right.
Yeah, but that was the sort of the warm-up lap. That's gonna go down very, very quickly.
And again, only 4 minutes long. We're already deep into this thing right now. At 2.5+ minutes going through, I'll be curious to see how they'll definitely come around and get one more for some. See if everybody gets another one. That'll be something to keep an eye on as we go through this whole qualifying program for the first time.
Let's throw some names out here, guys. Davis Henry up top, Xander Malatesta in second, Juan Jose Paramo in third, Mao Angel in the fourth spot, And then Tristan Murphy rounding out the top 5. That's a surprise to be Tristan Murphy being in this first group here.
Yeah, Tristan Murphy with a lot of success in the cadet ranks now, rolling junior and trying to equal that. Not having a good SuperNats here right now.
Yeah, no, certainly the driver from the SuperTune USA team. I saw Ben Cruttenden running the SuperTune team there this morning. They were all bright, breezy, and ready to go. Yeah. There will be some sob stories in and amongst this. Davis Henry, though, Xander Malatesta. Now these drivers are starting their final lap. Side by side into turn number 1. That is not ideal.
It could be, though. That's what I was talking about. If you can get the toe and get the job done in turn number 1, you still have to brake for turn 1. But missing the apex in turn 4 is not fast. And we're side by side there going through. That is not qualifying speed. Interesting there, whoever the lead driver is, I couldn't quite tell, actually able to not lose any time.
That is the number 811 of Tristan Murphy. Now yellow flag waving, that is because checkered flag is out. Jose Paramo, 53.624, Davis Henry, and then the number 825 car. Oh, and there is a driver out of the car at a Villeneuve kart.
Yeah, that's a hard hit coming out of that corner, coming out of turn. I think it's out of turn.
That's turn 10 right
Turn
there.
10, yeah, it's turn 10. So that's going to be a red flag there right now. That's a hard hit coming out of the corner. The driver getting ejected out of the kart right now. So SKUSA crew has got there very quickly. Checkered flag is flying to end that session. Red flag now coming out as well. As again, as we said, that was a hard hit coming out of turn number 10. Right now up front is Jose Paramo with the fastest lap. Davis Henry in the second spot. Shane Reddy in third. Oliver Gaffer in fourth. And Tristan Murphy rounding out the top 5.
Obviously, we're not going to give you the details of the driver just yet. We'll get a number check on the driver. But yeah, driver ejected from the kart. And the officials team are very quickly with that driver. So we will be leading up while we got a break in the action. We will be taking a short break very soon, and we'll give you an update when we return.
Brandon, why are there all these
right,
charges
stop.
for just over $200?
I'm tired of all this branding business, okay? Branding this, branding that. Why are there all these expenses on AKR over $200? We know, okay? Take a walk with me. At Shop AKR, they have everything you need to start racing at a very cheap and affordable price. They have MXC rims, they got chains, electrical stands, tilt seats, they got MXCs. And if you didn't know, on top of that, any purchase in the continental US over $200, that's free shipping.
Hey, aren't you supposed to be in the AKR Anonymous meeting over there?
Dude, I'm doing a commercial.
Dude, we have no time. It's about to start.
Stop. We all love Shop AKR. Me? More than others. What do I get at Shop AKR?
MXC rims.
Wins the main with a stunner in Pro Shifter. Looking for a team with a diverse calendar? How about a team that offers both full support and teaches you and your kid how to do all the work yourself? For us at Drive Your Line Kart Sport, fostering growth on and off the track in a family environment is what we do. Well, that and bringing home some hardware. Contact us today online at dylkartsport.com.
The foundation of your racing endeavor is the kart. It carries your hopes, your legacy, at times your heart outside of your body. And if it's the right carts, it holds the line. Factory carts are the only carts hand-built in the U.S. A precision-welded frame made of 4130 chromoly tubing. Adjustable wheel bearing cassettes, seat mounts that don't break. But what good is a foundation if it's not the fastest? Made with care by a 4-time SuperNats champion Billy Musgrave. Factory carts, American-made, race-proven.
We are back trackside here right now, and the incident we talked about happening coming out of turn number 10. The left-hander driver going wide on that corner, then getting into the barriers, and that driver we believe has now got up on his own, which is great news.
Yeah, that was Nathaniel Pryor on the Villeneuve chassis for the TB Race Lab team. And I'm just noticing there, yeah, he's standing on his feet. He even waved over to, I would assume, either a very concerned parent or a mechanic who's probably thinking, right, how much work have you given me before the start of, well, at least they got tomorrow. He's not racing until tomorrow. But that is good to see. Have to say, the track staff, the track workers were with Nathaniel very, very quickly because, you know, after being ejected from said go-kart, he decided to have a little lie down on the track. But yeah, he's up walking. I mean, they will take him into the AMR safety ambulance for precautionary checks, of course. And, you know, any driver that has an accident that requires assistance from the paramedics, they must be cleared to race.
Yes.
You know, the paramedics will give them the thumbs up or the thumbs down, whether that driver is allowed to continue or not. But at the time, this is where things stand, Rob.
We do have, of course, a provisional list right now. Jose Paramo with the fastest lap of 53.624, so a provisional pole, but of course 3 more groups still to come here in the KA100 Junior category. Davis Henry was second, back by just 49 thousandths of a second. Shane Reddy, third spot. Oliver Gaffer in fourth, and Tristan Murphy rounding out the top 5.
Oliver Gaffer getting a lot of support from his fellow Minnesotians. Is that what you call it? From up in Minnesota? Yeah, that's up there. Xander Malatesta, Bristol Bourneman, Maui Angel, Ethan Tovo, and Enzo Noel, the top 12. Nathaniel Pryor, prior to his incident, was 12th fastest. Down at the back of the field, Cameron Hill didn't get a chance to get much of a lap in the number 894. So Cameron Hill, the driver from the SIGRA race development team out of Wilsonville, Oregon. Cameron, provided nobody else gets a technical exclusion, he will be starting last. Someone's got to. Hey, Brock Purdy was picked last. He was irrelevant, and look at him now.
Just an opportunity to pass a lot of carts.
That's right. That's right. And that's what you have to do. You have to look at it in a different way, right? If you're going to come out here and you end up having some kind of issue, mechanical, whatever, and you start in the back, you're like, well, I'm going to have a lot of fun.
That's it. I love starting at the back of the pack. It's so much fun.
If I'm not trying to win, yes.
Like if you're not trying to win, exactly.
So there is, we're just watching, in fact, Nathaniel Pryor decides against a trip in the ambulance. He's got a recovery vehicle out, and he walks into the back of it.
Great news.
Yeah,
great news. That was a hard hit.
And again, you know, we're not showing incident. You know, it's not, but for family, friends watching back home, we can just tell you, look, yep, he may be a bit sore, no sense, no feeling, but you know, being driven back to the paddock.
He's also young. That was a Masters driver.
Oh dear,
that could have been trouble.
Yeah, kids, they bounce.
Yes. So ideally, they'll get the ambulance back into its position on the outside of the racetrack, and we'll be able to get back rolling once again. The carts, of course, as we know, all on the grid getting set to go. All of the massive group of drivers in KA100 Junior, the category brought to you by Burrell Art USA. Yeah, we'll see the drivers coming. Jose Paramo, we said, is the provisional pole time. That's a 53.624, but we expect it to drop likely with every session.
Yeah, yes. I mean, we just saw the recovery vehicle leaving there with Nathaniel Pryor sat in the front of it. You saw his Villeneuve race suit. The TB Race Lab team, you know, talk about, TV Karts really investing a lot. We're seeing a lot more of the mean green machines out there, and of course they got the Villeneuve branded chassis as well up in Canada.
British Columbia, Area 27.
Yes.
And the Kartplex up there. Fantastic track.
Anything above 61st place will be a result for Juan Jose Paramo. There are 60 drivers yet to qualify in this group, so if he gains 1 place, that's progress. He'll be hoping to gain a lot more, obviously. But yeah, we'll have to see as for the ambient noise overhead as the jets are back out, flying out of Nellis Air Force Base. We do need a plane spotter to try and identify all the different varieties of planes. There have been obviously threats on military operations, and then there's some there. In the UK, they're called the Red Arrows, but obviously they're the Blue Angels. The actual display team have been running exercises as well.
Next we saw the Thunderbirds, I think, was out there. F-18s.
F-18, yes. Planes, trains, and automobiles as we wait the track. And they're going back up in the Skylift. There's a somewhat cold member of the Kart Chaser crew. Who's that there going up? Is that, looks like young Gerald Fandry, as I live and breathe up there at turn number 1. Complaining why isn't he allowed a chair? Well, health and safety, my old son, health and safety. But there goes Gerald, as I live and breathe, there he is, good lad.
Ambulance back into its perch there, Henry and Mike. We're about set to go here again with another group of drivers in qualifying for KA100 Junior. Those of you tuning in to watch here on Kart Chasers coverage on YouTube. Again, knowing that the drivers in KA100 Senior to follow as well, Master Shifter and Micro Swift. That is the lineup for the dance card here this morning. We will, of course, then go back again this afternoon. 1 o'clock scheduled start time for practice for KA100 Masters drivers, followed with Mini Swift, X30 Junior, Pro X30, and then Pro Shifter. Let's get some engines fired up over there so we can get to work. Track clear once again.
As we look at the flags, the motor flags, still got a bit of a stiff breeze. It's certainly not as bad as it was Tuesday.
Don't say
it.
Okay,
sorry.
Can you believe that?
Man, oh man.
Sorry.
You know the commentators curse commentators too.
Well, we were extolling the virtue of Stitchy Barnes just seconds before he parked into the barrier.
That was also you too, I believe.
I know. I'm sorry.
wasn't you, me and you, Mike.
Just blame the taff.
I will say, and Mike kind of already did the overview of it, that wind coming straight into the drivers' faces as they come out of 16 down into turn number 1. So that it's going to elevate the importance of the draft if you get one. Then, Mike, you said really the way to optimize is to make that pass down into turn number 1, be able to still take turn 1 at maximum speed, and then get the tailwind back down into turn number 4.
That would be best case scenario for sure. I think, and then also looking at the red flag that happened there, that actually came out just prior to the lap being finished by the drivers who were able to pull that off. So, what might have been perhaps for some of those drivers in that one, the timing just unfortunate for them. But the split between the group 4 to group 3, if you will, if we're talking about the 25 to 50%, if this had happened between the first and second speeds, the top groups, this would have been a very interesting story of the timing of that. It's probably not quite as bad, but we'll have to see what Group 3 has to do here of 4 in the group.
I agree with you big time on that. It could have been pretty aggressive had it been in a fast group, right? Something happened where a driver didn't get that lap time they were trying to get.
And then, but that also shows that, hey, when you take that green flag, don't mess about. Get your head down, get a banker lap in.
I 100% agree with that. Let's say you're getting 4 laps, maybe 5 at the most. Probably, I would say you get 4 because you're going to lose that first lap when you're just getting the warm-up lap in. But yeah, you've got to hammer them quick. Driver's already off here. Again, coming through turn number 11.
It's like the 804 and
Cash Felber and the 81. It was a
comp cart.
It was a comp cart for the J3 Performance Group.
Yeah, again, don't do that on the warm-up lap.
Well, and Harry just mentioned it, right? It's like get after it, start making you get in a banker lap. Well, you still don't have the tire underneath you yet. So
that was the warm-up lap.
Exactly that. It's you have to be aggressively patient, if you will. You got to get the job done, and the job means keeping the thing underneath you for starters.
I'm just looking there at the number 848 cart, one of the GFC carts, coming out of turn number 4. Matt Cagle shaved the barrier. That is as close as you want to get before you have an accident.
I saw that. Drifted it way wide.
Already, that incident that we saw coming out of turn number 11, the officials have cleared it. They've repaired the barriers. The yellow flags have come in, so the drivers can, obviously, if you're going to wave yellow, the drivers can't improve their lap times because you should be going slow.
And here's a chance for Cagle right here. Gets the draft down the straightaway. Now he's going to carry the speed. Already 1 cart length clear going down to turn number 4. Worst thing that can happen right now is a move from the 870. Not going to happen. Cagle in the catbird seat. Here we go.
And he was up to P3 on that lap before, too. Cagle got a big run down the straightaway. Exactly what Mike had detailed on how to maximize the wind in your face coming down into turn number 1 down that long straightaway. Make the pass, quickly get through the corner, and get the tailwind up into to turn 4. Let's see if Cagle's able to maximize this. Right behind him right now is the 870 machine as well. So Cagle trying to see if he can't capitalize on what has been a very solid layout so far. We're through turn number 16. They'll come onto the front straightaway. You'll see if he even gets a little help here, but indeed, here comes the run. Does he take this to P1? He doesn't, but he goes quicker. He got to within 0.2 of a second.
And so Mateo Calderon, Jose Alejandro Halfon, Cagle, Roman Felber, Chris Utsi, Bronson Kustas, and Easton Cox and Nathan Golseth have all gone quicker than Juan Jose Paramo. However, there are 20 drivers out there. Only 8 of them have improved on Paramo's time from Group 1.
Remember, you don't have much time. You're probably going to see a checkered flag this time by, and Cagle is the leader of the pack. The question, can it be a clean lap, or is there going to be a last-ditch maneuver? If it's me, I'm pushing. I'm not going to try to make any moves.
So we're getting 4 laps in here, folks. That's what we said. 3 laps in for everyone. Here comes the 4th lap coming around right now. Mateo Calderon, 53.042, your current provisional pole sitter. Does he improve on his time coming through here? Drivers jumping up. Calderon does go quicker, 52.815.
Golseth second, Halfon third, Utsi, Kustas, Felber, Fernando, Cagle dropping to 8th, Remy Andriatos 9th, and then rounding out your top 10, Sebastian Hauser. I spoke on that last lap, 15 of the 20 drivers in this group went quicker than Juan Jose Paramo. Indicative of the form that we've seen so far. It was looking good until it wasn't.
Listen, we know guys are going to get faster. If you've done the qualifying section well, your 4th lap will be your fastest lap. But 100%, you're going to get more and more heat built into the tires. You're going to continue to go quicker. And right now, the provisional pole sitter is Mateo Calderon, the driver of Northern California, in the number 899, 52.815. And here comes the next group.
And that's sorry, Mike, but that's really significant. SKUSA getting the groups out quickly so that track conditions don't change to minimize the differences, the advantage and disadvantages that any group has. That's good work.
Well, yeah, it's a 15-minute block, and they're basically giving each section of the group 4 minutes. So they still got a little bit of leeway in there, not a ton, but yeah, if it's all clean and green, then let's get it going, and that's exactly what they did. This is technically, this is going to be the 3rd group here. That's would be the 75%, if you will, of the speeds. Let's see what we get here. Is this group right here is the first shot, I would say, it maybe having a shot at snagging a pole.
Looking at the 42 carts, 42 drivers have set a lap time so far, and again, warming those tyres. The driver there, the number 848 843R, and that is Max Weiland. Taking an alternative route.
He's got to go backwards because there's no way to get back onto the racetrack. He's got through the barriers, so he's got to go back around, roll back out onto the racetrack, and he's almost going counter race right now, which is not a good thing to do.
Yeah, and of course, now that could be even more significant. There's a pile-up there because, as I say, Weiland, he's going to be slower. He's going to be last across the line to start another lap. He may even lose a lap because of the time that he has lost. That is number 887. In amongst that group there, going backwards.
It's McKenna and Wakefield. I think it was the 87 and the 846. 887 and 846.
Maverick McKenna.
And it's also, we were talking about not just getting the draft or being able to get a bit of a surge. I think, Rob, you mentioned earlier, it's who you are around as well. If you're not in a like-minded group, if we want to go racing during qualifying, we're going to have a hard time in this. Exactly what I'm talking about.
Right there, Mike, exactly.
The 896.
Instead of letting the driver get through, you pitch down on him. It's just not the way to get the job done. Now that driver's hung on the outside, you lose a couple more spots. It doesn't matter the positioning. It's literally just wasting a lap.
And that was Jackson Walney. Jackson Walney, again, a driver who when you were looking and doing your preview, and you think, oh, top 5 contender, his name was on the short list.
But look behind you. If you got daylight behind you, just breathe the throttle for a second and go get it. You only got 4 laps to do it.
Martin Jaramillo up to top of the charts. In kart number 882, and that is changes already. Amador Martinez sights.
Eric Doan up there as well.
Yeah. Dean Peterson up into the 3rd spot right now. Farias, Dupuis, Truchot, Sarah Bradley there as well.
Peterson's been a hot shoe in the Southern California area lately.
Heitjo Farias in 5th, Nathan Dupuis 6th, Truchot only 7th, Sarah Bradley 8th. Jaramillo, Wakefield, Dramilev and Pedro Alves de Lima. Naomi Garcia is 14th. Jackson Walney only 18th. So I'm looking down to see, this group can't see this is not combined.
That's a big surprise to me for Jackson Walney being in the, we picked him to be in the top 5. This is the guy that was in the middle of a fight for race wins all year long, in the championship fight as well. This will be his final junior race. I think he's going senior racing next year anyway, so.
Lap 3 in the books here for these front runners. As you can see, things are moving around. How about Truchot at the sharp end? Peterson now P2. They're going to keep moving and shaking here. This is their last shot. Move to the inside. The 891. That sign's going to try to make things happen. Gets around. How much did they lose under brakes? You see him sideways through there. It wasn't a smooth transition. That might not be enough for Sainz, though. We'll see what happens.
That was not tidy at all. I mean, you get in there and have that flat slide. You're just wasting time and losing pace through turn number 11, back rolling through here once again. So it's Truchot on top of the 53.034. Checker flag is to fly here. 4th lap's going to go in the books. Peterson currently 2nd. Does anybody else jump to the top? Wolney all the way back in 10th position right now. Driver, we expect him to fight for the race win here this weekend. Let's see if he finds some more pace. Dupuis in there as well. Dean Peterson goes to P1. 52.996 for Peterson. Here comes Nathan Dupuis. Here comes McKenna as well.
What a turnaround from McKenna. McKenna stationary there after, I think, lap 1.
That's right.
Back to the top. Let's go.
That's impressive.
Naomi J. Garcia, sorry, Rob.
No, you're good.
Trinidad and Tobago, the young lady into P14.
Only 14.
Oh. So you consider, imagine that's going to translate to about 34th, around there, which means when we do the grid split, he's going to be in that middle pack, holding his breath to get to the first couple of corners without, any incident.
Two drivers in the 52s and then a 53 flat for Dupuis. That's going to be the marker to beat.
Well, listen, from this group, the essentially second group of the 4. Maverick McKenna, an 887, a 52.895, a full 10th quicker than Dean Peterson. Provisional pole time. We'll see where it stacks up, but still not a bad qualifying run considering the depth of the field.
Now, track is clear, and you're looking now at the fast group. These are the top 20, the fastest 25% of the KA Junior field. going out, getting their tyres up to temperature. Now we're seeing a little bit more gamesmanship.
Well, I was just going to say, immediately a different look, a little bit more spreading out, a little bit more linking up with just a couple of drivers at a time.
Look at this.
Oh, yes.
Is you have a whole track to work with. You want to make sure you're actually getting a run on. Now, some of these guys right here, this is going to be a little bit tough. Still playing the game, and they're all stacked up.
Now somebody, look. Oh,
I want to be in the lead
I'm
group
getting
right
triggered.
now.
I'm getting triggered, guys.
I'm with you. This is the stuff that drives me crazy.
Yep.
You got to go. Like, you're not getting any heat in the tires.
Nope.
You've only got 4 laps. Yep. Meanwhile, going into the final complex, they're hauling and they're getting the heat in the tires.
These guys may not get their 4th lap, too.
Nope.
Exactly that.
Around like this, you may not get your 4th lap.
However, these are the top guys and girls. They sometimes only need 1 lap. However, I tell you what, if Maverick McKenna has got a barrier that he can just throw into the middle of the track to create a full course caution, he's laughing.
I got a note actually from David Cole here, guys. Calderon's 52.815 is still provisional pole time.
From what group, by the way?
Exactly.
Right? Come on.
Yeah.
So good. So that's still the provisional poll, 52.815. I don't know why it didn't work for us here.
Oh, yeah. Sorry, it's
they
not
just
showing
split the groups as far as the timing. It's not 4 groups into 1.
Yeah. So let's see who's got it here, because this is going to get really interesting.
It's going to be the groups going into the final complex right now. Those are the ones that are going to have the first shot at it. We're watching the 802. They're going in turn number 4. I think the group coming onto the straightaway now might have the best shot, at least to jump up to the top.
Oh, Mateo Calderon, yeah. Mateo Calderon and Maverick McKenna, they're now just hoping for a full course caution, because that's the risk you run by playing the cat and mouse games on the opening couple of laps. Although I have to say, now it does look like it's calmed down, and normal service, we should hope, would resume.
Fastest lap right now, 8:89, I believe, if I haven't skipped anybody. 8:89 of Chase Gassiot-Lee.
Yep.
2 laps in the books.
Chase Gassiot-Lee, a driver that could be coming.
Turner Brown,
there we go.
Yeah, not surprising, 52.857.
How does that match against
not fast
Calderon's
enough, right?
time?
It's not enough. Yeah, Calderon's as an 8.15, so Calderon would still be provisional pole. 52.857, so just over 0.4 of a second rather for Turner Brown behind, but he is the quickest on the racetrack right now.
Camera crew had it right. They were watching Turner Brown to go around. 8:02 does go to the top of the charts, but now things are going to start moving and shaking on our timing and scoring there.
So who's that behind Turner Brown? The driver that is behind Turner Brown is doing a great job, smart positioning.
There it is, 52.5 Ty Fisher, another 52.5 Sebastian Garzone. Then Blankspor, Diego Ardiles, and Chase Lee, still with another one in the books, most likely.
Yeah.
Checkers out.
John Antonino up into the 2nd spot, Max Christie in 3rd, Ty Fisher 4th.
You called it. I think some of those drivers not going to get it. They're already going to the pits. These drivers coming around the final complex going to get one more shot at it. It's 8:69, I believe, in that group, leading them through.
So Turner Brown, 52.386. Antonio Cristea, Ty Fisher, 4th. Fisher is still on a lap, I believe, in that green TV kart. Any changes right at the end? No.
And look at there's a bunch of guys that only got 3 laps because they were messing around and didn't get the laps.
However,
still good enough.
Yeah, I think they got away with that one. But Turner Brown, in 52.386, 87 thousandths clear of John Antonino, 88 thousandths clear of Max Christia. Wait a minute.
John Antonino gets the final lap in, goes P1 with a 52.330.
There was one kart that just absolutely hooped it across the start-finish line right at the end, all on his own. And the CRG Nordam, the driver of Bakersfield, California, has sprung a surprise. Now, we had a brief shot there of a classification. That's changed to John Antonino, but also missing from there was Mateo Calderon's time. I don't know why Maverick McKenna is down as the... So Maverick McKenna's down in 13th position, but that's not 13th overall.
It's going to be top 10, I think, for Calderon.
Yeah.
819 would still be top 10 because it would put him just ahead of Gassiot-Lee.
So there we go. Well, no sooner are we finished with the juniors, and here comes the seniors.
SKUSA trying to make up some time here after that red flag. hat tip and kudos. Here we go with seniors. Yeah, I was starting to call out the juniors there, and there was a good Kart still on track. I thought we got them all in. Hat tip John Antonino getting things done there in juniors.
I'm going to try to pick up the results here in a second. The one driver I didn't see on there was Diego Ardiles.
Out just lower reaches of the top 10.
Wow, okay.
Lower reaches of the top 10. Not disastrous, but certainly not as he would have hoped.
So
now,
right out of the gate here with seniors. Again, this is Group 4 of 4. They're the going from the least quick to quick.
Well, I mean, again, this is a great opportunity to speak about some drivers that may not feature too prominently at the head of the field as the week progresses.
That was the only time Rob Howden said my name in 2019 is because I was in the top 5 of the slow group, so let's go. I'm with it.
Pablo Benitez, Gino Sandoval, Jonathan Bischoff, Aiden Shimbasi, Adam Maxwell, Cameron Romanes, Grayson Thorpe-Dublé, Valen Venkatesh, Michael Boyadzis, Dominic Karai, Lucas Klimek, Joey Friend, William Bennett, Sawyer Roussel, Orton Fisher, Ludovic Saborin, Zach Fransky, Mannix Donnelly, Frederick Manning in this group, Truly Adams also going to go out there. Now hopefully Autumn Fisher, after her incident earlier, we saw her holding her wrist, hopefully she is okay. But we'll catch up there. And again, some slowing down there, but it's a...
So I'm just going back, sorry. I'm going back and look at the juniors. So what they did was they actually had the group 1 was split into 2 different times.
Right.
So it wasn't one full session. That's why we lost Calderon.
Exactly that.
But Calderon was a 52.815, and Nathan Goldsmith was a 52.864. He's going to be in a good position still, too.
That's massive to come from that group and actually make it happen. That is very, very well done.
No, look at the number. Sorry, Rob.
52.864. I got to go back. Let me get this back to the right one. That's going to put both those guys top 12. That's huge coming out of that group. Yeah,
that's basically grab and pull is what you just did. I mean, you're in the conversation and in a very good spot. And also, you take a look at that and you cut that thing and where you're going to be starting position-wise. That's looking pretty good all the way through those heat races.
Right, so we're looking at Gino Sandoval on screen at the moment in the number 923 Kart, the Racing Collective, the Sodi Kart team. Sandoval is 10th at the moment, leading the way Lucas Klimek from, where is Lucas Klimek? In the number 929 from St. Augusta, Minnesota. It'd be cold up there, Rob.
Yeah, indeed. So we got our first session, folks. Let's give it up again for John Antonino running for MPG, the MPG Academy on the Kart Republic, their first pole sitter of the event. We'll see who steps up here in the KA100 Senior class, but just getting things going right now. The leader right now is Jonathan Bischoff on the factory kart. He's the leader right now in the number 916.
He was actually, we saw him earlier, just in front of Sandoval on track. Obviously that's gone well for him. Mannix Donnelly down in 20th. I'm just looking to see Autumn Fisher is out there, so she has recovered well and in the top 10 at the moment, so that's good to see.
Yeah, you've got Bischoff, Jonathan Bischoff, we were just talking about, then Joey Friend, 5,000 separating them, and then 21,000 back. The whole first 6 separated by 1/10 here as they're coming around for the checkers. This is going to be their last shot at it.
Bischoff going back and forth there.
So the checkered flag waves. We're going to be very careful as to how we announce the Aiden Shimbashi in kart 972. Moves to the head of the charts, the driver for the Prime Power team. That is on the factory kart, Aiden Shimbasi. And there is a rear bumper. It's the rear bumper that belongs to Adam Maxwell. And that is, it has not got the maximum number of fittings still attached, and you can see the SKUSA official there. We'll notice that very shortly. So Aiden Shimbasi, Lucas Klimek, Dominic Karai, Jonathan Bischoff, and Joey Friend, your top 5 at the moment from group number 1. Here goes group 2.
The Indeed, rolling out here the second group again. So that's what we'll do. We'll write the notes down to make sure we know exactly who's quickest of this particular group. Again, splitting it up like we did before. So indeed, we'll see who the provisional pole sitter is when we get done these first couple of groups.
52.586, time to beat. Shimbashi.
Yeah.
Well, let's have a look. There's the number 996 on your screen. That's Stephen Miller in the third group.
Which is a shocker to me.
Yeah, and somebody has just parked their go-kart backwards in the turn 1 barrier. There it is.
Saga.
It's
Max Saga.
Max Saga, the American-Japanese driver. Now the officials are getting the barriers back in place. No waved yellow flag.
Stephen Miller up on the wheel. I would expect to see him potentially go provisional pole here pretty quickly. A driver who we know had a fantastic junior career, winning a ton of races. Very talented pilot in Florida.
So again, 4 minutes qualifying windows. The field in KA100 Senior split into 4 groups. This is the second of those groups. We go slowest to fastest, and you get 4 minutes in each session. So 3-4 laps maximum, Mike.
Exactly that. You know, with the out lap and then how fast these laps are going, you have 4 laps is going to be the max. Unless you're kind of dawdling around in the beginning, we've only seen 3 out of our front runners there in the junior category. But yeah, that's going to be one of those things. You got to maximize every lap. Right now, Stephen Miller, 996 rolling around, going to be seeing a little bit quicker lap. This could be a first opportunity for an actual jump up the charts, I think, here, because it's going to be lap 3 or 4, really.
Yeah.
That's going to be the fast ones.
Yeah, Franco Crivelli, Matteo Papis, 12th and 13th overall. They're fastest in this group, but we wait for time scoring now. Here we go.
Jaden Pope.
Stephen Isert.
I love it. I love it. Pope for like a second.
Raheem Alibi was fastest for about 0.2 of a second. So it's now Isert, Alibi, Archer Eversman, Jaden Pope, Conor Ferris, then Carson Sauter, Franco Crivelli, Luke Welcome, Stephen Miller 9th, Brent Rivetta 10th, Aidan Shimbashi now down to 11th from group number 1.
Surprising to see Stephen Miller all the way down to the 9th position, but Stephen Isert looking very good up front. The Speed Sense Motorsports driver is rolling right now in the 939. Good pickup there for our camera guys. There's Stephen Isert right there, P1 right now with a 52.181, trying to lead this second qualifying group. The quicker guys on the grid and getting set to go. So Isert doing the best he can to try to minimize the damage from being this slower grouping for qualifying for KA100 Senior. You do not want to start at the tail of this one here.
Oh, no.
Getting yourself back to the podium would be a monumental effort.
Keep an eye on the group going into turn number 4 right now. You had Crivelli was leading that whole group, and he had just made the move to lead the pack going through. Jumped up to P3, just 20 thousandths off of Pope, who's now quickest in that group. And that is the scenario you got to do. If you think you got enough, get to the front, see if you get a little bit of love down the straightaway, a little bit of a push, because this deep in the session, Miller right behind, not closing. This one is going to be the first drivers to go across and maybe have a shot at snagging provisional pole.
2 drivers able to get below the 52-second mark. Jaden Pope, P1 with a 51.9. Same goes for Alibi as well. But again, like we said, we expect the fastest laps to be here on lap number 4. Checkered flag is going to fly. Who is going to go to the top of the charts here for qualifying group number 2?
Looking down at the moment, Finnegan Bailiff stays 13th. Jaden Pope, 51.982. So it's Pope, Alibi, Crivelli, Franco Crivelli or Crivelli?
I would say probably Crivelli.
Crivelli, yeah. Luke Welcome. Caden O'Connor pops up to the top 5 right at the end. Last Kart across the line is the number 925. Rodrigo Gonzalez. No, was it 925 or the 923? 925, I believe that was coming in. Antoine Rodrigo Gonzalez.
Mike, and Henry, my shocker there was I don't think anybody went faster on lap number 4.
No, they stayed there.
Still only the 2 drivers that were able to break the 52-second mark on that one. I was surprised.
It could be too that maybe some a little bit of a tire pressure adjustment. Knowing it's such a quick deal and knowing it's such a high probability of having something go wrong, maybe they're going, hey, let's get it on 3. You know, if we can. You know, it also depends on how quick you get the heat in the tires. As you see Keegan Kaminsky right there, a driver who's moved up into the senior ranks and has been pretty dang hot right out of the gate. in the GFC. We're going to see what he can do here in just a moment. But yeah, I got a feeling they're starting to bump up the pressure to try to get it done. Don't wait for lap 4.
Aiden Shimbashi, 20th overall now. Further down the order, Stephen Miller, 15th. Finnegan Bailiff, 14th. Brent Rivetta, 12th. But yeah, Pope.
Here's some insight here from David Cole, guys, as well. Stephen Miller won KA100 Junior back in 2022, and Crivelli ran KA100 Master last year. I don't think he was able to get into the Masters class. He finished 5th last year.
Yes.
And so he's running Senior because he wasn't able to get into Master because it locked up. So
yeah, Laurentiu Mardan was sat waiting to be put on the, they got a junior here, the Techno Kart USA team. But Laurentiu Mardan, he was sat outside the scooter registration saying, "Are you sure they're all here? Are you sure? Are you sure?" And then it was like, "Oh, no, there's one's just crashed in practice and he's hobbling away. I'm sure he's going to be a scratch."
Doing whatever he could to get the opportunity, right?
Hey, when in doubt, don't wait till the end to get signed up. You know you're going to go racing, man. Get it done.
Yeah.
Get it done.
Yeah. So again, essentially we're done now with qualifying Group 2. So that was what we saw in that particular. Now we're into the qualifying Group 1, so it'll be a different run on live timing as well. So we'll kind of look back and see which driver was quickest. Jaden Pope, I believe, ended up being the quickest driver, right? So 51.982. We'll think about where he'll slot in. We're talking about that with a 51.982. So indeed.
Group 1 of Group 2 is going out, and then we'll have Group 2 of Group 2.
That's it.
Again, drivers getting their heads down, no slowing down, no cat and mouse. Yeah, get heat into the tires, and go. So James Obeck, Henry Wheeler. Wow, this.
Oh, that was a moment. I'm sorry, you guys see it on screen there? Like a little bit of a difference of opinion in who's doing what.
Yeah.
So when you go sideways on a straight bit, that's not too great.
That's Christian Miles in there as well on the TV cart. He's on the outside. They're kind of bailing out of that one, but for the confusion-wise, so it's qualifying Group 2, then qualifying Group 1. I don't know. We're going back and forth.
Yeah.
So this is Group number 1 of Group number 1.
There's an awful lot to be said for the letters A, B, C, and D, isn't there?
Yeah, exactly. It used to be so easy with the alphabet. If you see these drivers, they're kind of rolling off the throttle, falling back. They've already decided to bail on lap 1. Yep. They're going to punt lap 1. They're going to try to find a different spot, usually because they don't want to be the one punching the air through. As you can see, everyone trying to get in the line and make things happen. This is lap 1. You know it's not going to be a fast lap. It's going to have to happen on lap 3. And they just want to get in the right position to make it happen. As Kaminsky to the top of the charts to kick things off.
Here's some barrier. Oh, look, it's either the barriers or an overhead jet that was rumbling. That was a jet. Now we have a look. So we'll go back to the next group, qualifying Q1, which happens after Q2. Lorenzo Kaufman. Oh, on a spin down at turn number 4. 1, 2, 3 karts.
84, 26, and 85 maybe.
The 84, Quentin Angeli.
Morley.
Antoine Morley, yes, the rental kart, the TV rental kart champion, experiencing SuperNats for the first time. Keegan Kaminsky second, Lorenzo Kaufman first, Christian Miles, Cash Perkins, Dylan Archer, Danilo Romalo.
Is that Kaminsky?
It's the number
34?
934. That is Keegan Kaminsky, yes.
Into the barrier for Kaminsky as well. So again, everybody kind of right on the ragged edge right now.
And he's slow. He's not going to go any quicker.
No,
Kaminsky's going to be done early.
Wow.
And you noticed as he was putting away, there was that big white sort of like plastic ball. He knocked one of the attachments out of the barriers there. And 950 going around. That's one of the ruthless karting drivers, Nick Eggleston. Driver of Glendale, Arizona.
A couple of junior drivers coming up to senior. Kaminsky.
Exactly. That Eggleston's had a lot of success in the challenge in the Americas program. There's Kaminsky.
He knows just how he just changed his weekend.
Like
it's going to be a completely different weekend.
It's a 53-1. He's not even close.
Yeah.
So a 51.982. That was, Pope. Pope.
Yep.
Oliver Calvo at the moment leads with a 52.041. Nobody in this group has beaten Jaden Pope. It's all down to this lap, guys.
That's it. Again, one more group still to come. But again, a guy like Kaminsky, man, that is huge. Going to be at the very back of the pack, having to work his way forward in all three of his heat races to hope making it straight into the main event. There's Oliver Calvo right there in the Speed Concepts racing machine. Calvo up on the wheel right now in that number 956. What does he have left?
I love this right here because if you're Calvo, what do you have? Clean air and a carrot. Now I can go that little bit deeper, a little bit harder, sniff a little bit of draft as well. Watch out for Calvo to go quicker. Look at it bouncing across the line, trying to find every little piece or hucking it over.
But no, he doesn't. And look at that. Calvo, Kaufman, Burke, Wheeler, Romano, they complete their fourth lap. Well,
he did another 52 flat. It was 400th off, but he didn't go any quicker.
No.
Wow.
Yeah, it's got to be the tire pressure. These guys got to be setting it up. That's my only guess is if you're not going to go any faster and you got clean air and you got the draft, they're setting it up for a 3.
So Jaden Pope's over there like, what? I'm in like group 3? You're kidding me? I'm all the way. Yeah, so 51.892, still provisional pole.
And remember how good was it Calderon before, right?
Yeah.
Some of these guys are like, it's all according to plan.
That's right.
Get out of the fast group.
So here they come again, folks. This is the final group for KA100 Senior, the category brought to you by Factory Karts.
Well, welcome aboard to Trans Am and ARCA driver, Brad Gould, watching one of the 1,000+ people watching this broadcast right at this minute. Now, I can't remember which ARCA driver said I'm not gonna lift until I see the checkered flag. Oh God,
my man.
Yeah, my man.
So the drivers who just let him out, these are the fastest ones. Again, they order them fastest to slowest on the grid itself. So not only they split up, the first drivers out were the quickest in that final practice, and that driver, you saw it was Oliver Hodgson, Frankie Mossman, I believe was the other one I saw out the sharp end leaving, and these are going to be the ones that you can see them all spread out already. Hodgson, a little bit of a lead over Mossman, and I think it's Massimino up there. So there's going to be a little bit of just hammer down, get it done, and I don't think a whole lot of worrying about who's got draft. Although third place right now, watch out for Massimino.
Yeah, Massimino, of course, a former winner here in this KA100 Senior category at the SuperNationals. He had a strong season this year. Watch out for him. Joe Turney, we're going to watch for Joe Turney as well on the Kart Republic. We'll see what he's got. And again, they're all chasing a 51.982. That is the fast time. Jaden Pope from that first group, qualifying group number 2.
Look at how much both Mossman and Massimino got the run. I don't know how much. There could have been a throttle breathe out of Hodgson, though. He had a big, big lead. In fact, if I look at, maybe you can see what Hodgson had on the first lap. Could have been very quick.
And Joe Turney there is about 4th or 5th kart in line. Perfect track positioning to just gain a little bit of draft, get a little bit of slipstream without being caught up or having a driver written. Well, now he's got a driver that looks like Massimino slowing down. Now, maybe the games will begin a little bit later. Not as much later in a 4-minute session, but certainly, yeah. Now we're going to see some fun and games because nobody wants to lead the pack. This isn't helping, so this is their second lap now, isn't it?
Yeah. Well, and the passes are all going to happen on the straigaway. I don't see anybody giving up a lap. So here's the pass right there. There's the move to the inside. This is Massimino going at Hodgson again. Going to roll the center of that corner.
But this isn't the quick group, guys. This isn't the quick group. The quick group is just behind them with Jake Drew, Donovan Bonilla, Jesus Vasquez Jr., Chase Hand.
Because they were the ones kind of hanging out and staying in line, and these other guys are jostling for position.
There's Jake Drew. The moment, he's fastest. Number 918 at the back of this group, and he's just going to be keeping his fingers and toes crossed that nobody in front of him even misses an apex and slows themselves down.
So Jaden Pope still P4 right now with that 51.982. Again, one more lap to go. We have not seen drivers get quicker on the final lap. This will be it for them here, we believe. Final lap. No, 2 more laps still coming around.
Well, Well, and Jake Drew is actually the tail of this group,
Yep.
so I don't know if he's going to be able to get any quicker unless he makes something happen, because he's got a full field in front of him. Massimino to P2. Bring Josh Campbell up to third.
Hey.
Donovan Bonilla fourth. And here's a new one.
Race
Liberante. God, love it.
Mustache Mountain
The
is
stash to the front.
yeah.
The mustache plays.
Colin Lloyd second, and the number 945 Kart. That is Peyton Phillips. Oh, and a problem that could be big.
That's Race Liberante.
That's Race Liberante, the pole man.
Yep.
The pole man. He's got his Team USA race suit on, and he's going to be hoping now. Where is that? Is that coming onto the?
It's out of 5.
Oh, it's out of turn 5. Okay.
He just tapped it. I think coming through.
Well,
Wow.
Here they come around. They're going to have a shot at it. Will Liberante live on as the pole driver, or will Lloyd, Phillips, Drew, and company be able to snag it from him at the line? Here we go.
Here it comes, folks, coming to the line. Paulie Massimino has gone to P1. Massimino, 51.786. Massimino in the 940 LN car for Brandon Jarsacrack. Racing has gone to P1. Anybody else coming to the line? No. Race Liberante will hold on to second despite it, but Paulie Massimino will go P1 here in KA100.
let's look at the Shop AKR replay.
Oh.
And talked about those curbs earlier on. There's a lip at the start of the curb, and it just bounced the cart sideways. As
Let's see if we can get have another look at this. Yeah, coming to the inside.
There was no way.
No,
no way.
Yeah.
I kind of wanted to give it on the guy on the outside, but there was no room there.
No, yeah, he tried. I think he probably thought he had a shot at getting a little bit more, and it just wasn't there. The good news for him is, aside from that little bit of a bounce thing, they'll probably put it on the table, make sure she's straight, but probably got away with that one to be all right.
Talk about a wild last lap right
yeah.
now, right? So Jaden Pope was fourth, but on the last lap, that 51.982 is going to end up putting him outside the top. Is he going to be
15th?
15th.
Just in front of Joe Turney.
So yeah, let's run through it here. Paulie Massimino, very impressive. 51.786, 43,000 quicker than Race Liberante, who didn't get that extra lap. Colin Lloyd in third, Peyton Phillips fourth, Jake Drew in fifth, Jose Carlos Fernandez in sixth spot, Alan Isambard seventh, Nick Gabriel eighth, Jesus Vasquez Jr. and Josh Campbell. Wow.
I'll tell you, I was watching Massimino, and he was at the front there, and he started jostling back. Found that we saw him make the move on Hodgson. That was the last opportunity for him to get in the spot he wanted.
Agreed.
And at that point, you got to get all your ducks in a row for one last shot. Massimino perfectly played. Pole man in KA Senior.
Man, I'll tell you, that was an impressive run, and this is what, with this kind of level of competition, Joe Turney's back in 15th position.
Well,
that's work.
But that's 15th of the group.
That
two
group,
draw. Yeah.
100%. You got to slide some guys through there for sure.
But I mean, look at that. Jose Carlos Hernandez, top 6. Was he in anyone's picks?
Right, no.
You know, Alan Isambard, 7th. Mick Gabriel, Jesus Vasquez Jr. Right, Josh Campbell, 10th. Donovan Bonilla, 11th. Chase Hand, 12th. Fernando Luque, 13th. Nicholas Tulecki, 14th. Then it will be, with a 51.982, Jaden Pope.
And look at these big dogs further back. Mossman, Higgins, Calvo, Overbeck, all outside the top 15.
The one thing to keep in mind is once we start going racing, everything kind of goes a little split, right? You're going to have a little bit of a split. So you're going to end up being, okay, I'm 10th, I'm going to start 5th. Here we go. I can see the front row. We can make something happen.
Yeah, listen, these guys are race car drivers, right? They're going to be able to go to work and get themselves forward, but you just didn't want to give yourself that much extra work, right?
Yeah.
You want to be in that front group where they can just, hey, you know what, we'll pull away and get 3 really good heat race results so that we're going to be fine for the main event.
And you get a chance to be in the top 10, 15 or so, right? If you're in the top 10, I feel pretty good about having a front 3 row start and getting through turn number 1. A group that is going to be thinking about turn 1 a little bit different way is going to be these shifter drivers, because they're going from a standing start. But first, we must qualify, as they say.
So, are we splitting the shifters in half as well?
Everything's going to get split, as I understand it. Even if you've got one run group, they still get split into 2 halves to have that clean air. And look at how they warm the tires differently than the single speed guys. These guys, a lot of start stops, a lot of big wheel into it. They got to get a bunch of heat into the fronts to get it to turn, and rears to get that thing to stick.
Well, as we wait, so still 3-4 laps maximum. you have to take things a little bit slower to get the tyres warmed up in shifters than in the direct drive karts. But once they are warmed up, no, I very much doubt that we'll see people peeling off and slowing down like you do in the direct drive classes.
No, yeah, we're not going to see that at all. One of the interesting things for me is there enough time? Are they that much quicker? Can they get 5 laps in? Or are they going to be just 4 with the time-wise? It's interesting, right? They're not going to be that much quicker.
No.
The outlap wasn't quite as slow as I thought it might be, and I wonder if they're thinking the same thing you're thinking. If I can get from A to B, A being grid, B being the start line, fast enough, can I sneak in lap number 5?
Yeah, exactly that. We'll see. We're going to find out right now whether or not it plays for this afternoon, too, when Pro Shifter comes out. But indeed, drivers coming around for the first time. We'll get them on the clock, and things are going now for the Master Shifter category, brought to you by Freem. Larry Pegram, John Baldessari, Robert Feege, Patrick O'Neill, DJ Jenkins getting things underway early. It's just the opening lap.
Frank Runco being following a little bit now. There's the number, what are the Ital Kart teams? The number 638. That's Cameron Cassells, Canadian driver. Cameron's daughter, Sydney Cassells. We'll see Sydney a little bit later on. These are some of the most experienced drivers. I say that the oldest drivers, are in and amongst this group.
You mentioned Larry Pegram before. This is a guy that's very well known on 2 wheels, right?
Yeah.
Superbike racer. Larry's been doing it. Actually, like I want to say, you go back, I think probably 20 years ago, Larry was still running the Pro Moto Tour back in the day. So he's done a bunch of shifter kart racing over the last number of years. So Pegram up top right now with a 48.950. Frank Runco in second on the match, but 0.7 of a second back. Wow. Then you got Nicholas DeAndrea, John Baldessari, and Jeff Mills.
Yeah, you got the 672 of Pegram. He's now coming around to complete another lap in that Burrell Art. And I wonder if, again, trying to get in that extra lap. We'll be curious to see how it goes. He was the one who led the group out.
Well, you just look, he's what, 3 seconds faster.
Yeah.
So, that's 12 over 4 laps. That's 12 seconds. So
if you timed it just right, got out of the gate early, got your foot down, who knows?
Looking at the math, though, I'm looking at we got down here on the live timing, it'll have a bit of a ticker that goes by. Just looking at the math, I don't think it's going to be possible either way. I think SKUSA probably did that on purpose, just to make sure it's going to be 4 and no more than 4. So Pegram fast is 48.776. Next closest on that chart, Runco.
A little further back still. Runco has got the deficit down to 0.4 of a second. So it's Pegram 48.776, Runco 49.186, Baldessari 49.2, Jeff Mills 49.3.
And that's Baldessari we're following there.
Yep.
Does it go any quicker?
He does he does not. Don McGregor does go quicker, up to 3rd. So Baldessari down to 4th. Ryan Rebello up into 6th position. And Larry Pegram on his last lap. Well, they were getting closer, and then they weren't.
Wow, that's a big lap for Pegram there.
Yep.
48.627. Half a second faster than Frank Runco.
How far up the charts is that going to put Larry once we get the next group rolling?
That's pretty big. That's a major run there for sure.
Yeah, well, it's going to be interesting to find out, and we are going to find out very, very shortly, because you can see there
guys, couple surprises for me here. Patrick O'Neill back in 14th. This is the guy that normally runs top 10, and Michael Gouache as well in 17th position. That's a surprise. Both those drivers for me. I would expect to see them further up.
Will Lynn, Philip Pierce, Chris Soliotis further down the order. So, time for the front half of the field, and 2 drivers coming out of turn number 11 in the barriers early on. Oh, there's some very, very, that is the Magic Kart. Oh, that's going to be this could be the first territorial dispute. The Magic Kart of number 6 X30, Robert Bujoso, Budashow, and Patrick Hayak.
They were
in Hayek.
They were at the front of the.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
Budashow was not happy with Hayak.
No. So Patrick Hayak, a driver that we've picked to be in the top 5 here. Wow. Well, those two drivers that we expected to be top 5 or even race-winning contenders have trouble here in qualifying. Budashow is not going to get a lap in. He's going to be at the tail of the field.
Just trying to give us something to talk about.
Oh, man.
That's crazy. And then now Hayek's able to get going, trying to pull a McKenna from earlier and actually get towards the sharp end of the session. But when they let off, it was going to be another Burrell Art, this time of Musser leading away. And the 667 now goes by on your screen. You're going to see what Musser can do here early on already after one lap up to 8.
Wow.
I'm looking at Budashow standing. He's got all the hallmarks of somebody that wants to throw a glove at another driver. He's not going to, but it certainly looked as though we didn't see the incident, but Budashow was somewhat unimpressed with Hayak, and Hayak is the one that carries on, and Budashow is the one that doesn't.
Just the way they were lined up in the barriers, like maybe,
a round of applause.
Like maybe Budashow might have made the Hayek might have made a move inside him and then got together and spun around. And of course,
Hayak is not. He's ignoring the round of applause that Budashow has given him.
So we'll see what happens with Jordan Musser here. Like we said, he went P8 on his opening lap. Lap number 2, you figure he'll move up a little bit more again. Davide Foray, though, the first driver to draw blood, 47.773. Musgrave, now Billy Musgrave, 47.773. Foray, 7.92. So Lammers is now into 3rd. Mish in 4th. There's your answer to your question right now. Already Pegram down in a 9th position, lap number 2.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, these guys all putting their time in, trying to make sure they got the heat in the tires. We're starting to see actually on course. There it is, Billy Musgrave circulating. It just went off screen, and then more and more come around. We're going to see lap 3 in the books. One more after that. Fastest lap of the previous session came on lap 4. Fastest lap in KA Senior came on lap 4. And we saw lap 3 is the fastest from earlier. Billy Musgrave going to come across the line, try to go even faster still. 47 rather. 4, that's from Boss Lammers, then Foray, Musgrave, Musser, and Mish, your top 5.
Yeah, Musgrave did go quicker. 26 thousandths of a second separating your top 3 right now. Boss Lammers, Davide Foray, and Billy Musgrave. You go back to Jordan Musser in 4th spot. Thomas Mish in that 5th position right now. 3 laps in. Here's the final lap. Everyone hoping for some clean and open racing to see if they can't get themselves to P1. Boss Lammers, though, leading the way.
And Foray is, I believe, what we're watching on screen there. Foray is the one who's been using Musser as the carrot and has been going faster and faster and faster. One last shot at it. You see the different lines they're taking. How is it going to be across the line? Musser, Foray, and on. How we go?
Waiting for live timing to pick it up and see what we've got here to line things up. Who is going to be on top? Boss Lammers.
Foray didn't improve. He stays 2nd. Baz Lammers.
Hey.
Welcome back to SuperNats, Baz.
Musgrave did not improve either on the final lap. So Boss Lammers goes P1 with a 47.579, 17 thousandths of a second quicker than Davide Foray, 26 thousandths quicker than Billy Musgrave. Top 3 drivers separated by less than 300ths of a second. Jordan Musser in the 4th spot. 5th is Thomas Mish. 6th, Travis Irving. 7th goes to Jonathan Vitolo. 8th to Vincent Cassard. 9th, Alan Chuto. Luca Bortone rounding out the top 10.
2 things. 1, Luca Bortone. That's awesome. I'd love to see the kid get up there top 10. But Jordan Musser did go faster on the final lap, was the leader with no carrot, and we do know that Burrell R and he go faster and faster and faster as the week and the session goes on.
0 draft for him. He did not have anybody to play with. Obviously, we know that Foray was right there with him. But again, Boss Lammers on top with a 47.443. Skitchy Barnes and John Crow just on the outside looking into the top 10. Barnes ended up in 11th, Crow in 12th. Patrick Hajak all the way down in 14th.
But could have been 0.
It could have been 0.
Could have been 0. Reed Robert Budashow.
48 for Budashow. That's where he's going to be starting. Wow. He's going to pass a lot of go-karts here this week, I'll tell you that.
Sir.
No time for Ariel Castro and for Rob Kosakowski. not quite sure why we didn't see them on track. I mean, Ariel Castro, very, very fast driver. The owner of AM Engines.
Exactly that, yeah.
Yes.
But here's one for you again. So let's go back. We talk about the fact that Lammers is here running in both Pro Shifter and Master Shifter. He's won here before, but it was 15 years ago. He won Super Pro in 2009.
And the drive for 5 begins in 3rd position for Billy Musgrave.
It does.
And there's another statement for Billy and his factory car team. American, home-built chassis, taking on Lammers and Foray and Musser and mixing it with them. On his own kart that he developed himself.
I love it. It's amazing.
A lot of manufacturers in the front right there. A lot of different manufacturers going on.
We like looking at it, right? We got the ITEL Kart drivers there for sure. We got Factory Kart. We got Birol Art. We've got GFC up in there as well with a couple of karts. CRG.
Yeah.
A lot of good karts there.
What do you want to go run? Doesn't matter.
I don't care. It doesn't matter.
You can go into the front. You just need to have the wheelman behind it.
So info from David Cole. He believes Rob Kozakowski is a scratch. He thinks Castro may be a scratch as well. We'll pick that up in the lunch break to see whether or not he's not. I saw him here. I know he's tracked.
Yeah, I've seen that. I've seen that. I saw him in a race suit as well. So the Book of Coal. There's Zane with the membranes. Zane Burgess. You say, great. The drivers are beginning. They've got the extra coverage now. There's more eyes on them. So now they're using that to create their own branding. I've been given merchandise from several people there who have started. Getting their own identity, get as the driver as a brand. If you want to succeed in this sport, you're going to have to, sell yourself to people with money. What better way to sell yourself than by having a ready-made brand? Does my brand as a driver align with your brand?
That's 100% true. I say that all the time. Most of your social media needs to be 100% on brand. We'll get this update here, guys, because I've got this. They are going to keep, SKUSA's going to keep the 1-hour lunch break. So there will be updated times, updated meeting times, updated start times. We'll get those to you when we can, folks. But we are going to keep the full 1-hour lunch break. Get the crew in here, get them a chance to have some lunch and get dialed in. So that is a great straight from SKUSA officials.
Thank you very much, Kart Chaser Nation. Can Talk Inc. says Robbie Kozakowski has an injury and isn't currently at the event. And somewhere in the paddock, Laurenti Mardan is running around trying to find a techno kart with a shifter on it to enter Master Shifter. I don't care. I'll do it at the end of qualifying. It's okay.
So this is it, folks. This is going to wrap up the morning here right now. Qualifying for the drivers in Micro Swift. When we get this wrapped up, we'll be done for the morning. We're going to come back in the afternoon, as we said. It will be an hour break, so we'll give you the timing. You're looking at this being a 10-minute window. We're going to be done at around 12:20, so likely a 1:20 start time this afternoon to get the afternoon rolling. That means we'll be about 20 minutes behind schedule. We got going for KA100 Master. We'll have those warm-ups or those practice sessions, practice 5.
Young Sebastian Johnson there, again showing the American and Japanese heritage on the 241 kart.
The Pontano chassis as well for Forward Direction Motorsports.
Yes.
Right. Yeah.
He's
their new project this year.
Not on my entry list. He was a late addition to the field. The Pontano, Giorgio Pantano not here. Himself that I'm aware of. There is a little look back here. This is the 291 kart. Now I love the Nico and the Katowski, the American veteran style, the RV, the race truck. It's all respecting the fallen heroes in the military. We had Remembrance Day, Veterans Day here in the US earlier on, but never far from with the Nellis Air Force Base. Never far from the military. Here in Vegas, and this week has been a very special week for veterans around the world, those who made the ultimate sacrifice so that we can enjoy days like this.
Indeed. And here we come, folks, to cap off our morning sessions. Again, for these drivers here, everybody in the morning, they'll be focused now on Friday and going wheel to wheel for the first time with the heat race, the 2 heat races on Friday. Last qualifying session here of the morning, and the drivers in the Micro Swift category. Will it be Zane Burgess? Will it be Wynn Godchuk? Will it be Santiago Orioli? These 3 drivers have been going wheel to wheel all year long. One more time here in 2024.
Out on the outlap now. But these are the slowest drivers. They have to get their foot down early to make sure they get 4 laps in. If anyone is going to miss out on that, it's going to be these the micro drivers. But again, it's normally, I'm expecting plenty of gamesmanship in X30 Pro, Junior X30,
Yes.
the usual suspects.
The usual suspects, yes.
Yeah, exactly. With these little micros here, again, the youngest category we have, some of these drivers as young as 7 years old coming around here, they're just trying to get it going in the right direction. And to your point, Rob, you got some of these drivers been battling each other all year long, and now to try to throw a SuperNats trophy on the top. First off, we've got our bottom half going on course right now. We're going to see our first lap times coming here in about 20 seconds.
And of course, Can Talk Inc. is the one and only Dr. Colin Livingston from Canada. I hadn't forgotten. I was just giving your company a bit of love, Colin. He's off to Asia, so he'll be listening on the plane. He'll be listening to your e-Kart news coverage, but then, when he's in Asia in work, he says work, but, he doesn't do that much.
Wow. Henry be getting ruthless here right now with Colin, my fellow Canadian. Again,
Great guy.
Yeah, no doubt. Does a bit of racing, shifter racing himself.
Yep, I say
Get
racing.
challenged.
He drives a shifter kart in a race.
You are harsh.
Jacobo Agudello, the first one to put a lap down here. Back to the racing, if you don't mind, Henry.
Oh, I'm sorry.
58-2,
There's some qualifying going on. Go-karting. Let's talk go-karting.
Thank you, Michael. I appreciate that.
58-216.
Focus.
Early time to beat here from Jacobo. Let's see what we get here as we continue. Again, first lap's not the fast lap. It's just the first one you get done. We're going to see what we get out of these little micro drivers. The round through turn number 7, and now 8, 9, and the constant turn there. 8, 9 rather. That was 11 and 12. I was in the wrong spot.
I'm looking forward to seeing Eric Wojciechowski, number 207. That's probably the commentator's best friend in terms of a name.
That's a good one.
I think it's a Wojciechowski, I believe.
That sounds about right.
Hey, you were talking about Sebastian Johnson. How about
Yes.
Sebastian Johnson at the top of the charts there, but only for a moment. Joe is going to be the next one to take off the top spot, 57.653.
Jack Katowski right in there as well. Arthur Kelly all right in the middle of the fight here. Again, this is just getting settled in. It's going to be 4 laps. Just stay out of trouble. Let the car come to you, because you know that. That's the one thing for those who maybe are watching this for the first time. As you're driving, you can feel the thing the grip starts coming in. First lap, you're just kind of holding on. Second lap, third lap, you're there. And finally, that 4th lap, this thing's ready to go.
Yeah, and then I inevitably, when I come in, I needed one more lap. That's why I always needed one more lap.
One more.
Every time.
Always need one more lap.
Although missing the apex a little bit there out of our front runner, that's not going to be what you want there. Again, just a little bit off. You got to be tidy, and I think that's what we're talking about. This is the bottom half group, right?
Yep.
There's the small differences. Not like you're driving poorly. You're just making the track a little bit longer than everybody else.
That's it. Zhu goes back to the top once again, 57.339. Agadello now up into the 3rd spot. Lincoln Wiley goes up into 4th, but here comes Lucas Tarango as well. Finally, Lucas Tarango finds the pace, 57.119, 2/10 clear. Tarango, provisional pole.
Lennox Lockhart just was able to get around there. Lennox Lockhart was actually the one kind of hanging out. 287 having a problem. This Fernandez.
That would be Sergio Fernandez. Lennox Lockhart, Bahamian driver, doing well. There are 2 drivers that didn't do a lap in the last practice session. They had issues on their outlap. Nolan Carney and Pedro Cueto, 12th and 14th overall. So not a bad recovery for those 2.
Here we go. Fast lap's going to be coming. Last lap through.
Checker flag waiting for the drivers here at start-finish, or at the finish, not start-finish. At the finish line. They're coming across the line to see one more run at it here.
Let's have a look. 57.119 for Tarango. He hasn't completed his last lap. Now he does. Doesn't improve, but he doesn't need to. In fact, I'm looking there. Nolan Carney didn't do a 4th lap, and a couple of drivers also didn't do their full allocation of laps. Geronimo Agadello, Sergio Fernandez we saw. Now, Max Schubert and Kaysen Sanders, they didn't complete all 4 laps either. But no sooner does the checkered flag wave to signal the end of Group 1. Here comes Group 2.
And this will be it, folks. The last session on the racetrack for the morning schedule. From here, we go into the hour lunch break. We'll have the drivers' meeting And then we go back into practice. Practice number 5 for the drivers of KA100 Master. And the remainder of the categories will be running in the afternoon sessions, including the drivers in the Mini Swift class, X30 Junior, Pro X30, and Pro Shifter. They'll all be on track for practice number 5, and of course the extended 12-minute final practice before we go qualifying once again. Our lunch break coming, but here we go. A big group of drivers going super slow.
Yeah, exactly that. We were talking about usual suspects. Well, we didn't add Micro to the list.
We did not.
So, yeah, all of them at basically the entire pack of 20 some odd go-karts going at maybe 3/4 speed down the straightaway, all looking at each other going, you lead, no, you lead, no, you lead. Everybody pointing at each other like that Spider-Man meme.
And Win Gottschalk does not want to be where he is right now. He's looking over his shoulder. He's got the Zane Burgess is about 4th or 5th in line. I can't imagine that Win Gottschalk will stay where he is much longer. He's got the 203 Kart. Santiago Orioli, Danny O'Gara, I think I saw in that mix as well.
Do these guys get 4 laps? Did they slow down too much?
I was thinking the same thing. We'll see. You see the number 1 there of Burgess right in the fight. A couple of drivers there in the MPG karts as well. Orioli and O'Gara, as you said.
And look at that, Gottschalk. The minute he finished, goes to the finish line, then slows down, and that's ruined the lap for everybody behind him.
He also did not want to be there. Exactly what Mike had said. He's like, no, there's no way you guys are following me around for this entire deal. He's getting booked out of that one. Gets himself back into position here. Lucas Tarango still with that top time, as we know, 57.119. We'll see when the big times come from these drivers up front. Zane Burgess in a good position here.
There's a move.
These moves, yeah, I was just going to say, these moves right here are going to be what set the tone, the last shot at it, Henry.
Yep, indeed. Now there is Burgess is now the 2nd kart in line. So he has got himself in a great position for what should be the fast lap. There we go. He's got a fast driver in front of him. So Santiago Orioli. Remember these two battling for the SKUSA Winter Series down in Homestead at the start of the year. Now Orioli looks to the inside. Does he slow down? Burgess goes through. Here comes Win Gottschalk back into the picture as well. But he had a little bit of help from behind.
Yeah, a lot of looking over your shoulder here right now. That almost got checked up a little bit there for Win Gottschalk. That could have been actually a little bit ugly. But luckily, a little wide on the exit there. And they're trying to do some communication, but it's not playing well.
The whole lot of them went faster than the first group did, so getting it down the 2nd lap. But they've kind of hosed lap number 3 here. The question is there going to be enough at the line? If I'm looking by this, I don't think that there is, but we'll watch and see what happens.
Jaden Francisco, 293, the driver for Ryan Perry Motorsport on the Nitro chassis. Francisco leading Burgess, Orioli, Aiden Go, Simone. This is going to, they're going to get one more lap.
No checker flag
Some of them will. Some of them will.
Yeah, they're all pretty close. I think we're going to be all right. The ones at the front certainly are. Here we go. Jaden Francisco, as you say, one with the time to beat, 56.469. Everything shook up behind him, and now it's go time.
That is exactly that. You can see everybody lining up right now. Up front is Orioli again. They're all lined up to see if they can get that little bit of draft that they need. But Orioli, is he going to get himself in trouble being up front, not getting the lap time he wanted? Because you got to expect at one point here that you'll see Zane Burgess trying to go by to take advantage of getting pulled around the racetrack. No, he's actually already through. It's Gottschalk now right behind him. So Burgess has already gone through on the Sodi kart. Gottschalk now right behind Orioli. So this is going to play out interesting when it's all said and done, coming through the final couple of corners of this racetrack here. 16 turns in total. They'll bring it to the line and see if anybody has anything for Jaden Francisco. He had 0.03 of a second on Cameron Johnson. Here they come. Who's going to take the top time? In Micro, across the line for their 4th lap.
And it's Alvaro Medeiros who does. Zane Burgess, he was 6th at the start of their last lap. He moves up to 3rd, so a good last lap for Zane Burgess. Zane Burgess, not good enough.
We were not talking about Alvaro Medeiros, were we? 55.862, over a 10.5 quicker than Cameron Johnson, who holds on to the 4th position. Zane Burgess ends up in 3rd spot. 4th, Aiden Go. 5th, Lawrence Perriman. Great qualifying effort for Perriman. He goes P5. Mauro Nario goes into the 6th spot. Hudson Howard up to 7th. Francisco drops all the way from 1st to 5th on the final lap, right ahead of Danny O'Gara and Leo Simoni.
And Zev got shocked. Out qualifying his older brother Win.
Wow.
So Zev in 11th, and I think Win played the tactical game and it didn't work for him.
Mike, it just felt like they were all in that kind of group. And if you're running with that guy, unless you can pull back and get that draft to move forward, you're just going to go the same time as they are.
No, exactly. You can only go as fast as the driver in front of you when you're nose to tail, and that's the flip side of actually being in the group is if you can't get on the gas when you want to, carry the speed that you want to, you're actually stuck. And what we've already said, sometimes in Vegas you need things to roll your way. That pull time right there, Medeiros already starting off on the right foot.
There he is right there. Medeiros pretty happy, putting it on the pole position here. Love it. Does he even know he's P1 yet? I don't know that he knows that he's P1.
Let's go, buddy.
Yeah, there it is.
All right.
We got to catch the actual first understanding, the pure emotion. Look at the smile now he's got going on.
That go-kart's never felt so light as he just lifts it up and scoops it in.
He was like, are you kidding me? I was in traffic the whole bloody time. And I got it. That's brilliant.
So let's, hey, listen, guys. Okay, what else
I was going to say, we had in the last practice session, we had that red flag because there was an incident involving a couple of drivers. We weren't aware of who drove. Asher Bizonsky, Brody Brown, and Daniel Ramirez didn't set a time. We're not sure if they were some of the drivers involved in that incident. If they were, we hope that they're okay. And that they'll be cleared and they can come back and race tomorrow from the back of the grid. So we had 43 drivers set a time out of the 46 in the class, but Ramirez, Brown, and Bizonsky, we will try and the Book of Coal, I'm sure we'll catch up with them, and as will our pit reporting team, who will spring into action.
We're hanging out here with Alvaro Medeiros, watching him enjoy this P1. He's super happy about that for sure. It'll be a fun evening for him, and then he's going to start main events, the heat races from the front row. It's going to be an exciting run for Medeiros, as we said. Cameron Johnson, great job as well. He'll be on the outside of the front row. Well, folks, that does, as I said, wrap up the morning show here right now on Kart Chaser. We are going to go into a 1-hour lunch break here, get the SKUSA crew back in here. We're set to get rolling again. I believe it was 1 o'clock. So we're probably, what time is it right now? 12:22. So very likely, what did we say, about probably 1:20? I think we're thinking the start time. I haven't got the full update yet from the guys from SuperKarts USA. I do, just got it. So 12:55 drivers meeting, 1:30 start time for the afternoon session. So we'll be back here on the YouTube channel for Kart Chaser at 1:30 this afternoon. Folks, hope you join us here once again on behalf of Mike Smith, Henry Bodette, and the entire Kart Chaser crew. Make sure you come back, folks. My name's Rob Howden. Bye for now.
Join us for the biggest kart racing convention of the year, the 39th OVKA Kart Racing Trade Show and Swap Meet, Saturday, February 1st, Roberts Center, Wilmington, Ohio. Whether you're into sprint karting, dirt and oval racing, road racing, unlimiteds, or vintage karting, there are deals here for you. Shop our 60,000 square foot show floor, filled with the karts, parts, and supplies you need. Network with kart racers of all disciplines from across the country. Get insights from experts at our performance seminars. Visit our Intro to Kart Racing open house to get started in racing. Visit OVKA.com. Vendor registration is now open. OVKA.com.
Turner Brown will win on Sunday.
Augustus Toniolo wins X30 Junior.
Kai Hunter wins the main event in KA Senior. And the RPG Cosmic wins in Micro.
Donovan Bonilla has won at the SuperNationals.
For more information on how to start your driver development journey with RPG, visit RollisonPerformanceGroup.com.
All the way up to the finish line. Who is it going to be? And it's Sean Perez who wins in Crescent.
Ty Fisher wins $1,000 in KA100 Junior.
Alex Stanfield played it perfectly here. Told him to wait. Stanfield wins the Duffy in 2024 for TV Karts.
Amarillo Kart Complex is now the official distributor for TV Kart in the continental U.S. Become a dealer today.
Are you stuck with your kart racing? Not sure the ideal kart setup? Or going to a track for the first time? Well, Kart Class has the answers for you. Our online portal has a wealth of experience and knowledge to help your kart racing. From kart setup advice to track guides that are targeted specifically to your circuit, or the driver coaching aspect with mindset, racecraft and driving techniques. If you want to take your karting to the next level, visit us at kartclass.com.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Las Vegas Motor Speedway and coverage here on Kart Chaser of the 27th running of the SuperKarts USA SuperNationals. My name is Rob Howden, joined as I was this morning and will be through the entire weekend by Henry Beaudet and Mike Smith in the tower here. Andrew Clemens is going to come on in as well a little later on during qualifying to spruce things up a little bit, but we are excited to be here. The sun is out. As we know, blue skies on order for the entire week. Temperatures now up into 67 degrees with a cool morning, but we've essentially reached our high already. Mike Smith, I'll start with you. Our class on track here right now, KA100 Master, practice number 5. Let's go back to the morning, though. I thought it was a solid morning. There was a couple of incidents, but we were able to see kind of the guys that were going to come to the forefront.
Yeah, we had a lot of usual suspects that were up there for sure, but then we had a few surprises. Some of the drivers are able to come from the deeper groups in qualifying, so that was pretty interesting to see that happen. We saw a lot of gamesmanship. That either it worked out or it didn't for some of them. I want to say on the afternoon here, what's going to be interesting is, like you said, kind of the heat of the day right now, KA Masters. We don't qualify until pretty much dark, right? So talk about a swing between what your first session is and your final session here in the PM.
Come to Henry now. Let's talk about the morning. Any big surprises for you in the morning?
Well, I mean, the lack of speed shown by some of the names that you would consider to be there. Stephen Miller, Joe Turney, to name but a few. Go back to, but then also Mateo Calderon coming up there and qualifying well from the lower group, which I think was significant. A couple of the incidents that we saw, there was a red flag stoppage in Micro Swift for Brody Brown. Saw his mechanic, Roman Haynes, during the lunch break. Brody's fine. Brody's going to race tomorrow. Nathaniel, who was on the in the Villeneuve kart, he is also fine. Spoke to him. Foot hurts, but he's good to go tomorrow. And Autumn Fisher, who tweaked her wrist. She's fine, racing tomorrow. So, of all the incidents that we did have, everyone is, a couple of bruises, but everyone is okay. And looking there now, we talked about Laurentiu Mardan in this class, who finished runner-up last year, but then was excluded for having one less nut on his weight, on his leg weight. I got the message, 10:45 this morning, I'm in. So obviously somebody has sat to withdraw from this class, but Laurentiu Mardan is in.
That's awesome. Another update as well, Ariel Castro. We talked about the fact that he wasn't out there in that Master Shifter category. A little sore elbow from the shift, so he's actually going to move over to X30 Senior. So he wanted to race, wanted to keep running, so Castro's going to run X30 Senior.
You're here, right?
I mean, I get it.
You're going to do it, I guess,
Let's go. So on track right now, we're going to do our practice session for those of you who joined us for the first time. Category lineup for this afternoon, KA100 Master, followed by Mini Swift. Then we go X30 Junior, then Pro X30 and Pro Shifter. 7-minute practice 5. Those sessions coming out right now. After that, Mike, we go into the 12-minute extended final practice session. The speed there, where you are there, is where you roll off the grid for qualifying. So a very crucial session there. But we also talked about the fact with a longer session, you can either do the qualifying simulation at the start or get a chance to see what the kart's going to feel like over a 10-lap run to simulate a heat race.
Well, and you just nailed it, 10 laps. And so what we've learned already is that it's going to be it's a 12-minute long session. You're going to be able to get that full 10 laps. So you can really dial in both of those things. Find out what you got for the early speed and see how you do there on lap 10 at the end of the session. Go back and look at the data. And going back to the Laurentiu Mardan deal, I'm not sure we found out what time he's going to be. He's at 10:35. I don't know where he's coming from.
Well, no, he was here. He's been here all week.
He's been here the whole time.
He's been sat at the SKUSA desk.
Perfect.
He's on track now, turning his very first lap, and he's 10th.
That's what I was just going to mention, right, is that him getting on track today, it's Laurentiu Mardan, right? Like, so he's already got it out of the box ready. We talked about it, I think, with the morning group, what kind of level you come in with. Well, he already has a high foundation. He's going to build off of that. Mardan's going to be one to watch in qualifying and the rest of the week.
And especially if he stays top 10 here right now. I think that'll be a fantastic jump for him if he's got the pace. This is going to be a great run here, as we know, in this category. The checker flag flying in a shorter 7-minute session. Ben Cooper on top, a driver who has won many times on the national and international stage. Ben Cooper, the Rollison Performance Group fastest driver. 4-time winner Kip Foster in second on the Drew Price Engineering Aero chassis. Matthew Waters into the third spot, last year's winner. Bruno Spengler. We'll talk more about Bruno. I love this story.
Yeah.
And then Jacob Nairi there as well to round out your Fast Five.
And a certain Max Papis, ninth. Ex-Formula One driver, Champ Car race winner, Max Papis, and Bruno Spengler, DTM driver, has raced all around the world, coming back, and yeah. Lorenzo Mardan will be very happy after sitting at the SKUSA desk all morning, or all week really. Gets out there, first 6 laps, 400ths of a second slower than an ex-Formula One driver.
Yeah, he's only 0.8 of a second off in his first session.
Which is definitely going to be the most important piece right there.
There it is. There it is. He's rolling. So indeed, a good start for the drivers here in KA100 Master. Again, with the lineup we have right now for these 7-minute sessions, we will have the Mini Swift drivers roll out here as well. Then, of course, at the very end of the day here, we are a little bit off the schedule for some issues we had earlier in the day, but we will go qualifying with KA100 Masters firing things up first. Every one of the categories, every group is split into 2 groups, so you'll see 2 qualifying groups for Masters, Mini Swift, and X30 Junior. 4 groups in total for Pro X30 and 4 groups in total for Pro Shifter. We did see a little Archie Bargy out there in the Master Shifter category with Robert Budashow and Patrick Hajek getting together there over in turn number 11. There's wasn't the patience I was hoping, I think, at the start of a couple of these sessions.
It's very interesting to how much argy-bargy there really was in the qualifying session. I mean, yeah, there's a good amount of twists and turns to this 3/4 mile circuit, but there's still plenty of space as well in qualifying. And I want to say, was that the second lap or the out lap? They had a session, right? Yeah. So
yeah, the out lap.
in the Masters group and at the front of the Master Shifter. So
crazy.
That was very surprising.
One other thing, just for tracks, so you can see a great shot of it here. This is what we'll bring it up. You can see the wind that we have. We had 0 wind at all at the very start of the day. It picked up during qualifying, before qualifying later in the morning rather. But Mike, let's talk about the fact that the direction of that wind, it's kind of moving around a little bit, but in qualifying earlier today, it was directly right in the face of these drivers coming up the straightaway. So it really allowed the draft to kind of come into play. We saw guys make moves, get by, and then get that tailwind down into turn number 4. We saw a number of drivers really optimize the opportunities.
Exactly. You did as much as you can to maximize as much as you can by being in the draft, go all the way down. And what we're really seeing is big shoves. What I think we may see if this wind continues throughout the week is drivers try to pair up. If you've got a pretty even, because we're all mixed, right, in qualifying. In theory, you're around the same people, maybe not the same agenda. Once we go racing, everyone's on the same agenda. We're going that way, being forward. So then maybe you see a little bit more of that patience and pushing that can happen.
As I'm a great lover of kart mums, as my hoodie suggests. I found my new favourite karting mum. It's Max Pappas' wife,
yes,
Tati. She's watching on this. She's posting as Max on the live chat. She has just told the world that she's not wonderfully happy with her husband at the moment because he's hurt his back this year.
He had back surgery.
So his back surgery. So she's not wonderfully happy that he's racing.
Thanks
for letting the world know, Tati. I appreciate that. I'm sure Max will as well.
Yeah, you just had back surgery. Here's what we're going to say you should go do.
Yeah.
Go drive in a street circuit somewhere in a bumpy parking lot.
Yeah.
So there we go. That's absolutely fantastic. I love that. That's David Land was quick to point out that Max Pappas, a race winner in the Champ Car, in Kart, as it were. I did say
heck of a driver. There's no doubt about that. And now still remains in the very deeply into the industry as a race steward as well. So,
yes. I worked in the British Children's Racing for some time, I believe, in NASCAR.
He's also got MPI, right? It's the steering wheel manufacturing company, and does a lot of great things for the sport. Max Pappas does. And spends a lot of time behind the wheel at Trackhouse Motorplex down in Mooresville.
There's
a lot
a problem.
of seat time there.
What do we got? We've got Mini Swift stacking themselves up, coming out of pit lane onto the start of, I can see 1, 2, 3 drivers, all discussing a bit of a territorial dispute.
Hey, interesting, Mike, as well, again, from the morning to the afternoon, how much different experience it is for these guys here compared to, let's say, the micros and the minis. The micros, it was, 45 or 50 degrees when we were here. Their first sessions were super cold, where it's a 20-degree swing for the drivers here in the Mini Swift category. Much different approach to the opening couple of laps each session.
Yeah, you actually are going to be able to get the heat in the tires a little bit quicker. The ambient temperature being higher, the track temperature being higher. I mean, granted, it's not by any means hot out here. You know, it's You can feel the sun on your back pretty good when you're out in the sun, but like here in the Kart Chaser compound, if you will, we're in the shade, and it is noticeably cooler just being in here. So yeah, with everybody out on course, a little bit more heat, ambient temperature, your tires hanging out on the grid, a little bit more startup heat, and we're still talking about coming out of the track.
Well, here's the interesting thing too, and I think weather and temperature is something we'll be talking about all week, but it is not going to be really warm on the weekend. We're getting up into the mid to high 60s right now. We're thinking 60, maybe even high 50s on Saturday. So that's going to be a much different day, even if it happens, especially if we get that on Super Sunday as well.
Yeah, situation's going to be very cold.
The very loud Kart was number 197, Jeremy Sincere, driver out of Mont-Saint-Hilaire, Quebec. Obviously with a problem there. One of the drivers that I think got collected coming out of the pit lane knocked an exhaust off.
Yep, that's what the sound was heading by us here. That driver will head to pit lane once again, the scale house, and call it a day. Look forward to the longer section coming up. Drivers get an opportunity, really, again, 5th session. They had 4 good sessions yesterday. Mike, you've raced this, I've raced this. It's the first day, I think, for majority of the guys is get comfortable, figure out the racetrack, start finding some more speed, then you can kind of go to work on the chassis. You're not really working chassis-wise early on, unless you're maybe one of the top guys.
Yeah, the very first session you do, you're just going out there and getting a feel for everything, getting things dialed in. A lot of times maybe you got some new skins on there just to make sure you don't put it in the fence lap session 1. But after that, you don't throw new skins on until maybe your 3rd session or 4th session even, because you're just trying to feel what the kart's actually doing. The track's going to evolve a bit. Today, day 2 is when you actually you look at the notes from day 1 and you actually start applying everything towards qualifying at that point. And so you get 2 sessions here. This one right here is like your last all in. This is the direction we think we need to go for speed, because then you get a chance to apply it, see if you're right or wrong for practice, the final practice. If you were wrong, we can go back. If you were right, well, hey, now we're heading even better than into the qualifying session.
Henry, just building the baseline all day on Wednesday, right? Then into Thursday, and then obviously then you go racing on Friday, Saturday, and Sunday.
Yeah, exactly. You don't want to get too behind on terms of your setup, and track time is at a premium. These guys and girls, they sat around all morning. They watched. Some of them even took advantage and had a lay-in at the hotels. But you've got 19 minutes before you qualify.
Yeah.
Those before possibly some of the most important 4 minutes of your entire SuperNats.
Yeah, that's one thing. Again, if you're just joining us here in the afternoon, if your favorite driver is running here in the afternoon, it is a 4-minute qualifying session. You're essentially getting 4 laps, as long as you don't dick around a little bit. We had a couple of drivers mess around, and they only got 3 laps. But if you do the right thing, you're going to get 4 laps, and that's the warm your tires up, get in a banker lap, and then start pushing.
Yeah, and that's going to be it. To your point earlier about the temperature, the temperature swing, I kind of brought it up in what I was going to look for the afternoon versus the morning, and that is the temperature we have right now, as you mentioned, about our high for the day. You're very, very close to being a little after 1:30, and we're going to not qualify until the sun starts going down. Some of that because of the regular schedule already being in the 4-ish o'clock. Well, with the little bit of a delay we've almost guaranteed the entirety of qualifying being under the lights.
Yeah.
And the temperature swing and the setup change that you're going to need to do. Getting heat in the tires is already challenging. If you start taking away all the heat and all the sun, it gets to be a little bit different ballpark.
We obviously get a lot of people talking about some issues right now with Race Hero. We can't pick it up. We do have a feed here for you. So right now, to bring you up to speed, Troy Ferguson, fastest driver on the racetrack here in Mini Swift, 55.278 his quick lap so far. Josh Bergman now up into the 2nd spot. Ashton Woon in 3rd. Parker Ives in 4th. Maxwell Macha up into P5. That's a pretty quick P5 right now, and I can see any of those 3 guys could find themselves on the top of the podium when it's all said and done.
Yeah, Josh Bergman, he was Team USA's representative to represent the country at the FIA Motorsport Games. Did very, very well indeed. Almost took the win in some of the heat races. Ashton Moon, obviously, the 1 plate, the reigning SKUSA champion. Parker Ives, son of former NASCAR Cup Series crew chief Greg Ives. Mika Baruch, in 7th position, having a really strong run. And of course, Maxwell Macha, last year's micro champion.
That's a big name, for sure.
And so I was out here for the Winter Series, the SKUSA Winter Series, where Maxwell Macha had just moved out of micro into mini, and he was struggling. you know, he was top 10, top 15 over the course of the season. Obviously, he has improved.
He's come a long way.
Hand over fist.
100%. Hey, listen, we see that all the time, and we love seeing it. You see the kids, the development over 1 year from the Winter Series down here, like from January to November.
Yep.
It's amazing.
Yes, exactly. He's back where he was this time last year, leading the way up at the front, competing for SuperNats wins, just in a bigger go-kart with a more powerful engine. I noticed we got an Australian young man, Jay Kostecki, part of the Kostecki racing dynasty. Brody Kostecki, Jake Kostecki, who was the guy that came over, and one of them's an Aussie V8 Supercar champion.
Brody, actually, I met at the Indoor Karting National Championship in Phoenix, Arizona. We were actually all doing indoor karting, and Brody was there, a little Brody at the time. I think he was only like, I don't know, 12, 13, something like that. And he went out there, and believe it or not, was actually pretty good at it right out of the gate.
Yeah.
You see Aaron Likens there, the SuperKarts USA starter and flagman, throwing the checkered flag to end the session. Josh Bergman actually ends up going P1. He's able to get past Troy Ferguson, as did Ashton Woon. Bergman now 55.065, just a tenth of a second quicker than Woon. Both those drivers 2/10 faster than Troy Ferguson, who ended up in third, Parker Ives in fourth, and Nico Katowski in that fifth position.
So here's a quick look at the first split screen of the event. Obviously, we're going to be running a split screen as we bring you both, live interviews and pre-recorded segments and features during the course of the weekend. We're looking at the second group of Mini Swift drivers. There's the Carlos Sainz chassis. This time last year, never seen the light of day. Obviously, it's an OTK product, part of the OTK family, but I think it's very smart.
I like the look of it,
yeah, indeed.
This is actually looking like the engine there, X30.
We've moved on,
Junior.
X30 Junior, we've moved up.
X30 Junior getting ready to roll. A great field of drivers there as well. Very similar to the drivers that we're going to see in the KA100 Junior class. A lot of drivers doing the double duty in both of those categories. So we'll watch these guys roll out and see who steps forward here again in this particular category. Some very quick drivers ready to go out. There's Sarah Bradley right there as well. The young ladies had a fantastic year this year, running up front. Let's see whether she gets her way onto the podium here on Super Sunday.
I wonder how. There's obviously a number of these drivers are doing double duty. I know with the SKUSA Pro Tour, juniors are still allowed to do double classes. You're not allowed to do a pro class and then
not in the senior category.
Senior category. So Ardiles, Walney, Turner Brown, Luca Popescu, Tristan Murphy, Chase Gassioli. There's a lot of double duty drivers here. I suppose it's a question, because the temperature's changed. Will that? Track time is track time, but track conditions, how much of an advantage will that be?
Coming from the late morning sessions, it's not that big of a difference, right? We just got done with qualifying, even the last session. The temperature wasn't that big of a difference. The last time the juniors were on track, I'd say that's still pretty decent. You've got more power. You got the X30 versus the 100cc with the KA. So there's an adaptation there, but as far as track conditions go, I'd say it's pretty close to the same.
And the colder morning is going to be more like the colder evening here. So they've had some chance of running on a colder racetrack as well, too.
They're getting a little bit of a splash of everything versus you only get one or the other. So at least when they go into tonight, to your point, Rob, it's a good one. I already ran the morning when it was a little slick. Now I'll know what to do when I go over there.
So D drivers here at X30 Junior getting set to roll out for their 7-minute session. We'll see. Not surprising in terms of what we saw in the KA100 Juniors. A lot of the fast guys were up to the front. We expected. We're going to see them here as well.
So we're going to be talking a lot about as the week goes on about the drivers who are contending for victory. Can I just take a moment to talk about a driver who, without being unkind, may not contend for victory? The youngest driver out there. She's 11 years old, from New Zealand, Indigo Irwin. She likes Indy. Indy Irwin, Jay Irwin's younger sister. This is her first ever race out of a mini kart.
Wow, all right, let's do it right here. Let's just jump into the deep end of the pool.
So
naturally.
Indy Irwin, number 743. She's with PSL Karting like her brother Jay is. Papa Irwin has now got twice as much to worry about.
No kidding. As do everybody back home who are cheering the Irwin family on as well, for sure. And let's just say Jay's been a very interesting one to watch here in the last year as well. He has improved in leaps and bounds to the point where he's the guy that we're watching with some attention go for a podium. It's had such a great season.
Yep.
All right, roll them off. Let's get this thing going again here. A 7-minute session, as we said. X30 Junior, very similar players that we saw in KA100 earlier today. And we'll watch them get out here onto that racetrack. Mike, did you talk to anybody at all about the actual track conditions, how much they've changed from the day before? I didn't get a chance to do that. I'd love to get some feedback and say, is the track, we can see it's not rubbering in though. It's not like we're going to see any rubber down, but is it getting any more grip on the track itself?
I hadn't talked to anybody about that so much because the limited amount of time. I mean, again, if you're only doing all in class, you did 4 sessions yesterday, and you did 2.5, today, a 4-minute session. So not a massive difference. I think we're going to start seeing, especially when we start doing the longer 10-lap runs, these longer sessions where the heat starts coming from the tires, we start laying more stuff down. Again, not a lot of block on the track as far as the rubber getting laid down, but it's getting clean, and the line is definitely being formed.
Cameron Marsha, the 772, that AKT, that is one heck of a graphics kit.
It does pop, doesn't it?
That is, they've got the reflective, the MPG graphics kit as well is hologrammed. So when the lights come on, that's going to be special as well. But Cameron, fair play to AKT, the AKT karting team. That's outstanding.
There are a couple of drivers, when we talk about Jackson Wolney being one who really wasn't as impressive as I expected him to be, wasn't as quick in the KA100. This may be an opportunity for him to come back, maybe get back into his groove, find something here to be able to work his way a little further forward, because he's going to be mid-pack to a certain extent in KA100 Junior. And both David Cole and I picked him to be in the top 5.
Well, that's one of the things. We were watching certain groups in qualifying, right? We watched the charts during practice as kind of an overview. We're not crazy centered on any one group of people or particular drivers. Qualifying, we start to center towards the people who are getting the lap times, but it could be that maybe they were stuck in traffic or whatever here or there. So it'd be very, very interesting. We'll really know after that first heat race when you start seeing the numbers, gain 10 spots or 15 spots, what they really have.
Well, you and I were watching that. We were all kind of centered on that one group of drivers, the big name drivers who were kind of rolling around, and really the fast guys were in a different group.
Yeah,
right?
exactly that.
Oh, sorry, guys.
Tristan Murphy.
Yeah.
Again, Tristan Murphy had a hard time in the 100cc Junior.
Oh, and there's drivers.
Your hand up in the air.
Oh, yeah. That's making me very, very nervous indeed. Get out of that go-kart.
Yeah. That was a little sketchy there.
Yes, and there's another one. Oh, there is
that's
Cameron Marsha.
Yeah.
I mean, it's great to see the graphics kit up close. You don't want to see. I'm sorry. Mike Smith is looking at me like I've done something wrong. Well, I have.
This is like the 3rd time he's sticked somebody already.
I know. It's all right. It's all right, ladies and gentlemen. Xander Clements will be back in the box soon. Not a problem at all.
That's why I never say nice things about anyone.
yeah.
Diplomatic immunity.
Marsha off over in the double right-hander there, and it got into the wall on the outside. Didn't look like it was much damage. Kind of just knocked it in a bit there. Again, here's these drivers back on the racetrack. Some for the first time today. Others, of course, ran earlier today in KA100. X30 Junior on the racetrack. Fast driver right now, Enzo Vidmontien in the Trinity Karting Group, Kart Republic number 794. Alexander Vanchev now up into the 2nd spot, only 18 thousandths of a second back. 51.222 for Vidmontien.
I'm wondering, should I take the opposite effect and call somebody a waste of space and then they go pole?
There you go. The reverse jinx.
Yeah, the reverse.
The anti-jinx, exactly, yeah. We might be safer just not doing anything.
All the rage. Gage Korn up into the top 6 in kart number 721.
Him, Ty Fisher, Diego Ardiles, a couple of guys that could 100% be going for race wins here this weekend. Jackson Wolney, what do we talk about? Wolney had trouble in the KA100. Now he's P1 here as he goes to the top of the charts. Not for long, though. Turner Brown gets by him. Ty Fisher gets by him. There comes Vanchev as well. Everybody kind of on that cycle where they're going across and going quicker. Tire temps coming in.
And still lap 4, right? So this is still being, who knows if they got fresh rubber on right now or not, but still the point being the setup is in the conversation at least for 4 laps.
Agreed.
So who at the moment? So Brown, Fisher, Alex Vanchev. He's only doing the one class, isn't he? Vanchev.
I don't know about that.
I have to double check. So I'm just looking there down to try and find. I think if it's not Vanchev, it's Javier Chaparro, 787, who's the best placed of the non-double duty drivers, as it were. Chase Gassioli, Nathan Dupuis, Alessandro Truccio. Looking a bit further back there, I want to talk about, he's not featuring up at the front, Davin Roberts, a driver that doesn't compete in the Pro Series, does a lot of other races as, that's not Davin Roberts, is it? My goodness. No, it's okay. Oh, Remy Andrianos.
Oh my God, that's funny.
So
that would have shut you up for the rest
that would
of
have
the
been
day.
it. You could find me on a camera post. I'll go to be a cameraman.
Confirmation from David Cole. Vanchev is doing double duty with Rawls.
Oh, thank you to the Book of Cole. So it's Javier Chaparro then, who is the best non-double duty driver. There is Diego Ramos with his crash helmet.
He's got it. He's found it. It's no longer missing.
No, Diego Ramos' crash helmet is back, ladies and gentlemen.
We're going to see the checker flag here momentarily, folks, to end this session. Turner Brown still up on top ahead of Ty Fisher. Vanchev, Sebastian Garzone now up into fourth. Jackson Wolney fifth. Enzo Vidmontien sixth. Pedro Alves de Lima in seventh. Diego Ardiles eighth. Jackson Gibson ninth. And Javier Chaparro into the 10th position again. Last lap coming. We could see some shuffling still. But nonetheless, those are the drivers you're seeing up front. Checker flag flying for those coming out of the final corners of the racetrack. Mike, pretty solid start to the afternoon so far. Not a lot of action, just drivers dialing things in. Nice to see a little cleaner than it was. My goodness, we had some incidents earlier this morning.
Yeah, I mean, if there's a lot to talk about during practice, something's not going right, because it should just be pretty chilled, especially here in the afternoon. If you've been hanging out with us all morning, you know that we've talked a lot about the different things we got going on, and yeah, cool, calm, and collected is what I hope we have.
So there ends that session, folks. We are working our way through here. KA100 Master's been on the track, as we've said. Mini Swift getting their job done as well. Let's have a quick break in the action when we get back. X30, we just did X30 Junior. Now it's time to bring the pro guys out. We got Pro X30 and Pro Shifter after this break.
Join us for the biggest kart racing convention of the year, the 39th OVKA Kart Racing Trade Show and Swap Meet, Saturday, February 1st, Roberts Center, Wilmington, Ohio. Whether you're into sprint karting, dirt and oval racing, road racing, unlimiteds, or vintage karting, there are deals here for you. Shop our 60,000 square foot show floor, filled with the karts, parts, and supplies you need. Network with kart racers of all disciplines from across the country. Get insights from experts at our performance seminars. Visit our Intro to Kart Racing open house to get started in racing. Visit OVKA.com. Vendor registration is now open. OVKA.com.
Turner Brown will win on Sunday.
Augustus Toniolo wins X30 Junior.
Kai Hunter wins the main event in KA Senior. And the RPG Cosmic wins in Micro. Donovan Bonilla has won at the SuperNationals.
For more information on how to start your driver development journey with RPG, visit RollisonPerformanceGroup.com.
All the way up to the finish line. Who is it going to be? And it's Perez who wins in Crescent.
Ty Fisher wins $1,000 in KA100 Junior.
Alex Stanfield played it perfectly here. Told him to wait. Stanfield wins the Duffy in 2024 for TV Karts.
Amarillo Kart Complex is now the official distributor for TV Kart in the continental U.S. Become a dealer today.
Are you stuck with your kart racing? Not sure of the ideal kart setup? Or going to a track for the first time?
Well, Kart Class has the answers for you. Our online portal has a wealth of experience and knowledge to help your kart racing. From kart setup advice to track guides that are targeted specifically to your circuit, or the driver coaching aspects with mindset, racecraft and driving techniques. If you want to take your karting to the next level, visit us at kartclass.com.
Welcome back to the Las Vegas Motor Speedway. Practice 5 working its way through the order right now. We've had a couple of categories already on track. KA100 Master, Mini Swift, and X30 Junior all getting on the racetrack for their 5th practice session. Of course, as we know, the extended 12-minute final practice session coming up after we wrap through. We have our pro category set to go out here right now for practice. Both of these categories so well subscribed that we have 2 groups rolling out. Henry, will start with Pro X30 Q2, we're calling it, essentially the second group, but now it's time to see these pro drivers get out there and get to work.
Oh, absolutely. The pro show, as it has been this year, the pro classes, I love what SKUSA has done, elevating the 2 sets of classes, elevating the 2 sets of drivers. I think it's fantastic for the structure of the car, and I think, look at the entry, and also look at the fact that it's practice 4 and 1,000 people are watching it because it's the pro classes, and Thursday morning or Thursday afternoon practice, not even final practice, and here we got with huge viewing figures for the pro show,
and just flat out stacked with talent. Like you have the top drivers we've seen in the USA over the last many years, the Ryan Norbergs, the Austin Garrisons, the Paulie Massimino, Alessandro Natulio. These guys are all up front. But then you throw in the return of Joe Turney, and it's so many top drivers that are going to be part of the action up front here.
Yeah, there's a lot of talent here, and I mean, again, it goes hand in hand with the word pro. And you go out here and you see some of these drivers. Again, this is the Q2 group right now, getting ready to roll off the less quick of the 2. And again, a lot of double duty going on. A lot of drivers are rolling 2 different classes. But here in the X30 group, you do have a good number of people. This is their only class. This is what they're focused on, what they're trying to make sure they get the most out of. And this is our only single speed category that does run that softer red Avinco tire as well. So these guys are getting everything they can. More power, more grip, more talent, if you will. Well, we'll see.
Well, the racing is just as tight, even as the KA category. You get these guys up front. They know that give and take a little bit. You lose a spot, you gain a spot back. I love when when we have the good races, sometimes we have not so good races. They get a little too aggressive. But Henry, lots of times when they have that great race, it's just absolutely beautiful to watch.
Oh, superb. Yeah, it's it always worries me when you have a field that is so talented in equipment that is so equal. It's going to go one of 2 ways. It's going to either be a race for the ages, or it's going to turn into a bun fight. Because they all want to win so badly. We were talking about earlier, saying about drivers who might, every driver this morning, with maybe 1 or 2 exceptions, were disappointed. Everyone's on pole, happy. Everyone else, not happy.
Exactly.
Because they're all winners. And I mean, just looking at this, the slower group, and you've got the number 3 car, Diego Ramos, in it.
We're going to throw this out here come Super Sunday as well. But the other key thing about this weekend here is you're not thinking championship. You're not thinking, I can finish 3rd, that'll be all right. That'll give me the points I need. It's checkers or wreckers all or wall here, man. All they want to do is win.
Yeah, you're not coming out here for a solid finish. I'm not going out here for a top 10. I'm trying to get out here and make things happen for a W. And actually, I talked to Blake Nash coming into the weekend, and he decided to focus on X30 because he just wasn't confident that they could roll into something that was going to give him 100% the opportunity to go for the win in KA. So he's like, forget it. We'll focus on one thing because he's not here to come in second.
Yeah. Now let's focus back on what you guys just brought up was the fact that there is a driver in this particular slower group that we would not have expected, Diego Ramos.
Yeah, and he's kind of killed the whole slow thing, hasn't he, with the 50.694 lead the pack here. And again, that's part of it too. You got Zachary Clayman DeMello in here. Is that we don't know how they got here in the first place. Again, just talked about him here, Blake Nash in this group. So this is a scenario where something has happened up to this point, or maybe in the session 4 that put you in this group in the first place. Dial things in, make things happen. You have one more shot to get in the, quote, proper group before qualifying.
Great.
Andy Rattel, French driver on the Giorgio Pantano chassis, ex-Rotax Grand Final race winner. Zach Clement DeMello, ex-Indy 500 race leader. Under caution, but hey, it all counts. Otto Pekin and Ruben Moya. Ruben Moya, who I've commentated on in Europe, a Spanish driver as well. Incredible, just the depth of talent.
And listen, that's what we've always loved about this race. In the early days of the SuperNationals, we didn't get those drivers coming over from other countries, right? It really was an American. I want to say like an outlaw show, because back when it first started, shifter karting was kind of outlaws. It wasn't the primary program anywhere. They were looking at it was in the Yamaha categories. It was Formula A with the WK Constructors Championship. It's these guys that were banging gears at Honda, Sierra 125s, Yamaha YZ125. Kawasaki came in for a while. Husqvarna was part of a team with Champion Racing. So we had all these different, but it was kind of an outlaw thing, right? Then, of course, it all settled in. We got the ICC package, and that's when we started getting the factories coming over. They saw what this race became, and they're like, okay, hold on. We got to go over and win this thing.
But we've already mentioned in this group champions, global superstars in karting. And this is the quote-unquote slow group. We haven't even got to the main group yet. However, there is one driver in this field, we will pick up on it, the last of the true privateer efforts, Tevin Robbins. I think we'll hear more from him as the week goes on. He's out there in Kart, I will just check now, he's out there in Kart number 21. He's out of Salt Lake City, Utah. There's him, his dad, a 4x4 easy up awning, and a pickup truck.
That's what I'm talking about.
One go-kart, one engine. And they're here taking on the best in the world.
I love it.
So if you're watching back home and you think that this is unobtainable to get at, no, it's not. Hard work, get your entry, you can do it. I spoke to Tevin, him and his dad said, look, we want to make the main. We want to make the main, that's our goal. Make the main. It doesn't matter if it's last in the main. Yeah. Make the main. So Kart 21 will catch up with him. Well, really the only, I think the guys from the pit crew caught him. But there are other privateers in the field, but they're, got awning space with teams. Or they've got a team set up around them just for one driver. Not Tevin, it is just him and his dad. An easy up awning and a pickup truck.
We'll put the asterisks on that one to keep an eye on him in all the heat races to see if he stays out of trouble and is able to work his way forward. Diego Ramos is the fastest driver on the track, probably not surprisingly 2/10 up right now. He is a 49.872. Otto Pekonen in the second spot. Blake Nash now up into third. Jaden Teen in the fourth spot. And Eli Warren now running in the fifth position here now. About 0.4 of a second separating your fast five.
And Eli, another driver who runs normally as a privateer. But the War Power Racing team. However, he's got a ride with Forward Direction Motorsports. I believe it's Forward Direction this week. Nolan Bauer, someone's saying, is a privateer. No, Nolan's got other drivers in that awning. It's not just Nolan. There's several other drivers in that big tent. It's Nolan Bauer Racing, but they've got a parts truck. They've got, it's not a true privateer lad and dad setup, as it were. Glenn Guest, yes. Glenn Guest, the World Championship, the World Karting Championship, this year was held at PF International in the UK. And there's a gentleman in the UK called Glenn Guest who decided he wanted to race the World Championship as a privateer, bought a kart and engine, went testing at like Red Lodge or something like that, and then went and I think there was 110 drivers in the senior OK class, and he finished inside the top 100.
Pretty impressive.
As a true privateer, literally rocked up, could have put his roof rack on his Ford Mondeo estate, rocked up the World Championship. every time we talk about the level, and I mean, this is miniature Formula One in terms of the technology, the investment. However, yes, you can still just about do it. And the day that we stop being able to say that is going to be a very sad day. I hope it never happens.
And again, it's like we always say, right? It's an engine, it's a go-kart, it's tires, and that's a driver. That's the beauty of it. It's the purity of the sport. It's the fact that, yeah, there is a lot of support around nowadays, data acquisition. You've got your driver coaches, you've got your engine guy. But the bottom line is that you can still go out and buy a go-kart and come to a race and just pay your money and enter.
Yeah, and that's the thing we talk about. There's multiple different stories, multiple different ways of doing it. And I got a soft spot for the privateer aspect, or the kind of out of the back of pickup. We all start, we
started there
that way, and I got a chance to do it again in the master stuff with Jim Barry, was the owner of our ride, and it was Jim and myself and his kid Eric, and we would be one of the ones that would grab tent space, whether it be with Nash or Forward Direction or you name it. But it's still like bringing the couple of motors and stuff like that Jim puts together. So stuff like that, it's just really, really cool that you see other people making it happen like that.
So this is the next group, folks. We talked about the fact that we gave you a number of the names in the first group, Q2. Well, this is Q1 for this X30 category, and indeed, watch for these guys. These are the big names of single-speed racing that you see here in the United States, and many drivers from around the world as well. Excited to see these guys roll out. Will we see potentially on Super Sunday another win for 7-time champion Ryan Norberg? Will Joe Turney come over and grab that SuperNationals victory, put that on the resume? There's a lot of drivers looking to get that race win, like an Austin Garrison, a Paulie Massimino. There are a number of drivers we can talk about who are going to try to get that victory. Massimino already showed some pace big time earlier today.
Just a couple of mentions. We're about to see the British invasion in this class. Kai Hunter and Matty Higgins. I want to say, first of all, Penblwydd Hapus to Matthew Higgins' dad, David. That's happy birthday in Welsh. The Terror from Trefeglois will be out there. Amelia Nelson, Area 21 PR. She's working with Kai Hunter and the Rollerson Performance Group. She'd like to work with the Rollerson Performance Group more. That was, a hint. But doing a lot of PR promotional work. This is an industry that I've seen explode the past 5 years. Karting PR. The amount of drivers, teams that now have PR representatives, it's a good thing. You're the e-karting news is one of the last bastions of print journalism in karting. Yep. However, digital journalism and doing the old adage of writing a press release, that's good. So Kai Hunter, hello to everyone in the People's Republic of Tyne and Weir, and yes, Penblwydd Hapus. I told David Land he's only to address Matthew Higgins in Welsh. So if you meet me in the morning, you say bore da, sut wyt ti to Matthew Higgins. That's good morning. How are you?
Opportunity for the drivers here who we expect to see racing for the win in X30 Pro here, the Pro X30 category, on track now for their 5th practice session. They'll get that extended 12-minute session like everybody else will. Again, we saw a number of the primary guys up front during yesterday's sessions in Pro X30. We'll see who steps up here once again. Alessandro Vitulio, being told potentially his last essentially pro race. He's focusing on his car racing career, where we're going to see him back in a couple races here and there. But he will be focusing on running in the USF Pro 2000 category in 2025. He made his debut in the series this past year, running for BN Racing. Very impressive for sure there. Harley Keeble, of course, his teammate as well at Inter MS. Both drivers we expect to be up front. Nicholas Terlecki showed some good speed here as well. But again, for me, it'll be interesting to see what Joe Turney does, right? He wasn't as quick as we thought he would have been in KA100. I think he was 18th or something like that. Where did he end up? You guys remember off the top of your head?
16th.
16th, so there you go. So
that's a problem. That's Oliver Hodgson getting himself entangled with somebody else with the number 51 kart. That would be, the 51 is a late entry, not on my list. But Hodgson number 59.
So that was one thing, actually, I don't know if you guys saw this or not. Hodgson was dead last in qualifying. I'm not sure what happened to him in qualifying. Dead last. Hodgson's going to be starting at the very tail of the field in KA100.
Wow.
How fun will that be?
I love it when these guys try to do stuff like this just to make our job more entertaining.
Well, it's going to be him and Keegan Kaminsky starting on the outside of row number 22, or what is it?
And we saw what happened with Kaminsky, right? The final complex. I don't remember seeing what happened to Oliver Hodgson there.
Either.
So
somebody told me about it when I was grabbing lunch. So.
Gotcha.
That would have been some technical issue because he was fast on track.
Yes.
Well, and that's the interesting too, though, is we've seen we got a red flag, fellas.
Yes, there's a red flag. Can't see why. I did hear the rumble of barriers being removed.
Coming out of the final corner.
It's a Rollison driver. Okay, driver sitting up. Off track. The kart is at the other side of the barrier, so obviously it's being moved outside. We can't see who that is, but whoever it is sitting up.
Yeah, indeed. That's a great sign right now. In fact, that driver's already taken his helmet off already as well. The SKUSA staff has got themselves over to that driver who is sitting up on the inside of the track. You wonder where that contact would have been for the kart to already be on the inside of the track, unless, of course, SKUSA officials may have jumped over and scooped that up very quickly. Otherwise, red flag here in the second session for the drivers in the Pro X30 category. They had a couple of laps in the books. Ellie Goldstein was P1, Ryan Norberg into second, Frankie Mossman third, Kai Hunter fourth, and Harley Keeble the top five over the first 2 laps of what was going to be, of course, a 7-minute session. They've actually rolled the ambulance over to the driver here right now, so I have to believe sitting up like that, maybe complaining of a neck, but normally if your neck's sore, you're not going to take the helmet off. So we'll see what happens here. Again, red flag for the situation here right now.
So Ellie Goldstein is the grandson of Francois Goldstein, Belgian driver, a 5-time world karting champion.
David Cole's telling us that potentially Lucas de Longchamp over in turn number 16, the final corner of the racetrack here right now.
Mm-hmm. And, he, again, sitting up, talking to the officials. I would think that might, if he's sitting up, that's probably a lower extremity that is giving him some jip.
And Henry, you wonder, obviously with the kart already to the inside, I don't see any any skid marks or kart going around. Very likely potentially getting into the barrier on the outside of the track, and then the kart being brought over to this side here and inside here now. So again, we'll have a look at how things are shaking down here right now. Let's go to a quick break, folks. We'll come back here in a few moments. We have a red flag, as we said, for Pro X30. We'll go to a quick break, and we'll come back after this.
Brandon, why are there all these charges for just over $200?
I'm tired of all this branding business, okay? Branding this, branding that. Why are there all these expenses on AKR over $200? We know, okay? Take a walk with me. At Shop AKR, they have everything you need to start racing at a very cheap and affordable price. They have MXC rims, they got chains, electrical stands, tilt seats. They got MXCs. And if you didn't know, on top of that, any purchase in the continental U.S. over $200, that's free shipping.
Hey, aren't you supposed to be in the AKR Anonymous meeting over there?
Dude, I'm doing a commercial.
Dude, we have no time. It's about to start.
Stop. We all love Shop AKR. Me? More than others. What do I get at Shop AKR?
MXC rims.
So you finally want to get behind the wheel, huh?
Yeah, I've been shooting for 3 years and I've never got to drive.
Well, you're gonna need some more gear than just your helmet. Why don't you go to shopakr.com? They got their inventory online and they'll ship it the same day if you order before 5:30 p.m. Eastern.
They got shoes?
Yep.
Gloves?
Yep.
Rip protectors?
Got those too.
Can they make me go fast?
No.
Here at Acceleration Kart Racing, we've got everything you need to get on track. What happens next? Well, that's on you. Check us out online at shopakr.com.
The foundation of your racing endeavor is the kart. It carries your hopes, your legacy, at times your heart outside of your body. And if it's the right kart, it holds the line. Factory karts are the only karts hand-built in the U.S. A precision-welded frame made of 4130 chromoly tubing, adjustable wheel bearing cassettes, seat mounts that don't break. But what good is a foundation if it's not the fastest? Made with care by a 4-time SuperNats champion Billy Musgrave. Factory Karts, American-made, race-proven.
Lead the pack with Freem, the ultimate bespoke brand for karting racewear and team apparel. Handmade in Italy, our high-performance gear combines style and functionality. Whether you're a seasoned racer or just starting out, Freem's passion for karting fuels every stitch. Embrace the adrenaline, express your individuality, and join the choice of professionals and champions worldwide. Find us at SuperNationals 27 at the K1 Freem trailer to learn more, or online at freemracing.us.
Stop that. Stop that. I hear him chat to the noise, move too quick, can't stop for the talking. I hear him chat with the boys, not so tough, but minds keep walking. Just too sharp with the prize, white girls let it tell me I'm awesome, yeah. Hot like fire on the pan, if you wanna touch my please use caution. Cold like 0 degrees, I'm out the cage, gotta let out the beast. Revolutionary, gotta let out the streets. Locked in a cage,
I'm Yusuf Kazanski. And I'm Asher. Today we're going to talk about MIR racing suits. The reason why I love MIR so much is because they're very lightweight and very breathable.
You could also get your suits custom made for your own team. We love MIR.
As you can see, cars rolling once again here in the Pro X30 category. Practice 5 for these drivers here. An issue, as we said, with the driver, the Longchamp, over in turn number 16. Get away under his own power, which is good. Happy to see that he's okay. We're going to try to get a better update for you. But indeed, back underway. Yellow flags flying around the track still, but we will go back to green. We're back underway once again.
You see those drivers on course there weaving back and forth. They only had about 3 laps in the books before that thing went red. So all those tires are just kind of chilling there, hanging out. So if they were going to try to grab some data, they're going to have to make some adjustments to and it's all driver at this point. You just have to figure out, okay, well, hit the reset button, go get it, see what we were working on, try to grab 4 more laps.
That's it. Ideally, at least they got a couple laps at the start to get rolling, but now they need to get that full run. Ellie Goldstein was the fastest driver after 2 laps. Stays there with lap number 3. We'll see these times start to fall as he gets back into the tires here. Once again, as I said before, 2 groups of Pro X30. Then we go Pro Shifter. 2 groups for Pro Shifter as well. Goldstein, Norberg, Mossman, Hunter, Keeble, top 5. Ingrata, Aiden Ingrata 6th. Paulie Massimino 7th. Austin Garrison 8th. Alessandro DiTullio 9th, and last year's winner Donovan Bonilla currently 10th.
Joe Turney 12th.
Wow.
Seeing double digits out of Turney here early. Again, this is just, well, as I say that, there it is. See, that's the kind of commentator's curse you want. It's the commentator's blessing. Up to 4th, Joe Turney.
Well, listen, first SuperNationals for Joe as well. It's not like, you know he's going to take the opportunity throughout the practice days to really get comfortable with the racetrack, go to work on it. This guy is a world championship level driver, as we know. And for the simple opportunity for him to be here for the first time, and a lot of these drivers have been here a handful or more years, editions of this race.
Yeah, I mean, again, that foundation you come in with, right? Turney's a phenomenal driver, but again, if you just don't have this, even if you've done a street course, if you haven't done it, this particular format, this particular way of doing things, just that first run through, that's what's so impressive when you get something like Waters coming in for the first time and getting the W.
Yeah, I agree. Matthew Waters, of course, winning last year in the KA100 Masters category. Ellie Goldstein still on top, though. He's holding on to that spot with a 49.924. Not long, as here comes Joe Turney to P1. Turney in the Kart Republic to the top in the number 58. Goldstein 2nd, Garrison 3rd, Chase Hand. I had said it earlier today, but I thought Chase was going to be the sleeper who could step it up.
And he started looking pretty good in the 100cc as well. Yeah. So, yeah, for sure. He may not have made the initial charge to the eyeballs, but that's a kid who's been rolling on up. And I was talking to his dad, obviously Joey Hand, at K1 Circuit, just when they were doing some testing here. He was actually doing some coaching. He was like, you know what, I feel like going out and driving. So they went out and did like the last SKUSA Pro Kart race over there. And it's all about the kid working on his own craft and doing his oown thing. And it's cool to see Chase kind of make things happen. As you see on course right now, that's Kardashian, I believe.
Yeah.
Rolling up. Yep. And that's just going a little bit too wide out of the final corner, here on the practice session, trying to find a little bit more.
That's it. Trying to roll more speed through the final corner. Turn number 16, just tap the wall a little bit there. You see how close those drivers are getting to the outside. That's one of the things, you're pushing that hard to the outside. You get a little too deep into that thing and it just pulls you in, the barriers. So we saw that happen to a number of drivers.
Well, and it's interesting too where the curb is. You see where the curb, it's like the lead edge of the curb is almost where the proper apex is. It's laid out like it's supposed to be laid apex, but if we watch drivers go through the final corner, they're actually, the clipping point, if you will, is almost right at the start of that thing.
Austin Garrison took over the top time on the last time by with a 49.727. 700s quicker than Ryan Norberg. Turney, who was P1 just a lap ago, is now 7th. Garrison, Norberg, Hand, Mossman, Keeble, top 5. Let's see what happens here in the final circuit.
Goldstein, you were talking about, just as they keep going faster, but Goldstein, I was going to say, was just 0.2 off the top 12. Quarter second, Jesus Vasquez back there in 13th.
Final time across the line. Let's have a look as they roll through. Yeah, indeed, everybody's kind of come through here right now. Austin Garrison, P1. Ryan Norberg in the second spot. Chase Hand in the GFC up into third. Frankie Mossman in fourth. Harley Keeble fifth. Dalton Haynes ends up in sixth. Joe Turney, as I said, was up top for a time. Now in the seventh spot at the end of the session. Aiden Ingrata in eighth. Alessandro DiTullio in ninth. And Nicholas Terlecki is going to round out your top 10. Some big guns further outside, as we said. Stephen Miller, Ellie Goldstein, Jesus Vasquez Jr., Matthew Higgins in the top 15 as well. So you look at the names outside the top 15. Wow. Kai Hunter, Hayden Jones, Paulie Massimino, Jake Drew, Oliver Hodgson, last year's winner Bonilla 22nd, Chase Jones 27th. Wow. So a number of drivers outside the top 15. But again, this is just practice number 5. There's another practice still to come. Pro shifter drivers on the grid getting set to go. The first of two groups here, so it'll be the slower group from yesterday. We'll roll out here. Q2 for pro shifter. But as we know, depending on how they run here in that extended session, that is where they will roll off the grid for qualifying. What time are we looking at right now? We're about, I want to say, let's say we get going here at 40. Be about 50 minutes off schedule. This class was scheduled to roll at 150. It's 234 right now. If we go 240, 50 minutes off schedule. We'll see if we can't close that up a little bit. But the big thing is what that's going to mean is that we got more classes that are going to be qualifying in the dark.
Yeah, we were talking about qualifying rolling off originally there at 3:55.
Like literally all 4 pro classes sections are going to be in the dark.
100% in the dark, and then even the Masters there. Like, if you think about the sun's going down in the 4:30, 4:45 range. Yeah, and if we have even a smidge delay going forward, it's going to be under the lights qualifying here for SuperNationals 27.
Yeah, mini Swifts could be under the lights if we have any issues. KA100 Master, that'll be the category looking right into the sun when they come out of turn number 11 through 12 and 13.
As if our boys need any more challenges.
Yeah, we'll get it.
Oh, come on, man. Let's get it, boys.
Two groups, a pro shifter, ready to come out for their 5th practice session. Again, all these drivers dialing things in. Their first time, of course, being on the racetrack today after their 4 sessions that they had yesterday. Of course, they did all those sessions. They poured over the data. They looked at the video. They try to dial everything in. And, of course, these big teams, they can sit down and go over the data of a bunch of different drivers to find out what they possibly can do. And you're going to see changes most definitely here. Temp-wise, too, it's actually up to 69 degrees right now. It's the warmest it's been since we rolled in here.
A balmy 69.
Yeah. Indeed. It's going to be a cooler weekend, though. That was one interesting thing we looked at, that in looking at the forecast for the weekend, we're looking at potentially temperatures that could be in even potentially the high 50s when we get rolling here, because 58 the high for Saturday, 61 the high for Sunday. It's going to be a chillier one on Saturday, that's for sure.
Oof. How cold is it going to be during LCQs?
Yeah. Just we get here in the morning, for goodness sake. Oh my God.
Morning warm-up, shock.
Yeah, there's no warm-up at all. Again, shout out to those of you who are tuning into the broadcast here on Kart Chasers YouTube channel. We hope you're enjoying the broadcast so far. It's going to be a fun run through to Super Sunday. 9 main events on the docket for you. A lot of money up for grabs, as we know. $10,000 up for grabs for the winner in the Pro Shifter category. $3,000 for the driver in Pro X30. There you go. Drivers rolling off. And again, just fantastic to see so many shifter karts here as part of the SuperKarts USA SuperNationals. This series, this program, SuperKarts USA, started in the early 1990s down in Florida by a guy named Ken Getchell. Actually, on a number of occasions, they raced 125s on like half-mile stock car tracks. That didn't last very long because they were quicker than the super late models. So.
Yeah, it's not the kind of look they're going for.
No, they were fast. But yeah, a lot of street racing in the Midwest when Don Janowski essentially had his franchise that took over SuperKarts USA, the Great Lakes Pro Tour, running a lot of street circuits up there, Portage, Indiana, Commercial Point. And of course, growing from there, the first SuperNationals taking place in 1997 at Race Kart City out in Sloan, Nevada, Primm. are you looking at here, Doug?
You've seen that we were just talking about in the previous session there, where the apex actually is in the final corner.
Yeah.
The curb is kind of useless on the other side there.
The curb's not in the right spot at all.
Yeah.
You're already around the corner, and the curb's gone. So
but that little ramp right there, you do turn in a little early, right? You get it with the left front. Now the car's going straight instead of turning.
Very true.
Kind of like that right there. 14.
Couple drivers backing out a little bit here. Remember one of the things that we talked about, we actually had it in our EKN Paddock Insider, Kart Chaser had it in breaking news as well. We were supposed to have Giuseppe Palumba here, the reigning world champion.
Yeah.
Not able to make it over. So they bring in Emilian Denner.
Yeah, the guy on your screen right now. A little trade, just straight across.
Yeah.
No big
deal.
deal.
Right? That's the super sub for Emilian Denner, who's had such good success here.
One driver having a problem going into turn number 1.
Backed it in.
You know, Denner's doing the same thing that Laurento Mardan is getting in here and just get things rolling. So both those drivers, and again, coming in with a very good foundation, right?
Yeah.
I mean, both those drivers are going to be contenders out of the gate. Their first sessions today, everything that everybody, what you did on Wednesday, today's this is Wednesday session. They get one more practice to fine tune it and then straight into qualifying.
Denner's literally looking around to see what this racetrack looks like right now.
Right.
Visually in his eyes.
Right.
Okay. Oh, okay. All right. Okay. I guess I can carry more speed through here. I can try that.
Look over the shoulders, like who do I need to follow, or who do I want to not follow? I need maybe some clean air. Like I don't want to get messed with.
That's what I think he's
when I'm trying to learn this thing.
Getting some open racetrack for Denner, who's had a lot of success, as I said, here over the years. On that Sodi kart.
That's going to be a fun one to watch, both Denner and Mardan.
Yeah, right.
As they should be at the front and doing it on a whole day's less. Now, granted, I think both, I don't know in the case of Mardan what he's got for teammates to work with for data and stuff like that, but obviously the Sodi kart team in force will have plenty of information for Denner to set up the ride.
Christian Bertuca up top right now. Jordan Lennox into second. Cooper Becklin third. Warawong Kamarakul in fourth. And now Stroger rounding out the top 5. Looking at the live chat here right now. And I'm seeing a name I haven't seen for a while. Josh Schreiber.
Wow.
Oh, old school, baby. Josh Schreiber. Josh, how are you, my friend? It was, those were good times. This was a guy that was a heck of a 125cc shifter driver. He's talked about coming back in Masters. I'd like to see that. Let's bring some guys back from the good old days.
Oh, yeah. Might have to expand the field here pretty soon.
Right?
Too much more of that's going on.
That's awesome.
Take a look at some of the names here in this quote slow group we keep talking about. You got a couple of names here. Obviously, Denner already 7th, by the way. Edward Ports rolling here. Cooper Becklin's in here. How about Connor Wick over here rolling here, Kyle's brother?
Keon Tandon, for God's sakes.
Yeah, yeah. Philip Ninkenwitz. Jordan Musser?
Yeah, he's doing double duty. Remember getting that seat time.
See, now you want to ask the question again, is it beneficial to run 2 classes? If it wasn't, Jordan Musser wouldn't be out there.
That's 100% true. There's that's Jordan Lennox right there, former S1 Pro Tour champion. Came over and ran with CRG. Has his own team now that he runs over in Europe, but great to have him back here on the Burrell Art here this weekend.
Shout out to Seth Huntley. I see Seth Huntley out there rolling around. NorCal driver. I think his second SuperNats, if I remember correctly. I think he ran last year for the first time.
I talked to Shad earlier in the weekend, his dad. Bertuca still on top, 47.833. Lennox second, 47.984. Only 2 drivers underneath the 48-second bracket. 10th and a half up Bertuca on Lennox. So I think both those drivers are still going to be up front. Whatever put them in this group, as you said, I think they're going to be faster than a Group 2 deal. I think they're going to end up qualifying in Group 1. I would not be surprised to see better times coming out of them when we go the extended practice here.
Yeah, Bertuca and Lennox being at the sharp end, no surprise. The fact that Denner is only 3/10 off bodes well for his chances of being towards the sharp end come qualifying.
I agree with that 100%.
The question will be, is it good enough to be in that fast group?
Yep.
Right, that'll be, how close is this one?
Well, remember, he's going to get that other run.
More practice.
We're still in practice 5, the 7-minute session. for these drivers. They'll get that 12-minute extended session here coming up in a little bit. We got one more pro shifter category group to come out to cap off practice 5, and then we'll start it all at the top again with KA100 Masters.
Yeah, we'll be able to take a look at it. It looks like 47.8, 47.9 out of Bertuca and Lennox. Denner to 48.1 in fourth behind Cooper Becklin at 48.1. So we kind of get a gauge. You should be in the 47.8s as checkers are out on this short session. And we'll just compare it to what they get in the next short session. You got to assume Denner's got new skins too.
Yeah, 100%.
Right?
Yeah.
So
Why not? Put them out there, let them get at it.
yeah, you wouldn't go out there and use stuff for your first session. So yeah, see what Denner's got. It's going to be fun to watch. Jordan Musser up there 7th, 48.4.
That's it. And again, we got the second group of pro shifter drivers ready to go. These are the big dogs coming out, the ones that we kind of dominated our predictions, if you will, for eCartingnews.com, and the guys we expect to roll. Speaking of that, there's David Cole. Get a little time across the track there.
Leisurely.
It's David's pace. Leisure.
Consistency. Wins championships, I hear.
Christian Bertuca, 47.833. Emilian Denner in second spot. Jordan Lennox third. Cooper Becklin fourth. Niels Troger rounding out the top 5. Another quick break, folks, when we get back. These drivers and more back onto the racetrack as practice 5 continuing here on Kart Chaser.
And Mateus wins the main with a stunner in Pro Shifter. Turner Brown will win on Sunday.
Augustus Toniolo wins X30 Junior.
Kai Hunter wins the main event in KA Senior. And the RPG Cosmic wins in Micro. Donovan Bonilla has won at the SuperNationals.
For more information on how to start your driver development journey with RPG, visit RollisonPerformanceGroup.com.
All the way up to the finish line. Who is it going to be? And it's Sean Perez who wins in Crescent.
Ty Fisher wins $1,000 in KA100 Junior.
Alex Stanfield played it perfectly here. Told him to wait. Stanfield wins the Duffy in 2024 for TV Karts.
Amarillo Kart Complex is now the official distributor for TV Kart in the continental U.S. Become a dealer today.
Once again, drivers here in the pro shifter category getting the 1 minute board. They'll fire these engines up and get on track again. Their 5th opportunity to take this 3/4 mile track. 16 turns in total. This particular facility, long run down to turn number 1 is a 90-degree left-hander, but turn 2 is just a bit of a kink. It's a big sweeping run around through 2 and 3. Another little straightaway into turn 4, left-hander. Big sweeping, almost double apex. They're kind of rolling around the outside. Little kink through turn number 5, kink through turn 6, then into the 7, 8, 9 combination. 7, 8, double apex right-hander, 7 and 8. And rolling through to 9 and 10 through a chicane that leads onto a little short straightaway into turn number 11, the 90-degree right-hander. From there, power down all the way through a sweeping turn number 12, a big sweeping kind of a carousel turn 13 to the left, back to a really interesting corner, kind of an open radius turn number 14, double apex into turn number 15, more tighter that leads back around to turn 16, our final corner. Driver's going to go way to the right side of the racetrack for that left-hand hairpin that leads them onto the front straightaway. We've already seen Mike, some drivers using the inside run there. Soon, being right with the driver, as soon as he opens up to try to get to the corner, you throw down to the apex. That's going to be a place I think we'll see a lot of overtakes throughout the rest of the week.
Yeah, it's inspired by the Mont Blanc circuit, and it's again inspired by it, not exact. There's differences to it. Obviously, it's a street course that's very, very much defined by the barriers, and like you said, drivers taking different lines and doing different things to try to find that little bit of a surge. And any good track design, it's multi-line or it's multifaceted, where you can do things with your accelerator or your brake to put yourself fast in different spots. And that's the key about being able to make a pass when you're so close to somebody else in pace, is being able to lift off, roll the corner more, but then get on the gas earlier than you normally would to create the run. Because if you can get presented inside, that's the first challenge. If you can't even get a nose in there, you're going to have a heck of a time.
It's one of the beauties of, I think, shifter kart racing when you compare it to single speed and how you overtake. You know, you don't have to just get inside someone and kind of roll them and kind of push them around. It's more of that dive bomb to the apex. Whoever makes the big run to the apex first and gets there, gets the kart rotated back out of the corner. It's a different, it just seems to me like it's a different passing approach to a corner.
100%, yeah. And you get it started maybe similar to a single speed, right? Well, I was that roll through the corner, and then you can, or maybe early downshift or what to get the run coming out, because you're trying to get to the turn-in point before they do. And the fact that you get a chance to change gears is, speaking of which, you're going to start banging them here in a minute. You get a chance to, like you said, dive it down to the inside, drop a lower gear than you would normally to get that launch coming out.
And it's just amazing to watch these top drivers do that. It's just such a knife-edge move. They're right there, kind of just off the inside of the inside rear tire. Then boom, they go down to the apex, and they've got that pass made.
Yeah, it's happening down there in turn number 1, turn number 4. Certainly in the final corner, as you were just talking about there, turn 16. And because of the nature of the corner, we just talked about the curb and how it's quote in the wrong spot. But what it does do is it gets away from the regular line, so you can actually do a quick rotation, get on the gas, stay to the inside, and launch coming on the straightaway.
So we'll see how things play out here. Drivers are not super excited about getting full-on power. You see the guys making some moves here. Again, just getting things underway for this 7-minute session for drivers in the pro shifter category. This was the faster group, so expect to see the big dogs in this one here. Pedro Hildebrand, Kajak, Trefilov, Vasile, Matteo Vajano, former winner, Jay Irwin, Davide Fore, Billy Musgrave, Marian Kremers, Senna Van Wolstein, Bas Lammers, all in this one.
Remo Rashicki back there.
Remo as well, exactly that.
AJ Myers, Jakey Gulick, Gatto, Kyle Wick.
We'll see them in the top 10 when we get rolling. Let's give them a couple laps in. Those guys will drop the hammer. See who comes away with the race win here this year. Will it be an opportunity for Marian Kremers on Super Sunday to finally break that goose egg? 4 top 2 finishes, runner-ups. We'll go 3 wide down into turn number 1. Why not?
Hey, we're curious what the agenda is with everybody here. Again, it's session 5 for these guys. You know, what are they trying to find? Are they trying to find a little fine tune on the shift points? Maybe it's a little bit of an adjustment, try to get the car to work more in the center, carry a little bit more speed. This section they're going through right here, this is where you saw a lot of different styles of where they were grabbing gears or not grabbing gears, trying to roll the corner in a particular gear, whether it was down 2 into 7 or was it down 1 and then down 1 again in the middle of the chicane. Guys trying different things to try to find what is A, going to be fastest, but then B, what's going to be better when we start going racing.
That's it. That's a big thing, right? There's a way you attack the racetrack when you're by yourself on track. You try to lay a fast lap down, and a way you can maybe evolve that a little bit when you're in the middle of a fight with the guy around you. So that's, again, oftentimes you race differently. You might carry a gear longer through a corner, or you may bang down that one more to be able to get that scoot you need out. So It's interesting for sure.
The interesting thing that is what I like about this layout versus what we've seen in recent years is the lack of true hairpins. And when you have this hairpin to hairpin to hairpin, you kind of have this start-stop with a shifter category where you'd almost kind of get hung up a little bit instead of carrying the speed. Pretty much everything we have here on this particular layout for SuperNationals 24 is a carrying of the speed or rolling some of the corner, and not so much of that start-stop.
We'll wait for lap number 3 to come in. I don't really want to jump on it in lap number 2. Lap 3, they've got some heat in the tires. They've got open racetrack. They've banged out a couple of laps. We'll see what we get. Matteo Vajano and Pedro Hiltbrand, 1-2 right now. Billy Musgrave up into 3rd. Stefan Solberg in 4th spot. Jay Irwin 5th. Martin Kremers 6th. Senna Van Wolstein in 7th. Daniel Vasili in 8th. Sam Dicker in 9th. And Jacob Gulick now up into the top 10.
Matias Morgado jumping up to 4th. Like you said, he's starting to come to the tires. These Evenco Reds. There's a good look at the number 8 of Billy Musgrave. Sporting a different color lid. In fact, we were talking about Luca Bortone. There's Musgrave to the inside. There's that move you were talking about, Rob.
That's it right
Just
there.
squeak to the inside, present, and boom, you're on your way. And see, the difference there with the shifters, they don't lose on the exit like you will with the single speed. But yeah, different color lid there. The really all in on that bright red and that black. Really cool livery they got on the factory cart. Luca Bortone looked to have actually the old lid on, and that's why I got confused earlier on the 22. Also one of Billy's numbers, the 22.
We will wait to have a look here at AJ Myers to see where he slots in. Myers currently not in the top 15, or top 20 as I see. Waiting to get that first lap in. Marcus Kajak now on top. Vajano 2nd, Hildebrand 3rd, Trefilov 4th, Van Wolstein 5th spot, Musgrave 6th, Pickett, Gustafson, Morgado, and Irwin.
Keeping an eye on AJ here. This is a clean lap. Let's see what he gets, because Myers not inside the sharp end. On day 2, it's a little bit of a surprise here for him. Let's see what he gets. He was 31 at the start of the lap. There he goes, top 10.
Yep.
That's going to make him feel a little bit better, but he's going to keep things rolling here with maybe another minute and change, I think.
Yeah, I was able to find big pace there, kind of backed it around it, I think, for the first 3 laps and laid one down and was able to go to within 0.4 of a second. The guys up front. Kajak still on top, though, 47.578. Vajano 2nd. Pedro Hiltbrand in 3rd. Less than 2/10 separate your top 3 there.
Marinello and Burrell at the sharp end. Marinello, Burrell, Marinello. Excuse me, Burrell again. Marinello and Burrell. It's a lockout of the top 6 between those two brands.
And you've got Factory Kart, Sodi Kart, Magic Kart, then Anthony Martella for PSL Racing currently in the 10th position.
A lot of orange and red at the sharp end right now.
Yeah, the Red Army looking pretty good, and then of course the Marinello. They're pretty go-karts, those Marinellos. A lot of pop with that red color.
Yeah, so there are a lot of neat and different sticker kits come out, with sometimes old and true. That's the way to go.
Kajak still on top, 47.578. Time winding down. Aaron Likens, yeah, there's the checkered flag right there. Ending the session. I'll say this right now, as I look at that top 10, the only real big surprise to me, and not that he can't help a cart around, Anthony Martella in 10th spot, the young Canadian, in the number 93 in 10th. Kajak, Vajano, Hiltbrand, Kremers, Trefilov. Musgrave 6th, Morgado 7th, Myers up to 8th, Van Wolstein 9th, Martella in 10th.
Remember how strong the GFC's been for a while, and to see Gulick back here in 14th at the end of this one, that's not going to stay that way. I think we're going to see more of the GFC's towards the sharp end here, but they were really good last year.
Kyle Wick at 19.
Yeah, I'm just going to say that they've got old tires on, really old tires or something.
Can you go with that?
Yeah, because the GFC is not right at the front, is a little bit of a surprise right now.
There you have the drivers from 16th to 30th here in Q1, the quick group. Obviously issues for Remo Rossetti as he was 3.3 seconds back. Well, that puts a checker on practice number 5. We will obviously continue rolling here, no break at all in terms of on track, as they're going to roll out here right now for the KA100 Masters drivers. This is now the final practice, 12-minute practice session. The drivers at KA100 Master.
Yeah, going off about not quite 50 minutes shy of our original schedule. So as you had mentioned, we did gain 2 minutes in that game. But you start looking at everything else, it's going to be real close to 5 when we start going qualifying for these Masters again.
Agreed. This is going to be in the dark, let's put it that way. Qualifying in under the lights here on a fantastic Thursday rather here. I was going to say Friday, but it's still just Thursday. 2 rounds of heat races tomorrow. Heat race and last chance qualifier on Saturday, Situation Saturday. And just 1 race for everybody on Super Sunday.
Yeah, buddy.
Love it. Can't wait. It's going to be a lot of fun. Great to have you up here again, Mike Smith. We had you involved a couple of years ago. You've stuck around. You haven't let anybody boot you out of here, which is great. Of course, we've got Henry Beaudet here joining us as well throughout the weekend. You know, Xander Clemens will be stepping in to help us out with the pro categories. He's itching to do that. I know he's got a lot of work to do, getting things dialed in here, but you can tell he's already getting a little antsy.
Yeah.
I talked to him at lunchtime. He's like, yeah, I got some things I got to finish up, and I may jump in with qualify when you guys are pro. I go, I have no surprise at all, Xander, that you'll want to jump in for that. So looking forward to that, of course, this afternoon.
It's been pretty cool to see the Kart Chaser thing grow over the last several years. And to your point, yeah, as long as they'll have me up here, I'll keep coming. I love this gig and getting a chance to start out here. Actually, just across the way from where we were in 2021. That was my first SuperNats behind the mic with you, getting the opportunity, and it's carried on through this entire time. And Kart Chaser really growing over this last couple of years. It's been pretty awesome to watch happen.
KA100 Masters on the racetrack. Let him get a couple of laps in the books here, get some heat built into these Avinco tires. You can see that tight section there, turn 9 and 10. No curbing there. You're literally going through just the barriers themselves, right? So visibility's a little bit down. You don't have that curve you can potentially work on, a little bit. It's literally no margin of error through there, so maybe give yourself a little bit more.
Yeah, and I think if they had the curbs there, it would have been the wrong way to go. With how big the mold is for this year, it would have been the wrong way. So yeah, good on them for not having any curbs through there.
Too much opportunity for a driver to try to maybe take a little bit more, and then they'd be in the wall.
Yeah, 100%. They already are having a bit of a time doing it now, so that would just add to the issues.
All right, let's have a look. We got a couple of laps in here. No, actually still just the 1 lap in right now.
Come around to complete another one, and this is the long one. I'm just already the first time around. Mardan was in the mid pack. Again, not a fast lap yet. Nothing really to write home about. Ooh, problems on the front straightaway there for Jotter David. This sets the group. The split right here. So that's going to put David in the first group.
Let's remind people about that. This is that extended 12-minute section. You can get a qualifying sim in, or you can treat it more of a simulation for the heat races, go a little bit longer. But Renato Jotter David with issues there, definitely trouble for him.
Yeah, and the repercussions that much worse if something does go wrong. So there's the 3 things: qualifying, racing, your heat race opportunity to get some testing in, get some long session data, long run data for the first time. And if you don't get it, how big of a hit is it? Well, it's a pretty bad one, because not only does it put you further back or in the slow group if you're doing the pro class, but it also is going to mean you don't have any data to work off of for that heat race.
That's it. Ben Cooper on top right now, the RPG Cosmic number 431. Nicky Coelho in the Franklin Merlin now goes up into second. Kip Foster on the DPE Drew Price Engineering Aero into the 3rd spot. 4th is now Coelho's Matthew Waters has jumped his way back up into second to make it RPG 1-2. Scott P5, Martin Stone, last year's winner, or 2 years ago the winner, in 6th. Bruno Spengler in 7th. TJ Neville's 8th. William Isaias in 9th, and Jacob Nairi in the 10th spot.
They're watching on screen right now. It's Cooper rolling right on that bright orange helmet of Kip Foster. talk about a couple of badasses right there here in Masters right and you know, Cooper set the tone all of last year during all of the SuperNats. And, you know, again, we talk about Waters coming on at the end. He's setting the tone now. He's got a half-second advantage over Waters and then Foster, who's actually just in front of him on the track. And that's kind of what he had. He had a little bit in the pocket, and then it just didn't come to fruition at the very end. Down to the inside, it's going to take a little bit of a look. Foster, the veteran, let him go.
Book it.
Yep, come on.
So, yeah, Cooper's looking really good here right now.
And we'll see how close Foster can maybe find a little something.
Second session right now for Laurent Mardan on the Techno. He is up to 8/10 of a second off still. It's kind of where he was in the other session as well. So Mardan dialing things in, only his second opportunity. Of course, ran those laps in that first session. Went back. Now it's kind of imprinted on the brain a little bit. Now you can go to work maybe on trying to dial things to the chassis a little bit. Again, late entry for Mardan. Literally sent me a message a couple of weeks ago and said, Rob, I didn't get in. I was too late. I think he was racing overseas.
Oh, God.
And he's like, I didn't get in. What do I do? I go, dude, you call them immediately to get yourself on a waiting list and be the guy.
Yeah.
Be the guy. Be there at the track and be ready to go. And that's what he did. He waited at the desk for somebody to cancel, and Mardan is in.
Again, keeping an eye on this right here with this Foster. One of the things that whoa, brother. So that's the one thing when you got a big speed difference right there is Cooper got through barely, and then Foster wasn't able to. But watching, Foster gets behind him, and immediately Cooper's able to pull away. That shows how strong Cooper is. But for Foster, he can go, all right, he beat me here, he beat me there. I know I need to make this gear change, or I need to make that thing in the center.
Yep.
So that's almost as useful for Foster as much as it is showing that Cooper's got that strength already.
Cooper, Waters, Spengler, Coelho, Foster, fast 5. Nevels, top. Nairi, Stone, Mardan, top 10. Travis Irving just on the outside right now in 11th. Irving looking pretty good in both categories. Kind of getting the speed dialed in.
I'm looking down here at 13th, a name Kyle Byers. I know a Kyle Byers from Oregon. I didn't know he was still doing that. I think he just got back into karting. I wonder if it's the same Kyle Byers. I wonder if someone throws in the chat about that. Used to see him at PGP Motorsports Park back in the day.
Take this thing. Oh, hold on, let me go. Let's see what we got here. Kyle Byers. Out of Auburn, Washington.
Oh, Kyle Byers. Welcome to Masters. You guys got to be like 29 and a half.
GFC.
Let's go. I love it. Rolling 14th right now. Haller.
Listen.
I know that, what's his name? Henry was talking about Den Haller there in 15th.
Anytime I think about Auburn, Washington, all I can think about is going to Athens for a grinder. There's the you go to Athens Pizza, their cold cut grinder. I'm telling you right now,
wow,
it'll change it.
It'll change it.
Every time Alicia and I go back home to her place, 100% I got to go get a grinder from Athens.
I haven't been back to PGP in a long time. I might have to make a run up there.
Shout out to Scott Cowell, who's the owner of the track. He bought it.
Did he really?
Yeah, he's the owner now.
When did that happen?
Very recently.
Wow.
Yeah.
Nice job, Scotty.
Yeah. Scott, of course, was a long-time mechanic in the Italian Motors paddock as well.
Yeah, and when I left in 10, he was the one who came in and became the GM. And hey, good for him. That's cool. We used to be the Zalutes.
The Zalutes, yeah. I was chatting with Paul, and they made a deal to get. And that, you love that, right? Because he was there as a general manager, big part of building that place, Pacific Grand Prix, the track just outside of Pacific Raceways, or what is it?
Pacific Raceways. Now it used to be SIR.
It's SIR. Yeah. Great track. They do a lot of rental car races there, of course, and again. PGP, a lot of great racing out there in the Pacific Northwest.
Very, very cool. Very cool.
Cooper, Foster, Waters, Spengler, Coelho. And the Franklin Motorsports guys are looking good here right now, 5th, 6th, and 7th, with Coelho, Nevels, and Kopp.
See the things have inched down, though, in the deficit. Now only 2/10 between Cooper and Foster. So Foster's found a little something. Maybe there was something like maybe he saw Cooper take a corner different than him, or maybe he just set for the long run. Again, going back to the heat race setup. Hey, cool. Oh,
that's not good. That looks like potentially an Orsilon driver with a bent axle. 433. What do you think? Oh, that Junad Din. Tough one.
Especially this deep in the session. They only had a couple minutes to go.
Agreed.
Aye, aye, aye. And on the outside, that was interesting. Just got set up a little bit too far to left for turn 11.
That's it. Who else we got coming up there? Look, Max Pappas has found some speed. Again, we talked about Max already a little bit. Had back surgery recently, so the back's a bit sore still, but out here racing the SuperNats in the number 479.
I don't know. If you ask him, he'll probably say he feels great, doesn't hurt at all. Nothing to worry about, wife?
Actually, when we did the track walk, he stopped me and said hi at the end of the track walk, and I said, hey, we got a chance to win this thing or what? He goes, oh, my back, I don't know, my back's sore.
You're just setting up the excuses early?
Set me up just to make sure we didn't oversell it, right?
Yeah.
Good to have Max with us here. That's fantastic.
Well, speaking of which, his bumps up, found it a little bit more late in the session.
Whoa!
So this is, I think that right there, this is what's going to be interesting to see what happens. The late pace run. Like, everyone's on a different gig. Is it qualifying, or do they go all in on the lower pressure?
Yep.
If they feel good about the pace coming in, forget it. I don't need to go set a quick lap. I want to do it at the end. And you get Pappas here bumping up into the top 6 with only 30 seconds to play.
Yeah, I like that call. Listen, if you're a guy up front, you think you know what you're going to do for qualifying. You know we're bumping pressures. We're going to maybe change the front geometry a little bit, whatever we're going to do for qualifying. All well and good. But like these guys that are trying to go more the long run, I think that's a good call.
Yeah, for sure. And Cooper over at Foster, only 2/10. Waters, quarter second back. Spangler right in there. I got to tell you, I am absolutely pulling for Spangler because he's got my number, 27. Can't help myself.
Back in the day when I had the magazine, Formula Car Magazine, he was front and center in that. He was a winner in the Fran-Am Winter Series.
Fran-Am,
yep. It's the Formula Renault program they had over here. Checker flag flying. Cooper will be happy with that. Good outright pace, fast lap.
David, 48.
Oh, well, he'll be in the slow group, that's for sure.
But what we've already seen is being able to bring yourself back up, so it's not over for David yet. Still got qualifying to go.
That's it. So again, we're just into our final practice. KA100 Masters is done. Many Swift drivers you can see up next. Don't go anywhere, folks. We'll be right back. Live coverage of the 27th running of the SuperKarts USA SuperNationals here on Kart Chaser.
Brandon, why are there all these charges for just over $200?
I'm tired of all this branding business, okay? Branding this, branding that. Why are there all these expenses on AKR over $200? We know, okay? Take a walk with me. At Shop AKR, they have everything you need to start racing at a very cheap and affordable price. They have MXC rims, they got chains, electrical stands, tilt seats, they got MXCs. And if you didn't know, on top of that, any purchase in the continental US over $200, that's free shipping.
Hey, aren't you supposed to be in the AKR Anonymous meeting over there?
Dude, I'm doing a commercial.
Dude, we have no time. It's about to start.
Stop. We all love Shop AKR. Me? More than others. What do I get at Shop AKR?
MXC rims.
Looking for a team with a diverse calendar? How about a team that offers both full support and teaches you and your kid how to do all the work yourself? For us at Drive Your Line Kart Sport, fostering growth on and off the track in a family environment is what we do. Well, that and bringing home some hardware. Contact us today online at dylkartsport.com.
The foundation of your racing endeavor is the kart. It carries your hopes, your legacy, at times your heart outside of your body. And if it's the right kart, it holds the line. Factory karts are the only karts hand-built in the U.S. A precision-welded frame made of 4130 chromoly tubing, adjustable wheel bearing cassettes, seat mounts that don't break. But what good is a foundation if it's not the fastest? Made with care by a 4-time SuperNats champion Billy Musgrave. Factory karts, American-made, race-proven.
So back once again as the 1-minute board goes up on pit lane for the drivers here in the Mini Swift category. Rob Howden here alongside Mike Smith. Henry Beaudet off on assignment right now, getting some stuff dialed in for the weekend. Lots going on. Of course, all the pre-shows getting done. A lot of interviews have been done throughout the week here as well. Lots of great content throughout the coverage of the racing here between now and Super Sunday. Mike, very pleasant day today. Let's have one little look. Look at that, the flags up there. The wind actually has changed around a little bit. No more directly into their face. Almost like a crosswind coming down the straightaway now.
Yeah, actually, here in the Car Chaser booth, we're adjacent to the straightaway, and the fact that we can't really feel anything, it's definitely coming from behind us and across the straightaway. So what we had talked about before and how it's affecting them, it's not going to be quite the same. And then obviously the large orange barriers that go down the entire length of the straightaway, blocking a lot of that wind from these guys. So yeah, I don't think wind, if it stays the same direction, shouldn't be as big of a deal to them, at least going into qualifying.
First group of drivers rolling out, the rest kind of hanging out in the back there a little bit. 7-minute session practice, no, rather probably 12-minute session. We're into the final practices. 12 minutes. Extended run to get that first opportunity to really push the laps that you need into the session. Figure the tire pressure out for that longer heat race run. 10 laps for the heat races for all categories. I mentioned potentially 8 laps for the cadets. I'm being told by SKUSA it'll be 10 laps for all 9 categories. 20 lap main events for all the pro categories. They'll run 25 on Super Sunday. Yeah, and this is really the only time that you're going to have that 12 minutes to play with. Other than that, it's a heat race. Yeah. Go back to Jonathan David going out early, losing that opportunity. He'll have to rely on data from the heat races to figure everything out, because the next closest time you're going to have is the actual main. And that's the double whammy. He lost the 12 minutes, and he started to get the table in the slower group for qualifying. Right. My goodness. Now, granted, that's not probably going to make that much of a difference as long as he's able to get out where he needs to get out to. See one driver going full sideways, not facing the wrong direction there. That's that double apex corner we talked about, 7 and 8. There is that curb on the inside of that one. There's no curb through 9 and 10, or there is the curb through 7 and 8. Yeah, and it's really we'd say 7, 8. And as you go into 9, it's actually like one long corner, kind of like the complex that we just missed as we come out of the straightaway here on the camera. The last complex has got that long, as you guys have been calling it, like in the carousel or like the keel corner. 7, 8, and then entry to the 9 chicane. It's like one long, if you do it right, it's one long arc all the way through. Yes. If you do it wrong, you're sawing at the wheel. Nice little move there by the 1-1 of Ashton Woon. Very good year so far this year, trying to cap things off with a mini SuperNats win. Yeah, obviously a big opportunity for him to win some races this year, right? Last year in the mini category, win a bunch of races, pad that resume a little bit. Let your driver, I always say this, let your driver learn what it's like to win races. to battle for a championship, to lose the championship lead, to fight back. You get it. There's so many different situations that it's great to give your driver the opportunity. I know that parents want to move their kids up as fast as they possibly can, but you're robbing them of the opportunity to win a bunch of races. Number one, great for their confidence. Number two, just great for learning how to be in particular situations. If you never get a chance to race for the win because you're always moving up, when you finally do get that opportunity, you're not going to be there. You're not experienced in that. You know, that's my opinion on the situation.
Yeah, no, I tend to agree with you. We learn from our failures, sure, but at the end of the day, if you don't sprinkle any wins in there, the confidence doesn't get boosted up. And sometimes as a kid, the drive isn't there. I mean, you start to lose a little bit there if it's always a challenge. You can't always be challenging. Sometimes you got to have a little carrot on top, a little cherry on top.
A little fun. Going to be coming home with that trophy. Nico Kotowski leading the way right now. Liam Nachawadi in second. It was Troy Ferguson for the opening lap, but he's back to third. Casey Hodge now fourth. Here comes Parker Ives up into the top five as well. Ives, the number 148.
If I remember correctly from the e-karting news preview, there's a lot of fresh faces in the mini category, correct?
Yes, yeah, a number of new drivers in the mini class have moved up from the micro category. New drivers coming over as well from international areas, whether it's New Zealand, Australia, drivers coming from South America.
The aforementioned Ashton Woon to the top of the charts.
There he is on cue.
55.189, top time right now, early in the session still.
Maxwell Macha, we talked about the facts that Maxwell's kind of getting that feel as he moved up from micro to mini, and again, year over year, how well he's done since the start of the season to the end of the season. Maxwell third now, Kotowski fourth, Josh Bergman fifth, Troy Ferguson sixth, Valentino Santi in the seventh spot, Micah Barut and Parker Ives eighth and ninth, Jake Kostecki 10th. Throwing the yellow down in turn number one.
Can't see from the booth. I'm not sure how far.
Well, Scooter's running over to the outside of turn number two, the kink there, like somebody's gone off over there. So
it's the downside of these minis. They're not tall.
No, kind of hard to see that little helmet going around.
See them look like they're pushing barriers over there, so I think the driver may have continued on. Hopefully nothing bent up on their machine. They can keep going. And just as I'm saying that, two drivers together.
Yeah.
122, and I think that might have been the 118. 22, that's Jackson Porter. Porter in the Bennick.
Jackson way down the order right now. He hasn't been able to get a good lap in or something. Yeah, he's 46.
If it was the 118, that would be Baruch, but I'm not sure if that was indeed the Sodi card, I thought. But yeah, to your point about Porter, you usually see Jackson towards the sharp end there.
Yeah, it's kind of surprising me right now. That again, we'll see what happens. But he's got 4 laps in. His fastest lap was a 60.077.
That's a chunk off.
It's 5 seconds off the pace. There's got to be something. There's something wrong, or he just hasn't got into the throttle yet.
Royce Vega moving into the top 10 with a. I mean, speaking, I was going to say with the time they get some 9th, but look at how close it is.
Yeah.
55.118 with Josh Bergman. You're going to go all the way down to 28th Grayson Walcott for 1 second.
Yeah.
And almost the entire top 10 is within a quarter second.
Josh Bergman, fastest driver right now, lap 6 at 55.118. Driver's not too worried about just running open laps. We got some moves to the inside. Look at this for 2x2 coming out of here over to turn number 4. Making moves to the inside.
You know, that's one of the things you work on, though, too. You start, once you feel confident in the general speed, you do have to race eventually. Yeah. So being able to pass and feel good about making some moves, that's what this session's also good for.
I 100% agree. Like you can't make a pass and do it the first time in a race. You need to feel out what the kart's like on the inside. What's it like on the outside? If I'm making the over-under move here, how's it feel when I make the move to the bottom?
Yeah.
How much am I going to pinch to get it around? How much do I have to slow the car up to get it around the corner?
You said that perfectly. You don't want to find out for the first time during the race when it matters. Exactly that. That's what can be tough when you're the fastest guy. Like, let's just say you're a Ben Cooper. It's not going to happen to Ben, but if you're always at the front all the time and you never have to race anybody, and then all of a sudden someone shows up that's in the in the wheelhouse, and whoops, now I better learn.
That's it. Agreed. So 106 of Alex Chandler. Going at it with the 144 right now. 144 in the order here. Go further back. Jackson Porter's found some speed finally. There you go. Gets down to a 56.545. Still 1.4 off. We'll see if he's jumped up a little more. We'll check back in a... Actually, we're going to see the checker flag here, I think, pretty soon. Oh, no, it's a 12-lapper, Rob, not a 7-lapper. What do you got, Dave? Wow. David Cole, I got a little Skype deal going on. Give me some information. He said, David says anything can happen to Cooper if Mike Smith is racing around him. That's super low.
Yeah, that's tough.
It's funny. It's good.
No, it's
funny.
It's pretty much the funniest thing I've heard all day. I got to tell you. For those of you playing the at-home game, I like to spin out world champions. That's what I like to do right here.
Well, listen, David can't say much. He actually spun some dude out on a straightaway at the CK Negra National practice session.
Come on.
Literally.
Yeah, you know what? Actually, I've done that too.
He's with a guy, trying to make a move. A bunch of guys come on the inside. He comes back. He thinks he's cleared him.
Yeah.
Just turns right into his right rear, spins him out right in front of everybody. Got a reprimand from the race steward, too.
I can't remember who I was linked up with.
They came to me. They were going to throw him out. I said, you can't do that to Dave.
No, it's David Cole.
He's out.
It's Davide Collet. You can't do that to Davide Collet.
Davide Collet.
Yeah. I was linked up with somebody at Atwater. It's a super fast 206 deal, and we are common, and we just get to this guy and just run into the back of him. You can't go that fast in bump draft, and he went around and stage left.
That didn't go well.
Not good. Not good.
Troy Ferguson back to the top, folks. 55.093. Just a couple of hundredths of a second behind is Josh Bergman. Wounds right there. Macha, Santillan, as we said. Let's check back in on Jackson Porter.
I saw him in the 20s.
Yeah, where is he right now? Let's scroll back down here.
There he is, 25th.
Yeah, 25th now. Only 7/10 back.
Maybe he's setting up for the main already. He's coming in real late.
Doing a good job.
Not surprised to see Ferguson up front.
No, not at all.
55.093.
Yeah, I got him in my top 5.
I was going to say, Woon just went quicker, only 7 thousandths behind, and something to do about that. Let's see, we're looking at him on screen. The 101 and the 103 are quite good, right? And then you've got them linked up. So you get those two together, it's no surprise they're really fast. But how about Bergman, only 25 thousandths off Macha, 69 thousandths. Santillan, 73 thousandths.
Top 5 is 8 hundredths of a second.
Let's go. We're going to have some good. Royce Vega up to 7th now. Yep. Nachawati 8th. Parker Ives, Nertovsky, rather, in the 10th spot. Less than a quarter second separating your top 10. We've seen great racing in many. I think we're going to see another great one here as well.
I agree. And it's all going to be whether or not they're in that 20 laps on Super Sunday. Can they use their head? Can they pull away? We always we borrow the term from cycling about dropping a guy off the tail of the peloton.
Yep.
You know what I mean? There's a group of 10 up front. Can you make it 9? Can you pull away and drop the guy at the back to make it 8? Can you get it down to a 2-driver battle?
Yeah.
Or a 2-3-driver battle?
Yeah, there's a fine line between being patient and just waiting too long. And I'll tell you right now, just watching the way Woon and Ferguson, we talked about earlier about frenemies, kind of working together with someone who's not under your same 10 or what have you. This could be a formidable one if those two link up for a while.
Ashton Woon back to the top with a 55.005. Woon, Ferguson, Bergman, Macha, Santillan. Woon, by doing that, got that top 5 to over a 10th and a half now. Ashton Woon looking really good here. I think Cole and I both picked Ashton to win, so I don't want to put the pressure on him, but he's just had such a good year.
Sometimes things just start going your way, right? You get that momentum, a big mo on your side.
Agreed. Checker flag is shown here at start finish. This will be the final lap. See how things kind of shake out here in the end. There's those two drivers. Listen, this is good practice. This is good Top Gun practice. Staying with your wingman right now.
And look how patient, I mean, it's not, those are a couple of quick, smart many drivers right there. And to your point about the amount of new blood coming in, maybe this one's got less drivers that could threaten the top bit. So if you're smart about it, you get to the end, it could be a two-horse race.
Yeah, these two drivers here could be part of it for sure. I wouldn't throw out Josh Bergman at all. That's for sure.
No, heck
or
no.
Parker Ives,
yeah,
just goes to P4.
Matcha in there. I mean, yeah, there's going to be more to it for sure. But those two guys showing the horn right now.
Banging out the final lap in the books here. We'll see how it all plays out. Parker Ives, as we said, moving up into the 4th spot on his last lap. The remainder of the field's cleared through. Woon is the top driver, 55.005, 800ths of a second quicker than Troy Ferguson. Josh Bergman in 3rd spot, Parker Ives 4th, and Maxwell Macha rounding out the top 5. There's the remainder of the top 15 as the drivers, all top 15 within a half a second. So again, folks, we are working our way through final practice. 2 down, 5 more sections to go. X30 Junior, followed by Pro X30 and Pro Shifter. We'll be back. X30 Junior drivers getting set to go for their 12-minute session after this break.
Brandon, why are there all these charges for just over $200?
I'm tired of all this branding business, okay? Branding this, branding that. Why are there all these expenses on AKR over $200? We know, okay? Take a walk with me. At Shop AKR, they have everything you need to start racing at a very cheap and affordable price. They have MXC rims, they got chains, electrical stands, tilt seats, they got MXCs. And if you didn't know, on top of that, any purchase in the continental US over $200, that's free shipping.
Hey, aren't you supposed to be in the AKR Anonymous meeting over there?
Dude, I'm doing a commercial.
Dude, we have no time. It's about to start.
Stop. We all love Shop AKR. Me? More than others. What do I get at Shop AKR?
MXC rims.
Wins the main with a stunner in Pro Shifter.
Looking for a team with a diverse calendar? How about a team that offers both full support and teaches you and your kid how to do all the work yourself? For us at Drive Your Line Kart Sport, fostering growth on and off the track in a family environment is what we do. Well, that and bringing home some hardware. Contact us today online at dylkartsport.com.
The foundation of your racing endeavor is the kart. It carries your hopes, your legacy, at times your heart outside of your body. And if it's the right kart, it holds the line. Factory karts are the only karts hand-built in the U.S. A precision-welded frame made of 4130 chromoly tubing, adjustable wheel bearing cassettes, seat mounts that don't break. But what good is a foundation if it's not the fastest? Made with care by a 4-time SuperNats champion Billy Musgrave. Factory karts, American-made, race-proven.
Welcome back to live coverage of Thursday action. SuperKarts USA SuperNationals 27. Today all about 2 final practice sessions and qualifying. Morning classes already done, wrapped up. On now to the afternoon classes. KA100 Master, Mini Swift already getting their final practice in. X30 Junior. Now onto the racetrack. Follow them up with Pro Shifter category, the Pro X30 category, then Pro Shifter. We roll right into qualifying. Moving off the schedule here right now. We're scheduled to go at 2:40. It's about 3:32, so we're essentially about 45 to 50 minutes behind schedule off the issues throughout the day. That's going to push essentially all of the qualifying under the lights with I believe what would we figure it was, a 4:55 sunset, something like that around there.
Yeah.
So it's going to be interesting for sure. It's going to be under the lights for qualifying, much different setup. I like it. It's going to be, well, because as soon as that happens, the temperature's going to drop in a big way as well. This is going to put the onus on maybe the experience of the mechanics. What do you do in tire pressure? If the sun was up, are you at X? If your sun goes down, are you X plus 3 PSI plus 2? You know, where are you going on tire pressure? Knowing it's going to be a lot colder for that. What is only real, remember, only a 4-minute session, 4 laps.
Yeah, it's not long at all, and it's not one of those scenarios where like the sun's thinking about going down. I remember anytime I'd have a late session like this, I'd try to put the go-kart where the sun was, like not have it hang out on the grid during the shade. I was like, where's the sun? We're going to roll it over here, roll it over there. I'll take anything I can get. Just makes me feel better whether or not it does anything. But yeah, we're going to be in the nighttime. We talk about how things ramp up. This session's got a little bit of urgency to it just because it's an important one. Qualifying's obviously even more important. And then there's something about switching the lights on that really starts to turn things up, kind of amplifies things a little bit here. And we're going to see it during qualifying.
Yeah, I like that a lot. Qualifying was interesting this morning, but of course that was KA100 Junior and Senior, Micro, Master Shifter. Qualifying is going to be a lot more interesting when it's the pro category, where these guys and gals have to drop the hammer and get it done in 4 laps in what will be very interesting conditions. It's not going to be what we've seen so far. They haven't been under the lights at all yet. It's going to happen in qualifying this afternoon. Really looking forward to that.
You talk about the sun and how these drivers are going through past the finish line. We've been saying start finish for a while. Try to flip that around. Again, the finish line shortly after the final corner, start line further down. But I was keeping an eye on head start of their Aaron Likens, hand in the air, just trying to get the sun out of his own eyes. And these guys don't have to worry about it too much, except for this corner right there, turn 11. Kind of a calamity corner at times. We've seen several drivers have issues. They are going into the sun for that one. They are going to the sun for turn 4. But down the back straight, it's on their backs. Before they hit down at turn number 1, so no issue. There you can just see it there in that shot.
Yeah.
How much that sun does. There it is, Aaron Likens. Needing to be able to see what's coming at him here as he's making things happen behind the flag stand.
Again, the Pro X30 category will be up next. Q2, group number 2. Slower of the 2 groups will roll out on first for their final practice session. See what we got here right now based on time.
4 laps in the book, so we were going to do that quali test.
Ty Fisher.
About where you would have it?
Ty Fisher on top, 50.727.
And there's our...
Lev Krutaholoff.
I'm
going to go with that.
Killed it every time.
724 on the side of the cart there. Alexander Vanchev in 3rd spot in 706. Turner Brown, Diego Ardiles, the 2 primary title combatants throughout the entire season. One of the most interesting things I've seen in my career is they both started for one team. Brown was with Speed Concepts. Diego Ardiles was with Rollison. Ardiles goes from Rollison to Speed. Brown goes from Speed to Rollison. They literally just swapped teams in the middle of the year.
Is that like Senna and Prost?
Maybe. It was like a sign and trade or whatever. I don't know what that was all about.
Yeah. There's only room for one of us, sir.
Yeah, pretty much. So Brown and Ardiles swapping teams midway through. Brown, of course, now with RPG. Ardiles winning a number of championships with Speed Concepts. Those drivers we expect to battle it out through the rest of the weekend as well. Naomi J. Garcia. She's in the 6th position right now. Sebastian Garzone in 7th, coming off a win in the Lucas Oil Formula race series. Jackson Wolney in 8th spot did not have a really good run in KA100. He's got to race his way back forward and into contention for a Super Sunday win. But Jackson Wolney in the top 10 here, currently 8th spot in X30 Junior. That didn't sound good.
Yeah, and then I look around and I don't see any yellow flags.
So Wolney's 8th, Lillian Scarborough now in 9th, and Martin Jaramillo rounding out the top 10. So a couple of young ladies rocking and rolling here in the top 10. I like seeing that.
Exactly that. And then just adding to the lady program, Sarah Bradley, 13th. But I'm also taking a look at Alessandro Truchot, Nathan Dupuis, 11th and 12th. A couple of drivers we've seen a little further up. Again, this is all about being quick for the qualifying. It's not qualifying yet, so if you're a little bit off, it's not the end of the world, as long as you're in the front group. Tristan Murphy down there in 14th. Dean Peterson 19th is Gage Korn 22nd. Luca Popescu 25th. Charlie Smith 26th.
Some fast guys further down.
Yeah.
No doubt.
Maverick McKenna, we saw the bounce back earlier after being stationary. Actually was pretty solid in the qualifier. Not as strong right now. Going to find a little bit more. Jackson Gibson 46th and with problems, so might have been one of the drivers out early.
He only got one lap.
Yeah. So that's going to put Gibson into the downward spiral. He'll try to jump out of it for qualifying.
Good pickup there for the camera crew. That's the man right now of the hour, Ty Fisher on the TV Kart for Race Lab. Quickest driver, the 50.580. 18 thousandths quicker than Kutuholov.
Bit of a train there. Right in front. Vanchev is right in front of Fisher.
Yeah.
I think is that guard zone right in front of them. And that KR. You see the number.
Hard to pick the numbers up there with the black number on those carts. No doubt about it with that different look.
Might have been Vidmontien as well.
That's a good possibility.
You get to the other side of the shade and start missing them all.
Speaking of that, where is Vidmontien?
I just saw it drop
23rd. Woo! Man. Giddy up. Ty Fisher, though, rolling there in the 738. The Canadian looking for a big win. How big would that be for Ty Fisher to come away with an X30 Junior win on Super Sunday? Putting that TV card on top for Race Lab. Race Lab's had some good success here over the last number of years with guys like Ariel Elkin and Ellie Goldstein. Christian Miles on the TV card as well. Dalton Haynes has done some TV kart racing too. The brand starting to plant some roots here in the US of A. Of course, the big crew over at Amarillo Kart Circuit stepping up board and being a big part of the TV kart program as well. We talked about Alessandro Truchot, who's been racing Mini over in Europe, only 11 years of age up here in the KA100 category.
You'd only hope it'd be a tall 11 to try to get. It's a lot of go-kart to get rotated through here. Throw the 125 at it. And
Vidmontien, Mike back into the top 10, goes to 8th position, moving Wolney down to 9th, Scarborough 10th.
I think that might be. See that which one's the new one?
No, I see. Yeah.
Timing and scoring on the list versus what we have on the screen. Still trying to sort out.
Yeah, based on what we have on the screen we're looking at, he's still 23rd.
David Cole coming over thinking that maybe we have a little bit of a adjustment. Get things back rolling here on the Race Hero app.
Yeah, so I still got, where are we here?
Race Hero shows us Ty Fisher,
yeah, 8,
Kutuholov, Garzone, Vanchev, Brown, Ardiles, Garcia, Vidmontien, Wolney, and Scarborough, your top 10, as you see on your screen. So that's nice.
Better for Vidmontien, the 23rd, that's for sure.
Well, we just got to pick the right timing system.
Time winding down in this one here, only a minute and a half remaining. And again, like you said, after this, we go into the Pro X30 category. It will be the slower of the two groups to roll out first. And again, these sessions are key. Where you are in the order here is where you roll off the track. So you want to be up front. You don't want to be around slower drivers. You want to be around the best drivers you possibly can. Oh, big move to the inside.
Oh.
Wow, almost wrecked his teammate there.
I was just going to say a little RPG and RPG crime there.
Yeah, that was the 731 that got roughed up there, but almost got shoved into the wall in turn 4. Peyton Fayen, that was Peyton Fayen that almost got roughed up there, got put in the wall. That kind of a late move to the apex over in turn 4. The driver on the inside, the RPG teammate, kind of pushed wide on the exit. Peyton kind of had his, I think, kind of check up and get out of it.
It was close to the wall.
Yeah.
Turn number 4.
No need for that.
Especially with less than 30 seconds left in the session.
Indeed. No, you got to turn around and qualify in short order.
Did not want to be under the RPG tent when that happened.
That'll get dialed in pretty good.
Trust me. Mikey rolls.
Trust me, I was under that tent, and I watched Ryan Norberg and a couple of guys working with their young kids.
Yeah.
And when they don't listen, they get scolded pretty big time. I like it. It's hardcore. It's the way it should be.
There's a time and a place.
Yeah, that's it.
It's not final practice either.
Yeah, if Ty Fisher gets out of this thing P1, he's going to be a happy guy. And they will be happy over at Race Lab as well, because the P1 here in this session, again, shows you've got long run pace, right? That's key. Lap number 5, midway through that session, pretty much the best fast lap. You wonder whether or not he's maybe leaning towards then a qualifying simulation to see a fast lap on lap number 5.
No,
right?
exactly that.
Otherwise you would see a fast lap somewhere way deeper in the session.
And I think almost everybody was on the same page right there. You see fast laps in laps 5, 5, 6, 3, 3, 4, and so on.
So there you have it, folks. The driver's in pro shifter, but again, Ty Fisher, fastest driver. Krut Holoff ends up in the 2nd spot. Sebastian Garzone 3rd. Alexander Vanchev and Turner Brown rounding out your fast 5. Diego Ardiles in the 6th spot. Naomi Jade Garcia in 7th. Enzo Vidmontien 8th. Jackson Wolde 9th, and Lillian Scarborough rounding out the top 10. There's your lineup for X30 Junior. Right after this, I said, folks, they're getting ready to go. The first of 2 groups for Pro X30. We'll have them on track after this break.
Brandon, why are there all these charges for just over $200 from Acceleration Kart Racing's website?
That's because AKR gives you free shipping on orders of $200 or more within the continental US.
Okay. But I thought you were just getting a pair of gloves. That's what, 70 bucks?
But if I'm getting a new pair of gloves, I might as well get a new pair of shoes to match. And then on top of that, I'll get a neck brace because with the shipping, it's basically free.
Yeah, I do not think the math checks out on that.
Everything you need, all in one place and shipped to your door for free for orders of $200 or more. Exclusions apply. Spend responsibly. Shop AKR.com.
Looking for a team with a diverse calendar? How about a team that offers both full support and teaches you and your kid how to do all the work yourself? For us at Drive Your Line Kart Sport, fostering growth on and off the track in a family environment is what we do. Well, that and bringing home some hardware. Contact us today online at dylkartsport.com.
Are you stuck with your kart racing? Not sure the ideal kart setup? Or going to a track for the first time? Well, Kart Class has the answers for you. Our online portal has a wealth of experience and knowledge to help your kart racing. From kart setup advice to track guides that are targeted specifically to your circuit, or the driver coaching aspects with mindset, racecraft and driving techniques. If you want to take your karting to the next level, visit us at kartclass.com.
All the way up to the finish line. Who is it going to be? And it's Sean Perez who wins in Crescent.
Ty Fisher wins $1,000 in KA100 Junior.
Alex Stanfield played it perfectly here. Told him to wait. Stanfield wins the Duffy in 2024 for TV Karts.
Amarillo Kart Complex is now the official distributor for TV Kart in the continental U.S. Become a dealer today.
Right back into it here now with the drivers in Pro X30, the first of 2 groups onto the racetrack to begin their 12-minute extended session before heading into qualifying. 3:47 local time, 68 degrees, but the sun working its way down to the horizon. With that will come cooler temperatures. My name is Rob Howden, joined in the booth this afternoon here by Mike Smith. As I mentioned before, Henry Beaudette on assignment, working on some content we'll have throughout the weekend here. We'll have Henry back with us. I'm sure that Xander Clemens may hop in as well during qualifying this afternoon for the pro categories. Again, first of two groups here in Pro X30. And listen, this is the first and foremost thing. For some of these drivers, they're thinking about race wins. Others are thinking, what do I got to do to make the main event, right? I don't want to be in that last chance qualifier. I don't want to be sitting in my civvies on Super Sunday. You know, I want my suit on. I want to be racing.
Yeah, and it starts right now because there's drivers in this, again, the slow group, if you will. There's drivers in this one that absolutely do not think they should be there. Starting with the driver just making the pass right there, Zachary Clayman DeMello, the 47, making things happen. Fastest right now, but there's a lot of drivers in here that think they shouldn't be there. Diego Ramos, Blake Nash, obviously DeMello, Gia Cicero, just scanning the people we have right now. Eli Warren probably doesn't feel like they should be in there. Austin Olds. I mean, there's a lot of talent here in the first group we see on course here. Is yellow flags still kind of going around. There's the 81 that's gone around. So we scan for.
I think that's Fernandez in the 81.
But yeah, it's like you said. You know, I don't want to be in my civvies. You know, I don't want to be watching here at the Super Sunday. I want to be part of the game, and that's what it has to do with Ramos, DeMello. See music in third, Rivetta, Alibi.
Yeah, hey, listen, Blake Nash, for God's sakes.
Yeah.
You know, Blake Nash, not a driver you would expect to see in a slower group in a single speed category like this. Austin Olds, same thing with Austin.
Yeah, and that means you had one bad set. The fourth session yesterday was a bad one for
That's
you.
it. Yeah, exactly that.
You could be fastest 1 through 3 if the fourth one's bad. It's amazing how things can just switch on a dime like that.
Agreed. Jaden Dean now up top, Clayman DeMello second. Emma Scarborough goes up into third.
A lot of personal bests here on lap 4.
Yeah, we're rolling up pretty good here. A lot of green on the board.
This is about that time, too, if you're going to have a shot at qualifying. You were talking about when do you put new skins on. Well, now is a good one.
Right,
now's definitely the time to throw some new rubber on there and see what you can put down.
That's it. Get a feel for what this kart's going to do on new tires. Although, again, 68 degrees. What do you throw? 58 degrees, you think? It'll be a 10-degree drop protection, maybe even more?
Yeah.
It's going to be cold.
I mean, by the time we get to the pro boys and gals, for sure.
Jack will be going back on up here in the booth, I'll tell you that.
yeah, for sure. If we don't have the breeze, knock on something, we'll be all right with just a jacket. 12-minute session. We're already rolling pretty deep into her. Almost halfway.
Again, taking the opportunity to take a shout out to those of you who are watching here on the Kart Chaser YouTube channel. Chat's pretty active on there as well. If you guys have any questions, feel free to throw them up. We'll do the best we can here to kind of give you some information.
I heard some of the track staff over KA1 Circuit were listening in.
Yeah?
Makes me happy. Did a little shift change about 45 minutes ago or so, hour ago.
I like it.
It's cool introducing new people to the sport, too. A lot of the new workers over there had no idea about karting beforehand, so it's really cool to get them back into the game.
Huge. And even anybody just out there checking the place out, realizing that the race is on. That's amazing.
Yeah. Blake Nash on your screen right now.
Yeah, it's one of the cool things, right? Because in the past, SKUSA's invested a lot of money in having the race of SuperNats on CBS Sports Network, Greenlight, whatever it may be. Of course, now it's live with Kart Chaser. But I remember getting emails from people or texting somebody like, Rob, I'm at a bar here right now, and literally all of a sudden I hear your voice, and I look up, and they're playing the SuperNats on CBS Sports Network.
Phenomenal.
They would plug that 30-minute session in. It was one of the great reasons having a 30-minute window.
Yeah.
They would be able to take that and just jam it into an open spot, right? And so, I would get all these texts of people taking pictures of the TV in the bar that was watching the SuperNats. They played it years afterwards, too.
Yeah.
You just go on and check it out. So
Well, we talk about not being on the strip and how do you get this thing in front of people. And one of the cool things about the Kart Chaser deal is, and it's all free online, being able to do it and watch it this weekend, one of the biggest races in the world for karting, and get a chance to see it for free, but also getting out there to different types of people and new people in the sport.
Yeah, it's popping. It's popping. People are watching YouTube. It's popping up on things to watch on the right side of the screen. And if you're watching a rally or rally racing or motorcycles, it pops up on the side.
Yeah.
You may click that and have a look and say, yeah, that's pretty cool. I'm going to check this out. So again, Jaden Teen, the driver up on top right now. Teen, 49.958. Zachary Clayman DeMello second. Andy Rattel in third. Emma Scarborough fourth. Brett Rivetta rounding out the Fast Five. A little over halfway through, 4.5 minutes still remaining in the session.
You know what? Watching Teen go by right now, that number 32 Sodi cart, I remember last year just watching it from turn into center. That cart just rolled the center so well. Just going and watching through 14 and 15 there and how the rear of the car is so stable. I watched Blake Nash go through the time before, and that inside tire is jacking up like it's a second input. Maybe it's not all good there on the Nash ride, but it's interesting to see not only the different ways people are going through the corners, but how these different setups are working on these different manufacturers.
Well, folks, here we are. We're rolling through this 12-minute extended session. It's been a busy couple of days for the Kart Chaser crew, and his debut on the weekend. Xander Clemens back in the booth. Xander, how you doing, man? You good?
Not bad. Yeah, we're all right. We're all right. It's a lot going on, but it's such a cool weekend. Rob, obviously this is just another year in the Rob Howden legacy of being the voice of the SuperNats, but, even for only having broadcasted, now this being year number 3, having been around to, I think about maybe this is 5 or 6 for me, this year feels a little bit different. I think the last couple of times we've gone to the Speedway, whether it be the first year back last year, a couple of years ago, the first thing you realize is how much you miss being able to walk out of your hotel room at the Rio.
Very true.
But this year seems like the excitement's kind of at another level. The entries obviously are a tick up than a couple of years past. To have sold-out classes in every single one of the semi-pro divisions, to have the pro classes as stacked as they always are, everyone seems pretty content with the layout. Granted, we've had a lot of hiccups with it, but I think that's a testament to how demanding it is.
And I feel that was kind of the first little cool note, was the fact that they opened the track walk and everybody rolled off super happy about it.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
It wasn't that, oh man, this is, I don't know, it's pretty dangerous. Like, last year they were worried it was so damn, it was very fast, it wasn't as technical. But this year everybody rolled off saying, man, this track is awesome, I really like it. So it's continuing the trend of positivity.
And that started online with the whole fan vote thing. You're just kind of getting a little bit of feedback, a little bit of involvement too with the industry. And anytime you kind of go back and forth with the customer, you're probably going to win.
Well, in terms of half of the Pro X30 customers here, let's recap with 2 minutes to go. The barriers have been shifted quite a bit. We can see obviously from our tower where we're headed through the chicane section. That's been a trouble spot. That's obviously got the gray and blacks pushed pretty far back. Check out the Scribners right there though as well. The line moving out means the marbles move out, but then every time they push the barriers back in, the marbles come back onto the line, and then it's kind of rinse repeat. So feels like for this late in the week, and even though it's still early, right, fellas, Thursday afternoon into Thursday evening, to have maybe as many incidents or as many wall impacts and seemingly drivers struggling with grip on the racetrack, I feel like that's kind of an anomaly, especially with the new tire they've rolled out this year. Rob, you and I have been at enough of the MG and Avinco races this season to see that it's laid down a little more rubber and grip than years past, but I don't feel like that's what it looks like from the outside. Seems like we're still having a lot of guys pretty free.
Yeah, visually we're not really seeing anybody get a lot of weight transfer, as you can see. And again, they're flat sliding, right? We're not getting a lot of that weight transfer. But still, like you said, a couple issues here and there. I think a lot of it's just drivers making little mistakes, to be honest with you. Trying to overdrive early, especially yesterday, right? Early in the weekend, trying to overdrive.
Yeah, it's in the same spots every time, too, which means you've got a scenario where it may be a little bit if it was a maybe full-on grip issue, maybe it'd be all over the place. But we're seeing out of the chicane. We're seeing out of turn 11. But through the carousel section, the last complex, not as much over there like we did in the early part of the sessions yesterday, where it was lower grip. So I think really it might actually just be they're pushing. They're trying to go a little faster and find a little bit more.
Aaron Lyken's having a look at his stopwatch there at finish, we're going to keep messing that up all weekend long. At the finish line, he's got the checker flag in his hands already, as you see the time winding down. So again, Jaden Thien is the driver up front here right now on that Sodi car. Very impressive with a 49.938. Here's one for you, Mike. Look at the lap for Jaden Thien. That wasn't a qualifying simulation. I feel that was probably a heat race simulation. He went quicker on lap number 10.
I was just talking about it before Xander came on. The Sodi, it came on and it looked pretty good last year, the way it would roll the center. Watching Thien through the last complex, it looked the same. That Sodi's looking pretty good.
Feels close, too. I mean, at least here in this group alone, right, you're talking 2/10 for 9th to 10th. Not that we wouldn't expect it from some of the all-stars of the Pro X30 or Pro Shifter divisions, but, I mean, you've got some heavy hitters outside the top 10 in the slow group. Blake Nash, 12th, after spending most of the year driving an OK Senior package for the Tony Kart Factory team. And the number 3 plate from the SKUSA Pro Tour, who led the points going into the season finale at Newcastle, Diego Ramos, and the PSL karting boys. They've got some work to do between now and qualifying. When the lights come on here, they are 13th in Group B. And again,
3/10 back. Wow.
I think that's just it, right? We're talking about a 50.2. Let's see how 50.2 stacks up when we get the fast group on.
Indeed. Further back here, the rest of them in this one, 16th on down to 30th there with Oscar Lee Cura at the end. You see the delta start to open up again. This was the bottom half from final practice yesterday with 4 rounds in, 1 round today, and then this final round here.
Indeed, the quick group is now waiting to go, as we had said. There's Ariel Castro. We talked about the fact that he transferred over from Master Shifter to X30 Senior, so he's dialing that package in right now as well. Just a little bit of a sore arm with the shifter, elected to move over to the single speed where he doesn't have to leverage the arm like that. But there are the drivers that we expect to be the ones fighting for the big money at the end of Super Sunday. This is the top drivers. These are the guys you see on the EKN driver rankings. These are the guys that you're seeing the face of on Kart Chaser on their social media week in and week out. These are the stars of single speed racing in North America.
And not to mention all of the international talent here this weekend. They're at the front of it on a new satellite program. Race Lab Karting has been pretty much the only Mean Green TB kart team here, but the first car to lead the pack out is going to be Karel Pashovics. We've seen him with the Interim S Pink and Chrome boys for the last year and a half, more or less, coming over here to the States. He's driving for Rasmus Lind. So Rasmus starting his own official karting team. He's been doing a little bit of work with that brand down in Florida regionally, nationally now this weekend. There's a look at Dalton Haynes on the SLA Kart Racing Sodi. He drove for the PK Sports Sodi group. A lot more team changes. Of course, this weekend, the SuperNats debut for Velocity Racing by Sodi USA. And a number of other programs that we haven't seen field X30 entries, like Gary Carlton with his GFC trio of Chase Hand, Jake Drew, and Jesus Vasquez Jr. They are in this group as well, all 3 of them going through to the faster half. Jake Drew was really impressive to me, guys, yesterday. I thought he looked one of the best cars under the lights throughout the 2 practice rounds.
And Xander, I'll tell you this, and Mike can attest, we've seen Chase Hand be a guy that we've been watching. He was very impressive in the KA, and he just seems like he's got things dialed in as well. I think both Drew and Hand are going to be right there. And Vasquez was top 10 as well in KA. So GFC lining up 3 really good bullets to go after it here on Super Sunday.
Saw JT right there having about probably half that pack trying to follow him. Joe Turney, the vice champion in the OK World Championship this year at PFI and one of the winningest drivers over the last 2 seasons, even though he's only made 1 American start in 2024. Still the best average finish, and he's 1 for 1 on the year. He's going to have his work cut out for him with that 94 driver KA Senior class, and then, of course, this one as well.
Yeah, certainly all the jockeying for position going on here in the opening laps of X30 Pro. And again, I think that comes down to the different mindset of what they want to accomplish here in this long session. Some of those drivers at the sharp end, they're not too worried about trying to go find some speed. They're a little bit more interested in the long run, I would guess, as I watch Norbert get around the course as well, going very, very well, and probably going to be the one to beat here towards the end.
Indeed, what I said before, folks, we are wrapping up final practices right now, these 12-minute sessions, Pro X30. Of course, the first one in the books. We have another one coming right here. Then we've got our Pro Shifter. Then Xander, right after that, diving right into qualifying with KA100 Master.
Can't wait to watch them all rip right by us here down this long 900-foot straightaway under the lights. It's just such an extra experience. You're all, especially this year, some of the European factory drivers that we haven't gotten to see in the years past, kind of been a different contingent from the last couple of SuperNats iterations to this year. Bosch Lammer's obviously returning with a stacked master shifter field, but you look at the likes of, even coming back, Emilian Denner, now back here today. He only made one other start in the last couple of SuperNats events, and all of them talk about the atmosphere. Well, a big part of that is racing with walls right next to you that feel like they're going twice as fast at you under the lights. That's what everyone's going to face in qualifying tonight. After they had those practice rounds yesterday.
Yeah, and the other thing, too, about that, too, is that you've been running all day in the daytime, and one of the things that we've noticed here with is the stretched out as some of this, the track layout is the light and where it is. It's very much spotlight to spotlight to spotlight. Craig Stanton, sports car extraordinaire, told me once when how he learns how to do like a Le Mans or something like that, spotlight to spotlight to spotlight, and we very much have that here at SuperNats.
Well, speaking of into the spotlight, how about a couple names joining the top of the pylon as we start to get the tires to hit peak pressure? Austin Garrison, fastest in final practice last night overall. The number 6 SCR Red Speed. To the top, Ellie Goldstein's going to go even better on his Race Lab TB, but I want to talk about one of the 3 British-born drivers inside the top 5. Oliver Hodgson joining. Harley Keeble, of course, fast. We've seen him quite a bit this year. But how about Matt Higgins? On the Energy Corsa Racing America's team. Now that team, funny enough, is being captained and on kind of a re-debut or a reset here in the U.S. by Harley Keeble's father, Dean. So he's actually not working under the same tent as his son Harley. He's working against him this weekend. And he's brought over one of his fellow superstars from home, young Matt Higgins, his American debut this weekend. He was on a tear about as well as 6 other British drivers at the Rotax Grand Finals a couple weeks ago. Didn't unfortunately end well for most of the Tea Party pretty much over there. That was a crazy race nonetheless, but Matt Higgins has been extremely fast for fans that are watching our content and our broadcast and have not known his name. Don't be surprised to see him kind of lead a bit of a resurgence for the Energy chassis and the Energy Racing Corsa Americas team kicking off here with the SuperNats this weekend. Although, that being said, just like that, the top 10 has shuffled and he's fallen all the way to 16.
I was just going to say, hold on. Here we go. Like, and even Norberg's back there as well in 16th. Paulie Massimino goes to the top. Garrison's still there. Stephen Miller now up into the 3rd position. Mossman back there again. Joe Turney now into the 5th spot. Hey, we've seen Mossman up top quite a bit here this weekend.
Yeah, for sure, and that's lap 4 right there. If you were doing that quali run, that lap 4 is what we were looking at. We were triggering there for the fast laps, and Massimino, Garrison, Goldstein, Miller, Mossman, Turney, Jones, Drew, Lopez, Keeble, your top 10. I mean,
already one pole for Massimino already.
Right. What a day so far it has been for Paulie. It's been a heck of a year. Through the whole year it seems like, and even he and his dad have admitted it, they have had more momentum. Really just everything's kind of come together in 2024 much better than it has in years past where he's been close but no cigar. And, with now a couple of years back, familiar territory with the BJR MDR crew, I mean, they are firing on all cylinders right now. But a big lap that time from Stephen Miller and the Chad Dawkin Racing Group to the top, Garrison to 2nd. ADT down to 22nd, and we've got a meatball flag for him. Problems for the interim S driver on what will be his final full-time karting effort before he fully switches his focus to the road to Indy. He's got issues, and looking at the cut line here of where they're going to be on the groups right now, 49.9 or 8, right, was the best time from that previous group. They're cutting around 15th to 18th, right? So, Micah, that's the danger zone, really. Probably around 18th in this group or further back.
Yeah, 100%, and that could be trouble for him. Again, as you say, going to be focusing on the car gig, but 23rd right now, and they keep going a little bit quicker, in fact, in front of him, so he keeps kind of bumping down. He's going to roll off and be done with that meatball flag. Will he be in the quick group? We know he's going to be fast going racing. It's be a question of where he starts come Sunday.
Yeah, if we check over back on the front straightaway, he got it again that time by. Is he coming to pit lane? This time he will.
Yeah, he got stuck on the inside. He couldn't make it back over, so that wasn't him taking an extra lap because he wanted to. Wonder what it was for. The bumper looked okay.
Yeah, not bad, at least to salvage the session. Had he stayed out there one more lap, he would have had to probably make his case to not lose a fast lap or draw a penalty for ignoring the officials.
Miller, Garrison, Hunter, Massimino, Drew. Good lineup of drivers there. Turney 6, Goldstein 7, Higgins, Mossman, And Jensen Burnett now up into the position. Jensen Burnett into the 10th spot. Some further names to further back. How about Norberg in 13th right now? Last year's winner, Bonilla, in 14th. Hayden Jones, 15th. So there's the RPG drivers outside the top 10 right now, digging to try to find more.
Those guys always find a way to turn up when it matters, though. I'm not too surprised that they may not be looking super good right now in this practice session because there are a lot of ways to kind of, I would imagine, hide speed a little bit on this racetrack with such a long flow to it. You know, one of the last drivers to come across, we talked about how positive the reception was here. The Rasmus Lind crew there with Goldstein tagging along with Pashewicz. They were like, oh man, the sessions are too short, the track's too long, this isn't going to work out too well. Well, the times have still actually ended up right about, I feel like, where you want them for a good racy track in that high 40 range to the low 50s across the board, maybe even a little bit shorter or a little faster than a lot we're expecting. They were banking on times plus 1 minute. But 49.36 for Stephen Miller, and the field's close as well as we see more and more drivers bail for the scale line. 2/10 spread for the top 10. 2.5 back to Norberg there in 13th. Oliver Hodgson will be one of the next ones to bail out of line, and we are down to probably around maybe 15 or so still running on the racetrack.
Stephen Miller's got to be happy with a 49.366, keeping his name in the middle of the discussion up front here. You talked about the fact that cut line somewhere around 18 was at 49.9. 49.7 right now for Harley Keeble in the 18th spot. And it's a big jump. It's actually 0.3 of a second back to Hodgson in 19th. There's a big gap there, 18th to 19th right now. So indeed, we'll see which drivers are able to go into that quick group for qualifying. Remember though, 4 groups for qualifying, right? The Q2 will split into 2. And of course, the Q1 will split into 2 groups as well. So yeah, you got to be looking around that 18, 19 as you guys had said. So you want to be in that fast group. You 100% want to be in the fast group.
Quick time from the previous session was a 9.38 from Teen, 25th quick, just behind DiTullio. So I think it's going to be right in there, being 25th for the fast group before. But
and again, that's just the halfway split too,
exactly,
right? Again,
that.
Splitting it in quarters. Look how close the cut's going to be. I would say it's probably right around 17th right now. Aiden Ingrata just maybe barely in. Aaron Garcia Lopez, Harley Keeble, Oliver Hodgson, Jesus Vasquez Jr. on the outside looking in.
Yeah.
Joe Turney took a bit to turn up. He's turned up late. 6th here as the session starts to draw to a close on a long run. And Rob, well, in his championship-winning season, how many times do we see the number 58 just turn on the afterburners in the final quarter of a main event?
Yeah, that's what it's going to be all about, right? Again, the second half of a 25-lapper, who's got the cart that's going to be good over those last couple laps, those last 10 laps, let's say, and who's going to be there ready to battle it out? Because I still feel like that when you start going defensive on the last complex of corners, from 11 back to 16, it's going to bring everybody back into the fight. I mean, a driver like Turney who won't do that, he'll be able to have the patience to potentially pull away.
Well, you see how close the entire field is, right? I mean, just looking at it right here, 20th on your screen, 0.39 of a split from first. So 20th to first being that close, you can lose a half a second in just a couple of corners if you're side by side. So there's a lot of contenders here. Chase Jones coming up on the screen at the 30th position, still 3/4 of a second. It's going to be all to play for and all about getting things started off with qualifying here momentarily.
35 in this group. What do you think? Do they go 17 and 18? 18 and 17?
I would think so. Normally they maybe give kind of the nod to the fastest group, make them a little bit bigger. So I would think that would put it to maybe 18th. So that put Keeble in, Hodgson out. And maybe in Oliver Hodgson's case, he doesn't want to be in the fast group, considering how bad things went for him in that kind of swarm of a KA quali.
He'd be the first driver on the racetrack too, right, Mike?
That's what I was just going to say. Is what's better, being last of the fast or first of the slow? I think clean air is still clean air.
Yeah,
I disagree with you on that.
Definitely with at least the way that the beginning of this practice session looked. I mean, again, this is final practice with 12 minutes on a 15-minute block to turn a lap, so there's plenty of time to play the leapfrog game if you think you need a tow to get to that group, and yet still about half the grid didn't pass probably 15 miles an hour on the radar gun until they got to there in the sweeper, if that, on the outlap. So if that's what final practice looks like, I can only imagine what their qualifying will look like, and especially the fast group when they know that last quarter tenth could be a major difference, because starting 15th to 25th, Mike, I can tell you from a guy who's got a lot of experience in these races in that realm, it's not a big difference when it comes to starting. You're in the hornet's nest. But 5th to 1st, 10th to 5th, that's a big difference. And when you look how close they end in final practice for the fast group here with Stephen Miller on top, I mean, it is going to come down to a toe lap, to a close lap, and more than anything else, timing the tires right, getting that lap on lap 3 or 4.
And you look at some of these gaps. We're talking about less than a tenth of a second for the top 5. Then you go back further here to Higgins, Mossman, and Burnett, who are separated by 1/100th of a second from from 8th to 9th to 10th. So it's super close here. Again, like you said, one little mistake, you're going to find yourself outside the top 5, outside the top 15 potentially. So indeed, there it is. That was the run there, the big fast run for the drivers here in the Pro X30 category. They're 16th back to 30th. Aiden Ingrata all the way down to Chase Jones. We talked about Alessandro DeTullio being in there, Oliver Hodgson, Harley Keeble. Drivers a little bit further back, as we said, but they have rolled themselves up. There's Stephen Miller there. He's got to be happy with that. Anytime you can get that speed you need here in this particular session, you know you're dialed in and ready to go for qualifying.
How about another consistent lap time session for the man on screen there, Jake Drew in the number 92 GFC machine. A partial schedule this year and about everything with 4 wheels and an engine. And for the handful of go-kart starts, he's been fast in all of them. He's fast again, 5th at the end of that Pro X30 group. Pro Shifter still with 2 groups to go in the massive 70-plus driver entry list. Will be our final 2 groups for final practice. We'll see it on the other side of this break.
Join us for the biggest kart racing convention of the year, the 39th OVKA Kart Racing Trade Show and Swap Meet, Saturday, February 1st, Roberts Center, Wilmington, Ohio. Whether you're into sprint karting, dirt and oval racing, road racing, unlimiteds, or vintage karting, there are deals here for you. Shop our 60,000 square foot show floor, filled with the karts, parts, and supplies you need. Network with kart racers of all disciplines from across the country. Get insights from experts at our performance seminars. Visit our Intro to Kart Racing open house to get started in racing. Visit OVKA.com. Vendor registration is now open. OVKA.com.
Turner Brown will win on Sunday.
Augustus Toniolo wins X30 Junior.
Kai Hunter wins the main event in KA Senior. And the RPG Cosmic wins in Micro. Donovan Bonilla has won at the SuperNationals.
For more information on how to start your driver development journey with RPG, visit RollisonPerformanceGroup.com.
All the way up to the finish line. Who is it going to be? And it's Sean Perez who wins in Crescent.
Ty Fisher wins $1,000 in KA100 Junior.
Alex Stanfield played it perfectly here. Told him to wait. Stanfield wins the Duffy in 2024 for TV Karts.
Amarillo Kart Complex is now the official distributor for TV Kart in the continental U.S. Become a dealer today.
Are you stuck with your kart racing? Not sure the ideal kart setup? Or going to a track for the first time? Well, Kart Class has the answers for you. Our online portal has a wealth of experience and knowledge to help your kart racing. From kart setup advice to track guides that are targeted specifically to your circuit, or the driver coaching aspects with mindset, racecraft, and driving techniques. If you want to take your karting to the next level, visit us at kartclass.com.
All right, time to bang some more gears again as our pro shifter drivers getting ready to go out for their extended 12-minute session. They've already, of course, been on the racetrack for that short one to get things going again, practice number 5, and now it's time to see what we have. 2 groups getting set to go and an absolutely stacked field. Xander here for pro shifter. I know you've been kind of busy getting things dialed in and you know, dialing everything in for this program. Little small issues you've been dealing with. This has been a great show so far. Guys are looking really good. We're lining up for a heck of a main event on Sunday.
Oh, I can't wait. And we have so much cool stuff lined up our sleeve from dialing all that in over the last couple of days. Now, I'd imagine right now that there's not that much movement on the grid because we might be maybe getting close to that sunset break that we typically see at the SuperNats here. The sun's definitely getting a little bit low. And right head on with the drivers heading down into turn number 5 per the track map, right? The second major brake zone, and especially into that back sweeper. So with the sun where it is, that might be the reason for a few moments before we go green with the final pro shifter practices. What a view, by the way, here it is. The good and the bad about being a little bit removed from the Las Vegas Strip is you get these amazing sunrises and sunsets and well, I guess for better or for worse, I've seen them all for the last 4 days and a few hours before and after each one. But so has our unbelievably hardworking kart chaser team, and the same for the SuperKarts USA crew. Neither crew ends up getting smaller either year, unfortunately, probably to the Kutcher family's dismay. But I want to definitely make sure that we give a huge kudos to all of the hardworking men and women in blue for SuperKarts USA, in blue and black here for Kart Chaser, and as well, of course, if you're a driver, if you're enjoying this event because you're getting to drive on this fantastic track layout, don't forget to make sure to thank your hardworking team owners and mechanics who have traveled all across the country and from around the world to make sure that you are hooked up and ready to go here for Super Sunday and for the Las Vegas SuperNationals. One driver who is ready to get after it here for SKUSA SuperNationals. Number 27, our highest returning finisher from 2023, Maureen Kremers, is down and standing by with Caleb Vieska.
Thank you very much there, Xander. Maureen, firstly, welcome back to the United States. How is it to be back, and how's your weekend been up to this point?
It's great to be back. I love coming here always. Vegas is a special place. It doesn't owe me anything, but I'm second quite often, so yeah, happy to be back here having another chance at winning.
And nextly, I mean, you talk about, this place doesn't owe you anything, but certainly you finished second, I think, more than any other driver historically here at this place. What is it going to take to really go out there and take the victory this weekend?
We'll see. Everything has to work together as well, and we'll see. At the moment, I need a little bit more pace, but I'm working hard and getting closer and closer, so yeah, that's it.
Nextly, I mean, this racetrack, again, has provided some pretty good laps and a lot of fun here as well. So how do you think it's going to race, given to what you have seen in practice so far?
Racing's going to be tough. I think the shift is going to be tough. We like to dive into the corners a little bit more, so yeah, overtaking is going to be difficult, I think. The long straight will help, though, so hopefully it's going to race well for us. I think the single speed classes have a little bit easier way with overtaking and getting by each other, but yeah, I like driving it, so at least it's definitely fun.
Well, there you guys have it from Maureen Kremers, who's getting set to go out for his final practice session. Back to you both.
Yeah, listen, we were talking like, 4 times runner-up? I picked him to win in my predictions for eCartingNews.com, partly because I think he can do it, partly because I want him to do it. When you've done 4 second-place finishes, you're going to have some people on your side hoping to see you step up and get that victory you've been looking for.
Absolutely. I mean, it's that kind of heartstring, pull where you're like, man, this person deserves it, right? They've been so close before, and to see them, finally get it. You talked about when you were with Norbert getting it for the first time and how cool that is. Not just him, but everybody behind them. And yeah, and we saw, again, Formal so happy on the 4th one. Winning here is huge. Coming that close and not getting it, that's a stinger. So we'd like to see Kremers get one eventually one of these days, maybe this weekend.
Yeah, it could be the time for him to get it done. There's a bunch of people, though, that think it's their time, right? There's just such a stacked field here. A number of drivers, of course, the best from the U.S., ready to dial things in with A.J. Myers and guys like Kyle Wick. But then, of course, all the Europeans we have coming in, the factory drivers who want their piece of that $10,000.
How about this factory driver here? You know, the All-American movement with factory karts and Billy Musgrave has pretty much been All-American talent behind the wheel. This weekend, Billy decided to dial it up a notch. They've definitely made their presence known. They've got one heck of a setup, and their brand new full factory karts, factory rig here front and center on the front row. And they've got that guy, Niels Troger, in the number 54 behind the wheel of one of their two headline Pro Shifter category or Pro Shifter drivers, along with Billy himself, and a number of more factory driver kart drivers here this weekend. But he is another one of the European imports that we've got here.
Yeah, I like to see Niles Troger coming over here, as you said, running that factory kart machine. But again, you just look at the drivers that are going to be lining up here, like Vajano, like Hildbrand, like Victor Gustafson as well. There is just an absolute stacked field. We didn't get Giuseppe Palumba, but we ended up getting a pretty good replacement in Emilian Denner.
Yeah, and I'm so curious to see what the Delta pickup will be for Emilian Denner from Session 1 to Session 2. Again, folks, for just watching along with the broadcast today. Of course, yesterday we were dark on the airwaves getting ready. Well, Emilian Denner was not able to do that. A last-second call with the visa issues for Giuseppe Palumba meant practice 5 was practice 1 for Emilian, and now here practice number 2. He's going into qualifying with a maximum amount of potential track time, totaling to all of 19 minutes, and he's still warming up and burning the first couple of this session. And granted, you have to do that at points here if you're getting the tires up to temp or the engine, but I mean, think about this, guys, here. Emilian Denner, this is really betting on yourself, Mike, to give yourself just maybe.
Got a lot of Sodi karts all around him too, so I'll be curious if maybe the group are going to try to work together. You see 1, 2, 3, I think that's 4 of them all there, all those Sodi karts together, trying to find a little something. Denner now third in that line of them. Denner going to try to make something happen here. Actually, might be a CRG just behind him. It looked awfully close to the same.
I think maybe he's breaking that engine in if they were struggling with the power in that first session. I mean, that's what everybody else got to do all day yesterday. Danny Formal, before he won last year, he blew up 2 motors on Wednesday practice before they found the race motor and the perfect combination.
I mean, it's a good point. He was actually getting after it pretty good in the first one. For him to still not be going at full song, you might be right, Xander. He might actually be trying a new power plant on that number 55.
Again, talk about a gamble, right? But listen, Vegas, you got to play the odds, baby. If you don't think you've got a shot, well, you better try to change those.
Well, listen, you got to bring the best piece of the show. You can't have if your cart's off at all, you're not winning here.
Well, and it might have been that Denner came off and the first one was like, guys, I feel pretty good. Let's try the other power plant. Let's try to do something different. If there was even an inkling that there was a problem, because look at the closing rate. They are not at full song. Xander, I think you might be 100% right. I don't think it could be anything other than easing this thing into it.
And it doesn't look like he's alone as well with them right there. Looks to be the 36 Sodi Racing USA machine also. So 2 drivers from the Velocity by Sodi USA camp breaking in power. Now, we focused on them, and that has allowed the leaderboard to change dramatically. Let's give a little bit of love to some of the drivers starting to flex some muscle here as the lights come on in Vegas. How about Cooper Becklin? Rob, you've seen him probably more than most with your 2 schedules, his and yours probably colliding better than most go-karters or road Indy drivers this year.
Yeah, we've watched Cooper, of course, come up through the ranks here running in all these karting events, but also was running full-time this year in the USF Pro Championships, in the USF Pro 2000 category with TJ Speed. We do have yellow flags flying, I believe, over in turn number 2 right now.
Awkward place for someone to go off there, but halfway through the kink, driver just hopping over the orange barriers. We'll wait to see as Cooper Becklin gets down the front straightaway now. You can see right behind him another one of the factory kart entries. That is indeed Troger, so 2 fastest cars on the racetrack right around each other, and there they go through that yellow section. You can see right there the barriers had V'd out from where the driver made impact.
You can see the difference between these 2 drivers because Becklin's like 6'2", and Troger's what, 5'8", maybe 5'7", 5'8".
Yeah.
Way lower in the go-kart there, but they are P1 and P2. Becklin in the RPG Cosmic, and of course Troger in that factory kart machine. Pertuka and Nimkevich, 2 PSL Burrell Art drivers now 3rd and 4th. Ethan Boer on the GFC currently rounding out the top 5.
Cooper kind of reminds me of Formal a little bit with that height. He just doesn't have the broad shoulder game going on, but he's got the height.
Well, someone's got to bring the Danny flair that is missing from the SKUSA SuperNationals. Of course, last year's winner and the latest to join the 4-time club here in the SuperNationals history books. Danny Formal would have loved to be here. He hates missing this race, but, well, unfortunately, he's got another racing opportunity that pays a little bit more, and we wish him, of course, best of luck this weekend at the Lamborghini World Championships across the pond. I believe it's Portugal this year. He's having to miss out on his favorite race on the calendar. Now, Denner up to speed, 5.5 minutes to go. I mean, we're talking less than 10 minutes at full power probably to learn a track against the best in the world.
That's just what I was going to say. They got 4 full sessions on you coming into the weekend, right?
Now
so,
here's the other. Oh, sorry.
That's
keep
good.
going.
Keep going. No, you're good.
I wanted to add one more point. To the guy that just went to the top, Christian Bertucca and Jordan Lennox, 2 drivers that probably should have been in the fast group. And I was surprised it probably took him this long to get to the top of the boards. Bertucca would have slotted in second, 1/10 off Marcus Kayak, who was 3/10 clear of his group alone yesterday. Except Bertucca came in underweight. So did Jordan Lennox. So both drivers in this group here with Emilian Denner. And it took him a little bit, but they've turned it up, and looks like Emilian's done the same thing.
Yeah, he's gone to P6 for Denner, looking pretty good on the racetrack as well. Chasing the drivers down in front of him. He's going to get a little bit of a draft here in a bit. We've got 5 minutes remaining in the 12-minute session. The first, again, of 2 groups in the Pro Shifter category. The second group on the grid and getting ready to roll out here. And again, this will wrap up the 12-minute extended sessions. From here, we head into qualifying with KA100 Masters. Bertucca, Lennox, Becklin, Troger, and Polanco. Now the top 5. Denner's worked his way up to 6th. Ports runs in 7th. Boer, Imkevich, and Keon Tandon on the GFC now up into the top 10.
Yeah, how about another part-time driver there in Keon Tandon, who had a couple of years really chasing the full Pro Shifter SKUSA Pro Tour dream, and this year and last year has been a return to the seat. It's been solid so far through the weekend, and he's right now, I'd say, at least maybe above the 4th group, but 6/10 back from this man. Christian Bertucca probably will not punch his ticket to the overall Q1 split, but never say never. The track is not necessarily going to pick up a whole second when it gets cooler and a little more slippery as the sun continues to go down.
Bertucca looking good in that number 26 machine, just 600s quicker than Jordan Lennox. The Burrell Arc drivers, P1 and P2. Dimkevich in there as well, back in 9th spot. But again, time winding down, 3.5 minutes remaining, so a couple of more laps still to go. They are getting good runs here. Fast lap for Bertucca was a number of laps to go, lap 3. Same for Lennox, lap 4. Denner, lap 4. You wonder whether or not they're doing that qualifying sim with the tire pressures or whether they're trying to push to see what the kart's going to do over a 10-lap heat race duration. 6 laps in right now, they're going to likely get to that 10-lap distance. Good opportunity to feel what the car will be like at the end of a 10-lapper when you're trying to be that aggressive driver over the final couple circuits of a heat race to make sure that you're going to be in the right place in the main event. Bertucca right now all over Wick, Connor Wick. Looking to the inside, not quite enough into turn number 1. See if he tries it again. Coming down over to turn 4. Yeah, takes to the inside. They'll have that spot to the inside, very likely through. Again, we talked about this, Mike, you and I did, about a good opportunity as well for drivers to be able to use this to find out where they want to pass guys, make those moves, run some inside line, do a little different in terms of just not just running a racing line.
Yeah, I think that's just it. It's what you want to accomplish when you get into the session. This deep into it, too, we've already checked the speed box. Now it's about how is the handling, is it starting to bind up on you? Is it starting to push on you? Is it starting to get loose on you? What's the kart do now as you get this deep into a session that it's already had several laps under it, and we're starting to come down to the very end?
That and as well, watching the sun just get less and less over the racetrack. It's basically fully dark now, or at least no more sunlight hitting the surface to keep it warm. So it's just down to the go-karts to do that. 2 minutes to go. Bertucca into the pit lane. He's going to call it. Seeing for a few other fast drivers that may remain on the racetrack for now. Emilian Denner, obviously we saw him start to get going at the end. I think now he's probably starting to cool that kart back down, though, as he took a look over the shoulder. And we've got major problems there. That is the 71 out of the Italkart Racing factory team camp into the wall. Hard impact into turn number 1 at the end of the long straightaway. So
Carter McGregor.
Oh, I don't know. And you looked, the camera panned to it really nicely there. the highway jersey barriers were dented long before. I don't know if he was trying to get in the pit lane and someone else wasn't, or vice versa. You mentioned it when ADT got the meatball flag, and like you both have touched on, I haven't been able to watch every practice start to finish. Haven't been able to watch probably too much around this racetrack. I've been excited to see it, but the blend line on a long practice like this, or the blend out line going into pit lane, probably the only time this weekend it'll be like that, but a bit sketchy it seems like.
Yeah, if you're on the driver's right and you are doing it on your own, it's probably not too big of a deal, but with ADT, he came out of the corner and he received the meatball flag, and he was asked to move off of the inside line he was already at. So he was kind of stuck, but yeah, if you're already on the right-hand side, you should be okay as long as everybody else is on the same page.
Final couple of seconds here for this group in the Pro Shifter category, Q2. We got the other group of drivers on the grid getting set to go to cap off final practice for the 27th running of the SKUSA SuperNationals. These drivers will go qualifying, beginning with KA100 Master right after this. Bertucca, Lennox, Becklin, Troger, and Polanco, the top 5 drivers. Do they have enough pace? At least the guys up top, let's say Bertucca and Lennox, as they're essentially 2/10 clear of Becklin. Do those two drivers have enough pace to move themselves into the faster group for qualifying this afternoon?
Across the line for the last couple that might be able to move up a little bit, but not going to happen for Keon Tandon. It will not for Warwan Carmichael. We saw both of those GFCs earlier on in that final lap look, but it's going to end up with Christian Bertucca and Jordan Lennox taking the PSL Karting Bureau Large to the top by a good margin, so that should make them feel pretty good about their chances of maybe going all the way to Group A in Q1. But we have them at least well ahead of Cooper Becklin. That should make things easy. Then back down, this is probably going to be your Q4 fellas in, or I guess Group D, Q2, so the back quartet of our Pro Shifter contingent all the way back to the final few, down to Sebastian Kellogg and Kenneth Kennel. David Williams there on screen on the Ron White Racing CRG leads the number. They're probably going to have to wait a moment to get them through the scales. The top stars for the Pro Shifter category Fast Group will be rolling here shortly. It's a long session. We'll talk to a lot of them in it, but we talked to a few of the stars earlier on this week. How about one of them returning who had a very special memory at this place a little while back? Maybe he'd be embarrassed to say how far back, but Jordan Lennox, second in that session. We caught up with him about the SuperNationals earlier on here while the sun was still up in Vegas.
So Jordan, pretty radical aero, I would say, we're seeing here at SuperNats. Kind of talk us through the body kit on this Burrell kart.
And no, so clearly some updates on the visual perspective of the car. We've got the KG model number, I'm not too sure what it is, but this is the new KG bodywork, which is kind of universal for everybody, so I'm sure you'll see other branding running this one. But we've also done a huge update on our side fairing, which has been really designed and studied on in helping the rear tyres, in getting more airflow to the rear tyres, as our previous bodywork was in some ways penalising us a little bit. So that's a factor we've been working on quite a lot this year, and this is the final product. Everyone seems to like it so far. The main changes on the kart this year, ready for next year, are not going to be crazy different, because obviously we've had a great year. We've been super competitive in America, in Europe, all around the world really. So yeah, clearly the bodywork, we've got a new brake bias system, which is super user friendly. It even allows us to go a little bit more towards the front bias, which is something we kind of needed over the years. And that's pretty much it. Like I said, we didn't want to go crazy and change too many things. So yeah, this is it.
When you talk about directing airflow to the rear tire, explain to a layman what is that advantage? Is that a cooling a cooling thing for the rear tire, or is that more aerodynamic, keeping air off of it?
Yeah, so over the years, I haven't been racing a lot myself recently, but the tires have been getting more and more kind of plasticky over the years. So temperature is a huge thing with tires now. Because it's really easy to burn them up, and you're going to lose performance, and especially over a long weekend, that will really penalise you and affect your end result. So this is just basically done to get more air airflow to the rear tire, just in helping the surface temperature in staying a few degrees cooler.
So when we're looking at the front end of the kart, and it is a universal piece here on the front, not in-house, it's pretty complicated, and you hear a lot of times the two words we hate in racing, right? Dirty air.
Yeah.
How much does dirty air really affect a go-kart at these kind of speeds?
You know, there's the famous saying that Nui always said, unless you're going more than 120k, you're not going to feel airflow. But you know, if you tell that to a cyclist rider or something, they're definitely going to disagree with you. So this is been done, to help the kind of dirty air that you get when very close to someone. Again, we've done a lot of testing with it before committing ourselves to this model. It's also 200 grams heavier on the front, which actually helps us personally a little bit with the balance of the car. And visually it's quite a nice update, a little bit aggressive, I think, so I like it.
Much like other racing series now, everybody's working within homologation windows. What is the process like for you guys? How far ahead are you looking to kind of get ahead on those homologations? Because I know there's a big chassis homologation coming up.
Yeah, we're always, we're continuously developing, and there are other aspects on the kart that we could have maybe put into next year's homologation, but we've decided to wait another year purely because, there's not too many things wrong with it right now. But no, it's a continuous fight and just, consistency in trying to move forward and develop. Obviously, we have the KZ1 category back home, which is open homologation. So, that way we're permitted to race out of homologation and, race with maybe the different fairing or the biased and different things like this. So that allows us to not only test things, but also race it.
So it's a huge advantage for you guys, at least, to be racing in Europe and bring that technology already developed over here when some of your competitors are maybe having to debut stuff on the racetrack.
Yeah, no, absolutely. It is an advantage. We try and take as much of that advantage as we can. So hopefully this week it will tell its story on what we've been trying to work on.
Such a cool aspect of our sport that really Jordan Lennox is a great spokesman for karting in general, but what a great segment there with David Land being able to break down just one minor aspect of all of the technology and the hard work and engineering that goes into the machines that get these four wheels and tires to touch the ground and move.
One of the cool things I liked about that was the fact that it was just a little bit heavier. The nose was a little bit heavier, and just the balance of the car that they were looking for and how it fit their particular chassis. I love it. It comes down to the little things.
It's interesting that the kind of design of a kart hasn't changed that much over the last 20 years. You think you go back to what kind of we had for a bit. But bodywork's one of the big ones. They've really been doing a lot more work from the old days of the bread box bodywork. They're really starting to leverage the airflow with what we're seeing coming out of KG and the new, and the bodywork manufacturers today.
Well, you're just seeing the fields kind of stay so tight, right? I mean, we talk about how close it is lap time wise, but so many of the races have been close that I think you're, in the last half decade, even full decade, you're seeing more and more pressure on officials and racecraft, and a lot of that obviously gets blamed on the increased safety features, like the bodywork and like all the other improvements to helmets, to rib protectors, to neck collars and the like. But I think as well, it's very easy, Mike, and you know this, being a track manager and a race official just as much as a driver as the rest of us, very easy to have a clean race when everyone's spread out and there's a lot of deltas in the field. It's a lot tougher when the natural evolution of the flow starts to plateau a little bit and everybody gets close to that limit nowadays.
Not exactly. When the races are close, you get to worry more about the safety stuff, etc. But at the end of the day, we're here for racing. We want to go racing, and we're not here to lapping. We're not around to just cut laps and cut fast laps. We're here to go wheel to wheel. But first, we are going to have to go qualifying, and these drivers right here still got one more practice session to set things up before we do just that.
Yeah, final session here for the drivers in the Pro Shifter category. The final session of practice total for the drivers here this year's SuperNationals. And again, we'll be qualifying coming up next to wrap up the day's action. Of course, Xander back to wheel racing, finally getting at it with some heat races tomorrow. Final heat race and LCQs on Situation Saturday, and it all leads to Super Sunday and 9 main events.
Well, one kid who has seen about every bit of it in probably one of the most accelerated development curves in recent memory is the kid on screen. How about the Kiwi? Jay Irwin, 2 years ago, went viral with our very first broadcast from a social moment that you don't want to go viral for, ending up 4 wheels in the air, into the wall, in the middle of the mid-pack swarm. Then last year was one of the last drivers to race his way into the main event and punch his ticket to the big show. Then talk about a turnaround even from November 2023 to March of 2024. He beats a former world champion and 2-time Pro Tour champion Marin Kremers and Jacob Gulick to get third onto the podium at the Pro Tour opener in Orlando. Then a month later, he won another American National at the Stars opener in Charlotte, and he has just been on such a partial, really, you could argue, American calendar. Unbelievably impressive.
Yeah, I've been super impressed what he's been able to do. Again, you think about back when he was a cadet driver here at the SuperNationals, has found his way up into the pro shifter category. And I hope that we see more of that trend where the young drivers want to get themselves into shifter car racing. That's something we lost in years past. It's definitely coming back because a lot of these young guys have said, this is where I want to be. I want to be banging gears.
He's making the statement right now, but I'd imagine a lot of the veterans are going to take their time, just like what we saw in that previous session where Jordan Lennox-Lamb and Christian Bertuca waited until about probably 8 minutes in to pull the pin. Marin Kremers right now, it looks like he's ready to rip. That was a big moment going into the triple apex that we caught. But last year's runner-up, the 2-time Pro Tour champ, former FIA World champ, former FIA European champ. If there was ever a triple crown, Mike, I would call it probably the FIA Worlds, the FIA European Tour, and maybe the SuperNats or the SKUSA Pro Tour. He's won 3 of those 4, however you want to scrape it. This race has eluded him.
Yeah, exactly that. And here he is on that RPG machine, number 25, going down the straightaway, clear of everybody else. But as you saw, he hit that curb, trying to find a little something extra. Again, these guys have had some time at night. They've already been able to drive on it last night. So it's not like it was unsighted. He hadn't seen it before. But it is different from that earlier session was. As you see Gavin Bailiff there making things happen to the inside. For Kremers, it's going to be about making sure that you do everything right, put yourself in position that he's already done multiple times. He just needs a little something to go his way.
Yeah, and listen, it's going to be all about the racing when we get there on Super Sunday. You can have the fastest car on the racetrack, but if you're in the middle of a fight with a bunch of guys, you may not be able to come away with the race win. That's just what we get here when we have this kind of level of competition. Billy Musgrave was up top there for a little bit there, guys, but Victor Gustafsson now goes to P1 on the CRG, former world champion of the 45. His first time here running at the SuperNationals.
Very impressive for Victor Gustafsson there, and he's not alone. That has joined the top. How about last night's fastest man, Marcus Kayak? Will now go to the top of the leaderboard. Here's a look at the airtime there for Marin. How about sending it? And well, in Danny Formal's teammate, you could argue his ride of what would have been for 2024. He's doing it justice because the big man loves big curves, and Marin, that was a lot out of that one.
I don't know if that's going to be the fastest way around.
Maybe
but,
not.
I'll tell you what, like I made the joke earlier that, hey, how does Danny get the thing to slow down and stop in the air? Well, Kremers just showed you how to do it. A lot of left foot when you land.
He's just reeled in Jay Irwin as well, but a number of drivers taking turns up top. We talked about Kajak. Then it was Morgado. Now it's Davide Fore who goes up top. Can you believe this? The ageless one in the number 97 going to P1. But here comes Hiltbrand. Here comes Kajak. Here comes Trefilov as well.
Marinello's to the top with a big statement lap there as we watch Senna Van Wallstein closing in. Further back, here's Gustafsson going by. There is another one of the PSL Barrel Arts. That is indeed the number 43 machine of, would that be Vagano? I don't think that's Vagano there looking back down the boards. Vagano in the 21. Lots of drivers on the Red Army here this weekend. Call that one Stefan Schoberg. They're just outside the top 10. Kayak still on top. Van Wallstein now to second on the Velocity Racing by Soda USA entry. But Davide Fore, what a story. There is only probably going to be one man that could say from their first job to the day they retired, they were a professional go-kart driver, and that is the driver of the 97. I remember there was, I've only been over across the pond a handful of times. One of the first times I was lucky enough to get a tour of the OTK factory. What an amazing facility that place is. and getting the tour, they were all talking about how equally impressed and yet frustrated they were that Davide Fora was talking about retirement. Not retirement from driving, retirement from working. And yet they're like, hey, he's never worked. He's played his whole life. And, well, here is why. Like you said, Rob, the Ageless Wonder, top 5 out of 70 plus of the best gearbox drivers in the world.
Yeah, Kajak, Hiltbrand, Trefilov, then Walsh, and then Fora. Right behind him, Morgado, Gustafson, Myers, Musgrave, and Wick. And again, there's world champions, and then there's the guys that we've had in the EK driver rankings, 1, 2, 3 for how long, right? Unbelievable with Myers, Musgrave, and Wick. Those are the guys that are going to lead the American contingent.
100%. And one of the things I'm looking at, too, we looked at that previous session. Remember, we were talking about these guys a little bit further down the order than we were thinking they should have been. Now, remember I said it was probably old tires. Hey, you know what? I think it might have been Kyle Wick in 10th, A.J. Myers up there in 8th. Finding a little bit of speed right when they need it because they need to be in that fast group.
Let me take a quick opportunity. You saw Hunter Pickett there in the 13th spot for Hunter Pickett. I'm going to throw this out there. His grandpa's watching right now. Greg Pickett is watching at home, watching him, watching Turner Brown, right? Greg Pickett, legend, of course, in our sport, just got put into the Trans Am Hall of Fame, but he's watching at home, super stoked. Would have been here, but they're not feeling well. They're under the weather a little bit, so they're watching from home. So hello, Greg. Congratulations on the Trans Am Hall of Fame, and congratulations to the two badass drivers here, too, Hunter Pickett and Turner Brown and the family. I love it.
4 minutes and some change to go to try and put a few more laps in and get into the fast group as we look down the boards there. Marin Kremers kind of around that bubble spot, 17th. Daniel Vasile won in Las Vegas 2 weeks ago. 18th right now. Jay Irwin back outside the top 20. Gavin Bailiff sits back there. So does Justin White. And so does last year's heartbreak kid, Jacob Gulick. The number 2 plate. He has been now 2 years in a row on the top 3 of the Pro Tour Championship podium. He has now once again found himself in Las Vegas with a probable shot to run pretty well. Remember last year, talk about unprecedented, the qualifying effort where he was actually, Mike called it, looking back at the footage, I totally missed it. He was spun out, and that was the reason that triggered the red flag and then eventual restart. And then he turned it around, and he and Kyle Wick went straight to the top of the boards. Yes. And that led to a great week that ultimately ended in tears for Gulick as he and A.J. Myers traded blows there for third in the closing stages. But without a doubt, he is short on words. I would not say short on talent. The number 2 plate is fast.
Yeah, when Gulick's on, he is absolutely lights out, right? When he's got that thing rolling. We've seen him do so well naturally over the last number of years in that fantastic 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 punch for GFC. When you get Pickett in there as well and Wick and just so many good drivers in the GFC Gearbox program. But again, let's see if he dials things in here a little bit. It's all about getting into that fast group for qualifying, which will happen later on this evening.
And speaking of that fast group, I started to take a look at what the results were from the previous session. You have Bertuca at a 47.4, Lennox 47.5, Becklin 47.7. Going back to what we have right now, guys, that's going to put them right inside that top 15 anyways. Ooh. So Lennox and Bertuca right now going to line up dang near inside top 10. So it's going to be real interesting who actually makes the break.
Yeah, that would put it in this session. You're probably not safe if you're even Kyle Wick right now in that 10th spot with 1:45 to go. Granted, we've definitely cleared out the racetrack quite a bit. Wick is in while his teammate Gulick still remains on our cameras here as one of the highest running drivers still going. There's a look at Sam Dicker, the Aussie on the Trinity Karting Group, Kart Republic. They've got one heck of a livery this weekend here, Rob.
Yeah,
the chrome, green, and yellow looks beautiful under the lights, but sadly, I don't know if either of their entries are going to make it through into the top quali group. Now, again, just like in practice, it's going to be an overall blend for the heats, but it definitely doesn't hurt to be on the racetrack when there's other fast guys on it.
Yeah, I agree with you on that. It's just going to help you out when you're rolling out there for that qualifying run. Kajak, though, very impressive up front still, a 47.170. He's got 8 laps in the books. That lap go came on lap number 3. So, Mike, you and I have been talking about it. How many guys are thinking qualifying sim, or are they thinking heat race sim?
I'd say dang near everybody was going qualifying on that one.
So, exactly.
Kyle Wick mentioned last night when we chatted with him, he thought that this racetrack could be a little bit tough to pass, especially for the gearbox guys. Granted, I feel like those guys say it every single racetrack that we go to, Rob, but I don't think he's wrong with the fact that the single-speed drivers said even in the back that they were able to kind of hug the bottom and run kind of narrow. And you see here, even on some cool-down laps, they're not going more than maybe 2 lane and a half wide in that long sweeper. So I would not be surprised to see everyone putting an extra emphasis on qualifying. You'll probably see a lot of guys bail out before the session's over. And without a doubt, when it's Vegas and playing the games in the casino, we're probably going to play some games in qualifying on the opening lap and a half as well, based on everyone hitting their peak on lap 3, lap 4. Temps are only going to continue to drop, but for the second night in a row, the final practice session goes the way of Markus Kayak, the Estonian, one of, I believe, maybe the only Estonia driver in the 540 plus on the list here at the SKUSA SuperNationals. Top of the heap here in final practice for Pro Shifter overall. Pedro Hiltbrand, David Trefilov, Senna Van Wallstein, Davide Fore, and the imports, well, halfway stop at our reigning Pro Tour champion, Mateus Morgado. The Brazilian-born driver has spent about as much time in America as he has spent anywhere else in the world. He's 6th. Gustafson, A.J. Myers, Billy Musgrave, Kyle Wick, the top 10. We'll throw back the rest of the results on the sheet for us, but we do want to get down and chat a little bit more with some of the stars. And, well, you've heard Rob and Mike and probably enough of myself already. You're going to have to hear for a little bit more. Let's hear from some of the drivers that have navigated this superstar racetrack. Standing by, down with David.
Yeah, down with Davide Fore.
So I say 2 good laps, and I'm very happy about the kart and everything. Everything was working well in this session, so we'll see. It's very exciting to be here. So I'm very happy. Yeah.
Well, we know Davide Fore is a very emotional guy. We're going to let him get back and tune on his kart. I think he said he wasn't doing all that well. I think you were 6th in the session though, so don't be too down on yourself.
No, no. But I didn't know the position, so I'm very happy. Of course, it's a good place, but it's not enough.
He wants more. Back to you guys.
I'll tell you, it just, every time I get to see Fore here, I love it. Just a great guy, number one, and to see him being able to run where he is there, P5 in that session, that was absolutely fantastic. Great shot we have here in Vegas. Folks, you see the sphere off to the left as well. We got more interviews. Let's go back down again to pit lane, as I believe Caleb standing by with Senna Van Wallstein.
Thank you there, Rob, standing by here with Senna Van Wallstein. Senna, inside of the top 5 forwards for you to be exact. How's the racetrack out there, and how has it developed across the weekend?
The track is definitely getting faster. Yeah, the track is nice in the end. Just a bit problem with traffic all the time. But I think we're good. We're good for being the fastest tonight, but let's see. We just need a bit of luck as well.
I mean, you talk about luck. What's going to be the key going into the qualifying session here in a couple of moments? Because you know it's going to be important to qualify well here, because we've seen how this weekend progresses if you don't qualify inside of the top 5.
Yeah, no, it's definitely going to be important as well. I see now the tires peak really early. So you want to be in one of your first laps, you need to find free track. Once you find free track, then everything's open. But yeah, so difficult because it's really difficult track. At the end of the day, we just have to do it. It's the same for everyone.
Well, interesting words there from Senna Van Wallstein. All he needs is a little bit of open room. Back to you boys in the booth.
Thank you so much, Caleb. And again, Senna Van Wallstein showing some pace there. And again, that's a really important session. And I think we talk a lot about the fact that it sets the grid of when guys are going to roll out for qualifying, but it's also just a really good session. Another session to learn what the track's going to do, to try to see what you have. Some guys are going to do the longer run. We talked about, we thought most guys likely did a qualifying sim there, Mike. This was it's still a ridiculously important situation and a session. And when you can get top 5, it's going to give you the momentum you need going into qualifying.
Not exactly that. When we have scenarios where you're going to be multiple groups, that many drivers in one class, and going to be not just a fast and slow, but then again we split it into quarters and try to be in that quick group, mainly for not having the traffic, not having to deal with anything. hit your session the way you want to and not have to have a curveball in one of the most important 4 laps you put in all week.
Let's welcome Henry Beaudet back into the booth here. He was on assignment, as I said. I'm not sure where you were or what you were doing, but
Yes.
welcome back, my friend.
Thank you very much indeed. Yes, there's lots of things that need to be done here at SuperNats to keep the crew going, and I was just called out on the assignment, but back where business is going to pick up. There's a chill in the air, but the action is about to get red hot.
Yeah, time to go qualifying for KA100 Master. Rolling into the situation here, folks. Those of you who are tuning in with us here right now, let's just have a look. We've got KA100 Master up first. Then we'll go Mini Swift, X30 Junior, Pro X30, the first of the 2 groups, of course. Then the same with Pro Shifter. We'll have those 2 groups that'll roll out for their qualifying runs. We're looking at 4 minutes of qualifying, 4 laps. We were scheduled to go at 3:55. It's 4:57 right now, so just about an hour behind schedule. We'll expect to be done probably 6:45 tonight, but we have qualifying for you right now. Hey, we're off schedule, but we're under the lights. So
yes,
amp up the cool factor right now.
It's all according to plan.
That's it.
Perfect.
Not that the karts look so good under the lights, man. I just absolutely love it.
And I think it's a full moon as well.
I believe so. We had that up on the screen at one point, too.
What's the worst that could happen?
Yeah.
I think
it's
that's
not
what,
LCQ night.
No, it's not. No, it's not. So that's the other thing, too, right? This is under the lights, and it's all about speed. It's all about getting the best lap time as possible. It's not about the pass, but there is a sense of urgency if you feel like the person in front of you isn't on the same page, not getting things done. Got to make sure it's a good, clean session, too, as well.
Well, and this is, I go back to my experience in 2022. You've had the experiences as well, Mike, running in this Masters category. My qualifying session, I had trouble. I was the guy that got into an issue in the 12-minute session. I was at the very back, the last guy to roll out in my group. But the problem was, I got out there, I gave myself tons of room so I wouldn't have anybody around. The first lap, I came around to 2 different wrecks that had 4 or 5 karts in them. It was cold, the drivers had trouble, they were spinning, they were wrecking each other, and my qualifying was horrible. You need to have a clean and tidy qualifying, especially these opening laps. You don't need to be diving, you don't need to be overcooking it. It's getting colder again. This temperature's going to drop in a big way. We're going to lose 10 degrees very quickly.
Yep.
Brand new tires.
Yep. 100%.
Hasn't been any sun for at least an hour, right? Somewhere a half hour. It seems like forever ago. It can't get any colder for these tires.
It says 65. Right? It's not 65.
It's definitely not 65.
Not
lies.
a single cloud
yeah.
either. No clouds.
No clouds. That's good, right? But at the end of the day, you got to make sure you get the heat in it to make sure things get rolling.
So here we go. See there, the number 477.
Sounds like,
I think
we got a quick little break here, guys. So we're not going green as of yet. We're going to cut to a quick commercial. When we come back, ideally, we'll be qualifying with KA100 Master.
Wins the main with a stunner in Pro Shifter. Turner Brown will win on Sunday.
Augustus Toniolo wins X30 Junior.
KA100 wins the main event in KA Senior. And the RPG Cosmic wins in Micro.
Donovan Bonilla has won at the SuperNationals.
For more information on how to start your driver development journey with RPG, visit RollisonPerformanceGroup.com.
All the way up to the finish line. Who is it going to be? And it's Perez who wins in Crescent. Ty Fisher wins $1,000 in KA100 Junior. Alex Stanfield played it perfectly here. Told him to wait. Stanfield wins the Duffy in 2024 for TV Karts.
Amarillo Kart Complex is now the official distributor for TV Kart in the continental U.S. Become a dealer today.
So, ladies and gentlemen, just a quick update for those of you who are either trackside or watching the coverage here on YouTube and Kart Chasers channel. We're having an issue with one of our light standards right now in the final corner, turn number 16. Those lights aren't quite on yet, so we are on a bit of a hold until they get those lights dialed in and ready to go. So stay tuned. We'll be back as soon as we go green. As soon as these drivers fire up, we'll jump right back in and give you the call for qualifying for KA100 Master.
So you will finally want to get behind the wheel, huh?
Yeah, I've been shooting for 3 years and I've never got to drive.
Well, you're going to need some more gear than just your helmet. Why don't you go to shopakr.com. They got their inventory online and they'll ship it the same day if you order before 5:30 p.m. Eastern.
They got shoes?
Yep.
Gloves?
Yep.
Rip protectors?
Got those too.
Can they make me go fast?
No.
Here at Acceleration Kart Racing, we've got everything you need to get on track. What happens next? Well, that's on you. Check us out online at shopakr.com.
The foundation of your racing endeavor is the kart. It carries your hopes, your legacy, at times your heart outside of your body. And if it's the right kart, it holds the line. Factory karts are the only karts hand-built in the U.S. A precision-welded frame made of 4130 chromoly tubing, adjustable wheel bearing cassettes, seat mounts that don't break. But what good is a foundation if it's not the fastest? Made with care by a 4-time SuperNats champion, Billy Musgrave. Factory Karts. American-made, race-proven.
Lead the pack with Freem, the ultimate bespoke brand for karting racewear and team apparel. Handmade in Italy, our high-performance gear combines style and functionality. Whether you're a seasoned racer or just starting out, Freem's passion for karting fuels every stitch. Embrace the adrenaline, express your individuality, and join the choice of professionals and champions worldwide. Find us at SuperNationals 27 at the K1 Freem trailer to learn more, or online at freemracing.us.
Stop that. Stop that. I hear him chatting the noise, move too quick, can't stop for the talking. I hear him chat with the boys, man so tough, but man's keep walking. Just too sharp with the prize, white girls let it tell me I'm awesome, yeah. Hot like fire on the pan, if you wanna touch man, please use caution. Cold like 0 degrees, I'm out the cage, gotta let out the beast. Revolutionary, gotta let out the streets. Locked in a cage,
I'm Lisa Guzanski. And I'm Asher. Today we're going to talk about MIR racing suits. The reason why I love MIR so much is because they're very lightweight and very breathable.
You could also get your suits custom made for your own team. We love MIR.
And there we have it. They, I believe, are getting things dialed in where they need to be right now, down in turn number 12. So, indeed, you can see a fantastic shot here with the beautiful sunset. The shot we had earlier today compared to the one now, the temperature's falling as we would have expected. It's going to be under the lights for qualifying, guys. Henry, KA100 Master getting ready to go here.
Yes, indeed. I wonder what the drivers obviously have been sat on the stood on the grid next to their karts. Yes, these are Masters drivers. However, they would still, you're ready, you're amped up. You get your pressure, your tyre pressure's done, and then suddenly for 10 minutes you have to sit and wait.
Yes.
You know, what does that do to the mental state as a driver? Okay, the ones at the back of the group, they can make a tyre pressure adjustments as we sit and wait. But of course, they're all ready to go, and then suddenly they're not.
I don't know, as Masters drivers, I think we just hang out. What do you think? What do you think? I don't think I can. It is what it is.
I like to get in the seat as late as possible. It's always been my thing. I'll go and I'll chat with either my mechanic or even a fellow driver for a while before needing to get in. And the drivers at the second group have that luxury. As you can see, they were still milling about, but the ones that are in the front, they did not. Now, I'll tell you right there, we're looking at Neil Strickland of SKUSA doing the wrenches there or the winch, I should say. Those things right there I had to deal with at Calsby with the Machismo 12-hour. And the worst thing is when you go to turn the bloody thing on and it doesn't work. And you're like, you know, that's not what I needed to have there. And so for them having that backup there, pretty smart on their part because we didn't have a lot of backups in the Machismo.
Neil Strickland, part of the crew here, obviously runs the operations director. This guy does. He's been nonstop, let's put it that way, for the last couple of weeks getting this thing put together. So shout out to Neil, still out there, boots on the ground, getting stuff done when it needs to be done. Again, there's a great shot there again.
Thinking of taking up CrossFit at the end of that.
I don't think Neil was expecting to get a nice good arm and shoulder workout.
Yeah, exactly that. You can see things are fired up now. The drivers getting ready to go there.
Mikey, you mentioned the key thing in this when I was talking about kind of the chaos I had to deal with in our qualifying session. Brand new tires. That's the other thing about qualifying. This is you're putting on, one of your 2 sets of fresh tires that are your official race tires for the event. It's got to go through qualifying, 3 heat races, maybe a last chance qualifier, and if you're lucky in the larger classes, you're running in the main event on Super Sunday. But this is it. This is a cold racetrack. Sun's been out for a long time. You mentioned not just gone down. It's been out for quite a while here right now. Temperatures are falling in a big way. There's going to be hardly any grip. You see some of these drivers throwing those karts around.
Yeah, exactly. A scenario where you're going out here first. Again, this is our the bottom half of the group, bottom half of the field going out here first. Tiptoe it first. Get a good feel of it. You want that corner to set. You want that outside tire to set through the corner. If it feels like you're on top of the surface, you do not have enough heat yet. Do not start going 10/10ths into it. Down into turn number 1, I would still be lifted off a little early, dragging that brake a little early.
That's exactly that. Make sure that you take care of the kart here on the opening lap. You know that it's going to be just a little bit sketchy. You're going to be able to spin that thing around. You don't want to lock the tires up. You got to get in there and use that corner. You see the drivers, it's still almost like they're literally on ice right now or in the wet.
Indeed, that's the 477 rolling around trying to get that front end to work. And this is it. You see,
this is my qualifying session for
sympathy
2022.
Spin of the 411. Like, this is exactly what you just don't need to do that. Like, all you have to do is get around the joint. You're not sitting, like, your first lap is never, there it is. 419 out.
That's Bulldozer.
Brian Pujos, the Bermudan driver.
Oh, no.
This is all it is. You're not going to have a fast lap on lap 1.
No.
It's not going to happen. So just get through the bloody thing, get some heat in the tires, and then get after it from there.
And they got to get that kart out of the way because that's on the outside of turn number 1. They got to get that thing up and over.
Well, let's have a look. There is Miguel Maya in the 477, and there's another one up, the 430. That's Diego Pelosi.
Yeah, that's for Pelosi's a veteran driver, too. That's not something you'd expect to see out of Diego.
And you saw in the middle of the track there the white sort of connecting plastic rod that between the barriers. That's something that the track workers have got to get out of the way quickly. There was a driver who we were looking at there. I'm trying to see where he is on our list. Another driver while we look at early stage.
Everybody's settling in here right now after some chaos on the opening circuit. Give yourself a chance to build those the heat into those tires. Lap 4 is going to be the best here, especially when it's colder. We saw a number of drivers in qualifying earlier today, Mike, where maybe the third lap was the fastest. They didn't go any faster on lap 4. With the temperatures where they are now, lap 4 is 100% going to be your fastest lap.
Yeah, unless you end up getting some traffic. The way this thing, remember, those guys having those issues means some of the other guys came around early. They might get some traffic. One of those guys that really is trying to dig out of a hole right now, the fastest driver on course, Renato Jardar David, 54.035, well and clear of the rest of the group, but still needs to find more to try to be in the conversation for the big show.
Jardar David's a former winner of this race. He's one of the top Masters drivers in the world. I got him picked to be in the top 5 for sure, and maybe even challenge for another race. When he hasn't raced as much this year as he has in years past, but this is the guy that he'll put a big lap down if he's able to get the open lap track. That's what you said. There he is right there in the 425, getting checked up here on lap number 3.
No, I'm not sure we were going to be able to catch him, but driver number 428, Daniel Eaton, for Nash Motorsports, has cystic fibrosis. I think there he goes across the line there. So he has cystic fibrosis, the same condition that Lewis Hamilton's brother, who races the British Touring Car Championship, has. He raced when he was younger, took some time off. He wanted to come back to racing. He's dropped 30 pounds.
Oh, good for Daniel.
This year. Which is, it's great. And there's number 497. Now, the new Gen Motorsport team, Derek Cutshaw and Nick Denny. Those karts are very, very smart. They look, there's a very intricate design on that graphics kit. It's extremely smart looking machines indeed.
Well, Derek's running P2 right now with a 53.965. Miguel Mir right behind him. Morgan LeBaron there as well. Jamie Siraki's up into the 4th spot. Checker flag flying to end the session here for those 4 laps. Renato Jardar David up by over 2/10 from Cutshaw. 53.711 is the remainder of the field streaming by to see if they can't work their way up in here with a good lap time.
And to your point, fastest lap for nearly everyone on the final lap. 4th lap for everybody, save from Morgan LeBaron, who was not able to go any quicker. Fast lap right now, 53.711 for David.
So David P1, Cutshaw 2nd, Shane Burkett in 3rd, Miguel Mir 4th, Jamie Siraki for Franklin Motorsports goes to 5th, Morgan LeBaron in 6th, Andre Delafonte in 7th, John Baldazare 8th, Jesus Mejia Ozaguera in 9th, and Guido Alustando rounding out the top 10. Guy look down to Tom Gerstner in the 14th spot. Number of drivers having trouble, not able to put it down. 25 drivers get it done. Renato Jardar David, 2/10 up, 53.711. What will that hold up as when the next field comes out?
Well, if as the next set of drivers go out, we've already had 3 or 4 spin around in the first little part between the out and turn number 7. Yellow flags were waving. I think everybody was able to get going again, but it's definitely going to make the job a little easier if some of the fast group decide to not be able to get around smoothly.
Again, just get out on the racetrack in this opening lap. Use your tires. Listen, so here's, I'll speak to this. When I raced in 22, that man Ben Cooper was my coach. And the thing that he tried to drill into my head was how to get those tires warmed up. To get into the corner, really turn it, get those tires and the speed. Don't get on the brake, just use the tires to slow down. That'll build the heat you need in the front
You
tires.
need to load it up. Load up the tire, load up the cart. You're doing look at it. He's just rotating through. Use the front. You're not trying to cut fast laps right now. You're trying to put heat in the tires. Your only goal in life is to get this bloody thing to stick.
And he's gone out right at the start, right at the front, and he's just got his head down, gone. He's not concerned with having a slipstream. He's confident enough in that wagon that it could go quickly without the aid of a slipstream. But also, he's going to be if there are any issues, if there are any delays, this is a big track. The corner workers are so quick at repairing, barriers, moving things back, clearing incidents, that if somebody goes off behind him, the chances are he's not going to be affected by any sort of yellow flag situation.
Look there as well. You've got Kip Foster in the DPE Aero right there as well. 4-time winner. He's got to roll up here on the 413.
Waters.
Oh, that's Matthew Waters. These guys are going to be quick here. both these drivers, Waters, of course, the defending race winner 4 times for Kip Foster, so there's a lot of speed in these two drivers right here. And I'll tell you, really good positioning for Kip Foster because Waters has been fast. That's the guy you want in front of you. He's going to, even if he'll hold back knowing that, okay, now I'll get the run and I'll do the draft and pull him off.
And they're close enough in speed because with the draft is going to happen right here, and if he can carry it through, he's going to be able to have a nice tow versus you catch somebody so fast they get in the way.
That's it.
This could be a really good lap. The question is, will it be too early?
Ben Cooper already goes P1 on lap number 2, 53.331. Nicky Coelho on the Merlin now up into second. Jodder David holding on to third. Bruno Spengler now in the 4th spot. Kip Foster 5th. Waters back at 7th.
And Spengler on our screen right there. Couldn't quite see the number. It's the 81, the 481 actually just behind him.
That would be Nicky Coelho on the Merlin.
Coelho, yeah.
Now, there's a move. Is that number 4?
No, okay, so that was Waters. Yeah, as Waters don't look like letting him go. He just really breathed the throttle there. And that's going to give a full lap. But one driver in the wall elsewhere. Turn 11. You saw the yellows just barely on the screen there.
Looking at, I think is more. Can't quite see the race.
76, 476.
476, that's right. And that would be Pierce Baldus, the high five performance driver. Matthew Waters, Australian driver. And of course, you then got Kip Foster on an Arrow kart. That's an Australian manufactured kart.
True Price Engineering.
We got the last session, it's going to be the last lap going right now. Ben Cooper has provisional pole by 8 thousandths over Coelho.
Wow, Nicky Coelho, a driver who's did a lot of karting over the years, ran the Jolly Kart, then went and did Formula 2000 racing, Formula Continental racing, won a lot of races. He's got a great group in front of him. He's going to get a big draft coming out here.
Oh, no!
Oh,
that ruined it.
He had it going on and got caught up on the driver in front of him on that Sodi kart. He had to check up a little bit. That's going to hurt him in a big way. Lap 4 coming in.
And that was Bruno Spengler getting it wrong.
It was an accordion, though. It might have because it was Foster, Waters, Spengler, and then Coelho.
William Isaias just jumped up into 2nd spot with a 53.135, only 700ths behind Ben Cooper. Cooper leads the way. Isaias in 2nd, Coelho 3rd, Foster 4th. Nairi in 5th, Spengler 6th, Waters back at 7th, Martin Stone, Lauren Mardan, and Jesse Gwynn rounding out your top 10. How about Mardan?
At 10:30 this morning, Laurentiu Mardan was not in this event. Somebody else withdraws, boom, he's in. No time to prepare, no time to sort of get in your own head, build yourself up, nerves, excitement, bang. He's had 2 sessions, 19 minutes of practice, and he's in the top 10.
I'm going to keep that thing rolling, guys. How about this? Renato Jodder David, 13th. Nice rebound.
Yeah, he can get a lot done from 13th for sure. There's Ben Cooper right there. He'll be happy with that first box checked on the to-do list to try to win another champion. Remember, he won here in the X30 Senior category a number of years ago. Here he is trying to get the job done in KA100 Masters. He does draw first blood, a 53.065, 7/100ths of a second quicker than William Isaias. A heck of a run for William to go P2.
But we know Coelho, Foster, and Spengler are all quick. Those 3 drivers in that group did not go faster, and we know why.
Yeah.
There was a bit of a checkup there. They did not get it done. Maybe it was Foster had a hard time and checked with Spengler and Coelho because Waters actually did go quicker.
It looked like Coelho was in the perfect spot, wasn't
yes.
He had like 3 or 4 kart lengths. He was going to get the drive.
Yep.
He tried to roll it big time into the corner and it just checked up on him. Exactly that.
The timing.
Yeah, that's tough for him for sure. But again, rolling through qualifying, as we said, folks, it'll be rapid fire for you here. We're getting set to go to the next category. It's Mini Swift, and indeed just a single Mini Swift group. So 2 groups of qualifying. We'll split it into the fast and the slow group. Slow will roll out first, fast will follow up. But qualifying underway. Ben Cooper for Rollison Performance Group on the Cosmic coming away with the pole position for the heat races for KA100 Masters. I'll tell you, Mini Swift is going to be a battle too. Every time we talked about it, there was the right guys up front that we figured we were going to see. These drivers getting ready to roll out right now. Ben Cooper still having a look at the scale. I was wondering if he's been there for a while. I'm like, well, what's going on here?
That's normally not a good look when you're on the scale for some time. He's obviously now off the scale.
I think, well,
they're
not unhappy right now.
Yeah, so there's a smile which tells me that he's not underweight as he will wander off. One driver that we haven't mentioned in KA100 Masters, ex-Formula 1 driver Max Papis. 19th. So
not bad for Max.
Not bad. And we say, well, ex-Formula 1 driver, he should be absolutely different. Well, no, because karting is not something that you could just hop into.
That's true. Hey, Michael Schumacher came over here and finished 10th, so let's be real.
Hey, yes.
Indeed, there's your Mini Swift drivers getting set to go. I think you saw David Land trying to line up an interview with Ben Cooper. We'll be heading down for that interview when we can, but our Mini Swift drivers, the first of the two groups, getting set to fire up and roll out here onto the track. You can see to the right side of the screen, though, there is a number of pickups going with drivers. We talked about that's Brian Bullhose, the Bermuda driver who got caught up in that incident over in the exit of turn number 1. So disappointing. I'm sure he is gutted with the fact that he wasn't even going to get one lap in.
Yeah, the only silver lining there is the fact that we got plenty of time to make it happen, and I think we are indeed ready with David Land down there with Ben Cooper. David?
Yeah, Ben, pole position at SuperNats, that's always a heck of a thing to put on the resume. Tell me about the feeling of that so far.
I'm just thinking, as you're saying, I think it's my first pole at SuperNats. I'm not sure I've had a pole before at SuperNats. I made a joke before I walked out the tent that, I've been fairly quick all practice, and I'll probably end up P2 or P3 like I always do. And yeah, it sounded like it was close. They caught up a little bit here. But yeah, I'm happy to get pole, and it sets off the weekend well. But these guys will be working hard. Sometimes when you qualify pole, you don't really want to touch much. You don't really want to change things because things are going good, but the guys behind are working hard, right? So we've got to be wary of that. But hopefully we'll work good and get my teammates Walters and Stone up with me, and I have some friends up there to play with these old boys out there.
Tell us about the challenge in qualifying here. You do all of the practice in the heat, in the day, and then you have to come out here at night in the cool conditions and perform. How did you do that?
You have to deal with it, right? There's nothing really different we do. Maybe up the tire pressure a little bit. I think we went up maybe a pound more than we had earlier. But the track doesn't change. There's not a lot of grip out there. Like I heard a lot of you guys talking earlier through practice that there's not grip out there really, and I wonder if it's going to be in a couple of years, like a couple of years ago at Rio, where we struggled with tires fading during the races because we found in happy hour there, first 4 or 5 laps was good, and then the tires dropped off. So obviously a bit cooler, it doesn't help that, but it didn't really change too much because there's not really any grip anywhere out there. So I like it. It's cool. It makes pictures look good. So hopefully we can do more races at night time in the future. I love it.
Ben Cooper, he says it's his first SuperNats pole. I'm liable to believe him. Congratulations. Back to you guys.
Well, it's the first pole, but he's a 2-time race winner. Let's be real.
One of the things I thought was interesting about that is what he was talking about with the track. The fact that he's like, it didn't really make much of a difference. It's not like we had grip in the first place.
Yeah.
Which is interesting because I'm watching the way the cars are going. It does make some sense.
What I really liked was the fact that he said, you're P1, you're fast. We're not touching anything. But he just said everybody else is getting faster, so I still have to get faster.
Yeah.
We got to figure out a way to fine-tune it even a little bit more. The minute you stop trying to get better because you think you're there is when somebody else is going to leapfrog you.
I mean, he also made the mention about his teammates Waters and Stone to get up there. It was Waters that beat him last time. Get up there, play around, make some fun. But at the same token, you want to make sure you're at the top.
Such a great field in the KA100 Masters category. Nicky Coelho, who we saw potentially could have taken a run maybe at pole there. That's the USPKS champion in the category. And then Pierce Baldus on the other side, some contrast. He's the guy that had the incident. He was a Texas sprint racing champion, didn't get to capitalize on what he wanted. We'll watch for him to come from deeper in the field for sure. Indeed, out now here with the drivers in the Mini Swift category. 2 groups of drivers we'll see out here right now. Again, the single race group when we do go heat racing here. So we'll see how it plays out. This is the slower group from the session we just had, that extended 12-minute session we had. So these drivers out here, again, just 4 laps. You got to get the job done. Let's see if they do a little better job than the Masters drivers did, because again, I had some PSTD watching that because it reminded me so much of 2022 when the drivers were wrecking everywhere. Oh man.
Well, we had the high level shots from high above turbos. You could see the entire circuit, and I have to say, we did not have one Mini Swift driver in the barriers on the outlap. So the Mini Swifts did a much better job of warming those tires and driving to the conditions than some of the far more experienced
Are you now worried something's going to happen because of what he said? He did just jinx them
I
again?
said on the opening lap, I waited until the end of the opening lap.
It was very carefully worded.
I just looked at my
very
face.
carefully
Like,
on the opening lap. And though looks like a couple drivers not at full song, they're getting rolled, maybe a half spin or what have you. But yes, to that point, everybody looks to be clean and green here at the top of the charts. A driver who had a problem. Remember, we saw it in the barrier early. Jackson Porter was in the bear at that long session. Did get going, but we didn't see the speed we thought we would. Porter leads the charts right now.
And Porter, he was the Rotax West Series champion. He went to drive as part of a driver exchange program, went to race in Japan, had a great experience, represented Team USA at the Rotax Grand Finals, was very, very quick indeed, rolled his kart in the final, got out of the kart, put the kart back down on the ground, tried to get back in it, and there was a track marshal who was like, no, in Italian, no, mamma mia, you were just on your head there. And but tough cookie is Jackson Porter, the Hy-Vee sponsored.
Yes, indeed. Tanner Barsh up top right now on lap number 2, 56.25. Jackson Porter goes second in this first of two groups. Brandon NG in the third spot. Kason Hodge and Braden Westfall round out your early fast five. Only 2 laps in, we're going to see him grab 4 laps. And again, we talked about the fact with the cooler temperatures here now, as we've got the lights on, the sun has set. Lap 4 will very likely be your fastest, and Mike, we've already mentioned, unless you get caught up by somebody who's a bit slower, if you have that open racetrack, you expect to have the most grip of the entire session on the final lap.
You can see a little bit of neck adjustment going on there with the 123 NG giving a little bit of a shot to the driver in front. Again, getting that big run down the straightaway and a bit of a shove down to the corner. Missing the apex a little bit right there. 3 in the books. This is the final session. It's going to be the final lap, rather. Tanner Barsh has a top time, 56.117, just 46 thousandths of a second over Kason Hodge. Brandon NG right there with an 084 just behind as well. Very, very close at the front.
Tanner Barsh, one of the Texas Sprint Racing Series drivers, top driver in the category in the Mini Swift class in Texas. So looking to have a good run here. Barsh went quicker again, 56.117, so he improved on his time on lap number 3. Can he do it again as they work their way out here onto the front straightaway? And we are wrapping things up. Checkered flag flying for the first of 2 groups. Tanner Barsh goes faster again. That was a nice session for Barsh. 56.050, a 10th quicker than Kason Hodge. But now, bunch of drivers jumping up into the top 5 here in the final circuit. Colton Schniegenberg goes to second, Nathan Ramirez in third, William Vitor in fourth, and Kason Hodge following all the way to 5th on that final lap.
Yeah, Vitor, good last lap for the Zionsville, Indiana-based driver. Rodolfo Levine in 8th. Now, there wasn't Jackson Porter falling to 12th. Olivier Chassé, the Canadian driver, a little further down than we would have expected. But now we'll get the reasons why. He's had a very late, he's now on the Paralympic kart. His teammate Jem Propeller not here this week. We'll get into that a little bit later on. But straight away, out go the second group, led by Ashton Woon.
Indeed, Ashton Woon's been right at the sharp end. We talked about Woon being right at the front, but then right there with him going to be Troy Ferguson. Remember those 2 drivers in that final session linking up. Are we going to see more of the same, or is this we're going to try to see a little bit of separation between those top 2?
Yeah, look for guys like Royce Vega to be in there as well. There's a number of drivers. Marco Samut may be coming up. There's a number of drivers that could be there. Troy Ferguson for sure. Maxwell Macha's shown a lot of pace here this weekend. We'll see what he does in the cold temperatures as well. And again, Woon's the guy, obviously one of the guys we're primarily looking to see be right in the middle of the fight. And we already mentioned Troy Ferguson as well.
Look at this link up of 4 drivers all in a row right here.
Let's go.
No one's getting away.
And everyone is playing follow the leader. Woon obviously set fastest time in the 12-minute session. That's when he was the first driver out of the gates. He doesn't want to stay up at the front all the way through, and that's number 141. Is that Braden Westfall going past him, the AEM karting driver, who now is ahead of this little train on the circuit. It looks like Westfall. Nice.
Hard to pick up the number on that cart, in the dark especially.
Yeah, but it's got a nice emerald green reflective tint on it.
140.
Oh, 140, sorry, it's Josh Bergman.
That's Josh Bergman.
The Trinity karting group.
So again, Bergman's the other driver really that we'd expect to be in the fight, right? Ferguson and Woon. Not surprising they're together.
And I'm not sure that it was just a kind of, I don't want to lead as much as it might have been a front bumper negotiation that was going on there. Because all of a sudden, Woon went a little wide through the double apex 7-8 there. So a little bit of a slot in, and now Woon back to the front. Ferguson going to be next in line. And it's actually Bergman who goes back to the fourth in line.
Mike, to speak of that, Woon's this kid that, again, came back for one more year of Mini. He's going to KA, next year, right? He's got that maturity, that understanding of the racecraft. I bet he just went a little bit wide on that corner and said, you know what, no, there's no way I'm going to pull you around and have you pit me for pole with me doing it. So went a little wide on that corner. You just saw that Bergman went to the inside to take the spot. He's already come back and taken it back again. So the gamesmanship is on for sure here.
And what
the second group for Mini.
And what you also don't see is the immediate elbows up going racing.
Yes.
Like, no, it's cool. Let's just get in line. Let's do our thing. Is up to the sharp end after the second lap. Parker Ives, new provisional pole, 55.735. Going to get a whole new run at the front here. Ives, Gutowski, Ferguson, Woon, Barsh, your top five. Braden Wagner, 6th.
Royce Vega all the way down in the 16th spot here. He's not had the pace that he needs right now here. He's got to find a little bit more. They've got 2 laps in, still 2 laps to go for this group, though.
Yeah, reigning champion, Royce Vega. Remember last year, the Mini Swift final of SuperNash 26 was probably one of the best races of Super Sunday. Royce Vega for the Bennett team. And again, he knows, though, that he doesn't want to be too far back, but nothing is decided today. Now, Benja Fernandez goes fastest. Benja Fernandez
Woon just took it away already.
Oh, look at that, yeah. I didn't even get a chance to talk about Benja Fernandez's great crash helmet he's got Bart Simpson on one side and Snoopy on the other side.
Final circuit, Ashton Woon on top, 55.400, just 15 thousandths quicker than Benja Fernandez, who runs in second. Maxwell Macha, who we talked about at the start of the session, up into third. Troy Ferguson, fourth. Parker Ives, fifth. Liam Nakawati there as well. Royce Vega, good improvement, up to 7th for Royce Vega, ahead of Bergman, Varela, and Marco Samet. This is a final lap here for qualifying for Mini Swift. Which young driver is going to put it on the pole for the 3 heat races? Will it be Woon? Here they come across the line. Does he hold it? Does he go quicker? Fernandez able to pip him. Parker Ives goes to the top. Woon goes down to 5th. Let's not jump the gun. Lots of karts still to come right now. Parker Ives, though, on the provisional pole with a 55.103. Parker Ives, P1 pole sitter in the Mini Swift category over Benja Fernandez. Liam Nakawati up into 3rd. Nico Katowski 4th. Troy Ferguson 5th. Woon goes all the way back to 7th, just ahead of Josh Bergman.
It's not just about how you get around, but who you get around with. And right there, Woon was kind of leading the pack, and the rest, everybody went faster. But maybe not the draft that they needed. And look at that, from 1st all the way back to 14th, or 13th rather, within a half a second.
Yep.
The 148 of Parker Ives right there, P1. What a fantastic final lap. And again, there you go. There's the excitement for it. P1 for Parker Ives, pole sitter for the Mini Swift category. And it really was kind of that strategy play, Henry. They were kind of back and forth. Woon ended up being in the front. He ended up towing everybody around as the locomotive in that train as opposed to the caboose that could get the run, right? So tough one for him, I think.
Yes, the Ryan Perry Motorsport Group there. Parker Ives, 3rd in Micromax last year at SuperNats.
You mentioned Royce Vega, and we'll throw this out here because David Cole's sending me a bunch of notes. Vega is looking to be the first ever repeat winner in Mini Swift and Tag Cadet. We've never had a repeat winner in the Mini category, which was a 1-point Tag Cadet. So very impressive for sure.
And still very much in the conversation. Again, I mean, half a second separating 13, and with as much of the draft and things like that are happening, everything to play for that front group.
Well, and Ives on that Nitro Kart as well, right? So the last time the Nitro Kart won was 2018 with Brent Cruz. They would like to get back up front to win another one here.
Well, early stages of Junior X30 and already a rotation for Asad Nikabandev.
Hold on.
Easy for you to say.
We gotta get. Oh my! It's going down, folks. Medic!
Holy shnikes. We're having a hard time.
Wow. Henry struggled having a bag of chips and some water at the same time. If you're wearing headphones while watching the race, we apologize for the eardrum damage. You can send your invoices for care to Henry Baudet at kartchaser.com.
That's right. A couple of drivers are just on screen there. They had linked up pretty good. You see a couple little shots there. They are once again. They actually pushed pretty good down the straightaway. It's the 707 and the 747. The 747 Pedro Alves de Lima. And I thought it was the 707 of Luca Popescu, I think is the lead driver, or now one driver back. They had a pretty good link up. Now they swap spots to see if they can continue on again. This is now X30 Junior.
These two drivers are right. They're looking good together here right now. They're not pushing each other. They're not making any dive bomb moves. Driver up front, the Orsilon machine kind of pulling away just a little bit here. But otherwise, it's been a good opening couple of, at least a couple of circuits here.
Yeah, Lima actually did the shoving and now is pulling away as Popescu working the radiator. Now we're looking at Charlie Smith going around. Smith was fastest before. Now Lima goes quicker on lap number 2. Charlie Smith trying to reel in Popescu, maybe gets a decent tow right here as Jackson Gibson moves up to P2 now.
Dare we come back to Henry Baudet?
Yes.
You going to be all right?
Nothing to see here, nothing to see.
Tears in his
That's
eyes.
all. It was, I want to get it out because it was Asad Nikabandev. I think that was the name that caught me quite literally in the back of the throat. Talking about Charlie, number 712, Charlie Smith. He's being coached by former world karting champion Callum Bradshaw. So Callum's working with him all year. And, that's obviously, it's paying off at the moment. He's second in this group. Cameron Marsha moves up, and we're looking at one of the RPG karts. So the number 7, that's Peyton Fayen.
So again, Pedro Alves de Lima leading the way right now, a 51.528 fast lap on lap number 3. Where will these drivers slot in when the quicker group comes out? That's what remains to be seen. Charlie Smith currently running in second, back by only 44 thousandths of a second. Former winner here, Jackson Gibson in the micro category, in the number 714, certainly third. Roberto Renderos in fourth, Cameron Marsha fifth. Felipe Jesus Benito 6th, Remy Andriatos in 7th, Maverick McKenna, Peyton Fayen, and Sebastian Rist. That is your current top 10, but we've got 3 laps down. Working the final lap here to see who finds the speed to go to P1.
I wasn't sure if that move was needed there from Smith. Does he go quicker? No, he didn't, and that's what I was worried about. He had a pretty good run going, and he decided to make the pass in the last lap instead of just sticking with it. So Smith is going to slip down just a little bit, but going faster still is Pedro Alves de Lima, going faster to 51.2, gets him clear by a full quarter.
And shout out to Peyton Fayen there, getting some speed in the final circuit as well. She jumps her way up into the second spot with a 51.494.
And very quickly, do you know what? A big shout out, Indy Irwin, her first ever big kart race out of Minis, 18th in session for the 11-year-old from New Zealand.
No waiting at all as here they roll out here, the fast group right now. Fast group rolling out here for the drivers in this X30 Junior category. And of course, as we know, we come out of X30 and we go into pro racing. We're going to have 4 groups for pro, the X30 category, 4 for pro shifter as well. The, of course, Q2 and Q1s. Dialing things in here right now. David Cole giving us some more information to fire it up.
What has the Book of Cole got to say now?
David Cole telling us that in X30 Junior, 15 different winners in 15 different editions. We've never had a double winner in this category either. And again, we talk about the fact that a lot of the times the drivers, if you win the SuperNats, you're probably moving up to senior the next year, right? So that's obviously been the case for the most part. Some drivers maybe just didn't win when they came back. Oh, this driver, a couple drivers coming to the inside.
That was almost massive. That was almost huge.
Is that driver pulling off the racetrack, or are they just trying to give themselves open room right now? That's the key. Everybody checking up here. We'll see as they come back through, but that one driver had his hand in the air. Everybody was trying to they weren't sure if they were going to go with him. Yeah, we have some contact. The drivers have gone off.
That's turn 4. I think that just had happened right there.
Yeah,
I looked up and saw it happen. There's actually, I think, a driver still stationary perhaps over there.
if they, that was one of the kart chaser social media team, Kendall Hedge.
I think it was Kendall Hedge, yeah.
Yeah, almost getting a bit closer to the action than she anticipated. But I mean, I have to say, if a drive and they're slowing down again, this is getting silly.
Well,
sorry.
Here's the thing. This is.
Look at this.
I don't know what is happening here.
Well,
there's no yellows.
There's no yellows. No one wants to lead. No one wants to lead, and there's drivers coming around on fast laps.
So this is, if somebody else is coming here full song, everybody in this group
impeding.
is impeded.
And of course, there's a 738 getting out of the way. That would be Ty Fisher.
How many bumpers have just been knocked back, by the way, in this entire group?
Yeah.
What is happening here right now? This is absolutely crazy.
DeLima's like, yes.
Yeah, he 100% is. Him and Peyton Fagan saying, yeah, you guys do what you do out there.
Well, are they going to get, I mean, we're looking now, 7 minutes, 20 seconds, a 4-minute session. The checkered flag will come out in exactly 35 seconds time. Now, they will get across the line. Now they've all, I know it's a tactical thing, but I mean, the driver that had their hand in the air going down the main straight, that's a signal, I've got a problem and I'm slowing down. That driver should be in the pits because it almost caused you. And they're still slowing down. It's the last lap. And there we go at the front of the group there. That driver that has just dropped into second has probably spoiled their chances. Alves de Lima, Fayan, Andrianos, wrist, and they're still the top four.
Remember, it's not stopping at 8 because it's the first 4 minutes, and then we waited for the next group to go. So it's not right at the 8-minute mark when we stopped this, right?
Okay,
I'm looking down at Aaron Likens. He doesn't even have the checker flag in his hands yet, so we've got time here. But again, these guys I don't think they're going to get all the laps they want right now. We look further down here. Yeah, they've got 2 laps in right now. Chase Gassio-Lee is the fastest driver in this group right now. He's back in the 23rd position here as we get set to roll.
I had to double check this was actually qualifying.
Yeah.
Is this second final practice?
I don't know what was going on out there. Again, we see that kind of messing up this strategy call that really, anybody had come behind that big group and had to check up. Everybody in the group should have got impeding penalties. So finally they're on power. Aaron has the checker flag in his hands now, so they're going to get this lap. I would bet that this will be the final lap. He's already walking out here. So he's going to throw the checker flag. This will be the final lap. They are getting 3 laps, I believe, in.
Looks like Ty Fisher and Turner Brown best in class right now in this session at 51.5 out of Ty Fisher, 51.5 out of Brown. They need 3 more tenths to try to take it from Lima. That's cutting it pretty bloody close.
The bottom line is Lima's going to come out decently here right now. How many guys are going to be able to bump up that way? Ty Fisher, those guys should have been P1 by lap 3. They should not have been waiting for the 4th lap, right? And 100%.
We saw this in 100cc Junior as well, where they were trying to play some games at the same time. But group, that's not going to help your cause.
No.
Here we go across the line, boys.
Here they go.
Not enough for Vanchev.
Let's see what we got. Hold on here, boys. Lima still holding on to it with a 51.224. Nobody's coming across the line. Turner Brown does it. Brown goes 51.066. Turner Brown goes to P1.
No.
And Lima does not get pole, but he's going to be P2.
Great.
Oh, yes.
Love that. Absolutely love that. Look at that.
So P2 for Pedro Alves de Lima. He is pumped with that, all that messing around. Turner Brown, though, able to come away with the pole position in the RPG 703. You see the absolute excitement from Turner Brown. Alexander Vanchev goes 3rd. Javier Chaparro up into 4th. Peyton Fayan held on to P5.
What I'm looking at right now, guys, is Brown's obviously pretty happy. The only driver of the entire group that actually was able to get something out of that, and we saw the proper speed. Here's what we actually have. A complete mix of the groups, like they didn't even go through the whole process. So this is going to get real interesting when that first green flag flies.
All right, folks, let's have a look at this right now because that driver, Lima, is standing by with Caleb Vieska right now.
Thank you very much, guys. Pedro, you're starting on the front row tomorrow, man. How do you feel?
Man, I feel pretty great. Yes, I can't even explain what I'm feeling. I'm just feeling really, really good. Yeah, just a good, amazing sensation.
I mean, how good does it feel to have, your entire family, this entire crew behind you, and for you guys to be here starting on the front row tomorrow? Talk to me about the hard work that it took you guys to get to this point today.
Yes, we had to work a lot, and I'm really proud because everybody worked so hard. My dad, my mom, to bring me here, my mechanics, and everybody, my coach. And yeah, I'm really proud to make everybody so happy and myself. So yeah, I'm feeling pretty good about this.
Well, there you guys have it. Pedro de Lima, Brazil has a driver starting on the front row for X30 Junior. Back to you, boys.
Caleb, thank you so much. Yeah, well deserved. He went out in that session and did what he had to do. Didn't mess around, put the lap down, and just became the benefactor of essentially just a crazy strategy call. These drivers all wanting to mess around, wanting to play the game, and it did not work for them at all. Only worked for one guy. We talked about that, and that was Turner Brown.
Yeah, and I mean, a driver that not only is going to have the pole, but, and this is nothing against Lima or the rest of the crowd, a lot of the immediate people on that list you would think you'd have to worry about are going to start a good few spots back every single heat race.
We will be able to check back in tomorrow in the first heat race if Turner Brown walks away with it. If he's able to get out of the potential chaos that happens with some drivers that may not have complete outright speed, he could be able to get away and pull away and win that first heat race.
Exactly.
That's something we could definitely see throughout the heats. We'll check back in on that. That'll be front of the mind for sure. Not so much the same situation here in our first group for Pro X30. We did see the drivers really aggressively warming up their tires. Almost some contact there when they were coming down the front turn. You were worried about that too. I saw your face when they were doing that.
We got one person down the inside like, I'm going to get around the rat race. The other guy's going to use the entire straightaway to use it. I'm like, all right, we got close.
So indeed, first of two groups. No, first of four groups. Pardon me. There's something just came flying off. That looks like chain guard off of one of the carts here.
Bouty.
Yeah, issue here for the 72 of Bouty. He's got the chain guard on, so that's just a spin likely. Locked it up, probably going into the corner. So again, this is Q1. This is essentially the first group. So let's call it Group D and C. And then B, of course, B and A then in the other qualifying group. So this is the essentially slowest group of drivers from the 12-minute final practice session we had earlier today. So again, they'll be the top drivers here in a couple of sessions. They'll be rolling out. So essentially 8 more sessions for you here right now, because you get the 4 for Pro X30, 4 for Pro Shifter as well. So indeed, these drivers just getting out here, getting some laps in. Archer Eversman quickest on lap number 2. And we've got Tevin Roberts in the second spot, Josh Feiner in third, Stephen DeKizes in the fourth spot. Ariel Castro now jumping his way up into third, into the top 5.
Yeah, kind of leading this group, I believe, was Archer Eversman on that Bontano kart from Forward Direction Motorsport. And actually just behind them was John Liam Gray in that kind of bright blue ride. Still jostling for position here and trying to find some clean air to get things done. But again, time running out. We're already almost done with lap number 3 here with this lead group, as you say, Group D here in qualifying.
Yeah, we're just going to go rogue on that and call it Group D.
It's Group D, boys.
Yep.
It's easy to understand. Indeed. So you see the drivers up front putting good laps in, a 50.751. So Eversman, again, a little bit quicker. He's been following more speed.
Zhisheng Huang up into P2 in the number 29 kart. The Super Tune USA driver. Again, great to see China, one of the 35 nations represented here.
Yeah, amazing. Ariel Castro's gone to second again. So the driver who was going to run Master Shifter, an injury to his elbow, he didn't want to have to shift. He decides he wants the race, so no space to get into the Masters, KA100 Masters category. So he goes, let's go X30 Pro.
and Ariel Castro, he would be the oldest driver in this class.
I would expect so. Checker flag flying to end the session. Archer Eversman, another quick lap. So 4 laps in succession. Faster for Archer Eversman. 50.537. 3/10 ahead of Ariel Castro, the remainder of the 17 drivers who rolled out for this one. So that I find that interesting. That's a pretty good lap time.
Yeah, and Castro actually the last one to go across and did not go any quicker. So hat tip to Archer Eversman, who unfortunately I know has already seen the barriers this week, hopefully for the last time, and that's a little bit of a sign of getting that ride dialed in and going faster.
3/10 faster than your entire group. You got to figure somewhere he's going to slot somewhere into that C group, right? That third, the third quick group. So interesting.
And Tevin Robbins, we've been keeping tabs on the lad and dad privateer effort at Salt Lake City, Utah, 9th in that group. We talked about it earlier. His dad is also the engine builder. It doesn't get any more family than that. If they made their own go-kart chassis, then that would be even more impressive. But Tevin Robbins, 9th in group. Now we're into Group C. All you got to do is mention the word Group C, and I think the Rothmans, Porsches.
Oh, yeah,
and
now we're talking the 962.
Oh,
yeah, 100%.
there we go. Now, Group C, Diego Ramos has work to do. There he is in kart number 3. And
here comes that aggressive warming up of the tires. These drivers, of course, in the pro category, great car control. So when they are doing that, and it's just absolutely jerking back and forth, rotating like crazy, they're able to control it so nicely. Diego Ramos, one of the top drivers, of course, in the sport here, single speed, has not had the best of luck thus far this weekend in terms of pace.
The 56 kart there, Nolan Bauer. But if you have a little look at the queue of drivers behind Diego Ramos, so look at there, the number 90 kart, you know, Justin Music, the Arcane Motorsport driver. No disrespect to Justin Music whatsoever. He probably didn't think he was going to be in the same group as Diego Ramos in qualifying. So what we're going to do, we're going to stick to him like glue. Hey, this is a bonus. I get to try and draft off one of the very best in this qualifying group.
And listen, you got to leverage that. You have to understand where you are, what opportunities you have in front of you. You got to be able to say, hey, listen, this is the guy that I can essentially use as my rabbit. I can get in front of that guy and push hard to try to get up with him. That's the key right now for a guy like Justin Music. Take the advantage of what's been given you.
Look at that 14 jump off. That was actually a pretty nice corner there from the 14 of Blake Nash coming through turn number 1. The way he was able to come off and really start to reel in Austin Olds just in front of him. The 14 seems to get a little bit quicker here as the weeks go on, but maybe too late for qualifying at the sharp end. We'll see as the 14 comes across here in Group C, not where you wanted to start off qualifying.
Okay, well, wherever qualifying you are, you got to be the best.
Exactly that, yeah.
D, B, C, A. You want to be the best and by a lot. That's what we're talking about. Eversman having such a good gap there.
Win your group.
Yeah.
Win your group. Whatever situation you put in, be top of it.
And there it is.
Yeah, Ruben Moya.
Blake Nash up to P3 there with that particular run. He's going to get balked on this one, though, so I think that's going to be all she wrote for this particular lap unless he can really make something happen. If Nash can get around these two, maybe get Olds next, we'll have one last shot and some clean air. This is part of that, you know, setting up for the one. There's the inside move. Didn't get it done.
You can't do it in 16 because if you do it in 16, you lose the.
Exactly that. Yeah, exactly.
It's got to get done before 16.
And so then right here, if you look at it, I would be backing off if you're not going to make it happen. Going into this corner right here, back off, and try to get a run.
Yeah, give yourself the room so that you can close up. Right. I would do exactly the same thing.
Either that or get it down the straightaway. Right.
He's going for it. And look, that's.
Well, at the expense of Austin Olds, he had to make it happen. He had to try something. Now he gets his head down. Jaden Tien, the Dutch driver, Dutch karting champion this year. Jaden Tien, he goes second. Andy Rattel from France, third. Look at that. Justin Music, we talking. He's been following Diego Ramos, and he's just gone quicker than Ramos.
It. So 100% optimizing the opportunity to be able to follow Diego Ramos around. Justin Music up into fourth. Tien, very impressive in that number 32. Ruben Moyo, though, leading the way in the Pantano here now as he is up front.
Half second clear of the rest of the field right now after 3 laps
32,
down.
That's Tien right there on the Sodi kart. Indeed, yeah. He's 3/10 quicker as Andy Rattel has now gone up into the second spot. Tien goes back into third. So again, win your class, win your group, and then hopefully have enough pace to go over. Diego Ramos, nice final lap. He needed that in a big way. He goes up into second, but it's still Ruben Moya as the leader with a 49.598. Ramos ends up in second. Andy Rattel third. Jaden Tien ends up in fourth. Blake Nash fifth. Justin Music in sixth. Eli Warren seventh. Brett Rivetta, Otto Pekonen, and Emma Scarborough. You got to go all the way down now to 13th for Archer Eversman. So Eversman did beat a couple of drivers in Group C, so he does advance a little bit out of where he could have been.
And that's what, like you said, what do you got to do? Do the best you can with what you got. And Eversman did that. Moya did that. Ramos not quite there. A strong lap out of Moya there at a 49.598 to clear Ramos and company by a tenth and a half nearly.
But he didn't go any quicker on lap number 4 either.
It's true.
Now we get to Group B. You say Group B, thinking of World Rally Cars, Audi Quattros, Lancia, oh dear.
So Moya, the 2023 winner of the Miami Winter Cup. So again, You talk about a guy who's the fastest in Group C, who's got a nice little pedigree himself, right? That's, again, it just speaks to the level of the competition throughout the entire grid here, right?
Oh,
now.
yes. I remember I was watching, I commentated on Ruben during the Miami Winter Cup back in 2017 when he was a mini Miami driver.
Wow.
Mini X30. Then.
All right, we're doing it again. This is Q1, so this is essentially Group B. We're going to call it here right now.
Yep.
Again, same thing. They're going to be trying to chase down the quick time that we saw out of Ruben Moya. You know what's going to happen. There's some big dogs in this one here as well. People are coming on strong in this one. Pro X30 brought to you by the Rollison Performance Group. And indeed, wait to see which drivers are in this one. 49.598. Just going to throw that out there. No, it's not over. 49.598 provisional pole time for Moya.
And here we go on screen. It was first number 27 to Chase Hand and Vasquez Jr. and more coming through. The entire group goes and rotates through turn number 4 to try to carry as much speed, get some heat in the tires, and get everything lined up and ready to go here for laps 3 and 4.
Good to see Lucas de Longchamp. We just saw a image of him in the number 98 Rollison Performance Group kart. We had the red flag stoppage earlier in practice for Lucas. He's obviously the wagon has been repaired and the drive has been repaired.
Back into it. This is Chase Hand right now. He's been impressing us throughout the day here, folks. Yesterday as well. There is speed out of the GFC machine. He's got open racetrack right now. Not going to rely on a draft from anybody right now. And that number 27, the NorCal driver for GFC. Again, we've talked about the fact that he's been top 10 quite a bit here this weekend. He'll need a really strong time to go a top 10 and hold on with Group A coming.
And his stablemate, Jesus Vasquez Jr., doing the same thing. Second on course, both drivers well and clear of anyone else. Solo efforts for the pair of them.
Alessandro De Tullio not a driver you'd expect to be in Group B, but then again, Diego Ramos wasn't a driver that you'd expect to see in Group C. It does show you that everybody brings their absolute A game to this event, and you get drivers that are overperforming as well as drivers that are underperforming.
I remember DeTulio had that meatball flag where he had to come in early. And now, I don't know if there's a meatball issue or trying to back things up to get some space. I think it's the latter, but they are wearing out the rear bumper of ADT.
Yeah, very surprising with the kind of way they're running here, knowing the guy you're in front. Got to leverage the driver you have, and we talked about that. ADT's getting hooked up a bit. There's a bunch of drivers sliced and diced because they don't want to get caught up behind slower cars. DeTulio trying to find a way by here as well. He'll go back to the inside of the racetrack. That's Alexander Kardashian right with him as well, and I think that's going to be Chase Jones there too, yeah.
Exactly that, yeah. There's a whole lot of argy-bargy going on, trying to figure things out and get in the right spot, and you're basically throwing this lap away. So now do what you can because you've already got 2 down. You've lost number 3. You've only got 1 more shot.
Kardashian was right in the middle of that as well, was kind of getting roughed up. You can see both Jones and DeTulio really got at it. A little trouble for Jones coming through that corner. The gap is spread here. DeTulio's got the carrot out front of him, so it's good for him right now.
Yes, he was backing things up. DeTulio, he didn't want to get passed by anybody because he liked the driver that he was going to be the carrot.
That's it.
He thought, I just need about 15 kart legs, a clean air between myself and the driver that I'm going to chase down, and to heck with anyone behind me, that's their problem, which is quite right. You know, hey, he wasn't slowing down, he was just easing back a little bit.
3 laps into it, this is the fast driver on the racetrack right now, Jesus Vasquez Jr. Then, of course, we have Chase Hand as well. They are 1-2 for GFC and looking for just a little bit more here on this final circuit, Mike.
Yeah, you see how that car slides out and just stops before it gets to the wall? That's getting absolutely everything out of it. Final corner, let's see what they get, Rob.
Here they come out of the final corner. Can they go purple once again? Vasquez Jr. does 49.816, and he's got 3/10 on Chase Hand. That is going to be big. Anytime you've got 2 to 3/10 of a second, there's you can see Chase Jones diving through there as well. Aiden Angrada goes up into second. Chase Hand's going to go down to 6th on the final lap. Aiden Angrada goes up into second. Alessandro De Tullio fast lap. He goes up into third. Just over a 1/10 of a second separating first, second, and third. Lucas de Longchamp, after bringing out the red flag, finds himself P4 in Group B here. Really strong for him. Laurent Legault ends up in 5th. Chase Hand in 6th, Alexander Kardashian 7th, Jonathan Ports, Nick Eggleston, and Cooper Auclair round it out. Remember, Moya, a 49.5. He's still 3/10 up. So Moya is still up by 3/10 of a second. Vasquez, a 49.816. He's a 10th up on Angrada. But Ruben Moya, 49.593.
Sorry, Rob.
That's a Ben Axel.
It could be a lot more. It could be a lot worse because there's still lots of karts coming around. The 92
That's Jake
goes
Drew.
for a spin. Jake Drew couldn't see the number of the driver.
Hold on, his bumper there could be issue there. He might have had some contact.
He's
It's so hard that I couldn't see it with the camera moving. So they're warming things up once again. Contact here. A couple drivers going around. That one that you picked up, Henry, it looked like it was a wobble.
And I give a big ooh because there were drivers coming around and there was some very good avoiding maneuvers there.
Well, that's good. Good to see that. So again, listen, folks, Ruben Moya is still on the provisional pole right now with a 49.598. He's 2/10 quicker than Jesus Jesus Vasquez Jr. So wow,
Vasquez was a solo effort. I don't remember watching Moya in the earlier session, so I don't know if there was anything extra there. But Vasquez Jr. at 8.16, not good enough for pole right now. Going to be hanging out in that front group, but. Here we go, last session.
Can you believe the chaos we've had in the first, like the B and the A and the B groups? I would never have thought we were going to see that out of the pro drivers, right?
Yeah, absolutely. Ruben Moya, though, is a very people that know European karting know the pedigree that Ruben Moya has. He's going to be a star of the future in Spanish motorsports.
That's great. Here's Ryan Norberg speaking to Star. National #1 plate for Ryan Norberg for the Rollison Performance Group on that Cosmic. What does he have in store? He hasn't been the fastest outright guy anytime really here in the last couple of days. Does he have some magic here in qualifying? Who's right in front of him right now? That's when it's going to be key. Is that one of the Kart Republic machines?
Looks like it.
I think it's Jensen Burnett with the 48.
Well, he was 10th.
For Chad Docken Racing, or was it the 58? Sorry, I think it's the 58. Not the 48, the 58. That's Joe Turney. There we are.
Oh,
there we go. So
that works for me.
That works for me. Yep. I'm going to pick a drive to follow. Yes, that Joe Turney. He'll do.
Well, I'll tell you what. I was watching Ryan Norberg as he's going through the corner, and the car looked real tidy under the braking zone. Again, on the first lap, trying to get the heat in the tires and get things dialed in, and the thing was real tidy, back and just following the front.
Yeah, he also went P4 on the opening lap.
Yeah.
He's P4 on lap number 2.
I'm telling you, it looked so good. So, yeah, it makes sense that he went that quick, but he's going to run out of space if he doesn't keep the clean air.
Look at the quick impacts. Norberg P4, Turney P5, Massimino P10 on lap number 2. All three of those drivers are coming right now.
But they're chasing. Austin Garrison is leading this group. Then I think
isn't that Massimino in the number 5? Was that the 6?
It's 6 is in the front.
No,
6 in the front.
It's Garrison. The 97 in the midst. That's Stephen Miller. Yeah. Then you've got Turney, Massimino, and then Ryan Norberg.
Wow, we're all lining up here right now.
He's got that carrot.
Kai Hunter's gone P1 in the number 35. That's the fastest driver on the racetrack right now.
Yes, the other RPG. That wasn't Norberg. That was a 35 is going fast now. Going to catch the draft down the straightaway, and then also this group right here. And this could work out real good for the 35, and the timing is just right, as long as we don't have like a Coelho deal.
That's it. Final lap on the racetrack here for these guys here. It's a 49.692 for Kai Hunter. That's still not as fast as Moya. Ruben Moya. He's still on the provisional pole.
The timing is perfect for Hunter coming on here, Rob. Here we go.
Final lap, final run across the line. Does anybody go quicker? 46.659. It's still Moya. 46.625 for Ryan Norberg. It's still Moya. They're coming across the line. 49.625 Ryan Norberg. A 49.598 Ruben Moya is going to have the pole position, I believe, here.
Incredible.
Wow.
And you know what? There he is.
Now,
of course, we should have been in Spain last week for the IAMI Warriors final in Valencia. That has been postponed because of the devastating floods in Spain that has cost hundreds of lives, and there is a little bit of brightness for the Espanyol.
He can't even believe it right now. It's amazing. I love it. A 49.598 for Ruben Moya, fast driver on the Pantano. A tremendous run in that qualifying. position. Ryan Norberg was the best of the rest. He was the best of his A group, let's put it that way, with a 49.625. Kai Hunter in second, Joe Turney third, Steve Miller fourth, Jesus Vasquez Jr. fifth. In that group, there's going to be guys that are going to slot in different places.
Hey, I'll tell you right now, that Pontano chassis here in the cool. Remember, Archer Evertsman in that D group was fastest on that same deal, and by a hefty margin.
That's what happens when you make weight, Henry.
Double check. Yeah, he was like, and there's Andy Rattel, his teammate there, celebrating, and yeah, fantastic there for the Pontano team. Only a few of them. They're at the side of the forward direction motorsport team, just in an open air awning there. But they're very quietly going about their business, and that's great news.
The Pontano made the debut this year at the Challenge of the Americas with Forward Direction Motorsport, Greg Welch's program. He had it there. This was the car he was bringing. He drove it himself in one of the Masters races as well. You go from that debut, back in January, to putting it on the pole in Pro X30. Hello, Pontano. You just introduced it to everybody in North America.
And not in the fast group, mind you.
No, I know. Wow. That was fun.
Yep, I can see David Land. He's about to speak to our Pro X30 pole man.
You weren't in the fast group. You're not supposed to be able to do this. How'd you get pole at SuperNats?
We just drive on the track and we did what we know to do.
The track conditions are so difficult right now, so cold. I mean, we saw so many of the pro drivers, yourself included, aggressively warming the tires. How did you get the most heat in your tires to put that fast lap in?
Like I didn't even do my fastest lap possible. Last lap, I was improving like almost 2 tenths arriving to the first hairpin. I find someone fighting in front, so I ruined my last lap, so I couldn't even go much faster.
Wow, it could go a little bit fast. So here's my final question to you. You roll off from pole at SuperNats. How amazing is that for your career?
It's nice. It's not the first time I start first in such a big event, so I would try to handle the emotions and all these things.
Well, guys, I can tell you it's cool outside, and he's cool under pressure. He's rolling off from the P1.
Obviously, Henry's talked about how well Ruben's done in his career. Henry kind of gave us a little bit of insight. He knows he's done this before. It's not like it's out of the question that he's ever started a race on the front row. It'll be the heat races for sure. I do have unofficially a top 10 from David Cole. He kind of put stuff together for us. Ruben Moya on the pole with a 49.598. Ryan Norberg will be second. Kai Hunter in third, Joe Turney in fourth, Stephen Miller in fifth, Diego Ramos in sixth.
There we go.
That's big.
What a turnaround.
Yes. Seventh, Jesus Vasquez Jr., Andy Rattel eighth, Paulie Massimino ninth, Austin Garrison in 10th. So a couple of drivers not from that A group, Ramos and, of course, Moya, able to make an impact.
Do you know something? That David Cole, he's okay. You should consider employing him, Rob.
Yeah, well, 20 years of pain so far.
I was going to say a happy work anniversary to the Book of Cole, David Cole.
All right, so why not? Let's do this again. We've got 4 groups to wrap up the day. And indeed, sun is down, lights are on. It's time for Pro Shifter, brought to you by PSL Karting, and we already have a driver who has had an issue.
That's the 36.
Is that Bertuca?
No, that's the 36 kart of Federico Piero.
Okay, and 85 as well.
And
that's coming out of the grid.
Momorelli.
Eduardo Momorelli.
Oh, no.
Now, Piero, he was the driver that was involved in the incident at in the long practice session at the end of the straight, and it was viewed with a certain degree of displeasure. So maybe, in the eyes of some, that would be a good old lady karma fighting back.
Well, that's literally coming out, hitting the throttle, and just driving straight up, literally straight into the barrier.
Yes.
Wow, I thought it was Bertuca for a second there. But again, why would it be? This is the D group, Rob. Bertuca's not going to be in the D group. So I'll check myself on that one. But indeed, listen, again, cold tires, cold asphalt.
Yep.
There's no more sun. It is cold here. It doesn't take much to make a minor mistake. You've got to be super cool and super relaxed getting the heat in the tires. More issues as well for the 52 now.
That's Kieran Madden on the Ital Kart. Nice old school sort of crash helmet design. I like that. And you can see the 85. Momorelli has got back outgoing, but again, he's slower still because he hasn't got the heat into the tyres. And a lot of moving around there. That's, that look. You know, Danny Formal's not here, but you look at the driver there in the black race suit, number 37, Geronimo Gomez Asa. he looks like Formal
Leans
in the
back
seat.
a little bit, right?
There's
Yeah.
obviously some coaching there, and that is end of sports from O'Morelli. Sadly for yes.
And that's the thing about qualifying. You make a mistake like that. We've talked a little bit about it, Mike, you and I. This is where you could drastically change the storyline of your weekend here.
Yes.
You could have top 10 pace, top 20 pace. I can speak of this. I had the issue. It just drastically changed. You're going to start at the back at every heat race now. You've just made your life so much tougher to scrap back and get some decent results.
It's one of those things where you get caught up in something. It's frustrating. It's self-induced. Just so disappointing. You're like, how can I rewind time somehow to make that different thing happen?
As Federico Piero, though, has gone back to the top of the chart. So we'll have a crash coming out of pit lane. We'll dust ourselves down, and we'll forgive us. We'll get back into the saddle. He's gone fastest briefly. Now he dropped back a little bit, but that's a good example of how to brush off a mistake as a driver.
2 laps in, Andrew Byrne goes P1 with a 48.592. Geronimo Gomez-Aza up into the second spot in the number 37. Noah Zarsk in the 24 was third. Now he goes to fourth as Massimino Valiente goes. Massimo Valiente in the number 68, a third-generation driver, I guess you would say.
Yep.
If you're talking about Claudio, his grandfather racing, but part of the Valiente family. So Massimo, who made his debut here last year, I believe it was last year. Yeah, I think it was last year he made his debut here, and it was kind of an eye-opening experience for him. He was a little nervous coming in, but you get that first one in the books, comfortable, way more comfortable.
Spoke to Massimo a lot earlier on in the week. And I said, so, because obviously I was a journalist and I, wrote about his father, Michael Valiente, someone that you know very well. And he said, well, so what's the thing? Is it to follow your dad's footsteps? And then, no, I want to stay in karting. I want to be in karting. I want to make a career in karting. And that's music to my ears.
Well, the family owns a fantastic track up in the Pacific Northwest.
Sumas.
It's just a great racetrack up there. Of course, Italian Motors. They've got the engine building program. They're a karting family and have been for many, many years. And again, to see him be able to take that, by the reins one day and continue it on, that's amazing.
Yeah, no, it's often when you're the second or third generation driver, the instant thing is you want to emulate what your parents did.
Yep.
I want to do the same thing, but no. Massimo says, no, karting. I want to be a kart racer.
So checker flag to finish the session. Andrew Byrne on top with a 48.256. Massimo Valiente ends up in second. Aza in third. TJ Madonna in fourth. Angel Reynoso in fifth spot. Noah Zarsk in sixth. Seth Huntley in seventh. But we got drivers coming across the line. Massimo Valiente goes to P1 for a second, but Zimming Wang steals it away. So the last stragglers coming across the line. Zimming Wang drops down to 48.115. Valiente a 48.149, 34 thousandths of a second apart from them. Byrne ends up going back to third on the very final. And last two drivers to be real coming across the line.
Zimming Wang for the BDR team, Great Chokers team, on a Falcon chassis. Zimming went and did a bit of driving in the KZ2 in the KZ World Cup in Europe this year. So a lot of experience there. And, a driver again late into the sport, didn't have the long sort of the cadet career, the junior career. So he's got a lot of time to make up for. But that's good for Zimming. And good for Zimming, bad for Anders Elkjær. The Maranello team have not had an auspicious start. Morelli and now the 83 as well. And he's going to try and get started without any assistance, which is what he has to do.
That's it. He has to get that job done. I think he was able to get himself refired, but here we are now, getting things underway. That's the 26 machine of Pertuca.
Yep.
So there's Pertuca. So he is in group number C, rather.
I was going to say, we're going to see some names
Yeah,
here
we
in
are.
this group.
Pertuca, Lennox,
Well,
Troger.
I mean, Jordan Lennox, uses his full name, Jordan Lennox Lamb.
Yeah.
Cast your minds back, ladies and gentlemen, to the 2013 KZ World Championship. It was held at Varennes in France. Max Verstappen became world champion that day. Charles Leclerc finished just behind him in second. And rounding out the podium on that day, Jordan Lennox Lamb.
Love it.
He's been out of the kart for 7 years. This is his first race back. There he is, number 20. No, sorry, that's Bertucca. Sorry, Lennox Lamb is not the 26, but he has been out of the kart for 7 years.
He's in the 59. And we were lucky to have him. He came and ran the full Pro Moto Tour one year. Ended up walking away with the S1 championship.
Oh, yeah. Incredibly talented driver. There's Jordan Lennox Lamb.
And Lennox fastest in the first lap of the group.
There it is. So, yeah, we'll see that coming here. Again, this is Group C, rather, not numbered. This is Group C. Then we'll have, of course, B and then A coming. And what is qualifying Group number 1. So, watching these drivers put laps down. Niels Troger in the factory karts. Now works his way up into 5th spot. Here comes Emilian Denner as well, the Sony kart replacement driver.
Who arrived this morning.
Yeah, Bertucca fastest on lap number 2, then Denner. You go a little bit further down, Troger, as you say, 5th, and then you got Lennox, the next in the group that is on the fast side of things.
Why would you say Emilian Denner arriving this morning? Well, unfortunately, the reigning KZ World Champion, Giuseppe Palombo, issues getting here. So, you know, they drafted in, if you're going to draft in a super sub, Emilian Denner's not a bad super sub to draft in, of course. You know, and a lot of these drivers, the KZ drivers, they are professional kart racers. They make their living driving go-karts. It can be done. I think as we see the industry growing here in North America, I think you'll see a lot more professional kart racers.
So 3rd lap going in the books. We're really wrapping things up here right now. So Bertucca up top, Denner in 2nd, Lennox in 3rd, Troger 4th, Polanco 5th, Cooper Becklin 6th. So you got to go all the way down. Zimming Wang back in the 12th position right now. It's Nimkevich, Wick, Tannen, and Ports cap off the top 10. But there's the 55 right there of Emilian Denner, trying to find that little bit more, but he is a 10th and a half back right now.
Yeah, shout out to Warawong Koromakul from Thailand, the only Thai driver here.
Wick,
Connor Wick. An issue with him, got the hand waving in the air. Connor Wick in the 8th position right now, checkered flag flying. This is going to end the session for Group C. They'll work their way across the line. Everybody trying to get that little bit more to try to get a hold of Bertucca, who's moving up. Keon Tannen goes up to P5. Tannen up to 5th. Becklin goes up to 4th as well. Good final lap for Becklin. Denner not able to go any quicker. A 47.465, his best on lap number 3. Bertucca did go faster, guys. Once again, a 47.166. He went quicker once again to take 0.3 of a second from Emilian Denner. That's pretty good for Bertucca to potentially be away from Denner, Lennox, Becklin, and Tannen.
And I think Denner might have been held up or whatnot because of 48.7.
Big lap,
good chunk slower than their best.
Agreed.
Now, I mean, obviously, Bertucca, he'll be liking that lap, that 47.166. The 0.3 of a second back to Denner. There's 2 groups to go.
Yeah.
There's going to be an awful lot of drivers that slot into that 0.3 of a second. You know, that get a lap time between 47.1 and 47.4. That will be the concern for Denner, for Lennox Lamb, for Becklin. Just the amount of we've seen we've seen 0.4 of a second cover the top 15 in one of the earlier classes.
And of course, let's talk about Bertucca, KZ2 world champion this year too, right? So again, a talented driver for sure, a little deeper in the field than I think he would have wanted to be. So even right now, the worst he's going to do is midway through, right? Because he's essentially led the C-D combination. So you talked about the fact how many people slot into that little bit where he'll be able to jump forward, right? So it may not be perfect, but he's done the best he could with the situation. Like we said, win your group.
Yeah, exactly that. You got to get as much as you possibly can whenever you have the opportunity. And job done, I would say, especially with limited amount of seat time.
Well, we're joined by Xander Clements up here in the booth, as it were. Somebody working hard. You will see on the ticker the amount of team logos. Again, promoting the teams. There we are. Look at that. Promoting the teams, promoting the manufacturers and the people that make this sport happen.
2 down, 2 to go. Yes. Some pretty interesting stuff we saw here, Xander. The Pro X30 was an absolutely fantastic qualifying run as well, but we'll bring you back in here. Here come the big dogs. We're calling it Group B and Group A.
Yeah.
So, indeed, we'll see what happens here. But again, Bertucca, very impressive, doing what he needed to do to get himself up into P1 provisionally.
Yeah, Henry's alluding to work, actually. I think the real benefit of owning your own business is being able to show up late. So 2 sessions, clock in, clock out. That's the American dream, right? No, in all seriousness, had to get out here after the craziness. I was obviously monitoring you guys and qualifying for the remaining sessions as the night has only gotten colder. Talk about what an upset there. Ruben Moya, of course, not a small name by any means. Don't want to talk any bit on him, but for nobody in the fast group to be able to knock him off, that is contrary to what we're so used to seeing, but a testament to the cold November Vegas weather.
Well, you think about Ryan Norberg. He goes out and goes P1 in Group A, and the guy from Group C smoked him.
Yeah, that's just it. We haven't seen a non-fast group scenario like this in a long time, right? So it's definitely odd.
All right, roll them out here, boys. Let's get underway. This is Group B. The Group A drivers still to come, but this one's stacked with talent as well. As we know, some big names here in Group B, the slower of the Group Q1 group.
So we're going to remember 47,166. The Book of Coal needs to write that down.
He hasn't sent it over to me yet.
Oh, slacking. 40,
he's listening to us. So
47,166.
47,166.
Here we go. The amount of drivers in this class who competed in the OK World Championship, the KZ World Championship this year, it's quite incredible as well. But they're still sliding around. I wonder, is the track, because it's getting later, is the track just getting colder and colder? Could we see another upset?
Everybody's struggling with it, Mike. You see that. They're really trying to get that throttle down, get some heat into the tires. But I think as we work our way forward to B and A, we're not going to see the mistakes. Like, I'm surprised at the mistakes we saw in the Pro X30 category. But there are a lot of those drivers are a lot younger than this. Again, the average age in your KZ category is a lot higher than it normally is. So, indeed, watching them get out here, we'll see which drivers are going to be kind of showing the way for us here early on. Is that Vasile, I believe?
That's Davide Vasile, the Romanian driver. We're going to say Mulțumesc to all Davide's fans back in Romania.
A couple of wins already, American soil wins this year. Won a Challenge of the Americas race earlier in the year, and of course won the Rock Vegas event as well.
I think that's Boss Lammers. I think that's the 94.
94, yeah.
How
Good
about,
call.
It's all good. Still up there in age a little bit there for a couple of the Ital Kart team. They probably have the highest average age of veteran, but decorated pro superstars, right?
I wouldn't.
Remo Ruscetti last year getting up onto the boxes. Ooh, I think the 94 tagged the wall.
It was close.
He was right up against it.
It looked like a little second input there to try to maybe stay away from it. That was very close.
Yeah, but between Bosch Lammers, then Remo Ruscetti, and of course the rest of the expertise under that group. I mean, that's not anywhere close to like these two here on screen. Jay Irwin, Christian Bertuca, now Pedro Hiltbrand. He's starting to get up there a little bit, but the 2022 SuperNats champ, following the next generation around, the number 6 plate, of course. For those that are watching also, I don't know how much we've been able to touch on this as well, but Jay Irwin, sporting the number 6 as one of the top 10 drivers in the Pro Tour. They have earned themselves a paid ride into 2025, full entry, full tires, plus a cash prize up to $10,000 to the champ. And well, it was $5,000 to the number 2 plate, who just went to position 2, Jacob Gulick on the move, Rob.
Yeah, Gulick, a good run there in the GFC machine. Boss Lammer still now with a provisional top time here of 47.955 in this group. Bertuca, remember, 47.166. That's the provisional pole time, but it is Lammers leading the way. Gulick, Rousseau, Fiddleton, and Bailiff, your current Fast 5 in Group B.
I mean, Mike, you might be able to look at this. I'm looking at the karts, the way the track seems icy cold. It seems really, really lacking in any form of grip. I know we're on the second, the third lap now. These tyres, they should be up to speed. It'll be interesting to see what the pit reporters say, speak to the drivers afterwards, because everyone does look like they are struggling for grip. Corentin Russo, a 47.5. That's still 0.4 slower than Bertuca.
Yeah, so Lammer still holding on to second. Vasile in the third spot. Remo Ruscitti now up into fourth. Jacob Gulick fifth. But again, it's still Bertuca as the top driver here. 47.526 to a 47.166. A very smoking lap for Bertuca, Mike.
And they're coming across the line to finish things up. Lammers is not going to get it done there. Several more coming across the final lap here. They're not getting past Rousseau.
So again, we'll see how this plays out. Bertuca still holding on. We're going to do this again.
They're not getting past.
We're going to do this
Bertuca,
again.
yeah. Group C is the place to be.
Coming out of Group C, Christian Bertuca still holding on to the top spot, and it ends up being just a little under 0.4 of a second. That's a lot of cushion right now.
I'm wondering if some of these guys are going so high in the pressure that they're losing it on that last lap. I mean, they were talking about trying to find a little bit more. It was Ben Cooper saying, well, we don't do a lot different. It's not like we had a lot of grip anyways. We're doing a little bit more on the pressure, what have you. But it's just like not quite getting there. We're seeing some fifth laps, a fast lap there out of Gavin Bailiff actually on his fast lap, lap 5. I'm not sure if that's going to count or not.
So Bertuca's got to sit here and wait now. This is where he's like going to be watching the monitor. He's going to be listening to us on the PA. Does he come away with a pole? But listen, it's 0.4. But my goodness, here come the big dogs.
Did anybody in this group have time to react very quickly to the lack of speed in the circuit whilst they're sat on the grid to make any adjustments to get the tires?
I don't know. I think you're there. Like you came into it with a game plan. You're going to stick with the game plan. The fact that these guys didn't go quite as fast, I'd be surprised if there's any.
Oh dear,
That's
sorry.
a hard hit coming out of there as well. And another one of the ITAL karts, is it?
Is that Davide Fore?
Looks like it might be, yes.
It is Davide Fore.
Wow.
Okay, the track is like an ice rink. If multiple World Cup champion Davide Fore gets caught out, Bertuca's going to be loving this.
Let me quickly setting the stage, then we'll get back to Xander. So Bertuca P1, Emilian Denner's provisionally P2 right now.
Yeah, talk about a story, right? 2 practice sessions. We counted it probably less than 10 minutes at full speed.
So they can just kill Wednesday then. We don't need Wednesday, you guys.
Pack it up. I will say, though, the one driver who mastered the elements and was 3/10 clear in the cold conditions last night, Marcus Kayak, did it out of the second group. So the 75 Maranello, that red and yellow machine, if they can keep this session green to the end, which was not possible the first try we had at it in 2023, I wouldn't count him out to be able to knock off our current pole sitter from Group C.
I think that's a really good spotlight there for Hayek because he was so impressive throughout the entire day, although give it up again, like we said, for Bertuca with a 47.166. We're going to be able to see it when they get that second and third laps in. We decide what we're going to do here. Drivers working their way down again in the front straightaway. Now the heat's coming into the tires, Henry. They're starting to get a little more comfortable out there. They're ready to push a little more. We'll see how things start to react as we've got, again, 2 laps in. We'll do the one lap. So Kayak, just so you know, 49.33 his opening lap.
Here's a good comparison with Senna Van Wallstein this time on the 44 Sodi. He was pretty even with Denner in the last practice.
Yeah, and he was right behind Van Wallstein on the opening lap as well. I agree with that 100%. Let's see if Senna works his way up into the top 10 here on lap number 2.
Now, Victor Gustafsson there we're looking at in the number 45, the Swedish driver.
How about P1? Then Wallstein goes P1 right ahead of Kayak. So there you go.
Yep.
That's lap 2.
Yeah, and they still need a couple of more tenths to try to get the job done, about a quarter of a second rather, to see pole position here in Pro Shifter.
Indeed, guys, going to put the laps in here right now. The 45 of Gustafsson, your world champion 2 years ago, up on the wheel as well. He was currently in the 11th spot. His second lap of 47.6, a 7.67, 7/10 or 6/10 behind that of Bertuca.
Morgado's looking good there, you guys. What I was talking about before, where they really carry the speed out of the corner. Morgado really carried it through there. Let's watch for a fast time out of Mateus.
Looking at the number 3 kart there now on screen, AJ Myers on the
Morgado P2.
And Van Wallstein outright pole position, quicker than Bertuca. So Senna Van Wallstein on the Sodi kart goes P1. Morgado, not quite enough for Morgado. So it's still Bertuca sitting in the second spot.
And Marin Kramers finally breaks the top 10 as well, moving into 9th place.
AJ Myers up there as well.
Trepilov to 3rd.
Look at the 44 get around, you guys. Look at how that back end just follows the front. That 44 is on rails right now.
Super good coming through. That control kind of drift going through the corner. He has got it hit hammer. He's hitting all the marks right now. Final time through turn number 16. This will be, I believe, the final lap. Yeah, checker flag coming out of start finish.
Oh, he just missed it.
Oh,
no. Did he get another one? I think he got another one.
Did he sneak it through?
Sandy Von Wallstein's going around. Look at that. That's the 99 going still as well. We've got a couple that have been late. Pedro Hiltbrand with a shot.
So right now, as they run on the racetrack, it's Van Wallstein. Then Kayak did go quicker. He's a 47.083.
That's your front row right now.
Yeah, Bertuca's still third right now, though. But there's still more drivers on the racetrack, as we know, trying to find that little bit more. But Santa Van Wallstein currently provisional pole, 47 thousandths ahead of Marcus Kayak.
Well, let's have a look. What can Pedro Hiltbrand do? You know, he's one of the elder statesmen now of factory drivers. Hard to believe. There's the checkered flag. And he looks over his shoulder. Does he improve? No.
He does not. So that is it. Kart will be on the pole position. Santa Van Wallstein with the fast lap of 47.036. He'll start alongside that Maranello of Marcus Kayak. That'll be your front row. And how about Christian Bertuca with a 47.166 P3 alongside Mateus Morgado.
What will be worrying the rest of the field is that on that last lap, when Van Wallstein didn't need to go faster, he did another 47.0. He's got the two fastest laps out of anybody. It's all well and good having one fast lap, but Van Wallstein has got two. And as Mike alluded to, the kart looked absolutely on rails.
And there's the smile right there. He's going to be standing by with our Caleb Viesa as well to have a quick little chat with him. This is going to be big for him right now. Again, there's just so much competition right now. It's so good you are up front like that for all those heat races. You know you're going to be able to get the job done. Let's send it right now to Caleb as he stands by with Senna.
Interview earlier on today, you told me that you needed a clean lap. Well, you got it, and you're on the pole. Walk me through that lap. How was it?
Yeah, honestly, it was really difficult in the beginning with cold tires, but once the tire was on pressure, it was good. I had a clean lap finally, and everything was good, so yeah.
So walking through the approach tomorrow, you know, it's going to be a long day. Rob is infamous for saying situation Saturday. What's the key going into, you know, the rest of the weekend? You still have a lot of racing action left.
Yeah, to be honest, I don't know what to expect tomorrow. I never done like such a race like this on parking, but for now we have pole, so I'm happy with that. And then, let's find out tomorrow. Gonna do my best.
Well, there you guys have him, Santa Van Washington.
This guy ain't. I can't swear, can I? This guy's very bad. He's just got lucky.
Well, there you have it. A little bit of banter going on from Marin Kremers and Santa Van Washington. We'll send it back up to you guys in the booth.
Caleb, thank you so much. Yeah. All right, little trash talk down there on pit lane. So Santa Van Wallstein, folks, I got the unofficial for you here, top 10. Santa Van Wallstein with a 47.036 on the pole. Marcus Kayak on the outside. Christian Bertuca in that great run that he had in third alongside Mateus Morgado. Row 3 would be David Trefilov and A.J. Myers. Row 4, Matteo Vagano and Billy Musgrave. Row 5, Victor Gustafson and Louis Speck. Denner ends up P12 overall. That, to me, is amazing to be able to get that done, having not been on the racetrack at all Wednesday.
The two latest entries into this event, Emilian Denner, Laurentiu Mardan, both in the top 12 in their classes.
Yeah, very, very impressive. What a day, guys. It's the temperature shift from 45 when we got here to almost 70 degrees midday. Beautiful sun. We had that wind throughout the day, but not near as bad as it was yesterday. And then to cap things off under the lights in qualifying, just a fantastic way to wrap up a Thursday here and to know we've still got Friday, Saturday, and Sunday to come. We've got a couple of heat races tomorrow. We've got Situation Saturday with Heat 3 and the LCQs, and it all leads to Super Sunday. Mike, let's wrap things up. What are your thoughts here right now?
Now, I got to tell you, my favorite days are coming up. You know, when we go wheel to wheel, that's when the fun really starts. And, I can't wait to see racing. We've been talking about what to expect, what we think we're going to see out of the racetrack. We talked about turn 1. We talked about a little bit of gamesmanship. It's time to go racing tomorrow, and I can't wait.
Henry, your thoughts?
We've got superstars at the front, superstars in the back, and we've got a bunch of drivers that are overperforming. We're not going to get everyone, the winners aren't all going to be household names. that I'm convinced of. There's going to be a couple of real shocks on the podium. A couple of people are going to make their name and make a name for themselves in the next 3 days.
Xander, you've had your focus, of course, on the Kart Chaser program. Everything your crew has done, obviously an amazing job already just to get here, get everything set up over the last number of days. Now we're obviously into the action, but of course, you got a chance to watch some racing as well. This was some exciting qualifying. I think probably some of the most exciting qualifying we've had in a lot of years.
Yeah, so unpredictable, right?
Yeah.
I mean, we have seen definitely a little bit of everything over 27 editions of the SKUSA Super Nationals, but like I said earlier when I first got on here, man, I think just a little bit about this year, just something about it feels a little bit special, a little bit heightened, and I think without a doubt, with all of you that have joined us throughout the day here in the paddock so far, record numbers, absolutely smashed through what we did Thursday in live viewership all around the world. That has been so cool, and if you're not here with us in Las Vegas, well, everyone in the paddock's probably going to enjoy tonight in different fashions. Some may stay up late, some may get some early rest. I can tell you one thing, I'm going straight to bed tonight after the last few nights. But the beautiful Vegas skyline is a great send-off. This track has been awesome to watch. Drivers try to navigate for quick times, and, well, I just can't wait to see it race tomorrow. Like you guys said, we've talked about it, we've hyped it up, we previewed it, we predicted it. And now we've seen how they will line the grid tomorrow. It has been another pleasure of ours here. This is event number 47 on the year, and it's day 1 of 4 for the SKUSA Super Nationals here live on Kart Chaser. Free to watch all weekend. Share it to all your friends and family around the world because, well, like as we've seen already today, you just never know what's going to happen. For Rob Howden, David Cole, eKarting News, for Mike Smith, for Henry Beaudet, myself, Xander Columbus, and our entire KC crew and SuperKarts USA team. Thanks for watching. See you tomorrow.